The story kicks off with a demon dragon telling the boy that a century ago, an alien star came crashing down into the demon realm, and its owner, wielding some strange power, treated this whole world like his personal playground. Now, though, that reign was finished. The boy hacked up blood, clutching his stomach as it poured out of him. The dragon asked him what he wished for, what it was that he craved. Barely able to get the words out, the warrior mumbled that he just wanted to go home, that he was heading back. The dragon remarked that for a man who'd gambled his life to challenge him, that was a pretty small thing to ask for. And though it was an impossible wish, our guy knew exactly where he needed to go. The dragon then revealed that the power to return home was tucked inside the spatial sphere within his heart, which made Slew smile. He asked the dragon if it had any idea how much he'd suffered just to find it. He claimed he'd burned through a whole 100 years on this cursed alien world. The dragon lifted its razor-sharp claw and told him that in that case he should be grateful because his pointless little life was about to end right here. But Slew only smiled and said he could finally put an end to all of it. The dragon swung the claw down, and in that instant, Slew let loose a blinding flash of light. The dragon was stunned to see its own severed paw and demanded to know what this unsettling force was. Then it noticed Slew's wounds were sealing up at an unbelievable speed, and it realized this wasn't just healing. This was full-on regeneration. A few seconds later, completely mended, Slew walked up to the dragon and asked whether it would hand over its heart itself or whether he'd have to rip it out for it. The dragon couldn't accept that Slew was anything more than an ordinary warrior. Before it could even make sense of the situation, Slew offered it 3 seconds to count. But before it even reached 2, he drove his hand into the dragon's chest. The dragon coughed up blood and howled in agony. Slew apologized for moving a little too fast, but said he'd already waited long enough. Then he tore the dragon's heart clean out and let its body slump lifelessly to the ground. Slew, a hunter and a healer, had officially completed his mission. He was gazing at the spatial sphere when an irritated voice suddenly piped up, grumbling that after 100 years bouncing between worlds, all he had to show for it was some lousy dragon eggs. Slew told him to zip it, clarifying that these were not eggs, but a spatial sphere. Then he popped the sphere into his mouth and swallowed it whole. A massive magic circle bloomed beneath him. He smiled, knowing he was finally going home. Back to his students, back to his little brother, and back to Earth. A moment later, he was whisked away to Earth. Slowly, his eyes eased open. He shot upright in shock, glancing around, and shouted, "Freeloader!" To which the voice in his head shot back by calling him provisions and asking what he wanted, whining that he was way too busy throwing up in his stomach from the motion sickness. Slew was relieved to see Pre had made it over safely too, though he still called him a disgusting little wretch and told him to get a grip. Pre asked if he was really sure about this, warning that the aftermath of digesting all that would be catastrophic. Slew told Pre to shut it before he hurled again. Then he asked whether he was right in guessing this was Earth, which surprised Pre, who sarcastically asked whether he couldn't even recognize his own home. Slew replied that Earth's scenery changes wildly depending on where you are. As he looked around, he noticed the flow of mana felt exactly like being inside a gate. He wondered if they actually were inside a gate. Then Pre called out to him, remarking that he smelled weak. Alarmed, Slew released his mana and panicked, wondering what on earth was wrong with it. Then Pre dramatically declared that he was cutting ties with him. Slew swore loudly and asked if Pre was starting this again. Confused, Pre asked what he was talking about. Slew explained that it seemed to be a side effect of jumping between dimensions. Just like 100 years ago when he traveled from Earth to another world, his abilities had taken a serious hit. He realized, to his dismay, that under these conditions, he was running at only about 15, maybe 20%. Pre asked if he was joking, saying his mana was at only 20%, and told him to bounce back fast before they got kicked out. That set Slew off, and he snapped at Pre that it wasn't such a simple problem. Then he started walking, telling Pre that last time it had taken him decades to fully claw his strength back. Pre told him decades was grounds for tearing up the contract, and that with such a pitiful amount of mana, he wouldn't be able to use most of his amazing abilities. Slew told Pre that didn't mean he couldn't use them at all. Then he was caught off guard by the sound of someone running toward him. A woman, gasping from the run and the exhaustion, cursed as she realized she'd been so laser-focused on running that she'd lost every one of her comrades. and wondered if they were okay. She wondered what the heck an orc was doing here, since they were still on the lower floors. As the enormous orc chased her down, she screamed for help. But then, she tripped over a stone and went sprawling face first onto the ground. She glanced back in horror, certain she was about to die. Luckily, Sue showed up right on time and killed the orc with a single hand. He told her he wanted to ask her something. Then, with a huge grin, he asked her whether this was Earth, which both baffled and startled her. He asked again whether he was right that this place was Korea, and she stammered that yes, it was Korea. He asked her what year it was, and she answered 2037, still barely able to believe he'd taken out an orc in one blow. He realized the moment he'd been dragged into the other dimension had been 2027, and it dawned on him that 100 years in the demon world was only 10 years here. He then asked the woman who the current president was, and she told him it was Choi Dae-soo. That floored him, and he asked if she meant that one-eyed muscle guy, which confused her even more and left her wondering who in the world he was. He was livid that the president was that lowlife Choi Dae-soo, and he asked the woman whether South Korea really had such a shortage of talent, which made her wonder if this was some kind of regression story. He then sensed the mana flow was off and asked the woman if they were inside a gate, to which she stammered that they were inside the Tower of Learning. He asked her what the Tower of Learning was, and she explained that this place, which had popped up out of nowhere a few years back, was a kind of gateway for hunters. If a hunter cleared it successfully, they could awaken their abilities and even pick up skills. She added that depending on their awakening rank, they could join a good guild, so everyone's goal was to clear it as fast as possible. He was surprised to hear all this and told her that back in his day, they'd awakened without any of that. She told him that was a story for first-generation hunters, but he just asked her whether that meant he needed to complete the tower, and in what time frame. She replied that if he was exceptional, he could finish in 6 weeks, but usually it took 8. The record was 3 weeks, set by second-generation hunting prodigy Ryu Ji-hwan. He mulled it over for a moment, but then an enormous tiger came prowling toward them, which sent the woman into a panic. She recognized it as a troll tiger and stammered at him to run, but he just kept thinking with his eyes shut and muttered that 3 weeks was too long. He added that thanks to the side effects of jumping dimensions, his mana flow and his body's movements felt sluggish. As the tiger closed in, the woman asked whether the academy hadn't drilled into him to always run when a troll tiger showed up. Then the tiger charged and pounced on them, but he stayed perfectly calm, saying he had no choice and would just have to give himself a more generous deadline, while the woman in front of him screamed in terror. Then he simply punched the tiger, sending it flying and knocking its teeth out, which left the woman stunned. He then told her that 5 days ought to be enough to finish the tower. Meanwhile, over at the Empire Guild, the secretary reported to the guild leader, Min Se-jun, that someone had come out of the training tower. Se-jun replied that wasn't bad, since he figured it had been about 8 weeks since they'd gone in. But the secretary told him they weren't among the original members, which made him stop writing and ask which party they were from. The secretary answered that they weren't on the entry list and that they were currently causing quite a scene. Then he handed him the documents. Se-jun was stunned and could hardly trust his own eyes when he looked at the photograph. Sue, his brother. Back in the training tower, Sue asked the woman how long she planned to keep tailing him. The woman was in shock, staring at Sue, unable to believe he'd actually cleared the training tower in just 5 days. Sue, meanwhile, was lost in thought, realizing the fighting had definitely sped up his recovery. He figured he'd gotten back about 25% of his strength. The system's voice then announced that training was complete and that it was beginning to calculate stats and analyze skill compatibility. But then the system abruptly declared that measurement was impossible, which made Sue smile. Then the gates swung open and he strode toward them. The woman, startled, stammered and shouted for him to take her with him, but he just kept walking forward, thinking to himself that he was finally back in Seoul. A moment later, on the other side of the gate, outside the Tower of Learning, a crowd of people were talking when a huge man walked up and asked why it was so noisy. One of his subordinates replied that the gate had just opened, but there seemed to be some kind of problem. The man noticed the commotion and asked whether these were the people who'd opened the gate. He checked the login log and spotted a pretty face on the list. As the man approached, one of the officers recognized him as the commander of the second detachment. The staffer explained that the people had just come out of the gate, but that Sue wasn't on the entry list. The man frowned, thinking it made no sense. How could a guy who claimed to have climbed the tower come out without a single scratch? Then, catching Sue's sharp glare, The man decided he looked like a worm and guessed he must have picked up some pretty decent skill. Shoving the staffer aside, the man said he'd handle this himself. He then asked Sue who the heck he was and why he wasn't on the list. Sue simply replied that it was because he hadn't come in through the entrance. The irritated man shot back, asking if he'd gone in through his mouth and, naturally, come out the other end. Unfazed, Sue just replied that it had happened to work out that way. That answer sent the man into a rage. He yelled that this brat had no respect for his elders and grumbled that this guy clearly loved talking nonsense. The man jabbed a finger at Sue's head, calling him a rookie, and said that judging by his looks, he'd awakened some kind of disguise skill and was just messing around. He then warned that if Sue didn't want to die, he'd better cut it out and quit the act. But Sue stayed silent, just glaring at him. When Sayu still gave nothing back, the man screamed at him to knock it off and asked whether he should tear that smug mask off his face himself. Sue just smiled and told him to shut up, calling the man a stinking pile of trash, which left him reeling. The man screamed in fury, asking whether Sue had lost his mind. But Sue stayed calm and asked whether the man had just said something about ripping his face off. Then he told him to shut up and fight, though he advised him to breathe as little as possible because his breath was unbearable. That completely sent the man over the edge. Enraged, he swore and brought his fist crashing down at Sue. Sue, still perfectly calm, reminded him that he'd been told to shut up. Smiling, he looked at the man and noted that he simply wasn't listening. Later, Sejun and his secretary were stunned. Seeing people sprawled across the ground, Sejun's secretary loudly asked what on earth had happened here. An officer ran up and reported that the man they'd flagged earlier for causing a disturbance had gotten into a brawl with the security guards and vanished. Sejun then asked whether there was any CCTV footage that had caught this man clearly. The officer quickly played back the moment. The recording showed the men all lunging at Sue at once, but Sue stayed put, effortlessly weaving and countering with incredible speed, instantly cutting down every opponent in front of him. The staffer then explained that in just a few seconds, Sue had taken down 5 hunters and disappeared. The staffer asked whether Sue might be a hunter with an invisibility skill, since he'd seemed to vanish completely. But Sejun said no and told them Sue was simply moving fast. That prompted the staffer to ask Sejun what he meant, but Sejun stayed quiet, confirming to himself that it really was his older brother, Sue. Sue looked exactly the same as he had 10 years ago. Sejun called out to his secretary Hilo and barked out an order to launch a manhunt and mobilize everyone in the Empire Guild to search for Sue. But under no circumstances were they to fight Sue. They were only to tell him they were from Min Sejun and bring him in. Sejun's men rushed off to carry out his orders, leaving him wondering where the heck Sue had been all this time to only turn up now. He wondered whether Sue had been kidnapped or was on the run. But deep down, Sejun knew there had to be a reason. If Sue had been in Korea, he'd have found him long ago. Then Sejun wondered where Sue would head first in a situation like this. Right then, Sejun snapped out of his thoughts when someone appeared in front of him. He immediately recognized her as one of the people who'd come out of the Tower of Learning that day. She told him it wasn't her who'd done anything to escape the tower, but that someone else had led them all out. Sejun replied that he understood, and guessed that since she'd come out earlier than expected, she'd probably picked up a decent skill. But she replied that she wasn't sure yet whether it was any good, though at the very least it was an A-rank skill. That made Sejun figure the final evaluation hadn't wrapped up yet, but that locking in her support early was the smart move. He then asked the woman whether she'd consider signing a contract with the Empire Guild, assuring her they'd work out the best possible terms. She could hardly believe it, and at the same time, she was thrilled. She then asked Sejun if he was serious, and said that if he really meant it, it would be an honor for her and her family. Just then, someone stepped up behind Sejun and remarked that even though he called his guild the Empire, his methods looked more like a bandit's. Sejun turned around and warned Hunter Ryu Ji-hwan to watch his words. But Ji-hwan teasingly asked whether Sejun was offended by his choice of words. Ryu Ji-hwan, an S-rank hunter and guild master of the Diamond Guild, then remarked that Sejun was surprisingly touchy. Another S-rank hunter and White Lion guild master, Choi Sung-gil, then chimed in, saying it looked like he'd beaten Sejun to it. Sung-gil added that the entire security team had been wiped out and asked whether this was the handiwork of the unregistered awakened the association had mentioned. Ji-hwan crouched down for a closer look at one of the battered men and laughed, noting that Sue was quite the impressive guy to cause this much chaos the second he walked out. Sung-gil agreed and noted that they didn't know who Sue was, but they better track him down fast. Judging by his strength, he'd surely awakened a high-level skill, meaning he had the potential to become an elite fighter. Seung-gil added that he found Sue awfully tempting. Ji-hwan laughed and asked Seung-gil if he was saying whoever found Sue first got to keep him. He also asked whether their unconventional methods would be a problem, but Sejun stayed silent and simply stared Ji-hwan down. Seung-gil then suggested they search separately, pointing out that none of them had time to waste. Seung-gil then turned to the woman and handed her his business card, telling her to take her time and think it over. Ji-hwan shrugged and told Seung-gil to do whatever he liked, adding that he'd let them know if he found Sue. But Sejun coldly told Ji-hwan, not a chance. Ji-hwan's secretary Jin-sik spotted him out on the street and asked whether the conversation had gone well, but Ji-hwan simply ordered him to round up all the C and D rank members from Kumgang, form squads, and send them out to search. Jin-sik asked who exactly they were looking for, and Ji-hwan chuckled and answered, Min Sejun's cursed relatives. Meanwhile, in some restaurant, Sue sat with a big, tender, juicy piece of fried chicken in his hands. Pri told him in disbelief that the very first place he'd visited after returning to Earth from 100 years away was just some chicken joint. But Sue just told Pri to try it, and then he'd understand why he'd come running here like a dog. Pri screamed that this was madness and that he'd wasted his entire life. But the moment he bit into the fried chicken, Pri cried out at how divine it tasted. A little later, having eaten his fill, Sue headed out into the street, and Pri asked where they were off to next. But Sue just asked Pri where else they'd be going, and told him they were going home. Later, they reached the house, and Pri asked whether this was his home, to which Sue said yes. Then he grabbed hold of the gate handle and stepped inside. He remembered how, back in the day, every time he came home, his father would ask if he was back and say he was running a little late. His mother would ask if he was hungry and whether she should call Sejun so they could all eat together, to which his younger self would answer yes, and rush to hug his father alongside his little brother Sejun, telling his parents they were home. But all he saw now was a neglected, run-down house. Cobwebs draped every corner of the place, and there was a pile of empty bottles. He gazed around the inside of the house and sat down, tucking his hands into his pockets. He lay back, frustrated that, just as he'd feared, he couldn't recall his parents' faces. He remembered how people say forgetting is a gift from the gods, but for him, it was a curse. He'd spent 100 years in the demon world, enduring endless battles on a blood-soaked alien planet. His human senses had dulled, his body had been frozen in time, and his very self had been scrubbed away. Through that terrifyingly long stretch, he'd clung desperately to his memories, terrified the curse of forgetting would swallow him whole. Memories of his little brother. Memories of his students. And so his memories never stayed just memories. Instead, they curdled into obsessions and regrets. But for him, that was fine because, thanks to them, he'd survived 100 years. Pri told him his house felt lonely, and that the place they'd lived in the demon world seemed warmer by comparison. Sue said he was glad for Pri too, and told him the demon world had no fried chicken, which Pri agreed with, saying you really couldn't argue with that. He then told Pri he'd only plan on a quick look around anyway, so they should head out, and that it was time to start searching for the others. He wondered whether everyone had been okay these past 10 years, and hoped Sejun was doing all right too. Suddenly, someone shouted that they'd found him, and that he'd been a real pain to track down. Then more people materialized around him and hemmed him in. Byun Hawkman, a C-rank hunter from Diamond, asked whether he was right that this was the brat who'd caused the mess at the tower's exit, and whether he had any clue how hard they'd worked to find him. But Sue just asked Hawkman, so what? And wondered aloud whether they wanted him to comfort them or something. Hawkman asked whether he'd even heard him, and reminded him that they were from the Diamond Guild. But Sue simply told Hawkman he didn't care whether they were from Diamond or anywhere else, and asked what they wanted. Hawkman then asked whether he'd rather be forced to crawl than walk. But Sue just replied that crawling on all fours would probably suit that ugly face of his better. He then remarked that the world must be a wonderful place for Taki gorillas, which sent Hawkman into a rage. Hawkman fired up his power, shouting that this punk was hopeless and that they'd have to rough Sue up before delivering him. Hawkman leapt down and struck from behind with a brass-knuckled fist. But Sue didn't budge, letting Hawkman land the hit, which sent Sue slamming into the wall. Hawkman then taunted, asking who exactly Sue had been calling a gorilla. The Diamond members told Hawkman he'd knocked Sue out before the guy could even get his hands out of his pockets, and egged him on to hit him again. But Sue stayed calm, lying on the ground and studying the system window in front of him, which showed his skill was lightning flash, with the effect of temporarily more than doubling his speed. He asked Pri what he thought and whether he wanted to give it a try. Pri replied that it was the first skill they'd absorbed since landing on Earth, and that, yes, he wanted to try it. Su stood up, answering sure, which threw Hawkman for a loop. Hawkman was about to say something, but before he could, Su was already standing right behind him. Before Hawkman could even ask how the heck he'd done it, Su slammed him face first into the ground, which sent Hawkman screaming in pain and left the rest of the Diamond members stunned. There was a moment of dead silence before Su raised his hand, calling Pri the Predator and telling him to eat. A dark magic circle spread out beneath him and successfully extracted Hawkman's skill, Lightning Flash. Su was surprised it worked on Earth too. Pri told him stealing skills was nice, but it still didn't taste as good as fried chicken. Hawkman's teammates, seeing him lying helplessly on the ground, flew into a rage, and every one of them rushed to attack. Su calmly told Pri they should test out the skill they'd just picked up, to which Pri replied that he understood. Then Su used Lightning Flash to tear into the crowd of people surrounding him. One of the men managed to get in close and swung his sword at Su. But Su didn't move, and simply drove his knee into the man's stomach. Then he saw the man's skill was weak point critical hit. Su told the man that his blade had gone completely dull, and scolded him that a swordsman should at least keep his weapon sharp. Then, Su lunged at them with a knife, but just before it reached one of their necks, he stopped. When someone called out to him, he looked back and was startled to see Se-jun standing behind him. Se-jun called out to him with tears in his eyes, but Su stayed frozen in shock until he could finally manage to say Se-jun's name. 20 years ago, when the gates opened across a peaceful land, the world was plunged into chaos. Monsters ran wild inside the gates, and the first generation of Awakened appeared, their abilities surfacing right alongside the gates, marking an age of savagery, a time when there was no policy or law to keep things in check, and everyone was green. In that chaotic world, Su and Se-jun, who'd lost their parents early, had to find some way to survive. Siu, a first-generation Awakened, dropped out of school to become a hunter and raise Se-jun, who was still just a little kid at the time. Back then, Se-jun asked Siu whether he was going to school that day, and Siu answered that he didn't go to school anymore because he was heading off to work. Se-jun asked sadly whether it was because of him, but Siu patted him on the head and explained that no, he was just a terrible student, so he'd settled on his career path early. Then Se-jun asked Siu when he'd be back and whether he'd be late. But Siu just told him not to worry, because he'd be home soon. Back in the present, Siu is at Se-jun's house, telling him his place is absolutely amazing. He then looks around excitedly and asks Se-jun whether that's the Han River, and whether he bought all this himself without a single loan. But Se-jun just replies that it's nothing, and that he earned the money using the skills his brother taught him. His room is here too. Still, Se-jun can't shake the feeling that all of this is unreal, and he wonders whether this is truly his brother, the man he couldn't find for 10 years. Su is stunned to hear he's got a room there too, and tells Se-jun that raising his little brother now seems like it'll be fun, and that he's clearly been through a lot. That makes Se-jun grit his teeth to hold back his tears. Looking back, Se-jun tells him that he was the one who went through all the hardships, so watching him joke around like this makes him feel like this really is his brother. Se-jun then asks whether Siu has any idea how long he'd been searching for him, and where on earth he'd been all this time. Su walks up to Se-jun, pats him on the head, and says they should sit down because he's got 100 years worth of stories. Hours later, after finishing off several cans of beer and a few bags of snacks, Se-jun asks him whether he's got everything straight. To sum it up, 10 years ago, at the moment Siu defeated the 4th Demon King, he was whisked away to another dimension by an artifact. In that other dimension, he met a creature called the Predator, which could extract other people's skills, and Siu grew stronger using that ability over 100 years, all while hunting for a dragon with spatial magic. Eventually, he reached the Dragon King and defeated him, and used the spatial sphere in its heart to return to Earth. The Predator then chimes in that the legs are delicious, which jogs Su's memory and prompts him to tell Se-jun that the Predator came to Earth with him too, and is now living inside his body. Horrified, Se-jun asks whether it's like a possession, but Siu replies it's more like a parasite, which prompts Pri to threaten the kid with diarrhea. Shu tells Se-jun not to take this too seriously. He knows it sounds insane, but Se-jun needs to trust that his older brother isn't crazy. Se-jun replies that he believes him, because he's the one saying it, and besides, they don't live in a world where this stuff sounds completely absurd anymore. It's just hard to picture right away. Se-jun then tells him it's enough that he came back, to which Su agrees, and tells Se-jun it's his turn now. He then asks Sejun what the heck happened in the country over the last 10 years to let this Daesu become president. Sejun explains that after Su's disappearance, Daesu shamelessly took the credit for defeating the fourth Demon King. He then climbed to the presidency under the title God of War, the greatest hunter of the first generation, and manufactured public support. Disappointed, Sejun angrily adds that he wonders what Daesu will do once he learns his only rival, Su, has returned. Su tells Sejun that Daesu's intentions are obvious, and that the fact that Daesu is the only SS-rank hunter in South Korea is downright ridiculous. He then asks Sejun whether the ones called Diamond, the group that jumped him at the house earlier, are Daesu's lackeys. Sejun replies no, because Daesu's guild is infinite, and explains that there are currently 7 major guilds representing South Korea, which together are called the Heptagram, made up of Diamond, the Immeasurable Legion, White Lion, Warrior King, Azure Flower, Ice Soul, and their own guild, Empire. Sejun adds that among them, Diamond is Ryu Ji-hwan's guild, and assures Su he'll deal with them himself, which makes Su think his little brother has become seriously cool over 10 years. He then asks Sejun about his students, which catches Sejun off guard, and Sejun tells him they all went their separate ways, and that a lot of time has passed since they last kept in touch. Sejun adds that Jiaolong has gone back to his hometown, and Kang Yanhua has joined Daesu. Su finds this a little unexpected, and asks about Minjun, to which Sejun replies that Minjun was killed. Su is stunned and can't believe Minjun is dead. He asks Sejun who killed her, but Sejun replies that the body vanished so they couldn't identify the culprit. The only people capable of killing a hunter were other hunters, or unregistered awakened. So at the time, HMCS was brought in to investigate, but there were no leads. Su clenches his fist in anger and asks Sejun what HMCS is. Sejun replies that it stands for the Hunter Management and Control Department, an international agency that handles hunting-related crimes on the front lines. Sejun also tells him HMCS has the authority to investigate and arrest all awakened criminals. In short, they're the Hunter Police. Su asks Sejun whether he has any connections there. Sejun replies that he does, and asks whether Su is really planning to go there. Sejun then tells him that if it's information he needs, he'd be better off using their guild's scouting team, because it's dangerous to head into such a harsh place without a good reason. But Su replies that it's fine, and that he needs more than just information. Sejun tells him hunters handle combat, while HMCS handles crimes like murder, and that it's too soon for Su to walk into a place like that right after coming back. But Su reminds Sejun that he fought in another dimension for 100 years, and says he's already done everything he possibly could over those 100 years, which makes Sejun realize he'd forgotten his brother's nickname. Sejun then relents and says that Lia Ji from Ice Soul is a high-ranking official there, so he'll reach out to her, for which Su thanks him. Sejun knows Su's face is the same, but he notices Su's aura has changed, which leaves him wondering what on earth happened in that other dimension. While he's scrolling through the news online, he recognizes someone. Su asks who it is, and to show him. Sejun then tells him this is Hwang Jung-gu, the leader of the Gangbok District HMCS team and a 1.5 generation hunter. But Su looks confused at hearing Jung-gu's name. 2 days later, at HMCS headquarters in the Gangbok command office, Jung-gu storms out of his office in a fury, cursing these second-generation hunters. One of the staffers asks Jung-gu what happened, and Jung-gu replies that his superiors used connections to dump a rookie onto his team. He rants that it's no wonder they're called the hothouse generation, because their brains are rotten. Then Jung-gu furiously shouts that back in his day, it was lawless, and the early hunter era was a world where strength was everything. They went on missions with their wills already written. Jung-gu then asks the staffer whether he's ever told him about the time he nearly died in a raid 10 years ago. The staffer wants to say Jung-gu has told that story about 768 times, but Jung-gu insists he listen again and launches into it. Back when he was a rookie, he was fatally wounded on a mission, and their group was on the verge of losing too much strength, sinking into despair. But at that moment, a healer with incredible ability showed up and saved him, with skills like Hua Tuo. And before Jung-gu can finish, Su suddenly kicks the door down and shouts, "Byung-gu!" Jung-gu and his staffer are stunned, but Su simply asks Jung-gu why he changed his beautiful name, saying it's confusing. He then laughingly asks Jung-gu whether he remembers him, and reminds him that he was his savior, which shocks Jung-gu, who stammers as he asks whether he's really the hunter Min Su from his story. Later, Jung-gu introduces Su to his team as a new recruit joining their Gangbok unit, Hunter Min Su, and tells them that since Su is new, He doesn't know much around here. He orders them to immediately hand over any information Sue needs, and warns them that, as his elders, they should treat the newcomer with proper respect. A female team member whispers to a male colleague, asking whether Jung-gu is contradicting himself and what's gotten into their tough team leader. The man just tells her to keep quiet, adding that judging by their leader's reaction earlier, Sue is clearly no ordinary recruit. Jung-gu then calls out to the woman, Kim Sung, startling her and making her stammer in response. Jung-gu orders her to follow him to the meeting room for a quick rookie briefing. As they head to the meeting room, the other staffers wonder whether a 3-star hunter has really joined them as a recruit. Later, in the conference room, Jung-gu asks Sue whether he'd like coffee, instant or Americano, to which Sue replies that he prefers instant. Then Jung-gu holds up the HMCS uniform and asks Sue's size. Sung, watching her supervisor's strange behavior, questions Jung-gu, saying that even though this is supposedly a briefing, she hasn't been given any materials to go over. She asks what exactly she's supposed to explain to Sue. But Sue cuts in, telling Sung he wants her to compile and hand over data on every hunter killed over the past 20 years. Sung is stunned, knowing 20 years of data is enormous, and tells them they'll also have to file a report with the Hunters Association. Jung-gu, though, snaps at Sung not to make excuses, saying she's been here long enough to handle this on her own. Handing Sue his instant coffee, Jung-gu assures him not to worry, because their data manager will take care of everything with total efficiency. Sung starts to wonder whether Jung-gu changed at some point, without her noticing. She then checks her tablet and asks Sue whether she's got this right. When he said killed, he meant he was only after information on humans. Sue clarifies that he only needs cases officially recognized by HMCS as murders, along with a list of currently unidentified hunter killers. He knows it's nearly impossible to kill an awakened unless the attacker is awakened too. Besides, if someone managed to kill Min-jun, a high-ranking hunter, then the culprit is almost certainly a professional. Even if the criminal was caught or already dead, if they were awakened, the Hunters Association should have a record. Finding them is the priority. Sung then asks where she should send the requested information, and he replies that for now, she should send it to his phone. Just then, someone knocks and asks Jung-gu if he has a minute. Jung-gu lets the person in, who reports that the police have requested backup because a turf war has broken out between gangs with awakened members. Jung-gu doubts HMCS should be the ones handling this, since they're probably just low-ranking thugs. But the man tells him one of the groups involved is Cerberus, which makes Jung-gu bristle at hearing the name again. Sue asks what Cerberus is, and Sung replies that they're on a completely different level than ordinary gangs. They're mixed up in arms trafficking, contract killings, and are even suspected of trafficking hunters, which makes them hard for the police to handle alone. Sue frowns at the mention of hunter trafficking and, calling Jung-gu by his real name, Byung-gu, orders that he be brought along. Jung-gu clears his throat and insists his name is Jung-gu now because he changed it. But Sue just glares at him, which makes Jung-gu sigh and cave. He tells Sue that if he insists on using his real name, then fine, so be it. They've got to go. Sue agrees and stands up, pulling on his uniform and noting that even a rookie should at least have some training. Later at the scene, several men are found lying dead on the floor. Some people scoff, saying the War Reaper's elite forces aren't such a big deal after all. Kang-ho, a Cerberus member and second-in-command, arrogantly asks whether he's right that the War Reaper's elite forces are nothing against Cerberus's shield, to which his underlings immediately agree. Ji-kin, Cerberus's third-in-command, tells Kang-ho that's unfair, since half of the War Reaper's elite forces were cut down by his own cleaver. Kang-ho smirks and asks Ji-kin whether he's feeling left out, telling him to beat him in a fight if he wants more recognition. Ji-kin replies that Kang-ho should just wait, because one day he'll surpass him. Kang-ho laughs and asks what they'd do without him, adding that it's a good thing he quit being a hunter and joined the organization. One of them eagerly asks whether they should start taking over the territory now. Kang-ho smirks and answers yes, declaring that from today on, this place belongs to Cerberus. Kang-ho was about to order his men to flip the whole place over when something exploded behind him, scattering the others. Ji-kin panicked and shouted, asking whether there were any War Reapers left. Sue then walked up to them, asking what company they worked for. Pre told him he had a lousy memory, so Sue told them to surrender and hand over the thugs if they didn't want to die right here and now. And then the red-haired man got scared. Now they were the ones trapped, but the head of their squad rose up in a rage, and with one sharp jerk slammed Sue straight into the ground. Meanwhile, Ji-kin asked Kang-ho why he'd just killed him, reminding him that tangling with HMCS would only complicate things. But Kang-ho simply replied that he didn't care and ordered Ji-kin to deal with it. They froze when Sue called out to Kang-ho and asked whether he was right that Kang-ho had already killed hunters, judging by the way he talked. Kang-ho was stunned, and then Sue, with a menacing smile, told Kang-ho to show what he could do. Everyone was stunned to see Sue. They remarked that they'd never seen his face in Gangbook before and wondered what kind of idiot would waltz in here alone. Ji-kin called out to Kang-ho, snapping him out of his daze. Kang-ho was certain he'd just heard the sound of a skull cracking. He asked Sue what he meant and said that if he wanted a show, they'd give him one. Then Kang-ho activated his skill, full body armor, rank B. He charged forward to attack alongside Ji-kin and the rest of their members. But then Kang-ho suddenly saw an old man laughing by a river. Confused, he wondered what was going on, since he'd been fighting just a second ago. He asked who the old man across the river was, then recognized him as his grandfather. Kang-ho hesitated, unsure whether his grandfather was inviting him over or telling him to stay back. Coming closer, he tried to call out to his grandfather, but suddenly jolted awake with swollen eyes, realizing his comrades were being beaten down. Sue grabbed Kang-ho by the hair and hauled him up. He told Kang-ho that now it was just him left. He then called on the Predator to absorb Kang-ho's skill. The Predator did so and remarked that Kang-ho's skill was pretty tasty. Then Kang-ho nervously insisted they knew nothing, that they'd never killed the hunters because they were just pawns. Sue smiled and told Kang-ho he already knew that. There was no way a bunch of small fry like them could have pulled off something like that. Confused, Kang-ho asked why he was doing this then. Sue replied that he simply wanted to test the skill level of today's awakened criminals. And since they looked like bad news, he'd figured he might as well take them out preemptively. And since they'd lost, he'd finish them off. Around then, the red-haired man came over and said they'd already cleared the 4th floor. Jung-gu added that since Sue had insisted on going alone, he'd been really worried. But his expression shifted to pure shock when he saw Cerberus and their whole team lying beaten across the floor. Then Sue stepped on Kang-ho's head and told Jung-gu he'd left one of the bosses alive, just in case. Jung-gu sighed and replied that technically, arrest should be the priority. Still, preemptive strikes were allowed if the other side attacked first. Since HMCS operated under international law, they were required to wear cameras on their chests. But the redhead wasn't sure. Was it really worth wrecking them completely? He wondered whether Sue had always been this ruthless, though Sue was already known as a mad dog. Sue casually mentioned he'd forgotten all about the body camera, but reminded Jung-gu that he was still on probation. He then smirked and asked Jung-gu whether he had this right, that Jung-gu would cover for him. Jung-gu had no choice but to answer yes, practically weeping on the inside. Sue then pointed to the blood on his clothes and asked Jung-gu if he could see it, insisting that they had hit him first. Jung-gu stammered, agreeing and saying he believed him. However, he knew the blood on Sue's clothes belonged to someone else. Unbeknownst to them, one of the Cerberus members managed to hide under a small table and made a call. The man reported that Cerberus had been completely destroyed and that the third in command, Jik Ying, whom they had been ordered to monitor, was dead. On the other end, Gut, an A-rank hunter and member of the Red Lantern Guild from Hong Kong, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who died?" The next day, Gut, along with 2 members of his guild, arrives at the airport, where they are met by people assigned to escort them to the designated location. One of the men introduces himself to Gut as Lee Jun-young from the South Korean Hunters Association and offers his condolences. However, Gut simply asks where his brother is. Jun-young responds that the suspect's body, Jik-in, is currently in the forensic department for hunters. He then informs Gut that they will take him there to identify the body, complete the necessary procedures, and escort him to the designated place of residence. But Gut, angry that Jun-young named his brother as a suspect, demands to know if it is true that the one who killed his brother was from HMCS. Jun-young replies that they cannot provide information on this matter. Gut then asks if it is possible to deviate from the plans, to which Jun-young replies that it is not allowed. He must remain at the designated residence until his pre-approved departure. He also warns that if Gut leaves without permission, he will be forcibly deported. He then tells them that they should proceed to the forensic department, which infuriates Gut even more. Frustrated, Gut asks if they are telling him to just burn the incense and leave. He then calls his member, Ryu Young-feng, a B+ rank hunter and a member of the Red Lantern Guild's Shadow Division. Gut orders Yong-feng to find him, to which Yong-feng replies that he understands. They then follow the officers of the South Korean Hunters Association, while Gut mutters to Sue, so that he would wait for him, and swears that he would rip out his heart while he was still alive. A week later, at the Empire Guild, Sue asks Sejun if they took all of Minjun's things. Sejun confirms and explains that about 2 days after Minjun's murder, his entire house was completely cleaned out. Sue asks if it is true that a hunter's mana is like a fingerprint, capable of revealing his code, affinity, and rank. Sejun nods, stating that investigators at the time believed the perpetrator took everything to erase all traces. Since Minjun was an archaeologist, he had tons of research materials at home, but there was not a single item left that could contain mana. Siu then asks if Sejun is sure that there was a real criminal behind this, and not just a random robbery, which confuses Sejun. Sue explains that if you look at the list of stolen items, many of them were valuable. Making such a mess actually increases the chance of leaving evidence, meaning that if the goal was to erase traces of mana, setting it on fire would be a much more reliable method. Sejun asks if Siwoo thinks that a random thief took advantage of the empty house after Minjun's murder. Shu says he checked the criminal records at HMCS and found more similar cases than he expected. He then starts walking, telling Sejun that they should gather some fences, like black market dealers, and interrogate them. Shocked, Sejun warns that trading stolen goods takes time, and since a year has passed, there's no way Minjun's things are still there. However, Sue insists that they won't know until they check for themselves, and tells Sejun that he will see him in the evening. Later that night, Sue finds himself in the black marketeer's lair, scratching his head in frustration as he remembers the confident words he spoke to his younger brother. Annoyed, he asks why there are so many damn thieves in this tiny country, lamenting that all his week's efforts have been wasted. Pri tells him that he has good intuition sometimes, and suggests letting him lead. He then orders Siu to go right, but Siu angrily shouts that it is a dead end, calling Pri useless. Suddenly, he heard a man asking his boss if he had heard the latest rumors. He immediately headed towards where the voice was coming from, and saw a man telling his boss that HMCS was conducting a massive crackdown on fences. Just yesterday, the entire Yangdongpo district was cleared. The boss, shocked, replied that this was nonsense because there were no reports or orders. The man, clearly concerned, told his boss that HMCS had global jurisdiction over all hunters, and even the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot. If they resist these guys with badges, they won't just end up in jail, they might become funeral food. But his boss dismissed his concerns, saying HMCS was just a bunch of civil servants. He confidently declared that they simply needed to kill them. The man agreed, knowing that high-ranking hunters could make much more money in guilds, and that institutions like HMCS didn't have many high-ranking ones. However, he then warned his boss that the guy who was raiding the buyers this time was not just your average crazy person. Considering that they specialize in stolen goods from hunters, he suggested that they move their warehouse before it was too late. As they walked and talked, Sue heard mention of the hunter's stolen goods and asked where the storehouse was. Both men were shocked and started screaming, demanding to know who was there. Sue simply told them that they were carrying out a warehouse confiscation, effective immediately. Horrified, the man told his boss he thought it was the same HMCS guy who had been raiding the fences. The boss immediately contacted his other men, ordering them to report to Zone 2 immediately due to an emergency. Sue demanded to know where the warehouse was again. He warned them that he was busy, so if they didn't want to die, they'd better just tell him. The boss then called a man named Hansen and ordered him to deal with Sue, but Hansen hesitated, replying that he was not the fighting type. At that moment, the boss's men arrived on the scene, asking what was going on, who the hell this guy was, and why the cop was there. Seeing the reinforcements, the boss became more confident and asked Sue if he even knew where he was. He then told his men that even if Sue was from HMCS, all they had to do was encase him in concrete and dump him in the sea. Sue smirked as he activated his power and sarcastically thanked the boss for gathering them all in one place so easily. He then turned to Pri and offered to use the skill, saying he hadn't done so in a while. Pri reminded him that the fee for using the skill was 1 chicken. Sue immediately agreed to the deal, and Pri activated his ability, allowing Sue to unleash his skill. A bright, stunning energy burst out of him, blinding everyone around him. He then released a powerful shockwave, attacking them all at once and causing a massive explosion. Everything around him collapsed, including people who were now groaning in pain and shock. Sue then approached Hansen and asked if he understood correctly that they would now show him where the warehouse was. Hansen, in tears, asked who the hell he was. Sue just smiled. and replied that he was simply crazy. A moment later, Slew was inside the warehouse, surrounded by a pile of stolen goods. After tying the men up with ropes, he lifted the book, while Pre remarked that his intuition had been correct. Slew said it was just luck. Pre then asked if this was the book he was looking for, and if it was food, as it had a suspiciously scholarly aura about it. Slew confirmed it was the same book, recognizing it immediately. Looking at Minjun's research notes, he noticed a protective spell on them. Looking at the lock more closely, he realized that it was a formula that would not open unless activated by the owner's mana. Pre pointed out that the book wouldn't open, and asked if Slew could read it. Slew replied that he didn't care about the book itself, he only needed the mana inside. He then called Jong-gu, telling him that he had tied up a dozen awakened criminals, and ordered him to come and pick them up. He also told Jong-gu to take the car, because they needed to go somewhere. Later in the neutral combat zone, where forbidden techniques and mysterious abilities are allowed, the market called Black Sky Fall was bustling with life. It was a place where all knowledge about abilities was exchanged. In one of the houses, there was a lady sitting in front of a deck of cards. She carefully selected one, and struck by its meaning, muttered under her breath, "The Great Sorceress," and one of the 12 leaders of the Fall of the Black Heavens, Mu Myung, noticed that an interesting guest would soon be coming to visit her. A moment later, Slew arrived at Black Heaven and noticed that little had changed in 10 years. Pre told him that he was a popular guy because everyone was staring at him, noting that their abilities looked quite impressive. Then Pre added that they should beat someone up and eat, but Slew disagreed and explained to Pre that this was a neutral combat zone, and if he started a fight here, it would be problematic. Then someone stopped him and said that a lot of time had passed. Myung told him that she had been waiting for him and invited him to her house. When they sat down, Myung asked him if 10 years had passed and noticed that he hadn't changed at all, to which he replied that she hadn't changed either. She then asked him what had happened in the last 10 years that he had not even given any news about, and he replied that it was a long story, but not very interesting. He then showed her Minjun's book and said that he wanted her to extract the mana stored there. She smiled, saying that he still got straight to the point, and agreed because that was what she liked. She then asked if she understood correctly that he remembered how to do it. Then he took a sharp knife and raised his other hand into the air. He then cut his palm and let the blood run into the wine glass. He knew that it was nearly impossible to take mana that had been materialized through abilities or magic and return it to its original state of raw mana. For example, you could fish out carrots and potatoes from a cooked curry, but it was not possible to return the dissolved curry powder, water, and other ingredients to their original state before cooking. This meant that making the impossible possible was Myung's ability. Mana reversal. It was an illegal technique, a force that defied causality, a result that ran counter to the natural order. Such abilities were often associated with crime, so society treated them with caution. Just a few minutes later, Myung told him that everything was ready, and since it had been a long time, she had prepared everything fresh. She then teased that his blood tasted so good that it seemed to dance on her tongue, to which Pre commented with disgust that Myung's ability was disgusting and not at all to his taste. Slew thanked her for the compliment, and, taking her wrist, pulled something out for her, saying it was on the house. He then left after receiving the mana potion, causing her to ask if he was leaving already, to which he replied that he still had things to do and would come back next time. She smiled, thinking to herself that he was full of mysteries. A moment later, on the road, Pre shouted that the Black Heavens were terrible and he didn't want to go back there, to which Slew asked why he was so picky today. But Pre simply told him that both he and Myung were perverts and absolutely depraved. Slew asked Pre if he was a pervert just because he had a small cut on his hand, but Pre only asked where they were going and said he wanted to go home. Slew replied that they were heading to the Institute of Ancient History and that it was there that Minjun was killed. He then arrived at the Institute of Ancient History and walked inside. Pre warned him that it was trespassing, but he assured Pre that the building belonged to the Empire Guild and that it was good that Sejun had bought and saved it early on. Then he looked ahead and realized that he is not the only one who is having a hard time accepting Minjun's death. Placing his hand on the floor, Gigi said that he needed to use more memories. I asked him if he planned to use it, to which he simply replied, yes. He then activated his mana memory, an ability of unknown rank that manifests the emotions experienced by the owner of the mana in that place. However, the fullness of the manifestation depended on the quality and quantity of mana used as a medium. Mana spread throughout the area, showing Minjun stopping the man in front of him. He watched the scene unfold, but it was blurry. making him wonder if there was hardly any mana left. He then reminded himself that the mana memory only showed emotions, not actual memories. He was sure that Minjun had never been a weak hunter. If someone acted alone and did it so quickly, then the criminal was very skilled. Then after the movement, he was surprised when I saw Minjun raise his head and speak. Watching his lips closely, he read that he was saying that this was an order from the VIP. The killer looked at Minjun for a second, before responding with his huge fangs, saying that it was someone above the VIPs. This made him wonder what the killer meant by highly regarded VIPs. Could Minjun have been part of another organization besides the research lab? Then Pri asked him if he was okay, which confused him. Pri explained that in the demon realm, he would constantly talk about his younger brother or disciple, and would not forget about them for 100 years. As soon as he arrived on Earth, he began searching for the one who had disappeared. And now he watched as his student died right before his eyes. He responded by telling Pri that his vocabulary was improving every day and asked where he learned it anyway. He added that even now, his emotions are so turbulent that he is starting to feel sick, but he does not show anything outwardly. He asked if he was unable to show emotion, but he simply replied that he was fine. After 100 years, it's only natural for things to break. Suddenly, the doors of the Institute of Ancient History opened, and Yan Fong appeared behind him and asked where he had been wandering all day, saying that he had caused him a lot of trouble. He added that Su should go with him quietly because there was someone who was dying to see him. Su simply counted and told Yan Fong that he had brought 6 rats with him, but still acts smug, which surprised Yan Fan. Then Yan Fong told him he was smart, but this would simplify matters. He would give him a choice, so he should choose. The first option is to obediently let them tie him up and go with them. The second is to resist and get cut before they drag him away. Su folded his arms, choosing the first option, and told Yan Fong that it was better than being cut. Yan Fong then ordered one of his henchmen to tie up Su, to which he agreed. He came up with a rope, but before he could get close, Su cut him in half with just one hand. He teasingly told the others that he actually preferred to cut, and Pri shouted that it was a trick and called them fools. The remaining men, enraged, rushed together at the Su. Yang Fong shouted that he would kill him, but they all stopped when someone spoke. The voice declared that it was enough. Then Gut activated his skill, furiously telling his team that from now on, he would handle it himself. Su was his prey. Su, unperturbed, simply looked at him with interest and teasingly remarked that he was pretty cool. Gut then asked him if he was Hunter Min Su, an HMCS employee. And wasn't it he who killed his brother Jikin? Pri told him that of all the opponents he had seen so far, Gut was the most decent, and his skills even looked relatively appetizing. Su then replied that he didn't know and asked Guta if people asked the name of the garbage before throwing it away during cleanup, which made Gut even more angry. Gut, preparing to attack, called him a bastard and rushed closer, screaming that it would break his heart. He hit him with his armored fist, but Su immediately healed the hand he'd let Gutu hit. He calmly told Gutu he wasn't bad and asked if he was an A rank. Gut, surprised to see himself healed, wondered if he was a healer. Enraged, Gut attacked again, calling him an arrogant bastard. But Siu effortlessly dodged each of Gut's attacks. Guta's comrades couldn't believe that Su had stopped his attack. The gray-haired man asked the red-haired man why he was just standing there and ordered him to intervene. But before he could react, Su appeared in front of the gray-haired man and told them not to interfere. He then used his lightning flash skill, striking everyone around him with incredible speed, before saying that I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Yan Fong couldn't believe that a healer could use acceleration skills, and the others wondered what the hell he was as he lifted one of them up. Gut noticed that Su saw all his escape routes and dodged with the minimum necessary movement. No acceleration-type hunter he had encountered in the gate had ever demonstrated such accuracy. Su, still holding the man, looked at Gut and told him that he seemed to be mistaken about something. He then scolded them, saying that if they had committed a crime, whether it was their brother or their child, they should be punished. If he killed them, it only meant that they were awakened criminals. He asked what was so unfair about this, and whether the citizens who had been harmed by Jikin should not feel offended. Gut, even more angry, shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. He asked if Gigi was saying that all criminals should be killed, and that he didn't even know what kind of life his brother had lived. Gut added that Su thinks he can wield power as he pleases, but Jikin had no choice but to become a criminal to support him when they were young. Jikin fought desperately in his own way to survive. In a rage, Gut unleashed all his power, shouting that Siu would pay with his life for trampling on Jikin's life. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge it with just one move, Sue told Pri that they should use a skill. Pri, exhausted, complained that Sue was overloading him and that his mana was now useless. Sue promised that this would be the last time today, and then Pri could rest while he dealt with the rest. Sue then activated his neutralization skill, an ability of unknown rank that analyzed the opponent's skill type and mana level. Then she would enter the enemy's properties into the formula and deploy a magic circle to block it. Thanks to this, he easily dispelled Gut's ultimate skill, leaving Gut in complete shock. Yanfang couldn't believe that Sue had such a high-level skill that could defeat an A-rank hunter's ability. They had to run. Before they could move, Sue appeared in front of Gut and asked him if he really thought that everyone who went through the same situation as his brother became a criminal. He told Gut not to trade in cheap sentimentality because it was outdated, and then kicked him in the chest. Gutu managed to block the blow with his hands in time, but the force of the blow still sent him flying back. His comrades became worried, but Gut shouted at them not to interfere. Gut then released more power into his armor, thinking that Sue shouldn't be able to constantly use such a high-level skill. Deciding to finish everything in close combat, Gut concentrated Langya's 1,000 kills into a single strike. He then launched his spinning kick towards Sue, but Sue easily dodged it by jumping up. Sue grabbed Gut by the hair and kneed him in the face, telling him not to use it. Every time Gut tried to activate his skill again, Sue hit him again and again, reminding him not to use it. Finally, he slapped Gut hard across the face and explained that the building they were in was already dilapidated enough, asking if Gut would take responsibility if it collapsed. However, Gut still delivered a powerful spinning blow. Once again, Sue dodged. Realizing that he could not win alone, Gut ordered Yanfang to immobilize Sue. Yanfang leaned forward, using his power, and asked Gut what he should do. Gut had told him not to interfere, but now he wanted him to. Then Yanfang wrapped the chain around Sue and held him tightly. Gut gave it his all and rushed towards Sue, shouting that he would blow up his entire body so that he could not even be healed, calling him his brother's enemy. But Sue only teased him, congratulating him on the fact that now both he and Ji-kun were criminals. He then used the Lifesteal, an SS-rank skill that absorbs the life force of all targets within its range. A magic circle appeared behind Gut, sucking away his life in a matter of seconds. Yanfang trembled in fear upon seeing this and stuttered as he asked what the hell this was and whether it was supposed to be a healer skill. Sue sank to the floor, telling Yanfang that he had never been an ordinary healer. He didn't heal with mana. He manipulated the life force itself. He then proudly stated that he was a life spirit mage, and that was why he could do this. When he approached Yanfang, he crawled back in horror, swearing that he would not resist. Sue just hit Yanfang on the back of the head and told him to shut up. Then he looked around, asking if everything was tidied up. Remembering the camera, he wondered if it was actually on this time. Looking straight into her eyes, he asked Chong over the phone if he'd seen everything and if the recording was showing correctly. He then clarified that it was self-defense. Chong agreed that everything was displayed correctly, but admitted that instead of recording, he pressed the live broadcast button. 5,897 people are watching this right now. The next day, a man in the office mentioned that the situation was quite problematic for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He then asked, since when has HMCS been live streaming the suppression of awakened criminals? Another man responded that it started about 2 years ago as part of a video promotion initiative from HMCS International Headquarters to recruit talent. He explained that the process of eliminating the criminals was broadcast live via social media, but the project largely failed, and HMCS never created any decent recordings. The first man was astonished to see that HMCS had now acquired a truly incredible talent. A woman in the room intervened, asking if this was truly a problem now. She emphasized that the important thing is that the man killed in this live broadcast was the hunter Gut from the Hong Kong Red Lantern Guild, not a criminal. Suddenly, they all fell silent as someone entered. The man greeted them, saying he had kept them waiting. Seoul Korea's President Choi Dae-soo then asked them what the problem was. A few days later, in the Empire Guild's dining hall, Sejun asked him if he was listening, which confused him. Sejun reminded him that he was talking about the video that had just been released on live TV, and asked if he understood correctly that he wasn't paying attention. Soo let it slip by replying that he was eating, but then corrected himself, insisting that he was listening. Seo then commented to Sejun that the dining hall was on a whole other level, and that's why it was called a large guild. He asked if he could have lunch here every day from now on. to which Sejun replied yes, but told him to focus on what he was saying. Then Sejun told him that the live broadcast of the suppression of the Red Lantern Guild hunter Gut had caused a huge commotion. Luckily, the footage was captured on a shaky body camera, meaning Su's face wasn't clearly visible. However, if Dae-soo realizes he's returned, there's no telling what he might do. His mana hasn't fully recovered yet. Considering everything Dae-soo had done over the past 10 years to erase all traces of him, Sejun had come to the conclusion that it was best to lay low for now. Siu took the egg roll, agreed with Sejun, and casually put it in his mouth. He told him that if he was that worried, he would keep quiet, as Sejun had suggested. So now he should just eat his food. Sejun, chewing, asked if Siu considered him a child, reminding him that he was almost 30 years old. Siu simply replied that to him, Sejun would always be a snotty kid. Suddenly, someone called out to Sejun. A woman approached, asking him what had brought him to the dining hall for lunch and who he was with. Su recognized her from the tower, but couldn't remember her name. She introduced herself as Hunter Shin Jisoo, a new recruit to their guild, and proudly mentioned that she had even awakened an A-rank skill, all thanks to Su. Then Sejun asked if they were going to a joint seminar for new hunters today, to which one man replied yes. He introduced himself as Sok Tae-jin from the Empire Guild, and introduced Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Guild, and Yamato from the Ice Soul Guild. Tae-jin then told Su that he had heard a lot about him from Sejun, and knew that he had made great contributions to HMCS. He said he was looking forward to working with him, to which Su replied with a smile that he felt the same. However, Ha-min then asked Su if he was the famous newcomer who was causing a stir. He mentioned that he saw the video of Su killing Gut, and noted that Gut was something of a rival to him. Ha-min then said that it was complete nonsense, shocking Tae-jin, who stuttered as he asked Ha-min what was wrong with him today. Sejun angrily told Ha-min that he was being incredibly rude to a person he had just met, and more importantly, within the Empire Guild. Ha-min simply asked if he could even ask a question, and ridiculed the Empire Guild for being such bores. Tae-jin, becoming increasingly irritated, asked Ha-min if he had gone crazy. He was bringing shame to the White Lion Guild. Meanwhile, Jisoo and Yamato were already leaving the scene. Ha-min then teasingly asked if they were planning to play the fool and snitch to their superiors. He proudly introduced himself as an A+ rank hunter, an Asura of the White Lion, and a direct disciple of the Black Water Lotus himself, Min-jun. Siu didn't pay attention to Ha-min's words, but was surprised to hear that Ha-min was Min-jun's student. Ha-min confidently pointed to himself and told Sejun that Seung-gil loved him very much. Si-woo stopped Ha-min, warning him not to make a scene in someone else's house. He told Ha-min that if he wanted to confirm anything, he should set a time and come to him directly. Apparently, Su added, Ha-min's master hadn't taught him any manners, and he was interested to see how well Min-jun had taught him to fight. Ha-min was furious, perplexed by how Su dared insult his master. He thought that if they hadn't been in the wrong guild, he would have crushed Su. Instead, he kicked the table next to him, and warned SIU to look over his shoulder at night before leaving. Tae-jin panicked upon hearing this and immediately apologized to Sejun, vowing to deal with it. Sejun, however, simply told Tae-jin that everything was fine and told him to go. Afterwards, Sejun assured Siu not to worry about it, saying that he would deal with Ha-min and ensure that the White Lion Guild compensated for the damage. But Su simply smiled and told Sejun not to worry, proudly stating that he had been quiet this time. Then, with a smirk, he added that since Ha-min was his student, he had to cut him some slack. Later, at HMCS headquarters, the visitor told Seung-gil that he thought the matter had been settled. Baek Gun-ho, director of the HMCS Korea branch, also reached out to Seung-gil, saying that the situation could be resolved in writing as usual. However, it was an honor that Seung-gil personally came to their headquarters. Seung-gil replied that this time, they weren't just there to cooperate. They also had to apologize to HMCS. Although they had already settled everything with the Empire Guild, Seung-gil thought it would be right if the culprit apologized in person. Gun-ho told Seung-gil that, as the leader of the White Lion Guild, he didn't need to apologize personally. Besides, there had been no actual physical altercation. However, Gun-ho then asked if he was right in suspecting that Seung-gil had come more for reconnaissance than to apologize. Jun-ho then firmly stated that Su is an extremely valuable asset to HMCS and is currently very busy. Right now, he was on a mission to escort an awakened criminal to prison. Seung-gil sighed, saying it was a shame. He then asked if it was true that a revived prison rarely requested support from HMCS. Gun-ho replied that it was rare but not unheard of. Until now, large guilds have mainly dealt with such requests, but But everything changes, and no one knows what the future holds. Standing up, Sung-gil admitted he was right, and asked Gun-ho if he could at least let Hamin apologize directly instead of him apologizing on his behalf. Gun-ho agreed, stating that this was a matter they had to deal with. Then he said goodbye to Sung-gil. A moment later, back in his office, Sung-gil realized that Gun-ho was deliberately hiding Sue. However, he was not going to give up such talent. He turned to his secretary So and ordered her to contact Hamin and tell him to prepare for the trip. However, he also instructed So to make sure Hamin put on his most polite face. So confirmed the order and asked where she should tell Hamin to go. Meanwhile, in Incheon, the police chief asked, "Is it true that HMCS received a request for support from their location? And why haven't they arrived yet?" The officer replied that they said they would arrive soon, but the boss angrily asked why problems had started after months of calm. Frustrated, he muttered about how criminals could never just get along. One of the officers glanced at Sherry Volk's papers and remembered that Volk had been arrested quietly. He assumed Volk would remain obedient, but suddenly he went berserk. Even with minor restrictions, Wolf beat 5 people half to death. Wolf was a notorious criminal in the criminal underworld and was difficult for the authorities to catch. Sighing, the chief ordered his officers to quickly transfer Wolf to Gangwon-do before he caused any more trouble. The officers then headed to a special prison cell to pick up Sherry Wolf for translation. Meanwhile, Wolf recalled the conversation with the man who told him that the beast had a message for him. The man asked if the wolf knew that the meeting was coming soon. He then instructed Wolf on the plan of organization, stating that they had already arranged everything inside the prison. If the wolf wanted to get out, all he had to do was cause a disturbance inside. A minute later, Sue arrived in Incheon and came closer, wondering if this is the awakened Incheon prison. A moment later, Haman arrived at Incheon prison and was shocked to hear that Sue and Wolf had already left. Frustrated, he cursed, asking what kind of careless transport of prisoners this was. Noticing a blue bus on the road, he asked if that was the vehicle. The security guard confirmed it. Haman rushed into his car, grumbling that now he would have to drive all the way to Gangwon-do. Cursing under his breath, he chased after the bus, vowing to make Sonil pay for his overtime and extra shift. Hours passed, and night fell. Sue stayed on the bus, peacefully sipping coffee while accompanying the wolf during the translation. The wolf called out to him, noticing that he was irritating to watch, and asked if he was enjoying his meal alone. Sue simply replied, yes. Irritated by a short answer, Wolf asked if he was a guard at the prison where he was being transferred. And again, Sue simply answered no. Suspiciously, Wolf then asked if he was from some big guild on a mission, as he had not seen his face before. He remarked that Sue must be very confident in his abilities to follow him alone after hearing his name. Sue, unperturbed, asked why and whether Wolf was someone important. The wolf, becoming increasingly irritated, asked if Sue had really boarded the transport without even knowing who he was. He called him crazy and said he should at least know why the prisoner was being transferred. Sue casually replied that perhaps Wolf talked too much, which was why he was being transferred. The wolf cursed him and proudly declared that he had beaten 5 awakened criminals to within an inch of their lives, even wearing that damn heavy control device. He then asked if Sue still didn't understand, and why he thought an awakened A2+ rank criminal was being transported in a regular vehicle, with only one cocky newbie as an escort. Sue finished his cold coffee just when the wolf told him that he was finished. Suddenly, the bus exploded and rolled down the slope by the road. Finally, he stopped in front of an old man and a child who were waiting nearby, wondering if the wolf had survived. The bus door flew out as Wolf kicked it down, angrily calling out to the crazy old man. He asked if the old man really needed to blow him up too. Laughing, the old man told Wolf that Beast's Grey Wolf wouldn't die from something like that. However, he added that because of the collar, Wolf looked more like a small puppy. The wolf threatened the old man, asking if he wanted to lose his teeth. The old man chuckled and told him he was still the same, still humorless. Then he asked if Wolf had arranged for an escort. The wolf answered confidently yes, assuring them that he had made sure to hit Sue right on the temple as the truck started moving. He said Sue was probably lying somewhere with his brains leaking out like coffee. Turning to the child, the wolf impatiently told him to hurry up and open the handcuffs. The child warned him to stand still if he didn't want to lose his arms, explaining that mana engineering was a delicate matter these days. The child broke the handcuffs with ease. The wolf sighed with relief, crying out that he thought he would suffocate. The child, unimpressed, reminded him that he had only been locked up for a few months, yet he was acting as if years had passed. Suddenly, Haman appeared, ordering them not to move. He noticed he'd been wondering why they were always driving on dubious back roads, but now he understood. The wolf had created a real mess. Then Haman thought to himself that if Sue really lost to someone like Wolf, then he really wasn't that good. Kamen glared at the group and asked if they were a gang of some sort and if they wanted to talk now or after they were beaten and dragged away. The child recognized Haman and asked when he started following them. The old man noticed that there were no other hunters nearby, which meant that Haman was alone. The wolf grinned and told them that it was perfect because he hadn't had a proper workout in a long time. Haman took up a position and shouted at them to stop whispering. He asked again who they were, but the wolf simply told him that he didn't need to know because he was going to die soon. The wolf then transformed into a bear wolf, an A+ rank creature. Haman was surprised to see that Wolf was a transcendent awakened, but he reminded himself that in the end, even if he beat him, he would still be just a human. Without hesitation, Haman activated his skill, Asura's Diamond Barrage, an A-rank ability, which swirled the internal mana, forming an invisible armor around his body. Then Haman began to hit the wolf repeatedly. The wolf covered himself with his hands, wondering if it was an A-rank speed attack. He admitted that if he were fighting alone, it would be problematic. On the other hand, Haman was confused. He felt his blows were landing and was sure he was causing damage. So why wasn't Wolf falling? The wolf teasingly asked Haman if he called that a welcome massage, but the child chuckled, pointing out that the wolf had received quite a lot for a massage himself. The old man reminded them that reinforcements could arrive at any moment and said that they could not waste time fighting on the side of the road. Then he ordered the child to finish it. The child nodded and said he would tie up Haman. Then he activated his 10-headed snake skill. Haman noticed the attack and tried to run away, dodging the approaching snakes. Mocking the child, he asked him what he was going to do with such a toy snake. But before he could react, as if a snake had coiled around his body, preventing him from moving. Then Haman was shocked when the wolf appeared in front of him and punched him, grinning that the white lion wasn't that strong. The wolf's blow landed squarely in Haman's stomach, causing him to fall to his knees, shaking in pain. He smirked, suggesting that in the criminal underworld, Haman was nothing more than a weakling. Haman swore loudly, shouting that the wolf was talking too much when it was 3 against 1. The wolf ignored him and kicked him repeatedly, telling him to stop whining. He mocked him, saying he was an idiot for rushing forward when he should have been waiting for reinforcements. The old man then told the wolf that they had no time and told him to finish off Haman. The wolf nodded, saying that he understood. He sharpened his claws and asked Haman if he had any last words, but assured him that his answer was of no importance to him anyway. Haman clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't leave like that. Luckily, something suddenly fell in front of Haman, destroying the snakes that bound him. The child coughed up blood from the blow. Sue then stepped forward and asked Haman if he really surrendered before the enemy dealt the finishing blow. He asked if Minjun had really trained him like that. Haman was stunned to see him alive. Sue casually explained that it took him some time to figure out the little camera. He then asked which was the live broadcast and which was the recording. Pri chuckled and asked Siu if his eyesight was getting worse, telling him to buy himself some reading glasses. The wolf couldn't believe what he saw. He was sure he had crushed the Sue's skull. The old man noticed that Siu didn't even resist before dying. Even he couldn't sense any mana flow, which meant this wasn't an ordinary skill. Haman then shouted to Siu, telling him that he couldn't handle these guys alone and that he needed to wait for reinforcements. Sue ignored him and turned to Wolf. He then calmly listed their crimes: assaulting a supervising officer, removing the seals from awakened criminals, damaging a prisoner transport vehicle, an attempted murder of a low-ranking hunter, and worst of all, an interruption of his sacred coffee time. In accordance with the powers of the HMCS hunters, he hereby declares all 3 to be criminals caught red-handed. From now on, they will all be executed on the spot. He then releases his power and tells Haman to watch and learn from below. He lectures Haman about how Asura is not a skill for beating. He places his fist in his palm and prepares to demonstrate. But before he can continue, the wolf, thrown up by the old man's strength, shouts at him, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he is talking about. As the wolf approaches, he effortlessly strikes him in the face, sending him flying backwards. He then notices that Aura is a piercing skill, and then releases the black-armored Asura's Blood Dance Wave, a technique of unknown rank, shocking Haman, who recognizes it as his master Minjun's technique. He rushes towards the falling wolf and comments that the meat needs to be properly bled before it can be beaten. However, before he can get any closer, the old man intervenes. While protecting Wolf with Thunderwall Strike, Mahuraga uses an A2+ rank skill. He stops at the very last moment to avoid the attack. Noticing how the old man skillfully uses double casting of spells in battle, he acknowledges his skill, noting that he has not lived his years in vain. Pri then intervenes, demanding to know what the technique is, saying he's never seen a skill like it, and asking if it's edible. He answers with a simple no, and explains that it works like a one-use scroll, where mana is applied to a spell imprinted by its creator. Haemon then shouts out his name, demanding to know who he is and how he knows his master's skill. Before he can respond, Haemon is slammed into the ground with force, the work of an old man. The old man warns him against making any careless movements if he does not want to see how the young one will be crushed by his gravitational formation. However, the main character remains calm, stating that he was interested in what the old man was doing on the sidelines while his comrades were being beaten, and he asks if the old man is threatening him. The old man replies that it's not a threat, but a deal. If they are allowed to leave unharmed, then Haemon will also remain safe. Then the main character claims that the old man is right in assuming that the mission was nothing more than a casual participation for him, and hints that if he decides to leave, it's not too late. Looking at Haemon struggling against his bonds, he asks the old man if he is right in assuming that Haemon can recover through sheer willpower. The old man, visibly surprised, hesitantly asks if they are not on the same side as the prison. He then asks if the old man admits that they are hunter-killers from a powerful organization. As he approaches, he points out that the old man possesses several valuable artifacts, demonstrating mastery of awakened skills, and has enough influence to put someone in prison, which makes his suspicions obvious. He repeats his question, "Where are they from?" Instead of answering, the old man increases gravity and responds with a counter-question. Who is he, and what does he want? Realizing that the old man already knows the truth, but still asks, he mockingly asks if he left his hearing aid at home. As he approaches, the old man tries to activate another artifact with his staff. Before he can cast a spell, the main character releases his shockwave skill and swings his hand downwards. His attack hits the old man's staff, effortlessly breaking it into pieces. The old man jumps back, wondering if he caused an overload by using the same type of electrical skill. He knows that such a reaction should be impossible with the mana density of an ordinary person. Looking at his hand, now surrounded by mana, he feels about 40% of his mana return and realizes that the warm-up is actually having an effect. He then tells the old man to stop wasting his time, reminding him that he doesn't have much life left to waste. However, the old man shouts back that he doesn't know everything and asks if he really thinks they will tell him such information so easily. The old man explains that most members of such organizations take a vow of silence, an oath tied to the signer's mana. Anyone who reveals information about the organization becomes a target for elimination. At this moment, the wolf comes to his senses. The old man calls him a stupid bastard, saying that he has finally woken up. Sivu grinned when he heard the old man ask if they were afraid of death. He then demonstrates his healing power by telling them that if that is the case, they should not worry. After a few deaths, they will get used to it. The old man, alarmed, shouts at the wolf to do something, saying that he needs to justify his damn existence. The wolf responds well, after which he rushes towards him, deciding to attack again. As he runs, he shouts that even if he dies, he will first tear him to pieces. However, before the wolf can get close, Haemon throws him back with a blow. Haemon then tells Wolf that now their forces are finally equal. The wolf, in a rage, snaps that Haemon should have just lay there and not interfered. But Haemon simply asks what that pathetic whining was, and then shouts that he can finally let loose. Before the fight can escalate, Siwu activates his skill, Cutting Wind, a powerful wind-based attack, which simultaneously cuts through the wolf and the old man, leaving Haemon in a daze. Then Siwu grabs the old man by the neck and asks how it feels. He tells the old man that this is what death feels like. Without hesitation, he heals both the old man and the wolf. He then asks the old man how many times he thinks he needs to experience this before he will answer his question. The old man, out of breath, manages to ask who the hell he is. In response, Sivu attacks them again, this time nearly killing them, only to heal them again. Haemon, seeing all this, realizes how insane this is. Sivu heals them, repeatedly bringing them to the brink and back again. Haman thinks that in their place, he would prefer to simply die. After repeating the cycle of near death and healing many times, Siwoo asks the old man for the third time where they are from. The wolf, broken and desperate, begs him to stop and urges the old man to simply tell Siwoo everything. The old man, finally giving in, stutters and pronounces the name. Beast. Siwoo smiles when he hears the answer, while the old man looks at him in shock. He had his doubts, but after seeing Siwoo's skill with his own eyes, he is now confident. Siwoo is one of the 3 masters who disappeared many years ago. The infamous mad dog, Ming Shiwu. Then Shiwu sits down next to the old man and tells him that now that their tongues are loosened, it is time to get down to the real topic. He creates an image with his mana and shows it to the old man, asking if they recognize the snake bastard. The Beast Assassination Organization is a small but elite group of hunters specializing in contract killings. Led by Raven, they are a force to be reckoned with, both in terms of skill and the huge number of tasks completed. The old man had spent years hiding in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so when he received an offer from such a powerful organization, he had no reason to hesitate. For killers who belong to a group, secrecy regarding their comrades is the most basic rule. The moment they take a vow of silence, their life and death are in the hands of the organization. Loyalty is demanded until their heads roll off their shoulders. That is the law of their world. The old man knows that 15 years have passed since he joined the Beast, and he never imagined that he would betray them. And yet, having experienced real death several times, his lips parted of their own accord. Finally breaking the silence, the old man tells Siv that the man he is asking about, one of the members of the Beast, codenamed Black Mamba. Then Siwoo shatters the image of the Black Mamba in his palm and finally puts it all back together. They are from the same organization. Then Siwoo tells them that first of all, he has a question. He asks if they were ever involved in the assassination order for Hunter Yeon Min-jun. When they don't respond, he unleashes his killing intent, instantly stopping them in their tracks and leaving them trembling in fear. The wolf feels the thirst to kill Siwa, as if the skin was being ripped off his face. The old man, barely able to withstand the pressure, finally answers that they were not involved. He explains that although they are called an organization, in reality they are little more than a group of individuals. Cooperation is rare, and most members don't even know each other's names. However, there is a reason they came to break the wolf out of prison. They did this because the organization's twice-yearly meeting was due to take place in a week. Their mission was to get the wolf out of prison and attend the meeting together. Bowing his head respectfully, the old man calls Siwa Great Master and tells him that if he wishes, they will reveal all the information. He then humbly begs Siwa to accept them as his subordinates. Haemin, indignant, shouts incredulously, demanding to know what kind of nonsense this is. He then calls Siwa boss and asks if he is seriously considering taking on criminals. Siwoo, unimpressed, asks Haemin since when he became his boss. Haemin firmly replies that it was from the moment he used Asura, pointing out that anyone can understand his connection with Master Minjun. At the very least, he should be Minjun's fellow disciple, his senior, or perhaps even Minjun's master himself. Haemin then insists that Siwa should not take in criminals and offers himself as an apprentice instead. He admits that he might be rough at first, but if Siwoo accepts him, he will become his hands and feet. Siwoo, indifferent, simply tells Haman to shut up for now. Haemin immediately presses his lips tightly together, not daring to speak anymore. Siwoo thinks for a moment. What he really wants is information about that snake bastard Black Mamba. If he leaves these criminals alone, the organization will most likely execute them soon. However, if they first report its existence to the Beast, it will be problematic. After considering the situation, Siwoo agrees. He tells them he will accept them as subordinates, shocking Haemin. The old man, relieved, thanks Siwa and vows to remain faithful and never become a burden. However, Siwoo then declares that there is a condition. Even under duress, those who have betrayed once will betray again. Therefore, they must swear the Oath of Mana. Wolf is shocked to hear this. He knows that the Mana Oath is a contract that, if broken, seals the mana core, rendering the user powerless. He protests, asking why he should be bound by another contract. But the old man whispers to the wolf to shut up. He opens a magic circle beneath them and orders them to gather mana in their cores and say their names. The old man declares that he is the Red Ghost, and the wolf follows him, also stating his name. Then the main character tells the ghost and the wolf that from now on, they are his limbs, and the price of their loyalty is his protection. As long as they are under the oath, their lives will be safe. He asks if they understand, to which Ghost responds with obedience, forcibly bending Wolf's head down. Haemin, indignant, shouts and demands to know why he accepts criminals but not him. He continues to shout that if he does not accept him as a student, he will go straight to the association and report everything. Sivu looks at him with a murderous gaze, causing Heyman to stutter and quickly apologize, insisting he was just joking. He absorbs the contract into himself, confirming with the ghost that the meeting will take place in a week. Then he calls Heyman and says that he will take him as a student. Heyman, full of delight, asks if he's serious. Sivu explains that for the upcoming events, they need as many hands as possible. He leaves, leaving Heyman behind. Heyman, now smug, teasingly asks Wolf and Ghost if they saw it, and proudly declares that he is now a direct disciple of this great man. Sivu considers their numbers, knowing that 4 people are enough to cause chaos, but he still needs one more person to clean up after them. A few days later, Incheon Prison. The warden of Incheon Prison demands to know how it is even possible that the dangerous criminal Wolf escaped from the car. The chief's irritation grows when he points out that the guards are completely unharmed, meaning Wolf must have simply escaped. HMCS are just idiots. Junggu remains silent, remembering Siwoo's words about the wolf being too fast to catch. He thinks to himself that if Siwoo is going to lie, he should have tried harder, and wonders if Siwoo really believes that a simple word to clean up is enough to fix everything. The chief then asks why the new escort officer has not reported yet, shouting that discipline is in disarray and that all responsibility lies with HMCS. Changgu replies that usually 4 to 5 officers are assigned to accompany such a prisoner, and in cases of transfer to prisons, more than 10. However, in this case, he specifically requested only 1 officer, not counting the driver, and the driver was from Incheon Prison itself. The chief, now visibly shaken, asks what Jonggu is hinting at, before quickly insisting that responsibility still lies with HMCS. He then reveals that just before his escape, the prisoner confessed to bribing his superiors in that very prison. The chief, now in shock, asks if it is true that the body camera was turned off, dismissing it as an obvious lie. Junggu stands up as several HMCS staff enter the office. He informs the chief that while they cannot take Wolf's word for granted, HMCS will conduct a full investigation, both in relation to the escaped prisoner and in relation to the prison itself. He then asks the warden for his full cooperation. Later, Jonggu is stunned to see him, but quickly recovers and reports that, as ordered, he has settled everything related to the escort mission. He also confirms that an investigation has been launched into the bribery case of the murder group. He looks at Heyman, an old man named Ghost, and the wolf, the previously escaped prisoner. All of them stand before him. Before he can ask anything, Siwoo covers his mouth and tells him to shut up and sit down, because there's a long story behind this. Once Jonggu calms down, Siwoo announces that they're beginning the mission briefing. Tomorrow, they'll infiltrate the Beast's meeting. He explains that this is a large gathering that will bring together 8 high-ranking awakened beings who specialize in hunting hunters. He states that the defectors will now explain the details of the infiltration and instructs Jonggu and Haman to listen carefully. Junggu asks him to wait a minute and asks if they really plan to infiltrate the meeting without support and with such a small team. He then asks what the purpose of the operation is. Siwoo simply replies that the purpose is obvious. This is the extermination of all these bastards. The next day, in the Beast's meeting room, all the members were sitting in their places. Wolverine noted that it was a rare sight, noting that the turnout today was unusually high. Tiger, however, pointed out that Red Ghost and Wolf were missing, meaning 2 members were missing, and the kid was dead. Wolverine chuckled and called Tiger a fool, explaining that he hadn't even counted the traitors. Hawk noted that neither Wolf nor Red Ghost seemed like the type to betray the organization, so their absence came as a surprise. Puma, unperturbed, simply stated that if they had turned their backs on the Beast, then perhaps they should be eliminated. The Porcupine, clearly angry, cursed the Wolf, calling him terrible for abandoning their planned trip to the country of X. She would kill him. Grizzly, not interested in the altercation, told everyone that enough was enough, and that the decision to punish traitors rests with their leader, Boss Raven. Boss Raven, instead of responding immediately, simply said that she enjoyed their chatter and encouraged them to continue. The absence of 3 people at the long-awaited meeting was surprising, even to her. After a moment, Boss Raven asked if anyone had anything else to say, but a frightened silence reigned in the room. Amused, Boss Raven then asked if they should settle the matter with a duel to the death to decide who would deal with the traitors. At these words, the room became even quieter. Finally, Black Mamba spoke up, stating that Boss Raven's jokes were rarely funny and that she should stop. He added that the punishment of traitors could be planned and carried out at any time, But the real problem was that they already knew the time and place of the meeting. Wolverine, nonchalantly, simply asked what the two nobodies could do, scoffing at the idea of them barging in right now. Suddenly, a system alarm blared, warning them of an intrusion. Unidentified movements were detected on routes 1 through 5. Boss Raven laughed when he heard the alarm and commented that he had jinxed it. Grizzly immediately instructed everyone that there were 5 entry points, instructing everyone to take one. The tigress complained irritably that she had even put on new clothes today. 4 members stood up to deal with the uninvited guests, and Black Mamba reminded them to finish quickly and come back. Boss Raven told them that they would see each other later. Grizzly, embarrassed, asked if he, Porcupine, and Black Mamba would come too. Black Mamba dismissed the idea, saying he had no interest in messing around with small change. Porcupine, indifferently, pointed out that all the seats were taken anyway, so she would just stay and play the game. Boss Raven then turned to Black Mamba, remarking that he should have told them to at least bring the heads, or else those beasts wouldn't leave anything whole. Black Mamba replied that it was already impressive that Boss Raven had managed to put leashes on animals like them. Meanwhile, Jungu, hiding on the ceiling, watched everything that was happening in fear. He thought to himself that he had never won even 50 kopecks in the lottery in his life, and now, somehow, he had hit the worst jackpot of all possible ones. 30 minutes ago, outside the Beast's meeting room, Sivu and his team arrived at the Beast's headquarters, and Heyman immediately noted that they had indeed found themselves a decent anthill. The ghost informed them that there were 5 entrances, each equipped with intrusion detection sensors. However, because the interior layout changed regularly, they could not tell where each entrance led inside the facility. The ghost added that ultimately all paths lead to the central meeting room, where their targets are located. The only difference is timing. With this in mind, the main character told them that each of them would enter through a separate entrance. If they all went through one, the targets might escape through another. He then asked Jonggu if he had brought the radio. Jonggu confirmed it and took it out of his bag. He instructed everyone to enter one by one and reminded them that there were sensors at the facility and the enemy already knew about their arrival. They should be ready. And if they encounter an enemy too strong for them, they must radio him and hold him off as long as possible. Before stepping forward, he reminded them to report to him immediately as soon as they spotted their target, the Black Mamba, on the way to Changgu. At first, everything seemed fine, but soon after Jonggu entered through his designated entrance, his path was blocked. Having no other choice, he headed for the nearest air duct, crawling through the ventilation shafts. Somehow, he reached the central meeting room first without encountering a single combatant. He wondered if they even had sensors along this route. He realized that every person in the room was at least A rank. The security seemed lax, but with so many paths, it was clear it was a trap. Jonggu concluded that the guards had already gone to intercept his comrades. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive immediately. Reaching into his pocket, he grabbed the small ball, wondering if he should start thinning their ranks himself. He threw it down, letting it roll across the floor. The porcupine, noticing it, chased after it and saw that it was just a ball. She absent-mindedly assumed it had fallen out of her pocket. Boss Raven, watching her, casually asked if she still played slot machines. Porcupine, teasingly apologizing to Boss Raven, joked that she hit the jackpot yesterday. She was about to grab the balloon when it suddenly exploded. The blast blew Porcupine into pieces. Boss Crow, however, remained completely calm, still sitting, and simply noted that Porcupine was dead. Black Mamba, unperturbed, immediately concluded that a fast little rat had snuck in. Jonggu, still hiding, threw a bomb at them. It landed in Black Mamba's hand, and he chuckled, admitting it was a good ambush, but stated that he didn't like playing hide-and-seek. Without hesitation, Black Mamba threw the bomb back at the ceiling before it could explode. Luckily, Jonggu managed to avoid the explosion and jumped from his hiding place. He immediately attempted to kick the Black Mamba, but it effortlessly blocked the blow and recognized him as a member of the HMCS. Jonggu landed safely on the ground, but he felt disappointed. He had only managed to kill one of them. Even after using the magic grenade intended for anti-terrorist operations, the other members were completely fine. His gaze focused on the one who appeared to be the leader. He noticed that, although Raven wasn't using any visible skills, he emanated an aura. Black Mamba said he knew Jonggu hadn't come alone. He then asked if the traitors had escaped to HMCS and spilled the beans. Jonggu simply asked in response, "What if that's the case?" Black Mamba responded that he would actually be impressed if they risked their lives to leave the organization. Just to join something even more worthless is ridiculous. His words angered Jonggu, who threw something at him in anger, a set of knives aimed straight at the Black Mamba's head. Boss Raven watched and commented that it was a good move. Black Mamba allowed the knives to scratch his face while remaining completely calm, and stated that he had almost forgotten that Jong-goo's skill was telekinesis. Jong-goo clenched his fists in despair. He noticed that Black Mamba's skin was incredibly tough, and his regeneration was unnaturally fast. Suddenly, Black Mamba lunged forward, calling the fight a sufficient warm-up, and closed the distance in an instant. Jong-goo barely had time to react and managed to shield himself with his hands before the blow. The force of the blow slammed him into the wall. Black Mamba said he didn't plan on leaving handprints on his vital organs, but since he was already bleeding out, he apparently had no choice. He then asked Boss Crow if he could kill Jong-goo now. Crow stated that he would think of something else instead. Ignoring his wounds, Jong-goo immediately grabbed the radio and reported that he had engaged the targets in the central hall. Before he could say anything else, Black Mamba knocked him down again with a punch, mocking that he was a little late and calling for help. Then Black Mamba smirked and asked who would be next. Head of HMCS department? The traitor Red Ghost? The little wolf cub? Or maybe all of them together? Will they attack him right now? At that moment, Ghost, Wolf, and Heyman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked together. Their attack caused a small explosion, but unfortunately, Black Mamba managed to jump back at the last moment to dodge. He then calmly told them that the ambush had been somewhat unexpected, and that he could not believe that they had gotten past the Beast's assassins so easily. Black Mamba then turned to Boss Raven, noticing that she must be disappointed. Boss Raven replied that she thought she had chosen useful ones, but she didn't expect them to be so weak. However, Black Mamba suddenly felt that something was wrong. He examined their wounds and confirmed that there had been a fight, but he doubted they could have defeated Tigress or Grizzly so easily. Without warning, Black Mamba stomped on the floor, causing it to split. The impact sent a powerful shockwave that traveled towards them, breaking the ground beneath their feet. Heyman rushed forward, calling Black Mamba a bloodthirsty bastard, and punched him, shouting that he was talking too much. Black Mamba simply grabbed Heyman's hand mid-attack and asked if he was Hunter Chu Heyman of the White Lion Guild. He then asked why someone like him was here and not with HMCS, and threw him aside, slamming him hard into another member of their team. Black Mamba then addressed the group, stating that no matter how he looked, something didn't add up. They didn't act as a team, they were just a bunch of losers thrown together for no reason. Then he asked who was responsible for this. Who had gathered them all? At that moment, one of the gates opened, and Sivu appeared, dragging a beaten Wolverine along with the rest of his comrades. Enraged, Heyman asked if Black Mamba was underestimating him, then yelled at Jong-goo to get up and get his head together. Jong-goo, still stunned, asked Heyman how they had arrived so quickly. Heyman explained that the moment he heard the radio, he rushed here. In fact, he was fighting the enemy at the entrance when Siwu suddenly appeared and ordered him to head straight to the center. Heyman added that Wolf and Ghost were likely in similar situations. They needed to contain Black Mamba before Siwa arrived. Frustrated, Wolf asked how they were supposed to capture an A+ rank awakened without killing him. Ghost interjected, noting that Black Mamba hadn't even used his powers yet, and that something was wrong with the boardroom. Ghost knew that in terms of speed and attack power, Black Mamba was practically the second most powerful beast, but he lacked teleportation and tracking, which meant he must have set something up beforehand, or perhaps the leader of the beast did it. The Ghost also knew that Boss Raven's abilities remained a complete mystery to them, making it impossible to predict her next move. Ghost then took out his staff and shouted to the others that he would take care of Raven while they focused on capturing Black Mamba. The wolf, who was currently fighting Black Mamba, cursed under his breath, annoyed that he always had to do the dirty work. Black Mamba knocked Wolf down and sighed, asking if anyone was going to answer his question at all. Then Heyman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked again, while the Ghost recited the spell, shouting that no one would leave until their master arrived. The Ghost activated its binding formation, and the chains tightly wrapped around the Black Mamba and Boss Raven, who continued to sit, watching what was happening. Raven asked Ghost if Gigi really made him fight, but Ghost simply told her to stay put. Breaking out of a legendary level binding formation wouldn't be easy, even for her. Raven, amused, said that the new Ghost Master must have been quite busy for him, what with all the fancy new tools. Then she remarked that betraying the organization was as easy as flipping a coin. Pretty cold-blooded. Suddenly, a porcupine appeared behind her. Then Raven called out to Porcupine, asking if she was right. And the dead woman delivered a powerful kick, sending Ghost crashing to the ground. The wolf rushed towards the Ghost with concern, while Jong-goo, stunned, stuttered in disbelief, because the porcupine was dead. The chains disappeared, freeing both Black Mamba and Raven. Black Mamba then told them that further fighting would be a waste of time. He added that no one knew when reinforcements might arrive, and they still had to clean up what was left of the fallen organization. Without hesitation, Black Mamba transformed into Draconid, a rank A 2+ skill, and declared that they would all have to die as soon as possible. Jung-gu told Haman that he would provide support from a distance, but Haman simply told him to stay put. His ribs appeared to be broken, and no matter how much firepower he brought to bear, it wouldn't be enough to pierce the Black Mamba's hide. For now, their best option was to run. The Black Mamba lashed out with its tail, but they jumped back in time to avoid the attack. Haman attempted a counterattack, analyzing the situation. From their first encounter, he realized Mamba's skills resembled wolves, but the difference in mana density was staggering. He also noticed that Black Mamba controlled the room as if it were his own body. In this fight, he was a tank. Black Mamba's durability was far superior, leaving him no choice but to stall for time. Haman noted that Ghost and Wolf were not doing any better, meaning that reinforcements were unlikely to be expected. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, realizing that he had never been in a situation where he couldn't stand up for himself. Black Mamba suddenly stabbed towards Haman, but before he could connect, the knife pierced his arm, stopping the attack. However, Black Mamba simply healed himself, shocking Jung-gu, who didn't expect that he was also capable of elemental magic. The Black Mamba swung its tail again for a sweeping attack, but they again managed to jump away in time. Haman shouted to Jung-gu, warning him about the large rock above his head, but before he could react, Black Mamba appeared next to him and asked if he really had time to worry about others. Without hesitation, he slammed Haman into the floor. Then Black Mamba appeared behind Jung-gu and remarked that the light side hunters always made the same mistake. He wrapped his arm around Jung-gu's neck, choking him and speaking, mocking the idea that hunters believed that skill ranks and mana levels determined the outcome of a battle. Jung-gu was out of breath, but Black Mamba only teased him, reminding him that they had voluntarily entered the enemy's citadel. He asked if they really thought their own base wouldn't be protected. As Jung-gu's vision blurred, he looked around to see Crow watching idly as Porcupine attacked Wolf, screaming that he was a liar and deserved to die. Black Mamba then revealed that the entire floor of the hall was rigged with self-destruct formations, monitoring and reinforcement in case of unforeseen circumstances. He declared that it was a snake den, and the moment they stepped inside, their fate was already sealed. He advised Jung-gu to stop fighting and die peacefully. However, before he could finish, Black Mamba suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent behind him. Acting on instinct, he jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. Then Siwoo rushed forward with incredible speed, effortlessly pinning Black Mamba to the wall. Fury burned in his eyes as he finally announced that he had found it. And at that moment, behind the main character and the Mamba, there was a wolf and a porcupine. The porcupine rushed towards the protagonist, screaming and demanding to know who the hell he was. However, before she could react, he easily killed her with a thunder-based attack. Raven, witnessing this scene, was amazed and asked if he had reversed all the magic circles in this space. He remained silent, only glaring at Raven, while Pri screamed that this was only possible thanks to him. Raven clapped her hands, seemingly excitedly, and commented that the hall was worth billions, and he had reduced it to rubble in an instant. Black Mamba moved his hand slightly, stating that he was a little surprised by the rude intrusion, but now he finally understood everything. He then tried to hit him, but Siwoo jumped back in time to dodge the attack. Black Mamba then asked if he was responsible for eliminating the killers and gathering these people. Instead of a direct answer, he fired back furiously, demanding to know why Black Mamba was calling him the culprit when it had been his fault all along. Raven, now confused, asked if Black Mamba had been the target all along. Black Mamba, however, dismissed the idea, replying that it couldn't be, as he was just a man following orders. But as he considered the situation, it dawned on him. His adversary had come for revenge. The lizard admitted that whoever he killed would not have left any traces, meaning that his opponent was quite an impressive individual. Releasing his magic, Siwoo confirmed that he had indeed come for revenge, but before that, he needed to find out something. While he was controlling his magical power, the ground beneath them shifted, trapping Black Mamba inside. Raven took a step forward, seeming to say something, but the ghost and the wolf immediately stopped her. The ghost warned her not to move, explaining that their master wanted to hear something. Raising both hands in the air, Raven assured them that she had no intention of interfering. Then she asked why they were so devoted to him. More importantly, who Siwoo really is. All while watching Siwoo effortlessly defeat the Black Mamba. The magical force pierced Black Mamba's thick skin again and again, causing him to curse under his breath. He never expected that the strengthening magic circle would be reversed and turned into a trap against him. He wondered if Siwa was using tracking magic, but after observing his skill in battle, he realized that was not the case. Instead, Sivu's attack speed was on a completely different level compared to a normal melee hunter. Sivu launched another attack, sending Black Mamba bouncing off the floor before crashing into the wall. As Black Mamba collapsed to the ground despite his wounds, he laughed and admitted that he had never met such people before. Black Mamba cast another spell, declaring that he was proud to know everything about high-ranking hunters. He then demanded to know who the hell Siwu was. Releasing his magic towards Siwu, he also asked what Siwu wanted from him. However, Siwu easily dodged the attack and reappeared above Black Mamba, his leg raised to strike. Siwu told him he seemed to have misunderstood something. Before Black Mamba could react, Siwu slammed his head into the floor, reminding him that he wasn't the one asking the questions. He then asked if Black Mamba even knew how much he was holding back, because if he let up even a little, she would crush his head. Black Mamba, unable to withstand the merciless attack, began to beg him to stop. Sivu picked him up and in a cold tone reminded him of the phrase about VIPs. He then demanded to know who ordered the murder of Yeon Min-jun. Black Mamba's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Siwu was talking about the archaeologist, Yeon Min-jun. Black Mamba laughed and asked how he even knew about this and if Min-jun was his comrade. However, in response, he received a cold command to speak. Sivu reminded him that he wanted to live. Squeezing his hand tightly, Black Mamba stuttered and admitted that he was right and that he would tell him. But before he could say more, he suddenly activated his skill, opening his mouth and spitting dark saliva at him, screaming that even if he revealed the truth, his ears would melt before he could hear it. After letting him go, Black Mamba continued to laugh, stating that the main rule of a killer is secrecy regarding his clients. However, his laughter died when he realized his attack had failed. Siwu's head hadn't melted. Furious, he asked if he just spat in his face. Sivu simply healed himself and asked Black Mamba in a serious tone if this meant he didn't want to talk. He warned him that he would force him to talk. Black Mamba, in shock, could hardly comprehend that his enemy was also a healer. In a panic, Black Mamba called out to Raven, but she only apologized, explaining that she was currently surrounded. Seeing no way out, Black Mamba looked at him, stuttering, and finally agreed to talk. He was quickly cut down mid-sentence. Sivu, surprised, learned that it was pandemonium. Raven laughed as she watched Black Mamba fall and snapped her fingers, causing a strong wind to form around her, which threw everyone aside. With a grin, she declared that she finally understood everything. She then looked at him and announced that he was the first-generation hunter, Mad Dog Ming-Shi Wu, the one who had disappeared 10 years ago. Sivu asked if she was also from Pandemonium. Laughing, she denied it and explained that their organization was nothing more than an assassin's guild, and the assassins were just tools. She then admitted that her guess was based on how quickly he recognized Pandemonium and its overwhelming power. She also once heard stories from his sister about a first-generation hunter with strange healing abilities. Sivu simply asked if she really knew nothing, warning that if she lied, he would know immediately. Raven assured him that she was telling the truth, and added that since he had already found out something about her, her answer should be sufficient. However, she then noticed that everyone had strangely forgotten about him, but it didn't matter anymore. Snapping her fingers again, she casually ordered Porcupine to stand up. Then Raven caused an explosion in the ceiling and flew up with Porcupine. Before leaving, she turned to Civ and asked if he planned to follow them. Gigi remained calm and replied that there was no need for that. He had already received what he needed. Smiling, she waved goodbye, opened a portal, and said that they would meet again soon. Hamin, still watching, asked if they were really going to let them go just like that. Sivu explained that if they had given chase, the floor's self-destruct system would have been activated, and none of them would have been able to avoid it. He then stated that they had achieved their goal, and that was enough for now, and that they needed to clean up. Left with no choice, Junggu shed tears before reluctantly agreeing. Then Sivu walked over to Black Mamba's corpse, his thoughts drifting to Pandemonium. He wondered what the hell Min-jun had dug up. The next day, at Min-jun's house, Sivu sat at his desk and looked for information about Pandemonium. 20 years ago, the first gates opened on Earth, releasing all sorts of things into the world. They became the source of all power, mana, monsters, magic stones, and demons. Among them was a race from another dimension, naturally skilled in mana manipulation and skilled in skills. very similar to awakened beings. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the first gate, they infiltrated Earth undetected. They claimed control of the gate, self-proclaiming themselves overseers of the higher dimension, and treated humanity as an inferior race. As civilization crumbled under the pressure of mana surges and monster invasions, these creatures established their headquarters, the Demon King's Castle, right in the center of the continent, monopolizing all the gates that appeared throughout the world. Soon they began to act as if they were the rightful rulers of the Earth. Amid this chaos, a despicable faction emerged, humans who worshipped the Demon King. They became known as Pandemonium. Fortunately, their tyranny didn't last long. First-generation hunters, who had mastered mana manipulation, fought back. When humanity won the war against the demons, the chaos was finally quelled. Siwoo knew that 10 years ago, he had defeated the 4 great demon kings before being sucked into the spatial rift. By that time, Pandemonium had already disbanded. And yet, now they've resurfaced. Calling Pri, Siwoo asked if he was right in assuming that demons existed in another dimension, although they looked a little different. Pri confirmed this and added that of all the races he had encountered, demons had the most influence across multiple dimensions. Siwoo remembered that in that world, demons enslaved dragons and ruled over the various subspecies, exploiting them. He then asked Pri if he was right in thinking that demons acted like ruthless tyrants wherever they went. Pri couldn't say for sure. However, he admitted that he had no memories before meeting Siwoo in that world. The only thing that remained was the feeling that the demons had stolen something from him. After clashing with demons for over 100 years in that world, Pri came to the conclusion that they were indeed a tyrannical race. Siwoo sighed, saying that this information wasn't enough. He remembered that 10 years ago he'd been focused on killing demons, not on their origins. Still, he was certain that demons' mana patterns were different from those of humans, though they had become much better at imitating humans over the past decade. Pri dismissed his concerns, saying there was no need to overthink things. He should simply kill every last one of them. Siwoo turned off the computer with his foot and replied that if everything were that simple, he would have done it. At that moment, someone entered the room. Noticing that Siwoo had returned early, Siwoo turned around and saw Sejun, who reminded him that he had suddenly asked him to rent an office. Curious, Sejun asked what was going on and what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into this time. Siwoo casually replied that it was nothing special. He'd simply found some traces of Minjun. However, Sejun immediately mentioned what Junggu had told him, claiming that Siwoo had wiped out an entire hunter-assassin guild. The guy then asked if the office was meant to gather certain people and who Siwoo had brought to hide from other guilds and associations. He reminded Siwoo that he'd warned him repeatedly that they couldn't afford to stand out right now. If Desu got wind of this, he'd be finished. Siwoo, slightly pouting, muttered that Junggu was such a chatterbox. He then reassured Sejun not to worry, explaining that Junggu had erased all traces of his involvement. As for Desu, he was already planning to meet him in person soon. Sejun was shocked by this idea. Siwoo explained that he had many grievances and that if he confronted Desu directly, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Still worried, Sejun asked if he was right in assuming that Siwoo had not yet fully recovered and asked him to take his time. Siwoo approached Sejun while he was speaking, telling him that 10 years had passed and the world had changed greatly. If he got into trouble, Sejun wouldn't be able to save him. Grabbing Sejun from behind, Siwoo patted his head, reassuring him that he could handle it himself. Then he teasingly asked why Sejun was so worried. Annoyed, Sejun yelled at him to stop, causing Siwa to smirk as he jokingly asked if Sejun was trying to fight back now. Sejun agreed, but reminded him to keep his promise, pointing out that he had agreed to train their guild's new recruits in exchange for office space. He then asked if he remembered Siwa Jisoo, the huntress, and mentioned that her awakened skill was quite unusual and difficult. Without much interest, Siwoo agreed to look at her and then changed the subject, saying that it was time for them to eat because he was starving. Surprised, Sejun asked if he was right in thinking Siwoo had already eaten dinner and if he was some kind of black hole. But Pri was hungry too. Siwoo muttered that he felt like this whole famine was entirely Pri's fault. Before the conversation could continue, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jungkook, he answered. The moment the call connected, Jungkook shouted, demanding to know why Siwoo hadn't mentioned his name in the incident. Irritated, Siwoo asked why he was shouting, whether he had already told everything to his brother, and whether he was tired of living. Jungkook, ignoring his irritation, insisted that that wasn't the issue, and asked if Siwoo even understood how serious the matter was. He explained that this was the first time that a professional group of hunter-killers had been exposed, and since HMCS dealt with them single-handedly, All the news outlets and agencies are now inundating them with requests for interviews and cooperation. He added that ever since the incident with Gat, Gunho has been keeping a close eye on their team. And since Siwoo didn't mention his name, how can Gunho now explain that he single-handedly dealt with all the killers? Siwoo simply ordered him to coordinate his story with the White Lion, since Koman was from that guild. Jungkook admitted that he had already tried, but the White Lion guildmaster, Sung-il, was completely different. Crying, Jungkook said that he understood that the Imperial Guildmaster wanted to protect Siwa, but given the previous prison break incident, it would have been better if Siwoo had intervened himself. Siwoo agreed, but told Jungkook that he was currently eating. Wishing him luck, he casually said they'd talk tomorrow. Jungkook cried out in despair, calling his name, but Siwoo simply hung up. After leaving his office, Siwoo sat down on the sofa. From the kitchen where he was cooking, Sejun asked if it was Jungkook on the phone. Siwoo confirmed that it was him, and added that Jungkook said he loved his job and was very happy. Then he looked at Sejun and asked how the demons had been behaving lately, and whether they were the same as 10 years ago. Sejun shook his head and explained that after the disappearance of the 4 great demon kings, the demons actually proposed a peace treaty, and they seriously settled at the pole, founding a base there, universities, and so on. Since then, demons have not caused any serious incidents, and that some nations even cooperate with them in research. Some children even think that demons are nothing more than urban legends. Siwoo was irritated to hear that the demons actually presented a peace treaty. He shouted that it sounded like a joke and that it was funny when demons talked about peace. Siwoo felt the same way, but he also knew that they were also bad people and that not all demons were the same. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He noticed that the raven had mana, similar to demonic, but something about them felt different. This made him wonder if Crow was a half-breed between a demon and a human. It had been 20 years since the demons had appeared, so anything was possible. Taking their group photo, he reflected on everything that had led up to this moment. What started as a mission to avenge Minjun turned into something much more. The scene changed, following Minjun's trail, step by step, making my way through the snow to the polar base of the demons. He had an uneasy feeling that this battle would last much longer than he ever expected. Later, Ghost, Wolf, and Heyman gathered in his office. Jiwoo ordered them to circulate mana in their bodies and concentrate, but at the same time, they needed to be aware of their Dantian. Heyman, confused, asked what Dantian was. Even after hearing the explanation, he admitted that it was not very clear to him. He asked if skill awakening was something that just burst out when the adrenaline kicked in. No matter how much he sat and meditated, it didn't seem to improve his performance at all. Wouldn't it be better to just move his body vigorously? Siwoo, clearly irritated, hit Wolf on the head and reminded them that they begged him to train them, and this is how they behaved. 4. He then asked if they seriously thought skill was like sweat, something that would leave them sluggish after just one drop. Frustrated, he asked if people these days were just throwing mana around without any control. The wolf then asked if all this difficult training was really necessary, arguing that if one blow was devastatingly powerful, wasn't that enough? Siwoo grinned and asked about the training tower. They first awakened their skills in the artificial gates, and now they are mistaken that they know something. He continued to lecture them, explaining that the power they gained was entirely dependent on how they burned their fuel. Mana. The difference between controlled and uncontrolled mana use was like night and day. However, since they hadn't even mastered the basics of mana circulation, they only used their skills casually. That's why they couldn't feel their Dantian. He explained that when a person first resonates with mana, a reservoir called the Dantian opens within their body. The power generated from the mana circulating within the Dantian is then awakened and manifested externally according to the individual's traits. However, the density of the skill depends on how effectively one can control the mana stored in the Dantian. To demonstrate, he released his mana by rolling it across the tip of his finger. He continued, explaining that through training, the Dantian could expand, allowing one to store even more mana. At an even higher level, additional Dantians can open in the body. However, in their case, the people were exposed to mana for only about 20 years. Since it was still an unknown force, understanding its nature was even more important. Intrigued, Haman released the mana and stared at it. Then Siwoo told them that meditative training in mana control was the best method for understanding it, so they should shut up and concentrate. Pri, watching the unfolding scene, ridiculed Siva, saying that he was now pretending to be a know-it-all, although he himself had suffered for 100 years. Siwoo ignored him and instead turned back to his students and warned them that from the next day onwards, he would be pushing their bodies to the brink of death. Until they pay for their crimes, they will be trained to death. They both reluctantly agreed, stuttering. At that moment, Jong-gu entered the room, saying he knew Siwoo would be there. He also pointed out that Siwoo hadn't answered his phone calls. Siwoo casually replied that it was because Jong-gu called him at any time, and then teasingly asked if he was a stalker. Jong-gu replied that it didn't matter, and instead told him that he needed to report to headquarters immediately. The branch manager was calling him. A moment later, they arrived at HMCS headquarters and saw employees gathered outside. Siwoo turned to Jung-gu, asking why the branch manager wanted to see him and whether Jung had snitched on him. Jong-gu assured him he would never do such a thing. He suspected it might be connected to the corruption case surrounding the Insan prison transfer. Before they could continue, two men appeared before them. One of them turned to Jong-gu, asking if he was team leader Hwang. HMCS Gangnam's team leader, Song Chang-won, accompanied by his deputy, Ha Jun-tae, remarks that he heard that Jong-gu had pulled off something big. While they were on a business trip, Konbuk's once-forgotten cabinet team suddenly became the subject of public discussion. Seeing that Chang-won had already returned from his business trip, Jong-gu was clearly irritated. He barked that if Chang-won was back, he should just go back to his place and work quietly. But why was he picking on random people? Chang-won, unperturbed, simply replied that it was just a friendly greeting. He then smirked and asked why Jong-gu was so sensitive, and if the person behind him was the famous newcomer. Chang-won noted that Jong-gu, as the group's leader, certainly had excellent taste. Siwoo remained silent, only scratching his ear. Annoyed, Jong-gu told Jong-won that was enough, and asked if he was suffering from jet lag and was just talking nonsense. Jun-tae intervened, reminding Jung-gu that their business trip was only to Japan, so there was no reason for the time zone change. Then Jang-won teasingly told Jun-tae to imagine how frustrating it must be for the Kongbuk team. They had never even traveled outside the country. Meanwhile, Kanbuk's team is forced to work all night and can't even catch the escaped prisoner. Jung-gu's irritation grew, but Siwoo remained indifferent, casually looking at his phone. Then Jun-tae turned to Siwoo, calling him a newbie, and asked if he was rude or lacking basic manners. Where was his greeting? Siwoo, instead of answering directly, imitated the movement of Jung-tae adjusting his glasses. With a smirk, he asked Jung-tae and his sweaty older friend to step aside, pointing out that they were blocking the corridor with their bulging muscles. He then asked Jung-tae if he even wore glasses for their intended purpose. Jung-tae and Chang-won were clearly annoyed, but after a moment, Jung-tae laughed and told Chang-won that he would personally take charge of training the newcomers. Jong-gu asked Jung-tae if he had any brains and reminded him that they were at headquarters. He told them to learn to separate work from personal. Chang-won, now angry, demanded to know what kind of nonsense Jung-gu was talking about. He asked if he was deaf if he hadn't heard what the newbie had just said. Jung-gu, keeping a straight face, replied that he had not heard anything and turned to Siwoo, asking if he had said anything. Siwoo suggested that perhaps Chang-won's ears were too clogged with fat to hear properly. Jang-won, now seething with anger, declared that they were both crazy. He then asked if he should beat the truth into their thick skulls, right here and now, pointing out that many of the headquarters staff were watching them. He wanted to make it clear who the real power was here. Before he could do anything, someone grabbed Chang-won's shoulder and apologized, stating that the real power here was him. Chang-won turned around, his face instantly turning pale with shock. Behind him stood the HMCS branch chief, Baek Gun-ho. Chang-won and Jung-tae immediately greeted their boss. Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and noticed that he had been wondering why it had taken so long, only to find that Siwoo had been detained here. He then scolded Jung-gu, saying he should have handled it and come faster. Jung-gu quickly apologized. Gun-ho then led Siwoo away, asking if he liked pu'er tea. He mentioned that since they had a special guest, he had prepared something nice. Chang-won tried to stop him by calling out to Gun-ho and trying to explain the situation. However, Gun-ho remained calm and instead addressed Chang-won directly, telling him to work harder and ask fewer questions. Chang-won, defeated, could only reluctantly answer yes. After Gun-ho and Siwoo left, Jung-won turned to Jung-tae and asked who the hell this new guy was. Once in the office of the branch manager, Gun-ho noted that this was their first meeting face-to-face. Since Siwoo's been busy since he joined, there hasn't been a suitable opportunity until now. Siwoo calmly confirmed this and then got straight to the point, asking Gun-ho why he had called him. Jung-gu, who was sitting next to him, began to sweat nervously. Gun-ho, however, only laughed, saying that he liked Siwoo's straightforwardness. The reason for the call was to ask a few questions about the transport mission from Incheon prison. Jungwoo's nervousness only increased. Gun-ho continued, explaining that due to the Beast incident, the investigation had now been transferred to their jurisdiction, and they can't just ignore the case of the escaped prisoner. Then, he asked Siwa to explain himself. Gun-ho pointed out that it was hard to believe that someone capable of defeating Gat of the Red Light Guild could simply let the fugitive escape. He asked if Siwoo was sure he knew nothing about the escapee's whereabouts. Then, Gun-ho ordered Jungwoo to step outside for a moment. Without hesitation, Jungwoo nervously answered yes and left the office, looking guiltily at Siwa, closing the door behind him. When Jungwoo left, Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and assured him that he was not a fool and had known Jungwoo for a long time and considered him a competent person. However, it was hard to believe that Jungwoo single-handedly investigated and destroyed the assassination organization. He claimed that Beast and the escaped prisoner were connected, and Siwoo had stumbled upon a clue during an escort mission. A fugitive might be shown mercy for information, but no one could turn a blind eye to the disappearance of such a criminal, especially with the participation of a mysterious newcomer. Gun-ho then revealed that he had consulted with an acquaintance about the situation. Interestingly, this man seemed to know Siwa quite well, so much so that he really wanted to meet him. So Gun-ho invited him into the office. Siwoo, hearing someone approaching from behind, asked Gun-ho who he was talking about. Gun-ho replied that the guest was one of the legendary hunters of the first generation and one of the 3 rulers of South Korea, the warrior king, guild leader Do Kyung-hoo. Later, Kyung-hoo poured him a drink, asking how many years had passed. He admitted that even when Gun-ho told him about it, he still couldn't believe it. The man was sure that Si was dead. However, he simply replied that a lot had happened and noted that Kyung-hoo had aged greatly during this time. Kyung-hoo then told him that it was not that he had grown old, but that he alone had managed to escape the passage of time. It's been 10 years since he disappeared, but he returned without a single wrinkle on his face. Kyung-hoo then asked where the hell he had been hiding all this time, and if he knew how desperately his students had been looking for him. But instead of answering, he simply asked Kyung-hoo if they should order another drink, saying that it seemed like they had a lot to talk about. Hours passed, and by the time he finished his story, night had fallen. Kyung-hoo admitted that at this point, such stories no longer surprised him, but he still couldn't imagine how much time had passed for him. He agreed and told Kyung-hoo that the moment he killed the Demon King of the Fourth World, a spatial spell was activated. He wasn't sure if it was the Demon King's final skill or the power of the artifact. Kyung-hoo then told him that the 4th Demon King was still alive, which shocked him. In a rage, he slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why the humans and demons signed a peace treaty if the Demon King was still alive. Kyung-hoo told him to calm down and listen. He explained that while the Demon King of the 4th Realm was technically alive, he was nothing more than a pile of corpse fragments. When he was still on Earth, the war between humans and demons raged for years, deepening the conflict between the two sides. However, after he defeated the Demon King of the Fourth World and disappeared, the demons immediately proposed a peace treaty, claiming that the war was solely the intention of the Demon King and not the will of their entire race. But Gigi didn't believe it. He told Kyung-hoo that they most likely simply felt threatened after their leader was eliminated. Kyung-hoo agreed, but pointed out that things weren't going well for the humans either. Ever since the first gates appeared, monster attacks have made even simple survival difficult, let alone maintaining communication. Kyung-hoo added that they barely managed to close the gate, but the half-trained awakened ones went out of control. Law and order collapsed, and then the war with the demons pushed everyone to the limit. In the midst of this chaos, it was the demons who first proposed a peace treaty, offering to help the nations recover from the damage, as well as teaching them how to close the gates, an extraordinary offer. In exchange, they demanded the remains of the Demon King, whose power, as well as territory in the Arctic where they could remain until they found a way to return to their dimension. At a time when gates and mana were still unfamiliar concepts, most people believed that restoring the world and adapting to this new power was the best path for humanity. Eventually, the proposal was accepted, and the best hunters from each nation gathered and agreed to the treaty. At that time, the hunter representing South Korea at the signing of the agreement was Dae-soo. Since then, the demons remained in their territory, appearing only to provide assistance, and did not create any problems at all. Some first-generation hunters remained skeptical of the demon's proposal and opposed it, but with the departure of the main character, a key figure in the war between humans and demons, everyone eventually went their separate ways. And then, interest in demons waned. Kyung-hoo then finished by saying that even he hadn't doubted them since then, but now that he's back, something about it all feels wrong. He asked Kyung-hoo what he meant, to which Kyung-hoo replied that it was about his existence. Gigi's name had been completely erased from all records for the past 10 years, and there were even widespread rumors among hunters that Dae-soo was involved in this. Kyung-hoo added that his records were deleted so thoroughly that most second-generation hunters had no idea who he was. Even Kyung-hoo himself could barely remember his face until he saw him today. But they fought side by side, and to forget his face in 10 years seems completely abnormal. At that moment, Soo asked his comrade if he thought that Dae-soo had made some kind of additional deal with the demons. Kyung-hoo replies that it's likely because Dae-soo would do anything to defeat him then. Pri angrily curses the treacherous demons, considering the possibility that Dae-soo conspired with them simply to erase his existence. He wonders why this proud bastard would go to such extremes, and what would the demons gain by erasing the main character? Simple revenge for the murder of their demon king doesn't seem like a good enough reason. Kyung-hoo reminds him that the demons haven't made a single move since then, and instead they've helped humanity adapt to mana, so there's no reason. However, if only they hadn't acted like arrogant overlords, they might not have found themselves in a state of war at all. Kyung-hoo remains silent. Kyung-hoo then tells him that his students probably know more about what happened back then, and asks why he doesn't meet them. He replies that this is easier said than done, since they have all long since dispersed. Kyung-hoo acknowledges this, saying that it's always like that with students. Once they grow up, they go their own way. He then asks if Kang Yo-hwa is still in Korea. 10 years ago, Yo-hwa was just a rookie, and now she's an S-rank hunter leading the Azure Flower Guild. He remembers how she used to follow him around like a puppy, and now she's under Dae-soo's command. Kyung-hoo points out that 10 years is a long time, and Yo-hwa must have had her reasons. The protagonist simply drinks his alcohol and remains silent. A moment later, he mutters that the drink tastes disgusting. Kyung-hoo says the liquor is very expensive and his taste buds are like a child's. Then Kyung-hoo seems to remember something and mentions that they should have called Si-jun too. Gigi agreed, saying that Si-jun would be happy just to know that they met. He adds that Si-jun became so overprotective that he didn't even notice someone outside taking photos of them. The man who took the photo quickly calls his leader to report that the man in the photo is dating Kyung-hoo and works at HCMS. The leader acknowledges receipt and orders him to return immediately. Then Yo-hwa opens the photo sent by her subordinate and confirms this with his own eyes. It really is Ming Si-woo. He is alive. She thinks about the recent strange movements of the Imperial Guild and the commotion in the Tower of Learning. Even though she had a premonition, she still can't believe it. Si-woo has really and truly returned. Falling to the ground, she cries with all her heart for her master. Si-jun never shared any information with her after she defected to Dae-soo. But keeping an eye on Kyung-hoo turned out to be the right decision. Even when the whole world insisted that Si-woo was gone forever, she couldn't give up. She searched every corner of the world, but she couldn't find him. And now he suddenly appeared in Korea, completely unharmed. Wiping away her tears, she stands up, realizing she can't waste any more time. She needs to see him immediately. Just as she is about to leave, a voice calls out to her from behind. She freezes, turning around to see Dae-soo standing there. Maintaining her composure, she greets him respectfully, but Dae-soo brushes off the formalities and tells her to call him uncle when they're alone. He then asks where she's going in such a hurry. Shaking slightly, she replies that nothing. Dae-soo places a firm hand on her shoulder, squeezing it tightly. He notices that he hasn't seen such an expression on her face in a long time. Even when her mother died, she remained as cold as ice. But now she's visibly shaken. So that bastard is back. His voice darkens as he declares that the rumors must be true. The rabid dog has returned. This sends a chill down Yo-hwa's spine. Dae-soo sighed, realizing that this was why Yo-hwa was ready to run away like a puppy who had found its owner. He stroked her head and said that she was still as naive and stupid as ever. He then reminded her that even if he had renounced this bloodline, she was still his only niece and his sister's only daughter. He would let her go so easily. Yo-hwa pushed his hand away and angrily told him not to be mistaken just because she came to him. From the very beginning, all she wanted was to find her master. Dae-soo remained calm and asked if she truly believed he didn't know. He told her that he was well aware that she had approached him because she suspected his involvement in Si-woo's disappearance. The reason was simple. She had grown into a hunter of considerable skill, which made her useful to him. This realization shocked and angered her even more. Then Dae-soo told her that in today's world, Every hunter is a valuable asset. He would not have simply given away a skilled worker, his blood, to this mad dog. In a rage, she shouted at him not to make her laugh. He abandoned her, and she never considered him family, and that from the very beginning the one who raised her was her master. Dae-soo agreed, then told her that Si-woo had raised her without even knowing she was the daughter of a brutal criminal. She froze at his words. As he passed her, he told her not to be stupid and reminded her that she had seen with her own eyes how merciless Si-woo was to criminals. He then asked how she thought Si-woo would react if he knew the whole truth about her past. Dae-soo added that no matter how much she pretended to be noble, her roots would never change. He left, leaving her trembling with anger, while she cursed him under her breath. The next day, in the Imperial Guild, Jisoo met with the man who treated her wounds. She mentioned that she heard from Si-jun that he would personally lead the joint training, and asked if the people around him would be participating too. She pointed to the ghost and the wolf, who were wearing mascot costumes. He replied that they were his juniors, and he thought it would be beneficial for everyone to train together so that they could consider them their seniors. This confused the others as they looked at Wolf, who was clearly uncomfortable with the heat inside the suit. They bowed in greeting, and Jisoo introduced herself as a newcomer. The man introduced himself as Kim Byung-guk. They then turned their attention to the ghost, noting that they had never seen such an old hunter before. But his aura was no joke. The ghost smiled warmly and greeted them, then told Jisoo that she was a mature young girl with a sharp mind, and he was sure she would learn quickly. Excited, she agreed and promised to do her best. Then Si-woo turned to Wolf and said that for them, this was nothing more than community service. But if they fooled around, they would die. The wolf, feeling the pressure, asked if his mana oath had been in vain, but then groaned and said he understood, begging him to stop with that terrifying aura. Si-woo then walked towards the Imperial Guild territory, heading towards the entrance of Gate F5, and told everyone to follow him. Jisoo admitted that she was nervous, as this was her first time entering the gate since the Tower of Training due to her unique skill. Si-woo reassured her, telling her there was no need to worry, as the gate was simply a portal connecting dimensions. It was simply a door, nothing more. Byung-guk, however, pointed out that there were cases where hunters disappeared inside when the gate closed, and people often said that they were eaten by the gate. Si-woo chuckled, asking what they meant by ate when it was just the door closing. The ghost intervened, saying that it was actually a good expression. He explained that humanity now holds the keys to these doors, and the fact that the guilds now own the gates privately is proof of this. He added that what was once considered a disaster has now become a profitable business. Magic stones, monster cores, and even monster carcasses all cost money. He warned them that if they allowed fear to control them from the start, they would get nothing. With these words, they stepped through the gate and were transported to the dungeon. Jisoo immediately felt nauseous and asked if this was what they called gate sickness. Byung-guk pointed out that, unlike the tower, there were no monsters at the entrance. The main character told the wolf that anyone would think it was a tour and wondered if all kids these days really treat it that way. Hunters are even trained in academies. The wolf replies that as a person from the first generation, this may not be clear to him, but for the young, passing through the gate has become a profession. He explains that trainees go through the training tower step by step, receive their rank. They are then hired by guilds based on their worth. Only after joining a guild do they learn real combat. GG considered such practice insufficient. These incompetent people would simply be swept away by the first attack of an average enemy. He then calls the newbies and orders them to demonstrate their skills before they begin in earnest. They immediately agree and begin to demonstrate their abilities. Meanwhile, Byung-guk was wondering who Si-woo was, bringing in strangers and acting like he was the boss here. He also asks why he's stuck in a training squad with weaklings, especially one who can't even perform her skill properly. At this moment, Jisoo finally manages to release her skill, and she excitedly announces that everything is working. However, her power suddenly bounces back at her. Luckily, she reacts in time and jumps back to avoid the blowback. Si-woo calls her and she quickly apologizes, but the main character brushes off her apologies and throws something at her. Catching it, she realizes it is a whip. He explains that it is an auxiliary tool for casting spells, and the more complex and intricate her spell patterns, the more effective it will be. She takes his advice and begins to direct his skill into the whip. While she is focused on her spell, Byung-guk hears something approaching and turns to see a horde of goblins gathering at the top of the cliff. Before he can react, Si-woo casually sits down and orders Byung-guk to deal with them. Shocked, Byung-guk asks why him. Si-woo simply reminds him that he's the one training, so he has to destroy them. He asks if Byung-guk thought he would do it for him. then warns him to try not to die. Frustrated but left with no choice, Byung-guk activates his skill and prepares to fight off the goblins as they leap at him. Ghost, watching from the sidelines, notes that Byung-guk's skill is a tracking type ability. At best, he'll be a B+ rank with it. Pre comments that Byung-guk's skill doesn't seem very useful, pointing out that it has flashy effects but lacks power. The Ghost agrees, adding that if Byung-guk continues to burn through his mana at this rate, he will quickly run out. Meanwhile, Byung-guk is struggling to deal with a swarm of goblins. Goblins are easy, but fighting a horde alone is difficult. Frustrated, Byung-guk calls out to Jisoo, asking if she's finished. She quickly replies that she's almost done. Before she can finish, one of the goblins manages to knock Byung-guk off his feet, sending him onto his back. With his mana nearly depleted, he watches in horror as a goblin rushes toward him, his axe raised to strike. He screams in fear. Just in time, Jisoo completes her spell and activates his Beast Tamer skill. The spell takes hold of the goblin, and the creature suddenly freezes in place before kneeling. Byung-guk falls down in shock, while Jisoo excitedly orders the goblin to retreat, which he obediently does. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaims that she has succeeded and eagerly asks Siwoo how it was. The wolf, surprised by this revelation, remarks that control-type skills are extremely rare. Ghost agrees, noting that the skill itself is a high rank with strong growth potential. Pre, becoming increasingly excited, exclaims that something worth eating has finally appeared and declares that he wants to eat it. Siwoo, however, ignores him and instead turns to Jisoo, asking what she plans to do with the single-controlled monster. At that moment, she notices the goblins rushing towards her and quickly runs to Byung-guk, shaking him in an attempt to wake him up. She desperately screams that they are coming and begs someone to help her. Later, back at the Imperial Guild, Jisoo thanks him for today. With a weary expression, she tells him that, thanks to him, she thinks she now has a better understanding of how to use her skills. The wolf looks at her tired face and notices that half of it is already gone. Then he asks if she plans to walk home. MC says he doesn't care if she can't, suggesting she asks Sejun to introduce her to another mentor. However, she shakes her head and disagrees. She explains that she really does think so. She was a bit overconfident before. She thought that simply awakening a skill made someone special, and that the higher the rank, the more valuable a person became. But today she realized, painfully, that skills are simply tools and a means to an end, not a reflection of who she is. No matter how good a sword is, its true value depends on how skillfully it is wielded and how much training has been done. Gigi encouraged her to continue working hard, and if she needed help, to contact that bear or the old man. He then suddenly notices the increase in the number of people around them and asks if they are from another guild. Jisoo replies that she heard about negotiations with the Azure Flower Guild regarding shares in a recently discovered gate in the desert in the Middle East. It is then that he notices someone from the Azure Flower Guild. Then he walks past her. Meanwhile, one of Yeohwa's subordinates reports to her that, according to the findings, the newly discovered gate is different from the usual ones. When they and the Imperial Guild first explored them, they found the corpses of the first group of hunters inside. However, unlike normal cases where hunters are killed by monsters, their bodies were intact on the outside, while their internal organs were torn apart. Yeohwa is confused, noting that unless something was physically placed inside them, there should be no reason for such a phenomenon to occur. Suddenly, someone calls out to Yeohwa, saying that they have finally met. She turns around and sees that it is Siwoo. Siwoo tells her that her master has returned, and she doesn't even intend to greet him. At first, she is speechless, but then shyly admits that he is back. He asks if she has time now, but she apologizes, explaining that she has things to do and will leave first. Without another word, she turns and leaves, her subordinates following behind in confusion. Pre teases Siwoo, saying that he was just rejected at the speed of light, and mockingly asks if he needs consolation. The ghost comments that Yeohwa is a rude girl and asks if she was his old student. Siwoo confirms that there was, but then quietly asks if Yeohwa cried. Many years ago, he found Yeohwa crying in the corner. Noticing that she was hiding and crying again, he asked why she was crying so much and if something serious had happened. She yelled at him to leave, but he simply sat down next to her and asked if she was really that upset about losing the sparring match. After all, she and Sejun were about the same age, and he asked why she always cried in hiding, because people would recognize it. Reaching out, he stroked her hair, but she immediately pushed his hand away. She told him that since Sejun was his younger brother, It was obvious that he trained Si-jun better than her. She bitterly noted that she was just someone he picked up off the street, and while she should be grateful for that, she would appreciate it if he didn't interfere in unnecessary matters. She acknowledged that he was strong and had a big heart, but reminded him that he wasn't even her real brother. In response, he simply grabbed her head and stroked her hair again, causing her to sigh in defeat. It was his choice to be her brother. Then he told her that the world was bad enough already, so why couldn't he at least choose his own family? He then tells her that he will consider her his little sister, so she should just think of him as her big brother. He asks if this will make her less sad, but she shyly replies no, and asks who asked for that in the first place. He chuckles and tells her that even when he's nice to her, she remains cold, then asks if she wants an extra hard workout tomorrow. She snorts and replies that it's not like he doesn't do it every day anyway. Yeohwa reflects on that moment, remembering that she said those words half out of embarrassment, but the other half was sincere. She didn't want to be Jiwoo's little sister, or just his greatest disciple. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him as an equal, to be a comrade strong enough to support the world he imagined. Along the way, she even dared to experience feelings she knew she shouldn't. She thinks of herself as the child of a terrible criminal. Even if she was abandoned, she still grew up on the money they stole, and these feelings were never meant for someone like her. Frustrated, she remembers Dae-soo's words and convinces herself that Si-woo should never get involved with someone like her. But even so, she refuses to sit back and do nothing. If she can't stand proudly next to him, that at least she will fight for him from the shadows, until the very end, for the man who gave her a new life. Sejun is shocked when he sees her, immediately recognizing who she is. When he wakes up, he realizes that she is the master of the Azure Flower Guild, and asks why she is here when the meeting is still far away, but she just calls his name, and asks to give her a minute, saying that it is important. Meanwhile, in Dae-soo's office, Kyung-hoo tells Dae-soo that it's not that he doesn't trust him. He recalls how, ever since the first gate appeared, the three lords have been at the forefront of the battle against the demons. In those lawless days, when criminals, intoxicated with newfound power, ran amok, they fought to defend the dignity of humanity. Because of this, he will not go against his comrades. And if Dae-soo really did make a deal with the demons to restore human civilization and the nation, then that is a completely different matter. Dae-soo simply tells Kyung-hoo that there is no need to beat around the bush. He already knows that Kyung-hoo met with Si-woo and asks if Si-woo called him suspicious. He then remarks that even a mad dog like Si-woo becomes cautious after 10 years, adding that he himself is no different. He tells Kyung-hoo that everyone misunderstands him. What he seeks is not the country or the well-being of humanity. Such ideals are laughable. Dae-soo declares the title of Three Lords a joke. What he really desires is superiority, an endless thirst for power. He then asks Kyung-hoo if they should not go beyond their limits and see what lies beyond them, given that humanity has been gifted with overwhelming mana power. For him, defeating countless powerful opponents and striving for even greater power has always been his only goal. No matter what deals were made with the demons, it was simply a matter of interests converging. Interests that allowed him to stand where he was now. For the sake of the rapid restoration of the nation and the safety of its citizens, the leaders of every country, without exception, have united with demons. Whatever their ulterior motives, in just 10 years, humanity had not only recovered, but surpassed its previous civilization. Dae-soo then reminds Kyung-hoo that even he must have seen negotiation as the best option back then. He asks if Kyung-hoo intends to hold him accountable now, leaving Kyung-hoo speechless for a moment. After coming to his senses, Kyung-hoo finally asks if Dae-soo really made a deal with the demons regarding Si-woo, and if he was involved in Si-woo's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Dae-soo scoffs, calling the idea ridiculous, and states that he has nothing to hide. If Si-woo has returned, it simply means he finally has the chance to crush him once and for all. He then proposes to Kyung-hoo a meeting between the three of them. Before Dae-soo can say more, he suddenly hears Si-woo's voice commenting that it actually fits perfectly. Shocked, Dae-soo immediately turns around and sees Si-woo hovering in the air. Si-woo tells him that he has a few questions too, adding that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He pointed his palm at the window, blowing it to pieces with a lightning bolt. Despite such a dramatic appearance, Dae-soo smiled widely when he saw him. Entering the building, he noticed that Dae-soo lived in such a high place, but going through the main entrance was a hassle with all the procedures. He decided to get straight to the point before Desu's pesky bodyguards arrived. He asked Desa directly if he had teamed up with Pandemonium and sent him to another world 10 years ago. Desu, unfazed, teased him, asking if that was all he had to say after making such a dramatic entrance, and laughed at how boring he had become. Frustrated, he threatened to turn the entire building upside down, and calling Desa one-eyed, demanded an answer to his question. Desu laughed out loud, noticing that his arrogant demeanor hadn't changed at all. He noted that 10 years had passed without a single wrinkle appearing on his face, suggesting that the journey to another world must have been pleasant. Des then asked what was so unfair that he had to break in by breaking the window. Suddenly, he threw a potted plant at Desa, scratching his cheek. In anger, he asked if he should rip Desa apart and scatter his limbs across different dimensions. If he valued his life, he'd better answer the question. He repeated his demand, asking if Desu had ever joined forces with the trash organization Pandemonium or had anything to do with Yeon Minjun's death. He furiously warned Desu that if he touched Yonghwa or his students, he would be finished. However, Desu only smirked and burst out laughing, shouting that this was more like it. He missed the bloodthirsty atmosphere of the battlefield that he brought with him. Then Desu released his aura, because while he was cooling off in the other world, he used his position to fight powerful hunters from all over the world and become stronger. He confidently declared that the desire to kill his old rival no longer affected him. This wasn't enough to get his blood boiling as it should have. Desu unleashed his dark power, teasingly asking if he was still someone who could burn bright enough to make risking their lives worth it. In response, he simply asked if he needed to make another hole in Dez's mouth to get an answer. Just as they were about to attack each other, Hyung-hoo intervened, stopping them in time. He shouted at them to calm down and think about where they were and the seriousness of the situation. Hyung-hoo reminded Desu that he was an SS-ranked hunter and a representative of the nation. Starting a fight in a residential area was unacceptable. Turning to the main character, Kyung-hoo reminded him that even though he was now with the HMCS and his safety was guaranteed by the Empire Guild, these were no longer the lawless days of the past. A fight between hunters would attract too much public attention. Kyung-hoo warned him that if he didn't want his brothers to be branded as part of a guild that attacked the government, he should stop. This argument calmed him down a bit. Desu also calmed down, although he noticed that everything had become more boring than ever. He looked back with nostalgia at the old days when they could fight and kill without restraint, always baring their teeth at each other and fighting for dominance at every opportunity. Then Desu asked him if he also thought this era was dull. He admitted that since he made his blood boil, Desu assured him that he had nothing to do with the death of young Minjin, and that Yonghwa had come to him of her own free will. Teasingly, Desu asked if it was really his fault if his students turned out bad. With these words, Desu turned around and left, saying that if he had any more questions, he should find him properly next time. Desu promised to prepare a place where he could run amok to his heart's content. He remained silent, and Kyung-hoo sighed with relief, glad that he had managed to prevent the clash of the two titans. A moment later, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and Desu stepped out. The guard nervously reported that they had detected an intrusion, but Desu interrupted him, reminding them that he had already told them that there was no one on the continent who was strong enough to threaten his safety. He ordered the guard to ignore it. The guard bowed and immediately apologized. Desu then ordered the guard to contact the Immeasurable Legion, prepare the A-rank gate, and bring Yonghwa to him. 7 hours earlier, Sejun was sitting at his computer. He was watching the video when Yonghwa walked in. He asked her what was wrong. She reminded him of the recently discovered corpses near the mouth. Autopsies revealed that all their internal organs had been severed at the cellular level. Yonghwa guessed that the hunters either fought someone with a special skill or ingested something toxic. However, the real problem was that all the hunters were connected to a mysterious trading guild called IZ. She explained that IZ had been operating near the newly discovered gate and was so stealthy that she had never heard of it. There was almost no information about IZ, but there were rumors that the guild leader was a demon. This surprised Sejun. He asked where she'd heard such rumors. Yonghwa replied that working close to the government, you could hear a lot. She told him that it was his business whether to believe it or not, as she would handle the matter herself. She turned to leave, adding that they had definitely started making progress, and she would let him know as soon as she knew more. As she left, Yonghwa informed him that Desu was keeping an eye on their guild, so Sejun shouldn't contact her unless she contacted him first. Sejun stopped her and asked why she was doing all this, but she simply told him to keep it a secret from her master, and that she had no plans to return. This confirmed Sejun's suspicion that there was a reason why Yonghwa remained under Desu's command for 10 years. He sat back, wondering why she was acting like this right now. Even if she had joined Des to search for Siu's traces, her behavior made no sense now that Siu had returned. Sejun knew that Siu had complete confidence in his 3 direct disciples, but he felt that they were all burdened with their own secrets. He couldn't bring himself to trust any of them completely. Frustrated, Sejun grabbed his head and said Yonghua and Xiaolong's names, wondering out loud what they were even thinking. Suddenly, Su appeared, overhearing his question. Su asked what was going on with Yonghua, causing Sejun to jump in shock. Su pressed him, asking if Yonghua had said anything, and firmly told him not to hide anything. He demanded to know if something had happened to Yonghua. Meanwhile, on the street, Yonghua was preparing to leave when one of her subordinates approached her and apologized for disturbing her. The subordinate reported that Daesu had urgently called her. Yonghua cursed under her breath, but replied that she understood everything and was already on her way. 10 years ago, shortly after Siu disappeared, Daesu spoke with a demon. He asked if the demon wanted his help in erasing all memories of Mingxiu. Hikatan, the second Lord of Calamity's subordinate demon, explained that Siu was the one who brought the 4 Lords of Calamity to the brink of death. In order to maintain control over the demons with strong autonomy, the Demon Lord's authority had to remain absolute. The humiliating record of a Demon Lord nearly losing to a human would pose a serious threat to their rule. Hikatan added that, although the war was over, it was still a time of chaos. Upholding their agreement and maintaining order among the demons would be beneficial to both sides. Daesu replied that the proposal was absurd. Just because they accepted the terms of the treaty, the demons seemed to have forgotten that the humans had won the war. He wondered why they would even consider helping demons, who have now been exiled to the polar regions under a damage control agreement. However, Hikatan countered that they had been watching Daesu for some time. They knew that deep down, he must regret the end of the war. Hikatan pointed out that Daesu had discovered a new power with limitless potential. But the time when he could wield it freely, without laws or restrictions, was over. He told Des not to bother pretending, as the truth was that he simply wanted to fight stronger opponents. Hikatan assured him that they could help him reach the pinnacle of Mana's ultimate form. Daesu was momentarily speechless. He asked if the demons would do such a thing just to erase the fact of their master's defeat. He eventually accepted Hikatan's offer, but asked if they had considered that if he became stronger, he would pose an even greater threat to the demons. Hikatan explained that unlike humans, whose lives are fleeting, demons live much longer. Their views on the world were radically different, and their goal was only to uncover the true nature of mana and the dimensional gates. With these words, Hikatan turned around and left, telling Des that they would wait for his positive answer, and calling him the strongest hunter in Korea. In the present time, Daesu was inside the F-rank gate belonging to the Infinite Number Guild, waiting for his guard's report. The guard informed him that they had, as ordered, secured the empty gates, which had no research value. The guard added that the gate belonged to the Infinite Number Guild under the leadership of Daesu, and public access was restricted. They confirmed that there were no living creatures left inside. Daesu praised the guard for his good work and asked if the invitation had been sent properly. The guard confirmed this and reminded him of the summit meeting the next day. Daesu briefly replied that he was aware and told the guard not to make him repeat himself. Suddenly, someone entered the gate. It was Yonghua, who angrily reminded Daesu that he had sent her on a business trip. She demanded an explanation as to why he had bothered to call her here. Daesu signaled the guard to leave, warning Yonghua to be careful what she said in front of others. When the guard left, Yonghua asked Daesu what was wrong. Daesu admitted that he knew about her suspicions that he played a key role in Siu's disappearance. He admitted that at that time, he did not accept the demon's offer and did not cooperate with him. However, even knowing that Siu was gradually fading from existence, he did nothing. Whether Siu disappeared or not didn't matter to him. Yonghua became furious and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Daesu released a small amount of power from his hand and calmly explained that he had now been given strength and power. He thought about it and just wanted confirmation. Which of the two was stronger, him or Siu? Daesu aimed his power at Yonghua, but she managed to dodge it just before the blow hit her head. She crouched down, activating her own power, and demanded to know if Daesu even understood what he was saying. She asked what he meant by the demon's suggestion. When all the pieces of the puzzle came together, she gritted her teeth in rage, realizing that Daesu was behind Siu's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Filled with anger, she unleashed all her strength and tried to kick Des in the head, but he easily blocked her attack. Daesu tightened his grip on her leg and pulled it down, coldly noticing that she looked just like her mother. He listed her fiery temper, willingness to cling to enemies for her own ends, and inability to assess a situation as traits. With a brutal movement, he slammed her into the ground, shattering her into pieces. Badly wounded, Yeonhwa could only listen as Dae-soo coldly told her that she was nothing more than a tool, a mere means to push Su's fighting spirit to the limit. Dae-soo calmly touched his neck and explained that the lingering feeling of inferiority that had haunted him like a shadow from the past had begun to fade after Su's disappearance, and yet it stubbornly clung to him like an unwashed stain. Now that Su is back, it's time to get rid of him completely. Despite her injuries, Yeonhwa laughed mockingly and asked if Dae-soo really thought Su would play with his sick toy just because of her. Dae-soo lifted his foot and pressed down on her shoulder, increasing the pressure as he spoke. He told her that he was confident in his plan because in the past, when Su wasted his time playing family, Dae-soo doubted him. But now, looking into Su's eyes, he was convinced that over the past 10 years, Su had left a lot behind in that other world. Dae-soo pressed harder on her shoulder, telling her that she didn't need to do anything except serve as a fuse. He admitted he didn't know the details of Minjin's death, but vowed to use every card he had. Then he released the chain that was wrapped around her. He advised her to stop resisting, explaining that the shackles were created by the finest masters of the Black Abyss. Even an S-rank hunter like her would have a hard time breaking free. The shackles were draining her mana, he explained, and the more she resisted, the more they eroded her energy core. If left unchecked, they would cripple her forever. Dae-soo added that he didn't know how long his fight with Su would last, but in the meantime, she could fight as long as she wanted. That was her role. Yeonhwa stuttered as she asked if he really thought all this would change anything. She shouted that he was still a loser. Suddenly, she felt someone rushing forward. Su appeared, attacking Dae-soo with a furious burst of power. The force of the attack created a powerful shockwave, but Des managed to block it. Dae-soo excitedly shouted that from now on, history would finally be written correctly. He declared that the outdated hero of the past would die here, and the title of the strongest man on Earth would belong to him. Siu, in a rage, called Dae-soo a madman. He cast a spell, throwing lightning at Dae-soo, but Dae-soo easily blocked it with his shield, laughing with excitement. Dae-soo teased him, shouting that his strength seemed so light and that the gap between them had grown deep over the past 10 years. Su remained silent, his gaze flickering briefly to Yeonhwa, who was still chained behind it. Pri, watching anxiously, asked if Su was okay. He reminded him that Dae-soo was a monster and that Su's output hadn't fully recovered yet. But Su simply replied that there was no time to worry about that. They'll have to operate at maximum capacity. Pri shouted at him, asking if he'd gone crazy. He reminded that his mana had barely recovered to half at best. Pri warned him that Dae-soo was stronger than any person he had ever faced, and expressed doubt as to whether he would even be able to absorb a skill of such magnitude while trapped in his weakened body. He added that using its limit could cause unknown side effects. However, the main character calmly replied that he only needed 50% of the power he used in the other world, and that was more than enough. No problem. Dae-soo, who had easily blocked his attacks, mocked him, asking what he was mumbling about and whether he now regretted rushing in so confidently. He unleashed even more force on Dae-soo, but Dae-soo blocked it again. He suddenly appeared in front of Dae-soo with incredible speed, declaring that for a bastard like Dae-soo, such strength was more than enough. He unleashed an even more powerful force, destroying the earth and causing the debris to fly into the air. And yet, Des managed to block the attack once again. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa watched with disbelief. She was witnessing a battle between first-generation hunters, true awakened ones. The speed of their spellcasting was so high that it was difficult to even follow the battle. She always knew there was a gap in strength, but she never expected the difference between S-rank and SS-rank to be so huge. Dae-soo summoned the spear and gripped it tightly, laughing and telling Su that he hadn't felt this way in too long. With a powerful throw, he hurled the spear at the Su, shouting that it is nice to throw away all limitations and immerse yourself in the essence of mana. Su crouched down and cast a spell, mocking Dae-soo for his continued habit of collecting toys and bragging even after 10 years. He created a massive wall as a shield, but Dae-soo's spear pierced it, tearing the wall into pieces. Pri screamed, asking if Dae-soo was even human. Pri warned him that Dae-soo seemed capable of fighting on equal terms with a high-ranking demon, and that the spear flying towards them was no ordinary artifact. Siu replied that Dae-soo had always been a bit of a rude person, but in the end, he was just an unfinished man. He caught the spear in midair, surprising Dessa, who laughed and rushed towards him at high speed. Desu summoned a swarm of swords, grabbed their handles, and jumped on Su, shouting at him not to blink under any circumstances. However, Su managed to create a shield in time, blocking Desu's attack. Desu mocked him and his shield, asking if that was enough to make him crack. He then summoned a massive metal hammer, calling the Su shield pathetic, and struck him repeatedly, vowing to turn him into dust. Su first stood in the shield and defended himself, and then he responded by creating the Ice Fang Spear, which caused ice spikes to form behind Desu's back, ready to pierce him. However, Desu released a burst of power, shattering the ice spikes. He shook the remaining ice off the hammer. And I also noticed for myself that, as expected, a true master does not die so easily. Su angrily told Des to stop talking and take off his shackles if he didn't want to die. Su asked Desu if Yonghua really had no significance to his goal, and does he think he can keep his position in the government after such a minor stunt? Desu disagreed, arguing that Yonghua still had value, and that her past as the daughter of a serial killer is enough to make her a useful pawn. Yonghua, shocked, shouted at Desu to shut up, warning that if he continued talking, it would be all over for her. Suddenly, she felt a powerful aura coming from Su, who told her not to move, releasing even more force and anger. Desu, surprised and excited, laughed and shouted that this was exactly what he wanted. His skin tingled with anticipation when he summoned a shield and sword, declaring that it was time for them to start fighting for real. But before he could do anything, Sayu appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and struck him, asking him to shut his mouth. Desu blocked it with his shield, but the force of the blow shattered the shield. Desu realized that Su's control and mana density had changed radically. Desu jumped back, summoning armor to cover his body. He noted that Su's skill output adjustment had changed, and asked if his cowardly fighting style had evolved over the past 10 years. Su retorted by asking how Desu could criticize his tactics when Desu himself didn't even understand the strategy. Desu admitted that he was young and full of energy back then, and threw the dagger near Su's feet. And he said that after the last attack, he realized something. He then activates the trap, and chains appear under Su, wrapping around his legs. Then Desu summoned a huge sword, much more than before, and swung it at Su with all his might, shouting that Su was no longer his equal. The force of the impact cut through the ground, causing a powerful explosion. Yonghua, worried, called out to Su, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos. Then, to her amazement, she heard Su calmly tell Des that he was right about one thing out of all the nonsense he had said. They were no match. Su stood unharmed, simply holding the sword that Desu had swung at him. Su gripped his sword tightly, not letting Des pull him out. Desu knew that the sword he held was a legendary artifact, a two-handed sword capable of cutting through entire buildings. And yet, in Su's arms, he didn't even move. Su effortlessly picked up the sword and asked Desu if he had really fought for 10 years. Then with a quick movement, he hit Dessa in the side, declaring that he himself had fought for 100 years. The force of the blow threw Dessa back, slamming him hard into the ground. Despite the blow, Desu laughed, admitting it was genuinely funny. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd bled. Desu stood up and asked if Su had been holding back his mana for that one blow. He showed his watch and told Su that if he was serious, he should respond with all his might. Su activated the power, and Desu explained that 5 years ago, all officially recognized SS-rank hunters around the world were required to wear this bracelet. He limited mana, physical abilities, and skills to prevent massive damage to society. Removing the regulator without government permission instantly made them criminals. Desu then threw away his watch, freeing his stats from the restrictions. Gigi chuckled, calling the bracelet a dog collar and ridiculing Dessa for being a beast that only knows how to fight. He asked if Desu had ascended to his position just to get government approval for dogfighting. Desu, clearly angered, told Su he was overestimating himself. Smiling, he asked if he thought that was the only reason he was here. He then released all his power, his aura splitting the ground around him. Desu shouted that there was simply no one worth testing his strength on. Until now, Siu has calmly released his own aura, challenging Des to show what he's made of. Their auras collided, creating a destructive force, which swept across the surrounding area. The sheer force of their collision caused the ground to crack and the gates to tremble. Manhwa staggered as the entire gate shook. She realized that even the collision of their mana was enough to split the earth. At this rate, the gates will collapse and innocent people may get hurt. Determined to stop the fight, she forced herself to break free from the chains that bound her, knowing she had to intervene no matter what. Meanwhile, Su and Desu continued their battle at full power. They exchanged blows. Each attack was accurately blocked or repelled. However, it was Desu who was struggling to keep up. He used his hammer to split the earth, sending huge piles of rocks crashing down on Su. But Su dodged the lightning bolt attack, moving too fast for Desu to land a blow. Pri, watching from inside SIU, noticed his stomach was feeling sick, but admitted the power felt amazing. Even at half its strength, the F-rank gate trembled as the overwhelming forces of Siu and Desu continued to clash. Despite the lifting of restrictions, Desu struggled to keep up. He coughed up blood, realizing that even after the restrictions are lifted, the gap between them is still huge. Unable to accept this, Desu summoned a swarm of swords, laughing maniacally and cursing everything under the sun. He grabbed the dark weapon next to him and threw it at Su, ordering him to tear him to pieces. The weapon turned into a monstrous tiger, clutching Su's arm. Su recognized him as the monster sealed within the artifact. Without hesitation, Su created a magic circle and ordered Pri to activate the tamer skill. The man looked at all this with interest. Pri obeyed, and the tiger immediately pounced on Desa, recognizing Su as his new master. Desu, enraged, called Su a bastard and activated a new form of power, ready to continue the fight. But before they could collide again, Yeonhwa appeared, yelling at them to stop. She demanded to know if they were both crazy and told them to look around. The gate was on the verge of collapse, and the massive amount of magic released could have catastrophic consequences if it reached the outside world. Yeonhwa warned Desu that even he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility if this happened. She reminded him that the magistrate's court would hold him accountable. Desu called her an arrogant girl, but Yeonhwa stood her ground. She revealed that while Desu was losing control, she contacted the Hunters Association and HMCS headquarters. They were expected to respond soon and open the gates again. She urged them to stop fighting immediately. As she approached Siu, he remained silent, his expression unreadable. At that moment, Desu's watch vibrated with an incoming call. He responded irritably and heard Edward's voice from HMCS headquarters. Edward informed him that the matter was urgent and demanded his immediate attention. Desu cursed under his breath, but agreed to come. Before leaving, Desu turned around and coldly remarked that this was precisely why one should never tame wild animals. He said he had lost interest and told them to get lost. When Desu walked out of the gate, Yeonhwa felt a wave of relief, mixed with fear. She fell to her knees, stunned by the thought that Su, the last person she wanted to hide the truth about her family from, now knew everything. She never wanted to betray the sincerity and kindness that Su showed her, even if it meant dying to keep the secret. How could she explain that the student he fed, cared for, and trusted was in fact the daughter of a criminal? While these thoughts were racing through her head, Su approached her. He sat down next to her, his voice warm, and asked if she was okay and how badly she was hurt. Yeonhwa was stunned by his kindness. Even after everything that happened, overcome with emotion, she hugged him tightly, sobbing bitterly. Siu, as calm as ever, simply patted her on the back and teased her, saying that she had too much energy. A moment later, in Desu's office, he was arguing with Edward during a video call. Desu claimed he didn't understand why Edward was making such a fuss over the words of one hunter. He reiterated that he hadn't broken any laws and pointed out that the hunter's overreaction had caused unnecessary confusion at HMCS headquarters, making the situation their fault. Des wondered if it was too much to take action over something as small as light training in a closed gate. Standing before Edward S. Blackwood, Vice President of HMCS International Headquarters, Desu waited for an answer. Edward calmly explained that the situation would have been different if Desu had not removed his restraining bracelet. He reminded Desa that SS-class hunters were strictly forbidden from engaging in personal combat, a rule that clearly angered Desa. Edward also informed him that any lifting of such restrictions must be reported to the Hunters Association, or HMCS. The use of magical power against a hunter associated with HMCS required investigation, and given Desu's status as a national leader, he could even face international trial. Even if there were no violations in his home country, there were sufficient grounds for problems under international law. However, Edward added with a smile, in these peaceful times, there was no need to create unnecessary social chaos over a minor incident. He sincerely asked Dessa to deal with this issue on his own in Korea. Edward stood up and explained that even if they decided to let the matter slide, they still needed to hear from all parties involved to fully understand the situation. This meant that they would need to meet the person that Desu had encountered. Desu, suspiciously, asked if Edward had finally set his sights on Sue. Edward simply replied that he would see Desu in Korea before ending the call. Desu was left seething with humiliation, feeling like a disgrace. He reflected on the past, recalling how 10 years ago, he had sensed the difference in strength between himself and Siu. The gap hadn't been too great back then. He'd been close enough to reach Siu's level. Desu was confident he'd surpass him this time. But in the 10 years that Siu was gone, he became exponentially stronger, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Desu couldn't believe the staggering gap between them now. He wondered what Siu had been doing all this time, and how long had it been since he last experienced the thrill of fighting without limits. Sitting up, Desu realized that the strength he had gained from being chained up was not enough. After all this time, he finally had a purpose again, one worth breaking free for. Desu welcomed the return of the mad dog Siu. A week later, at the Azure Flower Guild headquarters, Sue asked Manhwa about her absence. He asked why she hadn't come to greet him, knowing he was there, even if the reason was trivial. Manhwa shyly admitted that she had no excuses, and said that it was enough for her just to know that he was back. Sue sighed in disappointment and asked if she had managed to find out anything about Minjun during his absence. The question caught her off guard. Yeonhwa apologized, explaining that she hadn't found anything. She clarified that it was clear that no one in the country was involved, and that Desu had only kept her around for his own benefit. She added that she found no evidence to suggest that Desu had plotted against his brothers or students. Panicked, she insisted her assessment wasn't biased by the fact that Desu was her blood relative. It was based solely on circumstantial evidence and her own observations. Siu simply replied that he understood, and gently stroked her head. He assured her that if Desu truly considered her family, he wouldn't have treated her so shamefully. Manhwa smiled and told him that she was okay now because he had already healed everything. However, he explained that it wasn't a matter of whether she was okay or not. It was a matter of breaking free from this pathetic lineage. Whether her mother was a criminal or not, she lived her own life and did nothing wrong. He encouraged her by saying that if she still felt guilty, she should live with pride and give back to the world, promising to help her along the way. His words reminded her of old times, and she laughed, tears welling up in her eyes. She smiled warmly at him and told him that she had never been truly alone because she had always had people like him to support her. Wiping away her tears, she admitted that she felt sorry for Sejun, realizing that she had been making him worry for nothing all this time. From Sejun's perspective, it must have been difficult to trust someone like her who hid so much. He scratched the back of his head and told her that Sejun was a cautious person, so she should sort things out when she saw him tomorrow. Manhwa was shocked and asked what he meant by tomorrow, especially since things were still tense between her and Sejun. He simply asked what the problem was, emphasizing that they were family. He assured her that he had already spoken with Sejun, and added that although he didn't know how Desu had handled everything, at least it hadn't turned into a huge scandal. Checking his phone, he noticed a message from Sejun and chuckled, thinking that Sejun's intuition was something else. 9 missed calls from HMCS. Suddenly, Changgu appeared, which made him ask why he came here. Although he said that he would leave immediately after the business trip, Jungwoo shouted that it was urgent and scolded him for not answering his phone, asking if he had any idea how long he had been looking for him. At that moment, Gonho arrived and informed him that he had received a call from HMCS International Headquarters. Edward comes to Korea to meet him in person. Gonho asked if he knew anything about it, but he only answered the question with a question. Did Edwin find out? He was clearly irritated to hear this news. When he asked if Edwin had given a reason for his visit, Gonho explained that a non-disclosure order had been put in place across the entire branch regarding the matter. Puzzled, Changwoo wondered out loud if Siu really knew the vice president of headquarters. Gonho added that Edwin had specifically mentioned Siu's name, so he assumed Siu would know what was going on. He also noted that this is the first time this has happened in the history of the Korean branch of HMCS. Gonho pressed for answers, but Siu apologized, explaining that if there was a non-disclosure order, he couldn't say anything now. Gonho accepted this and informed him that headquarters would contact him once they had a firm schedule, so he should wait for now. As Gonho dragged Chonggu away, he whispered to him to find out what was going on, either by sucking up to Siu or using all his connections. Gonho also whispered questions about Yanghwa's relationship with Daesu and why she and Siwoo were sitting so calmly together. Jungwoo simply replied that he had no idea. Yanghwa noticed the HMCS members whispering and told Sue that it was time for him to return, as he would be under close surveillance for a while. A few minutes later, they were walking down the street when he asked Yanghwa why she suddenly wanted to walk him home. She replied that his mercy was like heaven, and that she was on her way home from work anyway. He then asked what she planned to do next. She replied that if he didn't mind, she would follow him. She also admitted that she was having a hard time coming to terms with Minjin's suspicious death, and assured him that she would do everything she could to help. Despite her appearance, she reminded him, she was the true leader of the guild. Their conversation was interrupted by a black car with tinted windows that stopped in front of them. Sue was clearly irritated, but Yanghwa stopped him from approaching as she recognized the car. Someone inside rolled down the window and noticed that even after learning everything, they decided to retreat, calling them boring. When the window was completely rolled down, they saw that it was Desu. Desu told him to get in the car, which immediately angered Yanghwa. She demanded an explanation of what other nonsense Desu had started after his previous prank. However, Sue calmly asked Desu why he should follow him. Desu replied that if they wanted to continue their pathetic master and disciple act, they should listen carefully. Yanghwa, furious, asked if Desu thought it was a joke, but Siu stopped her, saying that she should go no further. He assured her that he would contact her, and went to the car, opened the door, and got inside. The car drove away, leaving Yanghwa alone on the street. On the way, in the car, Sue told Des that he had a lot of nerve, and asked if he was ashamed after being beaten like a dog. Jae-soo laughed, correcting him and reminding him that their fight wasn't over. If Yanghwa hadn't intervened, he might have ended it forever. Desu added that things had only gotten more interesting because, thanks to Sue, he would soon create a legitimate international arena for them to properly settle the score. Sue chuckled, telling Des to go to hell, and expressed disbelief that someone like him could be president. Suddenly, Desu mentioned pandemonium out of the blue, immediately catching Siu's attention. Desu explained that although the world believed pandemonium to be destroyed, remnants of the group still existed, scattered across the globe. He admitted that after Sue's disappearance 10 years ago, the demons contacted him through their network, even asking for his help in erasing any trace of the Sue's existence. This meant that Pandemonium was also keeping an eye on the Sue. Desu asked whether Sue considered Pandemonium to be simply a cult dabbling in forbidden powers or secret dens of demons. Sue remained silent, so Des continued. After the fall of Pandemonium and the demons' expulsion to the far north, most traces of them disappeared. Despite this, world leaders, including Dessa, kept a close eye on any demon activity. However, no significant evidence was found. Until recently, Desu revealed that there had been reports of a group of half-demons in the desert of the Middle East. Sue asked if he heard correctly. Half-demons? Desu confirmed, explaining that these were people who had been in contact with demons for a long time, or children born from unions between demons and humans. Unlike pureblood demons, they did not have horns or wings, but they wielded black mana. Officials said the harsher the terrain, the higher the likelihood of high-level gates appearing, making it difficult for foreign forces to investigate. Desu then asked Sue if he had defected to the demons during the 10 years he had been gone, noting the black mana Sue had used in their battle. Sue firmly denied it, but Desu teased him, reminding him that he used to hate demons. Yet, when it came down to it, Desu supposed, Siu was no different in his desperate quest for power. Siu asked if Desu really thought he was like that, and ordered him to stop if he was finished speaking. The car stopped at the side of the road and he got out. Before leaving, he made it clear that Desu should not misunderstand his intentions. He explained that he had no interest in allying with dubious demons or indulging a battle-obsessed madman like Dez. He advised Desu to stop this act, but added that if Desu ever wanted to die, he should call him. And at the same time, he should kneel and apologize to Yanghwa. Desu, though, smiled and replied that he understood that Sue had his quirks, but it was ridiculous to waste time on weaklings who would never reach his level. With these words, Desu closed the car door, warning that one day Sue would regret his choice. The car drove away, leaving him alone. Reflect on the revelations about half-demons and crows. The next day, the HMCS building was in a state of flux. The staff were surprised to see representatives from HMCS International Headquarters. Whispers were heard everywhere, people wondering if this was a routine inspection or something more significant. No one had a definitive answer. In the branch manager's office, Gano thanked Edward for his visit and introduced Sue as the newest member of the HMCS gang enforcement team. Edward greeted Sue gracefully, but Sue casually asked what kind of circus this was, catching Gonho off guard. Gonho quickly reminded Sue of his situation, But Edward intervened, asking Gonho to step outside and give them a moment alone. Gonho, though puzzled, agreed, knowing that interference could jeopardize his chances of establishing ties with someone at headquarters. He assured Edward that he would wait outside and that he should call him if any problems arose. As he left, Gonho had no idea what was going on, but he decided to trust Slew. Once Gonho and the others left, Edward lost his temper, calling Slew a bastard. When Edward grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know where he had been for the last 10 years, Slew asked Edward to calm down, and Edward finally let him go, muttering curses under his breath. Edward admitted that at least Slew was back, but pressed him again, asking where he had been hiding all this time. Slew sighed, realizing he had no choice but to explain everything again. He gestured for Edward to sit down first. A moment after Slew finished his story, Edward admitted that the idea of another dimension and a different timeline sounded far-fetched. However, given the gates on Earth, it wasn't entirely impossible. Edward reflected on how Slew had once been a key figure in the world, but now his existence had faded into oblivion. Seeing Slew again, Edward felt as if the fog over his memories was finally clearing. Slew noticed that Edward seemed to remember him quickly, considering he had just heard his name. Edward replied that he could never forget the one who had saved his life countless times in the chaotic days of the past. Slew thought Edward's words were a bit exaggerated and asked how he and Manhwa had gotten together in the first place. Edward explained that HMCS headquarters is currently conducting a joint investigation with various guilds around the world, and Manhwa's guild was one of them. Manhwa had proven herself in a recent case, and that's how Edward obtained her contact information. Edward then asked Slew if he was currently stationed at HMCS Korea, and offered him a position at HMCS headquarters. Slew refused, surprising Edward, who asked why he didn't want the opportunity. Slew simply replied that he saw no reason for it. Edward urged him to reconsider, emphasizing that someone like Slew needed to operate on a larger stage and become an assistant. Slew thanked him for his trust, but explained that he was already conducting his own investigation. Edward agreed that headquarters could help with this, emphasizing the extensive investigative powers they had. Slew said he would think about it and asked what the joint investigation was about. Edward explained that there had been a massacre of a group of hunters in the desert, in and around the newly discovered gate. While people would normally assume it was the work of monsters, an autopsy revealed poisoning. All the hunters had died from ingesting something, and based on their findings, they suspected drugs for awakening. Slew was clearly surprised by this. He asked Edward if he meant the drug for the awakened. Edward confirmed and explained that there had been no official announcement yet, as they still lacked specific details about the substance or the distribution network. However, in reality, the Central Bureau had been secretly investigating a series of awakened deaths occurring around the world over the past 6 months. Edward informed him that the autopsies conducted during the investigation revealed only one common factor: the victim's internal organs had been severed at the cellular level. It was difficult to publicly report the case because most of the victims were awakened criminals, and no traces of drugs were found in their systems. Fortunately, a witness to a similar incident was found in China. According to the witness, the deceased awakened ones inhaled the black powder, after which they began to behave like berserkers and eventually self-destructed. Those who inhaled the powder displayed unimaginable levels of mana release and skill enhancement, acting almost like living suicide weapons, destroying everything around them. He asked Edward if this meant that the black powder was an illegal awakening drug, and if it was related to the recent incident in the desert. Edward clarified that he was not just connected. The desert incident was considered the starting point of an illegal drug case. Gigi asked why the recent desert incident was considered the starting point, if the investigation had already been ongoing for 6 months. Edward explained that a gate had been discovered in the desert, which had resulted in a huge number of casualties. At the entrance, the Azure Flower Guild was the first to discover the original form of the black powder. Near the gate, they also found a vehicle belonging to a little-known trading guild called IZ. Edward added that although the IZ Guild had no known illegal connections and appeared to be a small organization, something was off about it. He leaned back in his chair, lamenting why he always got himself into such troubles, and thinking that this was going to be a real headache. Edward smiled and mentioned that he already knew that Manhwa was his student. Although the investigation was conducted in secret, Manhwa, as the first to discover the original form of the drug, could no longer get out of this case. Edward added that if he helped, the problems Manhwa was facing would be greatly reduced. He asked if Slew would really ignore the situation, knowing that his precious student was involved in a dangerous matter. Edward called him by his nickname in a serious tone, making it clear that he had already planned everything. Reluctantly, he agreed to help, partly because he also had business in the Middle East. This lifted Edward's spirits, and he enthusiastically promised to do his best to help if Sue would agree to lend his strength. Edward then asked what happened between him and Desu, mentioning that he knew about their unauthorized combat training. He offered to help resolve the situation, but Sue refused, telling Edward not to interfere. He explained that although Desu was a power-obsessed piece of trash, in the end, he still remained human. The next day at Sejun's house, he noticed him packing his things and asked if he would join the Central Bureau's international investigation. He confirmed, explaining that Edward had personally asked him for this favor. Sejun admitted that he knew Edward, but asked how he got in touch with him in the first place. He replied that it was a long story and suggested that Yonghwa explain the details later, which surprised Sejun. Before Sejun could ask why Yonghwa had suddenly surfaced, his phone rang. Sejun replied and walked away, asking Yonghwa how she even got his number. Pri asked curiously where they were headed this time. He replied that their first destination was Europe, where their headquarters were located. Pri asked if there was chicken there, and Gigi suggested that there probably was. Pri then asked if he was going to push their mana to the limit again like in the last battle, which caught him off guard. He playfully asked Pri what difference it made, and if Pri was worried about his food supply running out. Pri angrily retorted that it wasn't a matter of mana reserves, but of an anomaly occurring within him. He asked what Pri meant, and Pri explained that since returning to Earth, as he became more accustomed to Earth's mana and his power output increased, he noticed a loss of control. Pri theorized that the interdimensional travel had affected not only him, but Pri himself as well, and the battle where he pushed his mana output to its limits was likely what triggered the problem. Pri clarified that since they made a contract in another world, Pri would not attack him. However, the more his mana recovered, the worse his loss of control became. Eventually, if Pri completely lost control, they couldn't predict what side effects might occur. There was a risk that he wouldn't be able to use his power at the crucial moment. He thought for a moment and replied that he didn't really rely on Pri's power at the moment, so it doesn't matter. This angered Pri, who asked if he meant to say that he didn't need Pri's power. He clarified that if they had to fight demons, he would need Pri's power. But for now, there was no need to worry too much about that. He stretched, thinking that his warm-up fight with Desu had been useful in the end. Looking out the window at the plane, his thoughts turned to the awakened enhancement drug, and he realized that it all seemed too familiar. 2 days later, in Europe, at HMCS International Headquarters, a woman remarked to her crew that Edward was something else. Despite the staffing shortages, she couldn't believe he was adding people to a secret international investigation without following proper procedures. Another woman added that Edward was always so unpredictable. Hayakawa Hikari, captain of the first investigation team of the Tokyo branch of HMCS, confidently stated that she alone was more than enough for the Asian team. She asked her brother Kumo if he agreed, and Kumo immediately supported her, praising her as the youngest recruit in the history of HMCS Japan, the first captain of the Tokyo branch crew, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Hikari laughed and told Kumo to keep up the compliments. Layla, captain of the first investigation team at HMCS European headquarters, intervened, saying that while Yonghwa was not an official member of HMCS, she would frankly prefer to work with that Korean huntress over Hikari. Hikari screamed, demanding to know what Layla had just said. Layla calmly replied that she hadn't said anything, but Hikari reminded her that they both wore translation headphones, and if she had any complaints, she should speak up. Suddenly, a man appeared, informing them that Director Leone had ordered everyone to gather in the main conference room. Hikari asked if the unprecedented parachutist had finally arrived. The man laughed awkwardly and told them to go, as he had heard that the recruit had just landed with Edward. Layla wondered who this hunter was, since Edward had personally gone to meet him. She asked if the newcomer was even an official member of HMCS. The man confirmed that he was a recruit from HMCS Korea, Hunter Min-soo. A moment later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. Edward thanked them for coming so quickly, despite their busy schedule, and he suggested starting with an introduction. He introduced Sue as the newest official member of their team. Layla introduced herself and her team's vice president, Stefan, representing the European branch. Hikari introduced herself and Kumo, her right-hand woman from the Asian branch. Edward explained that since the matter was urgent, they should get straight to the point. With the addition of a new team member, they needed to go over the details again. He asked Layla to provide a brief summary of the case, to which she agreed and stood up. Before Layla began, Edward reminded everyone that, although they were already familiar with the details, they had to be extremely careful about leaks, as this was a classified investigation. Suddenly, Edward's secretary knocked and informed him that it was time for his next meeting. Edward stood up, expressing confidence in their excellent work, and left the conference room with his secretary. There was silence in the room until Layla cleared her throat and announced that they should begin the briefing. She began by outlining case number A3942FC, also known as the illegal awakened enhancement drug case. Their investigation team was responsible for the field investigation at the site where the original substance was first discovered. The original gate found at the site was A-rank. A total of 6 awakened corpses were found near the gate, and autopsies confirmed that they had suffered internal injuries identical to the victims in previous incidents. The drug for awakened enhancement was found among the victims' bodies. The gates themselves showed signs of battle only at the entrance. Nothing unusual was found inside. Since no awakened enhancement drug was found inside the gate, its danger level was still being assessed. A purge had not yet been approved. Layla added that a vehicle belonging to the IZ Trade Guild was found near the scene of the incident. Upon investigation, it was discovered that IZ is a small, legal guild operating in the Middle East, without any significant violations. Therefore, their team will primarily focus on an in-depth investigation inside the gate and a thorough field investigation around the scene. After finishing her briefing, Layla asked if there were any questions. Chiji mentioned that he had already heard the details, so he had no questions about the case itself. However, he asked if there was any information about demonic creatures or half-demons. Layla was confused and asked if he was suggesting that they were involved in this matter. He clarified that he was not hinting at a direct connection, but thought it was worth asking just in case. He explained that if the drug were of purely human origin, tracing its source would not be so difficult. If it had been created using skills, a ranger type awakened would have discovered it much earlier. This made the Commerce Guild suspicious, and he wanted to know if there was any information about the IZ Guild from past cases. Hikari interrupted him, expressing her confusion and asking why he was raising unrelated questions. The guy calmly replied that whether it was related or not could only be determined after an investigation. He explained that he brought up the topic because of some information he came across. This further angered Hikari, who arrogantly asked where a simple hunter from the Korean branch came from. Someone who was inserted into the investigation halfway through may know information that even headquarters hadn't mentioned. She added that this was ridiculous. Hikari continued her tirade, wondering if headquarters wouldn't have looked into the matter if it was truly important evidence. She pointed out that he wasn't part of the alliance and wasn't a known ranker hunter, making it laughable that someone like him would be parachuted into an international investigation. And now he suddenly claims that demonic beings might be involved, which only increased her irritation. Hikari angrily reminded him that humans and demonic creatures had been in a cooperative relationship for over 10 years, and dragging outdated racial prejudices into the investigation was unacceptable. She demanded to know who he thought he was to make such statements. He remained silent, not responding to a single word. Layla yelled at Hikari to stop, and Stefan intervened, calling for everyone to calm down. He stressed that there was no need for such hostility at the very beginning of an investigation. Layla agreed, reminding them that as leading representatives of their branches, they must put business above personal conflicts. This calmed Hikari down a little. Layla then asked him to focus on the investigation itself, to which he agreed, stating that he understood everything. She went on to outline the plan for the next day's operation in the desert area. Hours later, Layla finished the briefing and told everyone to be ready for departure day. Layla, Stefan, Hikari, and Kumo left the conference room. Hikari, still clearly upset, wondered who Slew was, where he came from, and how he won the favor of the vice chairman. Layla reminded Hikari that they would be working together for some time, and advised him not to make a big deal out of it. Hikari was surprised and asked if Layla was on Slew's side. Layla clarified that no, but noted that Slew seemed more experienced than she expected. Meanwhile, Slew remained in the conference room, yawning and suspecting that the investigation might prove more annoying than he expected. Pre noticed that this had been noticed before. Slew had no sense of social adaptation and was a complete outcast. Shu explained that he simply didn't care about formalities. Someone approached him, noticing his rather dramatic entrance. Sue noted that it took Edward a long time to show up, and remarked that the vice chairman must be very busy. Edward sat down, describing the International Investigation Agency as more of a circus than anything else. He explained that although they call themselves awakened, they are essentially a bunch of lunatics running around with bombs in their hands. Nothing has changed in the last 10 years. Chaos remains everywhere. Sue stood up, reminding Edward that with great power comes great responsibility, a phrase that is difficult to understand without experiencing it firsthand. He walked to the front of the room as Edward asked how he was doing with his team members. Sue looked at the documents and replied that they were a little annoying, but he didn't care, as long as they didn't get in his way. Edward smiled, noting that some things never change. Sue was the same as he had been 10 years ago. Edward reminded him that the next day's surgery was just a routine checkup of the site, so he shouldn't cause too much trouble. With the support of the entire HMCS International Headquarters, Edward expected everything to go smoothly. Sue acquiesced. The next day they arrived in the east, to the HMCS Middle East Branch Headquarters, where a man met them. He informed them that their accommodation had been arranged in the main office building, and that a vehicle was prepared to transport them to the scene of the incident the next day. Layla thanked the branch director and asked for permission to access the gates at the scene of the incident. Sue looked around as Pri complained about the heat, calling it the worst place on earth. Sue noticed that there were no signs of demons in the city, and the mana density was stable, which made him wonder if Edward had sent them on a false trail. Suddenly, Hikari called out to him. She warned him to be on guard if he didn't want to die. Apparently, this investigation was going to be much more annoying than he thought. In the next scene, the main character stood next to a man and thought about half-breeds, creatures born from humans and demons. The Eastern guy had only heard about a village of half-breeds that was located somewhere in the depths of the desert. He reflects that half-breeds are almost indistinguishable in appearance from ordinary people. They can only be distinguished using a special magical energy analyzer. The young man recalls that after the war, half-breeds were subjected to widespread persecution. His informant wonders why half-breeds would reveal themselves if they couldn't be recognized anyway. Sue ponders his investigation, unsure whether to venture deeper into the desert. Pri sharply calls out to the guy, asking if he is an outcast. The man wonders why the monster suddenly starts to conflict with him. Pri asked why the guy was wandering around alone. Sue explained that he had some free time and was scouting the area. Suddenly, he is distracted by another agent. Layla asks why Hunter Min is here and not at the organization's headquarters. The guy counters the question by asking why the girl is also wandering around the city alone. The girl explains that her partner Stefan went to get a pass to the gate. Layla adds that their team hasn't even completed assessing all the possible risks yet. The girl asks if he is a Korean recruit who worked for an organization in his home country. The guy replies that he joined there just recently, which surprises the girl. The huntress notes that the newcomer has the aura of a seasoned 20-year veteran. Sue decides internally that he should come up with a plausible cover story. The guy modestly jokes, calling himself a very ordinary hunter investigator. The girl clarifies that her main area of activity is in Northern Europe. The guy remembered his collaboration with a hunter named Hans Schroeder from Northern Europe. The girl repeated his name out loud, and then she handed him the phone and asked if he was talking about this. The guy instantly brought up an image of this very same Hans Schroeder on his phone screen. The guy confirmed that it was him and noted his characteristic smile, which had not changed over the years. Sue wondered if Layla was Hans's daughter, given her fond memories of him. Layla explained that Hans was her uncle and expressed surprise at her relative's connections to the Asian hunter. The girl also asked how he knew him since he looked like her age, but the guy said he just had a baby face. The girl said that her uncle would be very happy if he heard the news, and she noted with sadness that her uncle had been in a coma for 2 years due to the so-called gateway syndrome. Sue asked with obvious interest about the term gateway syndrome. Layla began her explanation by describing Mana and the Gate as still unexplored forces on their planet. She recounted how her uncle lost consciousness during a raid in Gateway while searching for a missing colleague. Since then, Hans has survived only thanks to the constant help of hunter healers. In her spare time, Layla unsuccessfully storms high-level gates in hopes of finding a cure. The boy assumed she was looking for a healing elixir, a rare item rumored to be found in the gate. Layla admitted that it sounded stupid, but she would do anything for her only relative. Their conversation was interrupted by Stefan, who announced that permission to access the gate had been received, and the team was ready to move out. Layla decided to leave immediately, after notifying Hikari about it. After hearing the girl's story, Siu decided to himself that he should look at her uncle's face. The scene changed. The car was already in the desert, and quite a good view of the desert landscape. Hikari expressed dissatisfaction with the long drive through the desert and asked about the progress towards the destination. Stefan replied that they would arrive soon, but navigation was difficult due to poor GPS reception. Kumo was concerned that the high sun meant they would have to begin the raid after dark. Sue began to explain the nature of the gates as interdimensional portals with their own unique laws. The man described in detail that inside the gate, there could be completely different conditions. from eternal day to pitch darkness. The guy finished his thought by emphasizing that this could only be found out by entering the gate. Hikari haughtily retorted that most low-level gates were still similar to Earth. Sue countered that the gates were not just entrances, but also took something from the people who entered them. The blonde kept her eyes glued to the rearview mirror the entire time, watching the conflict. Hikari mockingly asked if he was talking about the gate syndrome that only affected losers. The girl added sarcastically that only complete newbies could lose their memory and themselves inside the gate. The tense dialogue was interrupted by Layla, who called for both to calm down and announced her arrival. The car stopped on the mountainside, and a portal surrounded by a fence appeared right in front of them. Kumo noticed the large size of the entrance and wondered why the gate's level had not yet been determined. Stefan confirmed that all external preparations around the gate were now fully completed. Sue noted that the traces of mana around the entrance had long since dissipated and were barely noticeable. The guy added that there was nothing remarkable on the outside, but there were signs of a thorough cleaning. Layla asked the purple ones where they were going. Hikari dismissively suggested that Sue continue her inspection, while their group heads inside the gate. Everyone was in a bad mood. These two were pushing forward too fast, but everyone still went forward after them. At this time, a group of some desert cowboys were watching them. One of them with purple hair chuckled and said that it only made the situation easier. Their faces became visible. The guy laughed loudly because the heroes had just driven themselves into a trap. The scene changed. Local time showed 20 to 6 in the evening when the group began preparations. The gate's preliminary rank was assessed as level A, indicating significant danger. 6 hunters of rank A and above were inside, and now Layla commanded him to begin an in-depth exploration of the gates in the northern desert. Stefan admitted that he hadn't stormed the gate for a long time, as his work involved investigating crimes. Layla immediately corrected him, reminding him that their task was not to clear this dungeon. The main goal of the operation was to find evidence related to an illegal drug for enhancing awakened beings. She activated a hybrid skill that combined detection and defense functions with a large radius. The guy was quite impressed by this ability. The girl immediately reported the absence of any monster activity within a radius of 30 kilometers. The man promised to monitor for anomalies, but warned that his sensitivity weakens at the periphery. It was decided to divide the territory into sectors to conduct a thorough search. The girl gave orders to avoid collisions so as not to damage the safety of the crime scene. Hikari ordered her subordinate Kumo to begin combing the area immediately. Sue silently noted her arrogant manner of giving orders with disapproval. The girl loudly protested her assignment to simple intelligence work, considering herself too skilled for it. Layla gave the final order to disperse and begin searching, reporting any anomalies immediately. The girl dismissively replied that she understood everything, demonstrating her lack of seriousness towards the instructions. The guy continued to doubt to himself the advisability of forming such a disparate team. The scene shifted to a darker area of the desert. Pre noticed that his partner was indeed a complete loner by nature, but the man's attention was drawn to the earth, which looked as if someone had disturbed it beforehand and had been digging around here. He noted with disgust that the soil in that area felt unpleasant and sticky to the touch. Sue confirmed his feelings, sensing the unnatural mana that someone had intentionally placed here. The guy immediately determined that these were traces of demonic energy, but not ordinary energy, but some other kind. He quickly put his hand in his pocket for the phone, and he called the ghost. The main character, the master, asked about the current situation outside, near the entrance to the gate. An old observer reported the discovery of a suspicious group of 5 figures at the entrance to the dungeon. Orders were given to report immediately if this group decided to enter the gate. The old ghost offered his assistance, noting that the group looked like no easy opponent, but the order was to remain in place to guard the entrance to avoid being blocked and calling for reinforcements. Kree was surprised to discover the presence of an old man who had been quietly following them since their arrival. The old man was described as someone who was good at hiding his presence and moving unnoticed. It seemed like the guy was exploiting the old man, but the main character retorted that a crime must be paid for and thought about what they buried underground. Sue expressed concern, especially since once darkness sets in, the situation can become seriously difficult. The scene moved to the brother and sister. Kumo reported to his sister that there were no traces of drugs or monsters after a thorough search of the area. Hikari expressed extreme bewilderment at the unnatural purity of the previously uncleaned gate. The guy recalled that initially, traces of a fight and drugs were found outside, not inside. There was speculation that all those involved in the drug trade could have been killed in that very fight. The girl doubted this version, pointing out that even in this case, the gate should not be empty. There was a complete absence of any evidence of any attempted clearing or even valuable resources inside the dungeon. Hikari stated the need to find at least something valuable to report to her waiting superiors. She emphasized the branch manager's high expectations of the team, called in from the international headquarters. In desperation, the girl decided to literally dig up the ground in search of at least some mana stones. And she activated a powerful aura, one of her main abilities. Hikari summoned the divine spirit Kagutsuchi to turn the earth upside down with a powerful spell. And at that very moment, a huge snake from the aura appeared behind her back, which the very next moment struck the ground with great force. Layla was shocked because she hadn't received any reports of any discoveries, and decided to order Stefan to personally check the situation at the site of the purple explosion. And when Stefan agreed and ran to watch, Layla stated with irritation that nothing in this investigation was going smoothly. And just when she was thinking about searching and going back, a bunch of those desert bastards appeared behind her. The scene shifted back to the siblings. Hikari's powerful blow literally leveled a large area, striking her partner. The girl impatiently demanded that the earth give her at least some evidence of drugs or mana stones. Instead of the expected resources, numerous corpses appeared from underground, causing horror. But Camo began to move faster, because these were not just corpses. These were monsters that twisted the law of life and fed on darkness, and they slowly rose. Kumo recognized with horror the raised creatures as ghouls, dangerous and aggressive monsters. The boy is surprised to see that in front of him and his sister are the damn ghouls from underground. He comes to the conclusion that there cannot physically be so many undead, and they do not gather in packs. And then his sister suggested first destroying all the monsters, and only then looking for the cause of the anomaly. She activates her divine spirit Kagutsuchi ability, summoning the spirit of the fire snake, which suddenly bursts into a crowd of zombies and, destroying the ground around them, scatters zombies, and crushing the rest of the ghouls with his massive energy tail. The sister notes with disdain that the dead still manage to surprise her. Suddenly, her legs begin to tremble with fear. That's not all. Zombies rose after the blows, and new ones crawled out of the ground. Her brother Kumo realizes with horror that the monsters lie in the earth in many layers, and their numbers are enormous, and looks ahead with horror. Kumo shouts to her sister, warning her of danger behind them as more ghouls appear around them. Suddenly, another hero comes to their aid and scatters the zombies. He angrily asks where so many monsters came from if their detectors were silent. Hikari is also shocked, but the green one tries to justify himself by saying that his spell didn't show any magical reaction underground. He accuses them of provoking the monsters by interfering with the magical field of the area. But Kumo interrupts the quarrel, stating that now is not the time to sort things out between them. He says that now is the time to sort everything out once and for all, and activates his Kamatachi spirit ability, infusing himself with the spirit of a ferret to increase his speed, and throws back new zombies with his power. But he still understands that to stop the horde, he must destroy the heads of each monster. The girl is not particularly happy about this, and she activates her power even more, and scatters the remaining zombies with his snake body. Hikari notes with annoyance that her skill requires a living soul, and does not work on dead flesh, and that she needs to call the captain. The guy snaps that she doesn't have time to call the team, and it's clear that the leader will show up soon. The man realizes that methodically eliminating the ghouls one by one is the worst-case scenario for him. Kumo notes that this situation is extremely disadvantageous for cloud attack fighters. The hunter situation is becoming critical, and their chances of survival are rapidly dwindling. Suddenly, help appears in the form of a red aura and an active downpour technique, and a huge seal of technology appears in the sky and releases its tentacles, killing monsters one by one, accurately and quickly. Hikari is amazed by the boy's precision as he methodically smashes the ghouls' heads with one blow. And she sees the main character, who was able to kill almost all the zombies with his technique. Hannah can't figure out who this mysterious fighter is and what he even wants in this gate. The girl demands answers, looking in the direction where the stranger is fighting. Green finally gets a short break to catch his breath after the intense battle. The guy suggests retreating temporarily and returning with reinforcements at dawn for a counterattack. Kumo insists on retreat, but his sister fiercely resists this sensible plan. The young man tries to reason with Hikari, pointing out the senseless destruction of the place. Mingshu sharply asks why she worries about time, but does not spare her mana. Suddenly, a new threat appears. Another wave of monsters moves towards them. The situation worsens with the arrival of another group of ghouls, identical to the previous one. Hikari is unable to contact her commander, who should have arrived by now in response to the noise. But the guy was sure that the leader had to appear in the middle of all this chaos. Min-soo is furious when he realizes that they have left their commander alone in danger. The guy decides to immediately go to the rescue, leaving the rest of the zombies in the hands of the team of losers. The scene changed. The guy was running further through the desert and holding a phone in his hand. Ming-shu contacts his ghost and orders him to enter the gate immediately. The ghost is ready to carry out any order and inquires about the immediate actions. Ming-soo orders that the group that infiltrated the gate be tracked by the traces they left behind. He looks forward and freezes in silence at what he sees. The main character is alarmed to realize that one of their hunters was kidnapped during the chaos. The scene suddenly switches to a cave, a fire, and a tied-up girl with her mouth taped here. The huntress realizes that she has been completely caught off guard without any opportunity to prepare. She wonders how the enemy managed to penetrate the reinforced security at the entrance. One of the bandits asks the boss for permission to kill a woman whose gaze irritates him. The leader orders them to restrain their emotions, as they need live bait to eliminate all witnesses. The boss reminds them that mistakes are unacceptable and promises the Lalmadi group complete control over the underground market. He discusses how much low-ranking hunters are willing to pay for a forbidden power enhancer. The leader convinces the subordinates to put aside personal ambitions for the sake of the future power of the entire organization. Robert expresses outrage at having to hide and blindly follow the orders of an incompetent leader. He is pulled up short, reminded of the need to respect the boss, regardless of his appearance or manners. At that moment, a man with a magic seal stood outside, and he decorated his hands with cuts, giggling. After all, his trial has already begun, and the zombies continued to emerge from the ground. He was a strange guy with a creepy smile who could summon zombies, and the ghouls obeyed him because of this. It becomes horrifyingly clear that their leader is a necromancer, which explains his control over the dead. Necromancy is described as a technique that defies the mind through the manipulation of life. This ability allows the user to control the very boundary between life and death. Necromancy is considered one of the most dangerous and forbidden techniques among summoning skills. Possession of such a skill automatically makes one the object of intense scrutiny and fear. Even an experienced fighter who has seen a lot admits that he has never met a real necromancer. The gang leader needs this man's connections to restore the organization inherited from his father. One of the bandits looks longingly at the bottle of drugs, wanting to try it immediately. The boss stops him abruptly, reminding him of the fate of those who died at the entrance to this gate. A small bottle is enough to explosively increase your strength to the level of an S-rank hunter, causing addiction. The consumer's body eventually cannot withstand the load, and literally breaks apart from the excess force. The drug is compared to a flame that burns brightly for only a moment, only to then go out forever. The potion's composition is clearly made from mana, yet it is completely undetectable by normal skills. One of the squad members asks Ivan to reveal the source of the prohibited drug, insisting on his right to know. The necromancer replies with a grin that he cannot entrust such information to unreliable allies. Ivan accuses the guy of being unable to control his subordinates, which has attracted the attention of agencies. But the bearded man tries to justify himself, calling the leak of information an inevitable risk of the drug business. The necromancer retorts that he likes impudent people, but he will not reveal the sources of supply. He explains his refusal by the risk of information leaking from a stupid boss to his even stupider subordinates. Robert is enraged by such words addressed to his leader and is ready to attack immediately. The bearded man stops his angry subordinate, realizing the danger of conflict with the necromancer. Someone feigns concern and inquires about the cause of the noise that has arisen among his subordinates. It was a raven. She reminds us that loud noises can attract the attention of the scary investigators lurking outside. The necromancer's words are addressed personally to Ivan, whom she is trying to keep in suspense. The appearance of a new character named Raven immediately changes the atmosphere in the dungeon. Raven coldly remarks that the necromancer is engaged in completely unnecessary and risky activities. He warns that Ivan's actions threaten the entire organization of the anti-demon race. The necromancer mockingly asks if the old leader of the IZ group sent Raven here. Ivan suggests simply getting rid of all the witnesses if they're causing problems. He asks that this message be conveyed to their leader. Raven retorts that a necromancer who plays with corpses has little understanding of living people and their connections. She looks at the hostage girl with obvious warning, sensing the danger emanating from her. Raven openly states that further continuation of this adventure will be extremely dangerous. The necromancer decides to leave the female investigator alive until he has dealt with all those involved. but the Raven quickly rejects this idea. Raven clarifies that her warning is not addressed to her, but to Ivan personally. He suggests the necromancer consider the situation carefully, though it may already be too late. And then he begins to disappear. The key question is whether their mysterious necromancer ally is truly on their side. The Raven disappears, leaving Ivan angry that she is just hiding and watching events unfold. One of the bandits fearfully asks the boss about the identity of these mysterious guests. The bearded man orders them to shut up and pretend they didn't see anything for their own safety. He concludes that both the bound woman and the investigators at the gate will not survive the night. The scene switches back to the desert and the main characters. Stefan realizes that the path forward is completely blocked by numerous enemies. He assesses the ghoul corpses, realizing that without the protagonist's help, the group would be doomed. Perhaps they should call for reinforcements. But despite the danger, the girl refuses to retreat, not wanting to admit defeat. But suddenly, Hikari stumbles, but Kumo quickly catches her, and then a voice appears before them, asking with amazement why they followed him. The huntress is very surprised to recognize the savior who has appeared as Ming-Su. Hikari can't understand the boy's true reasons for ending up in this dangerous place. Stefan immediately demands an answer from Ming about the fate of his commander, Layla. Min-Su reports Layla's abduction and the signs of a struggle and mana indicating her abduction. Kumo doesn't believe that an experienced leader could be captured so easily and demands proof. The guy explains that there is a summoner behind everything, responsible for the appearance of these ghouls. Stefan continues to deny the obvious, refusing to believe in such a serious threat. Min-Su suggests that they stay if they are afraid, while he himself intends to move on. But Stefan, along with the others, tries to stop the departing hunter in order to get more information. The boy comes to the logical conclusion that there are kidnappers, summoners, and their scouts in the dungeon. Min-Su confirms her suspicions, and then Hikari mentions a strange smell in the depths of the cave. The guy notes that the enemy's lair is located much deeper than he expected. Hikari finds it hard to believe that the commander could have been dragged into such dark depths. A voice from the darkness mockingly thanks the hunters for walking into the trap themselves. Robert, standing next to the bearded man, happily notes that now he won't have to waste time searching. Hikari finally realizes that she's confronted the real perpetrators hiding here. Kumo, furious, attacks her opponents, activating his technique and blaming them for driving his sister to exhaustion. Robert counters the attack by accusing them of a complete lack of manners and respect, and indignantly declares that decent people should always introduce themselves first. The girl from behind quickly attacks, intending to immediately neutralize all the attackers. One of the bandits speaks disdainfully of the young hunters as inexperienced youths. He begins to accumulate mana in his hands, and then he releases it into the ground, leaving a seal and calling forth the wolf spear technique. Robert threatens to make them regret ever coming here and attacks Stefan and Hikari while the main character watches. Sue just clicks his tongue in irritation, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation, and he inserts his technique into an already very dense battle, filled with different auras. Hikari realizes the problem of the space being too cramped to use her powers. She realizes that Kagutsuchi will cause the cave to collapse, killing everyone inside. And suddenly she takes off, because she realizes that she can use the confusion to search for Layla while the enemies are distracted. But a necromancer appears on her path, who smirks and comments on the incompetence of his subordinates who lost the hunters. Hikari furiously demands to get out of the way, continuing to attack with blind fury. Ivan looks at her with obvious disappointment, seeing the complete lack of tactics, and attacks her with his technique. Kumo immediately rushed to them, because he could not ignore his sister's offender. The protagonist's eyes also filled with rage, because how could the damn necromancer offend this girl? In all this chaotic battle, the protagonist notices how the necromancer has already sent his second deadly attack. He quickly puts his hand forward and activates his technique. A sudden light illuminates the cave, drawing the attention of everyone present. He uses this technique to catch the girl, and even this light scares her a little, even though it saved her. The necromancer is interested to learn about the technique of controlling the dead, which he observes for the first time. Ivan notes with genuine curiosity that he has never seen such necromancy used in practice before, and he is a necromancer himself. Kumo rushes forward in a rage, challenging his opponent to battle with a loud cry. But then he is met by Robert, who tells him to fight him first. The bastard mockingly reminds the young hunter that their confrontation is not over yet. The guy understands that there are too many people, and the inner monster greedily evaluates those present, seeing special value in a strong opponent. Ming-Xiu analyzes the situation, realizing the advantage of the enemy who prepared a trap in advance. Ivan came up and again told the main character with a grin that since he didn't get scared when he saw him, Slew must be a very brave guy. The necromancer looks at the hunter with cold curiosity as a potential subject for experiments. Ming-Xiu activates her blizzard ability, attacking the enemy with an icy necromantic wind. And then he destroys all the zombies around him with blows to the forehead. The necromancer notes with approval the hunter's skill in destroying his summoned creatures. He wonders what life experience on Earth among people allowed a person to achieve such a level of mastery. The necromancer begins to suspect the nature of the stranger's power. He laughs loudly and accuses Ming-Xiu of being monstrous, suggesting that he simply devoured his enemies. The monster inside screams in disgust about the endlessly appearing monsters filling the cave. An aura of technology emitted by the necromancer Ivan flies towards them. The boy watches in horror as the crawling creatures continue to multiply at an alarming rate. Sue understands the need to use full force in this critical situation and activates the lightning strike technique, which literally incinerates all the creatures and monsters below. The necromancer expresses genuine surprise at the level of mana control demonstrated by the man. Ming-Xiu counters that he was also surprised by something. What is more surprising is the intelligible speech coming from such garbage and trash. The necromancer is clearly offended by the rough treatment and demands an explanation from Ming-Xiu. Ming-Xiu categorically denies any use of the forbidden powder, calling it garbage. The necromancer mocks the half-breeds who are unable to use mana without a gate. He reveals the irony of the situation where he was hired by a human and states that even a ghoul with melted brains would not devour his own kind for the sake of power. Even ghouls wouldn't stoop to eating their own kind, unlike humans, he says. The necromancer justifies his actions with the noble goal of giving the scum a chance for rebirth. Those who used the amplifier, as he claims, become especially valuable material. And while the zombies are attacking, Ming-Xiu does not feel the demonic energy and understands that the drug was created by someone else. The boy disgustedly calls his noble goal as stinking like rotting dolls and destroys them all with a single attack. The necromancer is offended that such a creature dares to criticize him. Ivan menacingly declares that the moonlight gives him unlimited mana for creating ghouls, so his powers won't run out anytime soon. Ming-Xiu ironically notes how the necromancer is busy with petty matters instead of real combat. And the main character turns to Ivan with cold calm in his eyes. And then, in a rage, she asks how long he can maintain that arrogant expression, and absorbs a little of his energy. Then Ming-Xiu makes a key observation about mana in his attack. Demons don't use mana, only demonic energy. This surprises Ivan very much. The necromancer freezes, shocked by what he heard from Ming-Xiu. The guy directly states that his opponent is a half-demon, not a human. Ming-Xiu describes half-demons as a cursed race, rejected by both humans and demons. This enrages Ivan. He accuses the necromancer of lying and hypocrisy, using demonic power, and asks which of them is the real Kerr then. The necromancer is enraged by Ming-Xiu's words, and his demonic energy condenses to a dangerous level. The monster notices this, but Slew calmly assesses the situation, noting the increased strength, but also the greater predictability of the attacks. The boy warns Freya about the need to use full force to confront him. The monster worries that he's about to overload himself again using the forbidden technique. The boy asks, what's he afraid of? Freya vehemently denies his fear, preparing for a decisive battle with the enemy. Slew smiles madly, finally feeling the rush of excitement from the battle that is heated up to the limit. Ming-Xiu concentrates and activates her ability, calling it submission, and then he launched his mana chains towards Ivan, and also into the heads of all the zombies around. And now, they couldn't even move their arms. Stefan notices with amazement that all the ghouls have suddenly stopped moving. On the enemy side, Robert and the bearded man also couldn't understand why the monsters had frozen in place. They stared at the immobilized ghouls, unable to comprehend what had happened. Kumo has a shocking idea that someone else has gained control over them. One of the bandits retreats in panic, shouting at his zombies not to come near him. They notice that the zombies are apparently now preparing to punish them. The bearded man, in horror, calls out to his boss Ivan, begging him to do something, but no one came to their aid, and the zombies still got to the bastard's door. The necromancer can't believe his eyes as he watches the simultaneous control of such a mass of undead. He calls what is happening absurd and notes with alarm the presence of black mana. The shocked necromancer demands an answer from Ming-Xiu, who he really is. Is he even human? Min-soo analyzes the energy release that occurred, suggesting a possible increase in power. Frey feels severely nauseous from the after effects of the intense clash of forces. Ming-soo suggests he rest, taking on the task of ending the conflict. With irony, he offers the necromancer to reunite with his ancestors. Ivan had no choice but to run away and shoot at his dolls, who no longer obeyed him. And then, a huge explosion thundered, destroying all the last dolls. The necromancer decides to stop holding back and use his full power. Min-soo asks with cold curiosity if the enemy has anything left to show. The necromancer is amazed by the sudden increase in speed of Ming-soo, whom he had not noticed. Min-soo sarcastically thanks him for his unwitting assistance in destroying the cave wall. And again, he blinded him with his miracle technique. Then, after his quick attack, only a huge explosion of energy remained in the sky. The sudden appearance of the Raven immediately interrupts the fight. She greeted Ming-soo like an old friend. She shielded Ivan's body, protecting him from the blast. The protagonist pronounces the name of the newly arrived girl, confirming their acquaintance. Ming-soo is surprised by Raven's intervention, breaking his rule of non-interference. Raven explains that the necromancer is an important figure, despite his appearance. She asks for his life to be spared while he is useful, offering a compromise. Min-soo is mentally insisting on eliminating the necromancer due to his key role in the drug trade, but he also recognizes the need to prioritize and focus on the main goals, keeping the team alive. Ming-soo estimates the power of the crow to be superior to that of a necromancer, and then the guy demands an answer as to why the leader of the anti-demon faction is involved in dirty business. Raven retorts that Ming-soo knows a lot about them, but is seriously mistaken. Raven explains that the moderate wing has long been in charge of the anti-demon faction. She claims that the incident occurred at the initiative of a necromancer, acting without sanction, but she still didn't even know who the request came from. Min-soo asks skeptically if they really didn't know who the customer was when they intervened in the situation. Raven insists their group was merely rescuing a member, not participating in his activities. She claims he only recently learned of the necromancer's activities and was unaware of what was going on. Raven admits that Ming-soo has many questions, but she herself has minimal information. The protagonist first looks away, thinking about the girl's arguments, and his eyes catch sight of his entire squad of surplus comrades heading to the base. And now he reluctantly agrees with his arguments, considering the necromancer not the main culprit, but he warns that there won't be a second time. The Raven is ironically surprised by such quick trust on the part of the hunter. Ming-soo reveals that he can read mana patterns and detect lies from the wave fluctuations. The guy asks a final question, wanting to clarify one key point. He asks who exactly Raven means when he talks about his group, we. Raven decides that he can now answer this direct question. He introduces himself as a member of an organization called IZ, and vanishes into thin air. Ming-soo concludes that the entire anti-demon faction is not deeply involved in the incident. He reasons that no one would use hostile people as pawns for money. Ming-soo felt an ominous power from the drug, but it didn't resemble demonic energy or anything known. He adds the new name, IZ, to his list of organizations requiring separate investigation. Meanwhile, Layla thanks her rescuers, feeling ashamed as the commander who failed the group. She insists on an immediate exit from the gate, pointing out the dangers of staying there for too long. Min-soo approaches them and begins by saying that they first need to deal with the consequences of the incident. Hikari immediately asks about the necromancer's fate, expressing obvious concern over his disappearance. The boy replies that Ivan has escaped. Layla apologizes for her carelessness that led to such a dangerous situation, but Kumo finds solace in the fact that everyone is still alive and suggests leaving the gate first. Min-soo reflects with slight irritation that it is much easier to work alone, but mentally he corrects himself, remembering that his faithful companion, Frey, is always with him. And he turns to him, but for some reason, there was no answer, and he looked at the horizon in confusion, wondering where this monster had gone. The scene shifts to HMCS headquarters, where a report has been received about the ghoul incident. Edward finds it hard to believe that necromancers exist, and that they weren't the main clients. Min-soo confirms his guess, suggesting that this is just the beginning of something bigger. The blonde reproaches himself for his complacency, and thanks Ming-soo for saving the entire team in such a difficult situation. He tries to console him, saying that no one could have predicted such a trap in the empty gate. And everyone survived. Edward dryly notes that thanks to his actions, everyone was able to quickly return to work. Hikari, in particular, could have been hurt, but the protagonist prevented that. Edward speaks admiringly of his skills, reminding him of his former nickname of Mad Dog. Min-soo suddenly announces his immediate return to Korea for his next case and asks to call when he has any leads. The blonde is surprised by his haste and asks him to at least say goodbye to the rest of the team, but the guy says he's too busy for that. The scene changed. The guy was already walking down the street when he stopped with a surprised face. After all, that same rude Hikari was already standing in front of him. He looked at her questioningly. Hikari came to thank him in person, embarrassed by her less-than-ideal behavior. She promises to be a more useful and reliable ally in battle next time, and then passes the protagonist by. Min-soo accepts her gratitude with a slight smile, showing no particular emotion. But what worried him more was that from that day on, his companion Freya stopped responding to his mental appeals. Min-soo tested his skills, feeling no problem in using the abilities he received from Freya. He tried to shout to his silent companion with anxiety and irritation. When was that bastard Freya going to wake up? The scene shifts to HMCS headquarters, where a meeting is being held to summarize the investigation. According to the report, Almaty's organization targeted investigators and was involved in drug trafficking. It turns out the group wasn't producing drugs, and the death of its leaders severed the supply chain. However, remnants of the group are still active on the black market, requiring continued investigation. The meeting participants are interested in the current state of the gate, where the main events took place. The gates were seriously damaged during the fighting and no longer have any value. There is a fear that the former chairman's faction will accuse them of destroying the crime scene. Vice Chairman Edward reacts with irritation to the constant political intrigue. He is reminded that the former chairman's faction now practically controls the headquarters. A particular threat is posed by Cargill Huang, a semi-specialist ranked hunter who is aiming to take his position. He will definitely take advantage of this incident to create problems for the vice chairman. The secretary expresses an understanding of the need to minimize any grounds for criticism directed at her. At this moment, Cargill Wan himself enters the office without knocking, introducing himself to the vice chairman. He introduces himself as a semi-specialist ranked hunter from HMCS Central Office. Cargill feigns concern for the progress of the investigation, hinting at its failure. Edward demands to know what exactly he means by his caustic comments. Cargill accuses him of assigning an unknown hunter from an Asian country to the team. He states that the team returned empty-handed, having only destroyed the crime scene. Edward counters that the team was attacked on the spot, which justifies their actions. Moreover, the team not only survived, but was able to neutralize the attackers. Cargill sarcastically remarks that they have only managed to uncover a small organization, not the sources of supply. He notes with mock respect that Edward would not have appointed a random hunter without a reason. Cargill still expresses concern that the investigation has dragged on without any visible progress. He moves on to his main proposal, which he intends to bring up for discussion. Cargill suggests making the investigation into the banned amplifiers public. Edward chuckled. He warns that publicity could lead to a sharp increase in demand for these drugs among the population. Edward points to the risk of widespread interest in drugs among ordinary people. He asks if Cargill is ready to take responsibility for such consequences of his actions. Cargill is confident the problem can be solved by quickly identifying and destroying the source. At this rate, people will find out anyway, even without publicity. He suggests consulting with other semi-specialist hunters to settle the dispute. I wonder whose opinions they'll listen to. And then Edward angrily slammed his hand on the table. The scene shifted, and Edward informed Siu of the high probability of the amplifier case being made public. He predicted major international upheaval should this unfold. The guy admits that the roots of the case go deeper than he expected, and there is little time left. At this moment, the old man, with surprise, confirms the existence of necromancers, whom he saw with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Edward reports on the difficulties in tracking the Pandemonium and IZ organizations. Min-soo is not surprised by the lack of quick results, and Edward changes the subject to the gate. He confirms that the follow-up expedition found nothing of value in the gate, and it reminds us that the initial high estimate may have been based on the corpses at the entrance. But Edward is alarmed by the gate's anomalous emptiness, where there were no monsters or resources other than ghouls. He suspects that the Necromancer and the Almaty members cleared the gate for their own purposes. He asks Ming-soo's opinion on this version, expecting his professional assessment. The guy explains the nature of the gates as interdimensional rifts that do not obey the laws of space. He finds it impossible to predict the appearance of empty gates for drug trafficking, even for a shaman. Ming-soo puts forward a bold hypothesis that these gates could have been an elaborate forgery. He develops the idea that the empty gate could have been an illusion for drug trafficking. Edward initially dismisses this idea as too far-fetched and unrealistic. Ming-Shu counters that he's simply making a guess based on intuition. The vice president appreciates his instincts and promises to check this possibility, ordering him to continue the investigation. Min-Soo confidently assures him that she will cope with the task. After the call, he is interrupted by a proposal to have a one-on-three training fight. The old man says not to bother the master. He's tired. But Ming-Shu, despite being tired, agrees to stretch a little and accept the challenge. One of the fighters immediately tried to refuse under the pretext of illness, but they did not let him go due to the risk to everyone. Min-Soo hopes that a little physical activity will help wake up his silent companion, Freya. The scene moved to the streets of an Asian metropolis. People stood in a long queue at the establishment, and inside, the lucky ones were already having fun and dancing. But among the whole crowd, a guy with a large dragon tattoo on his neck was pushing his way through. Before entering the VIP room, he was stopped by face control officers, and now the red-haired guy asked to let him in. After all, he had business. But one of the guards immediately said something about shadows and blood. Apparently, it was some kind of password, and the little dragon continues it, confirming his right to enter this VIP room. The guys immediately part in front of him and let him through the slightly open door of the VIP box. A guy in a robe and glasses is already waiting for him inside. He recognizes Dane as he enters and greets him, as they haven't seen each other for so long. Dane agrees with him and asks, "How are things with the bespectacled guy?" He confirms that everything is fine and asks if Dae-soo has arrived with him. He announced the temporary suspension of all movements and transactions following the current operation due to the intensified investigation in Korea. The guy confirms his understanding and offers to provide an escort on the way back. Just as he is taking out a cigarette, his new bodyguard appears next to him. Dane agrees to the plan, citing the need to wrap up the deal. He expresses irritation at the new influx of goods and the increased police activity. Dane's appearance takes the man in red by surprise, and he also greets Jung Chen, whom he has not seen for so long. Dane is surprised to see Clown arrive early and greets her with an old-fashioned greeting, asking Chu to present the goods for inspection. Meanwhile, Dane apologizes for the large batch that had to be rushed through. He explains the disruption to distribution in Korea and the Great Saint's insistence on the matter. The clown assures that the main thing is to sell the goods, and Cho shows the contents of the cargo. He invites those present to personally verify the quality of the goods on offer. The clown opened the suitcase and was immediately impressed by the quantity and quality of the goods. The scene shifts to the protagonist's office. There, the rest of the office saw how Khan finally showed up to work for the first time in a long time. The office staff discussed rumors about Ming-Su's assignment to the headquarters. They speculated about his connections and how he had risen to such a high level. Meanwhile, the boss greeted the newcomer. One of his colleagues enthusiastically greets Ming-Su, who has just returned from a business trip. He asks if the young man has seen the official document he just received. Min-Soo calmly confirms that the drug investigation has become public knowledge. A colleague suggests that Ming-Su's last trip to headquarters was also related to this case. He notes with concern that he should have hinted that it was secret, since even the branch director was not aware, indicating an emergency. Min-Soo calmly confirms that he was instructed to remain silent about his mission. A colleague thinks that hiring a rank-and-file employee without consulting the director looks very suspicious. He notes that the team leaders didn't even realize Ming-Su had visited the head office. Suddenly, another girl from the office shouts at the group leader. The employee reports that he and Ming-Su have been summoned by the branch director for an urgent conversation, and in a moment, they were already there. They stood right in front of him like guilty school children at the principal's office. The branch director begins the meeting with a reminder of an important message from the central headquarters. He announces a massive request for cooperation in the investigation from all countries. The director describes the illegal ability-enhancing drug and its distribution. He turns to Ming-Shu for confirmation of the details he learned from his trip to headquarters. Min-Shu succinctly confirms his awareness of the matter. The director demands a detailed report of what exactly happened during that business trip. He is outraged that the Korean branch has been put in charge of delivering the results. The guys were a little out of the loop and in shock. The director is screaming about obvious bias and excessive demands on his branch. But the director points out that Korea remains one of the cleanest, drug-free countries in the world. He doubts the possibility of significant achievements in such a small country. He is concerned that the request did not come from Vice President Edward, but from someone from the former chairman's entourage. He panics and realizes the threat to his career and possible promotion. Min-Soo wryly asks if he should just resign from the organization. The director is categorically against this, understanding the value of a hunter even in a difficult situation. But even when he is transferred to the main department, he must not forget the Korean department, and now he is ready to take measures to investigate nonsense. The branch director announces the reorganization of Hwang Jong-gu's team into a special drug enforcement team. He emphasizes that the team's failure would be a disgrace to the entire Korean branch of the organization. The director clarifies that other teams will also be working, but the key tasks will go to the Kanbuk team. This will provide an opportunity for advancement. Hwang Jong-gu tries to object, anticipating strong discontent from the other teams. But the director knows he doesn't really care. The director approaches Min-soo with a promise to approve any future business trips requested by headquarters. He announces the immediate commencement of work and the receipt of the first case for the new task force. Hwang Jong-gu was shocked that the first task came so quickly, without the slightest delay. The director explains that he had previously instructed the collection group to process all suspicious cases that had recently occurred. Hwang apologizes to employee Sung-ah for the urgency, and the briefing on the first case begins. The director describes an old warehouse on Manhwa Island, long known as a drug den. According to him, a distribution hub has been established there, attracting clients even from other provinces. Recently, a fight involving awakened criminals occurred there, resulting in casualties. Hwang immediately admits that the forces of one of their teams will not be enough for such a large-scale operation. Therefore, the director reports sending a request for cooperation to a private guild, which has already been approved by headquarters. Min-soo asks with slight surprise about involving a private guild in the investigation, and in a couple of moments, they were already there. When meeting with the guild representatives, Min-soo confirms that he was expecting their appearance. He explains that the private guild is exactly what he expected to see as reinforcements: his brother and apprentice. One of the guild members confirms that their involvement in this matter was entirely predictable. Brother sighs softly and asks why Ming-shu always finds himself at the center of major incidents. The man grumbles that the head of the guild himself even bothered to come and didn't send an assistant in his place. The interlocutor coldly retorts that he did not come here of his own free will, and the girl said that the master's order is above all else. Sejun immediately asks where his comrades are. Where is the whole team? He explains that their men are spread out around the area, monitoring the situation. If they all came at once, they would only get in the way, so they're waiting to intercept anyone who tries to escape. Yang will guess that a good half of those gathered here were ordinary civilians, who had come simply for cheap stimulants. Even tales of clashes between the awakened, he says, were most likely just squabbles between traders or their guards. In any case, if we manage to catch the drug dealers at the same time, it certainly won't make things any worse. He nods to the side and remarks that it looks like that's where the main deal is taking place. It's worth checking. Sejun suggests not forcing their way in through the main entrance. They'll miss too much. Better to sneak in quietly and strike suddenly. But the girl objects. There is no time to mess around with this. It is wiser to immediately encircle everyone. Suddenly, the main character heard something important, and he ordered all his partners to shut up and follow him. They came up and listened. One of the merchants was disappointed. He came for the promised special goods, but in reality, everything was no different from the old one. His words about this amazing product immediately attract the attention of another. Someone angrily scolds the awakened ones, condemning the very idea of preparing drugs specifically for them. But the other one just smirks. This is exactly how you can make a fortune, and he's been living like this for 15 years. This angers the protagonist. The interlocutor sharply replies that such a way of life is short-lived and casually shares the news. Jang Chuan has appeared in Korea. He perks up and replies that he came here precisely for his sake, not even remembering how many months have passed since their last meeting. A third person eavesdropping on the conversation asks in surprise who Jang Chuan is. This frightens them. One rudely demands that the uninvited guests identify themselves, suspecting them of being ordinary drug addicts. Min-soo calmly declares his lack of interest in drugs, and the three of them say that their main goal is to get to the drug dealer himself. A moment later, the group finds itself in front of a broken door, and the question of what to do next arises. One of the fighters suggested two options: pretend to be buyers or begin an immediate cleanup. Yeonhwa favored the latter, but the Senju ordered everyone to come closer to coordinate actions before entering, and he takes a pen out of his jacket. It is immediately activated in the magic staff, and Sejun activates his concealment ability, using light magic to camouflage the group. The skill description indicates its highest rank and its dependence on the caster's skill. The main character is surprised to learn of the complex transformation magic used by his brother. Manhwa admires his skill, comparing the illusion to an advanced invisibility spell. Sejun explains that his elemental magic has many uses. He gives an example of how the conceal skill uses light refraction to camouflage. The guy ironically notes that his companion Freya would definitely want to absorb this ability. An ally asks about the location of this mysterious satellite, but Ming-Shu evades the question. But still, Master Ming-Su proudly notes the significant growth of his brother's skills. Another team member reminds them of their accomplishments, wanting recognition from the master. But the main character has already moved on. Min-Soo urges the group to hurry so they can complete the operation and return home faster. And now, they were already inside. Inside the warehouse, a merchant advertises his goods, announcing a sale of the remaining stock. The buyer tries to negotiate, but the merchant refuses to lower the price. The customer, disappointed, accepts the deal, making no secret of his dissatisfaction. Somewhere nearby, there were already people lying heavily addicted to the substance. Manhwa notices that most of the warehouse's visitors are ordinary people, not awakened. They don't look like criminals, just poor souls. Sejun suspects the existence of a separate, hidden market specifically for the awakened. He understands that finding this market will be difficult, but spying on the dealers might provide clues. The girl notes the large size of the warehouse and the potential success of detaining everyone present. The protagonist's brother doubts the effectiveness of such arrests, as criminals are quickly released. The guy believes that fighting distribution points without destroying the source of supply itself is pointless. A sudden scream from one of the drug addicts attracts everyone's attention inside the room. The junkie stood up and started screaming furiously about how something had come out of him, and he ran out the door, leaving everyone around him confused. One of the guys who made the deal attributes it to hallucinations from drugs taken in the basement. Then the guy in black asks about the strange behavior of only those who constantly go down to the basement. Another trader cynically suggests bad feng shui or a curse on the site. Looking at this huge number of psychos, the girl was horrified by what was happening and wanted to leave. Min-Soo orders his group to continue observation while he goes on reconnaissance. His brother tries to follow him, but Ming-Shu orders him to stay put. The guy harshly suppresses any objections, demanding complete observance of silence and orders. And they have no choice but to listen to his order. The guy continued walking down, and along the way, Min-Soo discovers an underground tunnel, probably used for escape during raids. He feels a strange energy coming from the tunnel, not at all like a normal magical aura. The guy analyzes the energy and realizes that it is neither mana nor demonic power. He compares it to the feeling of being called upon he experienced during a recent investigation. Ming-Shu concluded that he had encountered something resembling summoned spirit beasts. Someone appeared behind him. He immediately gathered strength in his hand, and then he attacked a strange creature but realized that its attacks did not cause him any damage, and the ghost turned into a blot. The boy realizes that mana has no effect on the entity and senses no malice from it. He can't find a precise definition for this entity other than calling it a ghost. Suddenly, a little girl appears and asks not to touch her ghost friend. Ming-Shu is amazed that the child was able to see him through the cloaking spell. The guy asks in amazement who this girl is and what she is doing in the sewers. The girl asks the same question in response. After all, it is she who lives here, and Min-Soo is a stranger. She claims the sewer is her home because she can relax there. Min-Soo is skeptical about calling a sewer pipe her home. The girl insists on her own, and Min-Shu gives in, recognizing her right to live here. The guy gets to the main question, asking about the girl's parents and her many injuries. The girl calmly says that she has no parents, as they exchanged her for drugs. She begins to tell the story of how her past injuries arose. The girl explains that the injuries occurred while she was searching for food through a different exit from the sewers. The guy extended his hand to her and said that this was just madness. She lives alone in a damp, dirty place and is friends with ghosts. He immediately healed her with his energy. The girl is amazed by her power, which feels warm in contrast to her cold energy. The boy suggests that it was her power that made the ghosts visible in this place. The girl confirms that the ghosts protect her and show her all the exits from the labyrinth of tunnels. She turns to the ghosts for confirmation of her words about their friendship and help. Min-Shu gently asks the girl's name to continue the conversation with the little dungeon dweller. She says her name is Xiong. Ming-Shu decides to seek help from the ghosts who have become the girl's friends. He asks if these entities can find people with special powers among the sewer exits. Zion confirms that her ghost friends are able to find people like her and Min and glow with happiness. Elsewhere, two men discuss acquiring a new drug brought from Narek. The seller praises the product's 100% purity and its powerful effect against B-rank hunters. The buyer is amazed at the potency of the drug and asks whether the batch shown is complete and whether there are any side effects. The seller assures that the risk of addiction is low and hints that the client has already checked everything. He asks to keep the new development a secret, explaining the choice of this dirty underground meeting place. A sudden sound alerts the seller, but the buyer blames it on rats or other living creatures. The seller insists he clearly heard some suspicious noise nearby. He'd heard strange rumors about something appearing in the underground drains. He looks at his reflection when suddenly a hand appears from right there. The sudden appearance of a ghostly entity causes a fit of panic in the buyer, and they start running away from the door without even noticing the main character. Ming-Shu appears from the shadows and corrects him, stating that it is not a ghost at all, and then he pressed them against the wall with his strength. He carried the girl on his shoulders and said that he was just a man. The guy asks Zion to hide in a safe place while he deals with the dealers. He stroked her hair and thanked her for her help in discovering this criminal group. Min-Shu is curious, with ironic irony, about the forbidden goods they are hiding. He approaches the unconscious customer with false concern, trying to lift him up. Min-Shu wonders, with slight surprise, if he might have overdone the force of his blow to one of his opponents. Suddenly, he looked at the suitcase and saw those same 2 bottles of strong drugs. He coldly noted that the drug had already penetrated the Korean black market. And now, another enemy was flying at his back. The main character didn't have time to notice him and dodge, and the full force of the bastard's blow pinned him to the ground. One of the criminals speaks dismissively of the uninvited guest who has entered their territory. He wonders how someone could have found their carefully hidden distribution point. His accomplice counters that the factory only started operating today and suspects an internal traitor. He gives the order to contact other combat groups to eliminate the detected threat. The main character immediately activates his combat ability, Poisonous Fang, while lying down. And suddenly the seal of his technique begins to form around his body, and immediately blows spread throughout the room, quickly wounding the criminals. And the most important of them managed to defend himself with a shield, and he was able to land in one piece. The rest were less intact than the boss. But Min-Soo notes the enemy's high reaction speed and composure in close combat. He asks directly who exactly is behind the dispatch of this well-trained group. The opponent admits that Ming-Soo's skills and resilience show him to be an experienced fighter. Enraged, he accuses the boy of cowardice for pretending to be dead. Ming-Shu sarcastically retorts that hiding on the ceiling was a perfectly noble tactic for him. The enemy angrily demands to know the guild from which such an impudent fighter crawled out, but the guy just smiled, and everything started to become covered in red energy. He grabbed his technique with his healthy fists and reminded them that the first question was asked by him, and he insisted on receiving an answer. And since they didn't want to answer, he began to gradually squeeze them. The boss's voice mockingly calls for the opponents to calm down and suggests that everything is based on rumors. He begins to prepare an attack in his palm. He introduces the Roaring Lion technique and states that customers must queue. In this way, he helps his minions avoid the deadly squeeze. Min-Soo dismisses the very idea of buying this life-threatening drug with disdain. Someone from the group requests status from other units involved in the operation. Ming-Soo's opponent activates a defensive skill, and the main character himself prepares to test the guy's strength in close combat. Behind the boss, the cripples were already saying they wouldn't survive. Massive blood loss and 3 broken ribs were no joke. Who was this guy? The group leader calls on his men to show determination, seeing their obvious superiority in numbers. One of the henchmen reaches for the vial of drugs. They pick them up and get annoyed because they never thought they would have to use this piece of crap. After drinking this drug, their blood vessels expand and the body begins to pump with strength. In a rage, the enemy vows to tear Ming-Soo to shreds. Their strength increases noticeably. One of them immediately makes a sharp leap forward for a deadly attack on the main character. The guy confirms a sharp increase in power caused by the action of a prohibited drug. The opponent threatens to pierce Ming-Soo's skull, activating his most powerful attack. The second activates the Cross Blossom technique. Min-Shu states that the enemy's strength level is now at a completely different level. He mockingly asks if he has already become addicted to the enhancer's effect. and the guys below start barking like dogs. This is not true at all. The third bastard instantly reacts to the remark, activating the solid chest technique, and the guy locks himself in a cubic box in the air. Min-Soo remembers the presence of another fighter he had overlooked. The enemy suddenly appears, declares the end of the battle, and calls on his troops. But suddenly, he is interrupted by a girl from the shadows who activates a wind cutter, and he makes a juicy spit of fire like a sniper shot right into the bastard's head. The arriving members of his team note with mild reproach his habit of acting alone. They enthusiastically ask for permission to join the fight and help their master. Siju notes that opponents who have taken the drug cause a lot of trouble. Yanghwa confirms that the drug makes fighters abnormally strong. However, she is confident that they will not be able to resist an S-rank hunter. Min-Soo asked how his partners found out about the place so quickly and came to help. Yanghwa then suddenly ran down after Hyun, saying that she should follow him first. The mysterious child showed her the way as she descended into the basement of the room. The guy looked back and saw the girl he had saved from the sewer. She reproached her opponents for unfair combat. When 3 attack 1, Min-Soo knelt down and thanked the girl again. Yanghwa asked, "What kind of child is this anyway?" He promises to talk about the child later, acknowledging the difficulty of explaining now. Everyone agrees that a child could not survive in such a place completely alone. The heroes note the sad fact that prohibited amplifiers are penetrating into Korea. One of them sees a drug user for the first time and fears his immediate explosion. Yanghwa suggests a mechanism of action for the drug that leads to death by overdose. Some people mention the ghoul killers, but these fighters are more like ordinary mercenaries. But their strength exceeds that of ordinary guards. All 3 are experienced A-rank assassins. They were probably sent directly by drug manufacturers, such as the Bestia Group. The beast is linked to Pandemonium, suggesting demonic involvement in the incident. For now, this is just a guess, connected to the artificial gates and the Pandemonium organization. However, the main character knows that humans are incapable of doing all this. Perhaps someone underground is collaborating with the demons and is behind all of this. Ming-Shu ponders, recalling key details and constructing logical chains. Yanghwa recalls Mad Dog's strange disappearance from the public eye over the past 10 years. Sejun fears that the situation could escalate into a full-scale conflict and a resumption of the war with the demons. The guy notices that the attackers have numbers, which means there are at least 10 fighters. 2 drug dealers remain alive, allowing them to be questioned in prison later. Suddenly, the alarm goes off, and the girl warns the heroes about the approaching danger. The heroes don't understand what she's talking about. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, from which the main character again saves the girl. The new opponent accuses them of dirty work because they did not finish off their previous opponents. He threatens to show what it means to finish a case truly cleanly and professionally. Min-Soo notices new numbered fighters and orders his team to hide immediately. The new arrivals have a much higher mana level, indicating that they are at least an A+ rank. Ming-Shu meets the drug dealers with cold fury when they appear at the perfect moment. He asks directly if one of them is the boss of this entire criminal network. Someone recognizes the leader of the Azure Flower Guild and is surprised by his quick appearance. The opponents realize they must kill the 2 S-rank hunters on the spot. The man in the blue robe refuses to answer questions, considering it a waste of time. The guys immediately consume a couple of bottles of powder and throw them on the floor. And while the fighters attack, the leader vows to destroy all witnesses in this underground room. Ming-Siyu's allies offer cover and assistance in the upcoming tough battle, and they all clash in battle at the same time. The main character mocks the fighting style of one of his opponents, calling it clumsy. He asks with disdain whether his mentor was a complete amateur in his field, which greatly infuriates his opponent. He simply asked how the protagonist dared to say such a thing, and pounced on him with a new attack, hitting the body precisely and throwing back with a super powerful attack. As she fired another arrow, the girl was shocked by how hard her master was hit, and her arrow was immediately in the body of the bastard in the blue robe. He was angry again and was preparing to throw a Rasengan at this girl who dared to shoot at him. Running away from the blow, the girl was in shock. After all, her attacks were reflected back at her. Another ninja immediately appeared for her and told Yanghwa that she didn't have time to be distracted. He immediately struck her with his dagger, but a shield quickly formed in his path, preventing him from piercing the girl. It was Senju. He told the girl not to jump on the leader, but that they first need to deal with all the trash. He turned to his brother and told him to do at least something, but the main character was in shock. This guy had some very strange technology, and he was so fed up that someone nearby spoke up. He asked them to shut up and let him concentrate, but after a few moments, he smiled, as his body finally remembered what it was like to fight together. He remembered his youth, training and fighting alongside his allies and students. Loud, chaotic teamwork, but cohesive, clean, and excellent. Sejun distracted them all by adjusting his glasses and asking if all the team members had warmed up yet. Manhwa just shouted with a smile, 10 minutes! And the main character activated even more power and ordered his comrades to finish this quickly. After some time, the main character was already fighting so fast that it seemed like he was in 5 places at once, and he easily struck the main bastard in the blue robe. And the main character only confidently said that he understood how, from the very beginning, the enemy tried to use a strong blow. He dodged it with a sneer and asked, "Is attacking with the right hand his skill?" This only angered the bespectacled man, and he told the main character that he simply talks too much. The main character continued to think about his skill, which allows him to absorb and reflect enemy attacks. He immediately counterattacked with a kick to the arm with blue energy. Finally, the glasses flew off the bastard's face, and he realized that things were probably really bad. After all, now even the main character understood that the bastard in the blue robe can no longer use this skill. They continued to fight, and the bastard in the robe tried to dodge. The enemy expresses extreme disbelief and shock that a simple guy has achieved the state of Asurai. Minsu counters that the reason for what happened is a completely obvious fact, and prepare for an even stronger blow. The young man calmly declares that he is the creator of this military equipment, and he forcefully pushes away the guy in the blue robe. Then he tried to pin him down with his red aura hand, but the guy managed to jump back. The main character ironically asks if this is difficult for someone dependent on a single skill to understand. The man explains that mana takes on infinite forms through the energy core. He had no idea that Asura would become a full-fledged combat sect. The enemy notes the difficult situation and the need to create a chance for retreat. But then, he sees how the only door is closed by a ninja who flew out of nowhere. And the main character stops this attempt to distract himself and sends him flying into the distance with one blow. So hard that the bastard crashes into the wall, leaving cracks in it. The main character immediately reached for an ampule of their drug and began to slowly approach him, explaining that he only answered because he was asked a direct question. But Sue still notes the unwillingness to listen and takes the initiative to ask a question. The young man notes that there is only one opponent left who is capable of speaking. The wounded enemy struggles to speak, unable to believe what's happening. The protagonist's students stand nearby. Minsu notes that his words are being completely ignored and reminds him it's his turn to ask questions, grabbing the guy by the face and shoving the powder into him. The guy is surprised by the resistance, recalling the ease of using this powder on subordinates. And seeing the reaction of the man in the robe, the main character understands that he has never tried it, and therefore asked about what produces and distributes it. The wounded enemy claims that this powder is apparently fake, but still, any action is now completely pointless. The enemy states that only the power of awakened skills matters in this world. The enemy cynically asks if the man is ready to take any potion for the sake of strength and power. He continues to claim that the world has already plunged into chaos, and similar drugs will appear again. Gigi is unimpressed. There is a philosophy about the strong devouring the weak, and the ability to burn brightly, if only for a moment. Minsu counters that such statements are simply pompous nonsense and empty words. The guy states the simple and indisputable fact that his opponent is indeed weaker, and having almost broken his neck, he finally let the poor guy go. Siu immediately healed the guy and repeated this question, offering to answer before actual destruction. Mingshu demands the identity of the creator of the forbidden amplifier, addressing the defeated enemy. Immediately, a scream from the young man in the robe is heard. At this time, in another place, Younghwa stood with Xion in his arms and Sejun. The protagonist's brother addresses the girl with understanding of her feelings after what happened. He wonders about the significant changes in their comrade over the past 10 years. The girl confirms that he has become much stronger and at the same time, much more ruthless. A hypothesis arises about the difference in the flow of time in different worlds and its influence. They discuss how 100 years of solitude may have changed their master and his inner essence. Sometimes he seems less human to them, but the girl still understands that his core has remained the same despite the losses. And Younghwa believes that when everything becomes calmer, the master will return to his former state. Minsu suddenly appears and asks a direct question about what exactly he lost. The guy avoids answering and asks about the information received about the investigation of the case. He is informed about the simultaneous start of the drug's distribution in different regions of the world. But apparently their main base in Asia was in China. The captured criminals exploded from the inside, likely due to a magical oath or contract. The team decides to return, hoping that their comrade, Chan Ji-yu, obtained data from the other detainees. They pay attention to the child and wonder about his future fate and destiny. Yanghwa decides to take the child with her to find his parents or to place him in safe hands. The protagonist understands that they need to hurry because the criminals have rushed to spread due to the approach of the HMCS. And if the main distribution center is in China, Min-shu suggests there is a checkpoint for the Korean region as well. The scene immediately shifts to the sign of the private club Narak. Inside, people are already dancing and partying everywhere. Somewhere at a table, a man with a dragon tattoo reacts with surprise to information about an abandoned factory. He is informed that the HMCS detachment carried out an assault after the complete encirclement of this object. It's become known that contact with Mr. Ryu and the Demon Slayer group has been lost. It's good that he managed to clean up there. Brother Ryu is deeply troubled by the lack of news about his twin. However, he continues to follow Daesung's orders and remains at his post. The person expresses irritation with the current situation, which has disrupted his personal plans, and suddenly the phone rang, which greatly frightened the dragon. It was Daesung. His nervous voice asks Daesung to explain the current state of affairs. Daesung confirms receiving information about problems in the group's Korean operation. The dragon reminds us of the simultaneous launch of distribution in several regions of the world, and that the police suspected something. It is revealed that they themselves leaked information about the factory to the HMCS detachment. The interlocutor can't understand why they had to deliberately reveal their database. Daesung explains that it's a diversionary tactic, while Clown carries out the actual distribution. Their job is simply to move as much inventory as possible, even if it's too risky. His assistant expresses concern that their organization might be quickly discovered if Ryu and the assassins cracked the police, but Daesung tells them not to worry. Daesung reminds them of magical contracts that prevent information from being revealed. Furthermore, he confidently states that all capable hunters in Korea died 10 years ago. He told them to just stay with him. The scene changed dramatically as it became known that numerous dealers and users of the prohibited substance were detained during the police raid. Although the point of sale was destroyed, this achievement did not bring the expected satisfaction. The question arises about the complete destruction of the real sellers of awakened illegal drugs. The action takes place in the office of the HMCS branch director, where a tense discussion is taking place. The staff explains that they had no choice but to terminate the completely crazed consumers. Despite the failure, it was possible to seize samples of the drug and establish a Chinese distribution trail. The director criticizes subordinates for insufficient results, despite receiving valuable information. Employee Zhang desperately asks whether he should have contacted the Empire or the Chonhua Guild. The director requests information on the results of the work of other operational groups of the organization. They report a lack of significant leads and a curtailment of criminal activity. The Southern team also failed, losing the suspect due to strong resistance. The angry director first took a deep breath, and then he started shouting, demanding that the employees finally start justifying their salaries. The employee expresses doubts about the reality of the threat posed by the circulating awakened drug. After all, they're already overwhelmed with awakened cases. The director reminds them of the crisis in the Japanese branch and the need for serious attention. The employee tries to object, but is interrupted by continued criticism of the department's work. The Korean branch is under close scrutiny and is unable to independently analyze samples. The director is concerned about the upcoming international meeting without concrete evidence to support the allegations. Behind the director's back, employees discuss his ambitions and unrealistic expectations of the newcomer. The director irritably inquires about the current location of Hunter Ming for the report, and the employee didn't have anything to say to his boss right away. It turns out that Sue took the day off, citing the need to sort out some business. They stood in the estate, and the apprentice, hopefully, asked if the master liked their unexpected gift for him. Min-shu hesitates, doubting the appropriateness of accepting such an expensive gift. His students unanimously affirm that he fully deserves this gift for everything he's done for them. They remind him of all the years of education and training he's devoted to them. Siju notes that it is time for the master to acquire his own home for his growing family. He adds that he now has people living with him permanently and will soon add a rescued child. Min-syu explains that he was looking for a place for the girl given her unique awakened nature, but there was no such place. Yanghwa is amazed by the rarity of the talent of an awakened being born without a teacher's tower. The red-haired girl asks Xian to obey her master, promising to visit her every day. The protagonist's brother declares that he will also come every day, considering the house his second home. The woman invites Zion to look at the house together until Mingshu realizes the scale of the surprise. The girl is delighted with the news that this place will become their secret hideout. The scene shifted to a memory where the main character lived in a similar boot camp with his students, who admired the size of the house and were interested in the origin of such property. Sejun then doubted that his brother could have bought this place with his own funds. The son, who was once also the protagonist's apprentice, wondered about the necessity of living so close together during the war with demons. Minsoo explains that he must keep them within reach for protection and assistance. He begins to talk about his readiness to protect them at any cost, no matter what. The girl then called her opponent inside the house while he continued to demonstrate his principled position. The guy ironically notes that they are not his children at all, despite the guardianship. Minsoo remembers how for 100 years in another world, he held on to these memories as if they were a mirage. He bitterly notes that last time he was unable to protect everything that was dear to him. But now looking at what he has, the protagonist was determined to do everything completely differently in the current situation. The girl impatiently reproaches the guy for moving too slowly. The protagonist then assumes the Freya's strong surprise after waking up from sleep. Minsoo finally agrees to go with everyone else to inspect the new home. In a couple of moments, a whole day passes and night comes. They put little Xian to bed, and it's just time to contact Jung-gu. He informs the protagonist over the phone about an uncertain connection with a private laboratory studying the drug. Confirms the discovery of previously unknown mana in the banned substance. However, he considers the connection to demons based solely on the similarity of mana to be speculation. Even demonic mana is no longer a rarity on Earth after all these events. The headquarters laboratory is also skeptical of the demonic origin theory. Besides, it's risky to mention demons right now after all. No country wants trouble over unverified rumors about demons right now. So the main character moves their meeting to headquarters. The main character notes with irritation the increased trust in demons over the past 10 years. The investigation reached a dead end, despite all the strange coincidences and clues. There are not even any points of contact with the Pandemonium organization for verification. He recalls that Minjun had previously been researching demonic mana, moves a chair to the table, and sit down at it for further study of the information. A database entry appears linking demonic mana and the name Jung Minjun. A search engine reveals Jung Min-jun's blog with a study on the connection between demonic mana and pollution. The guy is delighted. The blog is blocked for violating the platform's rules. What irritates the main character? A strange user ID has been detected associated with a private blog. IZIZ. Again, there is serious doubt about the randomness of all these coincidences with demonic mana. Zion suddenly appears and asks what her oppa is doing at night. Minsoo was surprised that the girl had already woken up. He gently suggests she return to sleep for proper growth and rest. But Zion insists that the ghosts have already told her everything that's happening around her. Minsoo reproachfully notes that this is an invasion of his personal telephone communication. The girl explains that she also heard men talking in the sewers before he arrived. And the guy asks what exactly she heard. The girl thinks for a second. Sean recalls the news of a certain John Chuang's entry into the country. She also heard about the arrival of a shipment of goods from Narak for distribution. The party must be distributed throughout the country according to plan. The scene suddenly switches to an alley and a man with blue hair, who ran with all his might. Suddenly, someone pushed him with such force that he crashed into. Someone finally finds the person he has been looking for a long time, with obvious hostility. A guild member looks down on a C-class hunter who dared to stare at their gate. The hunter excuses himself by saying he urgently needed money for an important purchase. He begins to show off some object that was supposed to solve his problems. The guild members mockingly discuss what this loser can possibly get out of his pocket. The hunter confidently declares that with this item, he will be able to deal with all of them with this powder. And there was a huge explosion. Sometime later, information appears in the news about an awakened illegal amplifier that begins to spread. An emergency meeting of branch managers is being held at HMCS headquarters. Meeting participants expressed serious concern about the speed of drug distribution. Branch representatives report efforts being made, but the situation is unsatisfactory. Management requests a progress report on the investigation, citing the incident in Korea. This is the first major incident since the events at the Middle East branch, but the agents found no leads. They only mentioned a hunter involved in the investigation as a close associate, but with no results. The investigation points to China as the main hub of distribution in Asia. The appointment of a trusted official without due process and formalities is being criticized. They raise questions about the former president's legacy and the vice president's intentions. They consider such statements from agencies interested only in Vrata's business inappropriate. Some people are calling for not being too strict with the vice president, who has his own reasons. They propose to assign the hunter general management of the investigation in the Korean branch. A meeting participant asks Baek Lin Ho, manager of the Korean branch, for his opinion. Manager Baek shows noticeable hesitation in his response to the direct approach. 2 days later, the appointment of a leader is discussed at the headquarters of the Korean branch of HMCS. Chang-gu expresses doubts about the official announcement of the appointment in the current situation. They discuss internal power struggles at headquarters and lack of expectations for success. A new Naraki keyword has emerged that requires immediate investigation and verification. This word comes from the testimony of a child who is at the site of an abandoned factory. The unknown location of Narak becomes an important key for the continuation of the entire investigation. The boy is surprised, as the investigation into the factory case hasn't been completed yet. They discuss the possible meanings of the word Narak, from the establishment to the group's codename. Min-soo sarcastically suggests checking drug dealer hangouts across the country. They note the difficulty of identifying illegal businesses without official registration and names. Narak may simply be a code name. Min-soo makes the final decision on his course of action in the current situation. He proposes to request official assistance in the investigation from 7 major guilds. His proposal evokes shock and bewilderment among the agency employees present. The employee hesitantly reminds them of the confidential nature of the investigation. Min-soo insists on the need to stop the spread of the drug at an early stage. Chang-go says that everyone else will be against it, but Ji reminds him of his authority as the head of the investigation to overcome objections. And also notes Yonghwa and Sejun's willingness to help. The guy says that this is all thanks to personal connections with him. Min-soo sharply cuts off doubts, reminding about the risk of addiction among hunters across the country. Min-soo orders to stop talking and start calling the guilds, taking responsibility for himself. The action moves to the presidential office, where an important meeting is taking place. The director greets Jillian, whom he has not seen for quite a long time. Jillian is introduced as the current guild master of the Unlimited Legion in this world. The director curiously asks if the reason for the visit is related to her guild. Jillian reveals that official requests for cooperation from HMCS have been sent to all guilds on the heptagram. Pirate Dae-soo asks in surprise about the nature of the cooperation request. All detailed information is classified, but the request concerns awakened criminals. The request includes cases of recharging awakened phenomena and sudden increases in power. The guilds emphasize that the request has the official approval of the organization's headquarters. Jillian expresses outrage at the audacity of the agency that dared to appeal to the heptagram. Dae-soo suggests that this is the result of Mad Dog acting without restrictions. And smiling, he tells the girl to do what she wants. After all, Morian Dae-soo is now your guild, and Galleon did what she had to do. Then the next one came. Gigi's friend confirms receipt of a written refusal to cooperate from their side. The employees said that most of the guilds except the Boundless Legion and Ice Soul agreed to cooperate. The guy was pleased that only 2 guilds from the entire list of invitees refused. Min-soo immediately appears and reminds Chang-gu of what they agreed on during their previous conversation. The guy hands over a list of the guilds that have agreed, and the main character asks about the transfer of hunters to HMCS. They tell him that such transitions between guilds and the agency happen quite often. They explain that some hunters value duty to institutions above guild money. The employee expresses bewilderment and asks for an explanation of the reason for such special attention to these guilds. 3 guilds named Diamond, White Lion, and Warrior King were added to the watch list. Min-soo orders his subordinate to closely monitor the members of these 3 guilds. The young man suspects a possible leak of information from employees within the agency itself. Chang-gu doesn't understand what the guilds that help them have to do with it. Min-soo explains the huge profits from drug distribution and the scale of the operation. He notes the strangeness of agreeing to absurd conditions without good reason or benefit. Gigi suggests that the guilds might have had their own reasons for collaborating. The employee tries to object but is interrupted by an urgent message from another team. The girl, out of breath, says that they finally found it. Information is received about the possible location of a mysterious place called Narak. The scene shifts to some dark alley. One of the criminals confirms the discovery of a place called Narak in the Kanbuk area. He hands over a list of inspectors who worked at the abandoned factory without any suspicious movements. Another group member expresses disappointment at the slowness of the Korean branch of HMCS. They discuss a possible ambush and the need to determine the composition of the special team. The dragon reminds the informant, a civil servant, about his salary and the impossibility of earning that much in a regular job. The informant mentions a rumor about the inclusion of the chief inspector from that factory in the team. He also announced the appointment of an employee connected to the organization's vice president. The dragon paused. The criminal releases the informant with orders to immediately report any new information. Another man appears to report to his superior in a criminal organization. The dragon provides the requested list of inspectors involved in the investigation of their activities. Before giving it to him, the dragon warns him about the inadmissibility of any rash actions at the moment. The subordinate asks again with disappointment about the need to continue waiting. The boss says he remembers the loss of his brother, but points out the current unfavorable situation. He promises a more opportune time for revenge, and action will soon arrive. The subordinate hesitantly repeats the words about the best time for his plans. They discuss a leak and a possible informant within their own ranks. In the end, they decide not to report to Daesung yet so as not to activate him prematurely. When the blue robe leaves, the dragon picks up the phone and dials a number and contacts the clown, informing him that there is a serious problem with their operation. A clown in China expresses displeasure at receiving bad news in the midst of work. He irritably asks about the essence of the problem, distracted from his business and affairs. He is informed of the alarming news that their Narok hideout has been discovered by the enemy. The criminal recalls the incident at the factory and asks for help in the current situation. The clown is unhappy with the prospect of working as a cleaner after his business trip and threatens to quit. He is reminded of Narok's importance to their drug business and the consequences of her loss. The clown is offering a 50% discount on all future drug shipments to Narok. Then they'll help him. Dragon suggests discussing this proposal directly with Daesung to make a decision. And Clown suddenly decides to meet with Daesung in person to discuss the terms of the deal. And while the dragon is shocked by such a proposal, the clown is already standing near the building and says that he will now personally visit Daesung's boss. He goes inside. When they meet, the clown compliments Daesung on his impressive appearance in person and says that he is glad to meet him for the first time. The man just looked angrily at him over his shoulder. He notes the revelation of the abyss and the unexpected effectiveness of the Korean HMCS. Daesung abruptly interrupts him, demanding that he get to the point without unnecessary talk and chatter. He warns that they are fully aware of all his and his men's actions. Don't underestimate Daesung. A key character is introduced, the Korean dealer, Clown. He reminds them that they were the ones who supplied the forbidden amplifier at their request. The guy says that he doesn't care who is behind them. Any entry into the underground requires approval from Daesung and his group. They must and will get their share, no matter what they want. Clown acknowledges Daesung's status as the rightful master of the Asian criminal underground. He confirms their goal of drug distribution, but expresses certain concerns. The Chinese branch of HMCS remains a serious threat, even to such an influential figure. The Korean HMCS has brought 7 leading guilds, including Heptagram, into the investigation. Daesung asks, what should they do then? The clown suggests holding a personal meeting to discuss all the issues that have arisen, namely, to gather all known underground organizations for a meeting in Naraka. The clown is confident no one will dare refuse an invitation from such an influential figure. He suggests using the meeting to advertise and distribute a shipment of drugs. Of course, there may be guys at this meeting who don't share their goals, but he is confident that there are sufficient forces to quickly eliminate any traitors. Daesung asks how he plans to cover up such unrest at their base, but the guy in red says he usually makes up for it in full. The clown reiterates his principle of mutually beneficial cooperation with Daesung. The boss was still looking at him, and then he turned to the window. Then he was transported to a memory where his sister in the hospital called him by his real name, Ruan. Daesung corrects the girl and asks her to call him brother. The girl reproaches him with a smile for arguing about appeals in such a serious situation. Daesung tells her not to despair because power now brings money, and he will do everything to cure her. He promises his sister to return to China, to their true homeland, together. But his sister interrupts him and finally calls him simply brother. The girl admits that money is not important and wishes him ordinary family happiness. She wants her brother to finally have a real and happy family. and the scene moved again to some alley. Daesung recalls how he once sought power by becoming a disciple of the powerful master Min-soo. He believed that strength would allow him to get everything he wanted and protect his loved ones. He strove to surpass his teacher in the power and capabilities of his body. The main goal was to prevent the repeated loss of people dear to him. But now he considers all emotions to be meaningless in his current state. Although now he has both sufficient money and considerable physical strength, he bitterly realizes that there is no one left to protect and no one to stand by. Then he turns to someone nearby. Daesung gives final orders on contacts with criminal groups. After all, they will soon hold a large-scale meeting in Korea. The scene shifts to the office of a good company. Min-soo announces the start of an operational meeting to investigate a place called Narek. The young man introduces himself as the temporary head of the investigation into prohibited amplifiers. He suggests that some of those present may question his appointment to this position and suggests addressing the complaints to the central headquarters before moving on to the essence of the meeting. The guy shows the crowd a picture of a private resort club in Incheon called Narak. This place is the main center for distribution of the banned drug throughout Asia. Naraka's owner remains unknown, as the club is registered to a frontman. Numerous cases of drug trafficking have been reported at other clubs in this network. The team is compiling a list of officials suspected of receiving bribes from the criminal group. The leaked information indicates the possible presence of an informant within the organization. Min-soo explains that the meeting is held only with trusted team members. He emphasizes the importance of speed in the operation to destroy the main Narek center. Narek has a strong security system as a major drug trafficking center. The criminals place numerous security guards posing as staff at a private resort. Members of armed criminal gangs were spotted among the club's patrons. The blue-haired employee confirms the need to seek help from the Heptagram Guild. And Gigi already said that he did this, but the rest of the organization's employees were not warned. Even the guild masters were not informed of the details of the upcoming operation. The date and time of the operation will be communicated only on the day of the operation itself. One of the participants asks about the reasons for the exclusions for the Empire and the Kyunghwa Guild. He questions the validity of such exceptions if they are based on personal connections. Min-soo explains that the Empire and Kyunghwa knew about the drug even before it arrived in Korea, thanks to incidents overseas. That is why they were recruited to cooperate during the investigation at the landfill. The meeting participant accepts this explanation as sufficient grounds for exceptions. Min-soo announces the end of the introductory part and the transition to the details of the operation. The official name of the upcoming operation is given the code word Doberman. Some time passed. The scene moved to another office. One of the guildmasters expresses dissatisfaction with the current situation regarding secrecy. He criticizes the practice of holding closed meetings after a formal request for support. Reminds you that they are not cheap mercenaries from an unknown guild. The bearded man counters that he should have refused to participate if he had any complaints about the format. He reminds that the operation is being carried out in the interests of public welfare. Another participant admits that he is right, but supports his colleague's dissatisfaction. And so he understands the reason why the two guilds refuse to participate in such an operation. At that moment, the main character enters the room. Min-soo introduces himself to the guilds as the leader of the upcoming special operation. He thanks the masters for agreeing to help despite their busy schedules. The guildmaster greets Min-soo, recalling their previous meeting. Min-soo distributes official documents with a simplified outline of the upcoming actions. The goal of the operation is to destroy the market for prohibited amplifiers for the awakened. He asks that teams be prepared for immediate deployment within a week. Min-soo hints at the desirability of the personal participation of guildmasters in the operation. But he is immediately told that his requests seem too impudent. One of the masters recognizes him as a newcomer who became famous for recently completing a dungeon in just 5 days. He asks about rumors about the disappearance of a hunter 10 years ago and his return. White-haired mentions the nickname Samjong and the guy's former fame in hunting circles earlier. He asks with interest where he has been all these years and why he appeared as a newcomer. Min-soo confirms his status as a newcomer to the agency, but doesn't understand how this relates to their investigation. One of those present tries to remember with bewilderment who this Samjong even is. The guildmaster begins to recall events from 10 years ago for context. He speaks of the period of chaos after the gate's appearance and the war between humans and demons. And he has trouble remembering who rose to prominence back then. The protagonist immediately mentions the documents he delivered. Min-soo asks to contact him once the forces are ready to participate in the operation. The guildmaster casually agrees and says goodbye until further notice. Sadoy expresses bewilderment as to why such an exceptional hunter remained forgotten for so long. The action moves to the headquarters of the Japanese branch of HMCS at the same time. The boss was talking to some employee, and suddenly she was called out. An officer reports the discovery of illegal drugs at the site of recent unrest. The branch director notes with alarm the speed at which the drug is spreading. She emphasizes the need to prevent the epidemic as quickly as possible, asks about the progress of the search for the leader of the unrest named Lakai Kitsune. It turns out that the leader of the criminal group is currently absent from the country. The suspicious absence of several leaders of major syndicates has been noted. Kumo's younger brother reports receiving a directive from central headquarters. A directive comes from headquarters regarding the investigation of prohibited potions. Hikari orders him to immediately prepare to leave the country on a mission. She is enthusiastic about the opportunity to finally pay off her old debt. The scene moves to the airport. Min-soo irritably heads to the airport to meet his guests. He still has a lot of other things to do. He's dissatisfied with the way support is being organized without his request and with Edward's intervention. But he's called out. The arriving girls happily greet the guy they haven't seen in a while. Hikari notes his punctuality. Layla notes the lack of employment of branch managers and the fact that the main character is as gloomy as ever. Yanghwa is surprised that the urgent call to the airport turned out to be a meeting of girlfriends, and two at once. The scene suddenly shifted to the club. One of the participants in the operation has just arrived for the meeting and immediately became interested in the new product. Those present noted Daesung's authority and the commercial appeal of the new product. We discussed the awakened mana doubling amplifier and its spread throughout the world. Some expressed concern about the worsening situation surrounding their illegal activities. Speculation has arisen about Clown's influence on Daesung's decision to hold the meeting. Unexpectedly strong opposition from the HMCS organization was noted. The mention of the Black Mamba's demise made them take the threat more seriously. The criminals realized the need to stop underestimating their adversaries. Perhaps someone saw an opportunity for mass distribution of the drug on the market. The lack of specific information from senior management was puzzling. The Korean branch of HMCS was on Narek's trail, which put pressure on the group. But Daesung, with his call to the meeting, actually ordered them to defend their territories. Pandemonium expressed dissatisfaction with being treated as small partners. Suddenly, a man appeared at their table and called out to them. A conflict arose over seats between representatives of various criminal groups. How dare they take the royal seats? Clan member Akai Kitslan challenged the newcomers who dared to claim the best places. He demanded they leave, shaming the assembled criminals for their behavior. But he was quickly silenced with a blow, and the guy flew into his partners. One of the bandits became enraged by the insult and humiliation he received. They threatened to pull out all his teeth if he didn't stop making noise immediately. And then they threw a bucket at him. The girl spoke with disdain about the awakened people present at the meeting. The organizers demanded that the riots be stopped, under threat of immediate expulsion from the meeting. One of the criminals aggressively demanded that a person unknown to him identify himself. He was reminded that even the idiot Shion Dobok should know the organization holding this meeting. The guy standing to the side was in shock and asked his partner why he didn't intervene, since their boss had been badly beaten. But the other guy thought even more about his future plans. Someone was surprised to recognize the man present, a man from a private guild under a different name. They asked how many personalities he had. The stranger watched with pleasure what was happening among the remaining participants. The clown appeared with a cheerful greeting and asked if the guests were full. He introduced himself as the head of Naraka and responsible for the Korean drug market. The clown assumed that many of those present were already familiar with him and his activities. He announced that Daesung had gathered them for a new product on the underground market. The drug for the awakened increases mana by 2 or even 4 times the norm. The clown officially introduced the drug's name under the Lux brand for the first time. He stated that all problems, except addiction, were successfully resolved in the final version. The clown suggested that everyone present had commercial interests. He emphasized the influence of the drug Lux on the balance of power in the criminal world. The clown moved on to the main reason for organizing this urgent meeting of the groups. He reported some bad news he had received from his informants within the organization. The HMCS International Headquarters has been investigating Lux from the earliest stages of its development. The clown called on the assembled groups to cooperate for the successful launch of Lux. He expressed surprise at the sudden activity of the Korean branch and also requested support. One of the criminals asked why this organization was involved in this, and the Korean branch is complete crap. Another participant whispered that this information was missing from their briefing. His neighbor recommended remaining silent and simply following the orders they had received. The clown noted that normally they would ignore the Korean investigation without any problems, but recent movements and requests for reinforcements from headquarters raised serious suspicions. This meant a swift attack on Narak with significant forces within a week. The clown proposed to join forces to organize a spectacular counterattack together. He offered free samples of Lux to demonstrate the effect to his subordinates. The failure of the raid on Narak should have made HMCS waver in the face of their strength. One of those present asked about the specific benefit of Narak's protection for them. The clown promised double the amount of the drug at the same price for the participants. He reminded that this was Daesung's personal request and should not be taken lightly. The clown stated that Lux would inevitably change the underground world, regardless of Narak's fate. He gave them a choice: to join this wave of change or to remain on the sidelines. The clown reminded that power became the new law of the world after the appearance of the gates everywhere. He expressed hope for a wise decision by the assembled leaders of criminal groups, and now all that remains is to wait for their decisions. Someone quoted Lord Oribus about the true strength of humanity in this world. The true strength of humanity does not come from the mana of the gates or artificial toys. The true strength of humanity has always come from the very nature of their desires and ambitions. The scene changes. The clock shows exactly midnight as the operation moves into the active phase. The commander-in-chief requests the readiness of all units to begin the assault. The strike force reports full readiness for the immediate commencement of the operation. The Japanese division also takes its position. Minsu is satisfied with the number of forces and suggests first flushing the opponents out of cover. He gives the order to use the meteor shower ability throughout the club's territory. Minsu announces the immediate transition to the active phase of the entire operation. The plan for Operation Doberman, codenamed Operation Doberman, is officially launched. The scene moved back inside the club, already in the midst of the party, when toasts were being made. One of the criminals enthusiastically confirms the importance of the meeting for control of the South. His accomplice shares his excitement at the prospect of making a fortune from the new drug. At this time, the biggest shots in this system rise to the VIP room. Entering the room, the dragon praises the clown's organizational skills for the preparatory work he had done. He cleared out warehouses, hired mercenaries, and even planted his man within HMCS. Dragon acknowledges Clown's business acumen and his contribution to the overall criminal enterprise. Clown modestly attributes his success to his collaboration with Daesung and his resources. The guy instructs the clown to take further action and is about to return to China. The dragon explains his departure by the completion of all the tasks assigned to him. The clown isn't surprised that Zhang Chuan is leaving, since he's not really a fighter, but the fact that Chiwu is also leaving, even though his brother's killer is participating in the attack, surprised him. Chiwu only promises to meet Daesung. The clown only asks him to return quickly within 1 week. A sudden loud sound immediately alerted the criminals gathered inside the building. The clown immediately suspected something was wrong. Someone runs in and shouts about bombing outside and the complete destruction of the main entrance to the building. One of the bandits cannot believe that someone dared to bomb the city center. The clown reacts with hysterical laughter to the absurdity of what's happening. He's shaking all over. The scene shifted to the main character, who was talking on the phone with the guildmasters, who were in shock. The attack was planned for a week, but he was asking for a support team right now. Minsu explains that the situation required urgent measures to ensure public safety. However, the White Lion Guild refuses to cooperate due to the changed conditions. Minsu calmly accepts their refusal and offers to discuss cooperation in the future. His assistant reports on the successful penetration of the assault team to the first floor. Thanks to reinforcements, they were able to easily block all possible escape routes. The operation inside the building could be completed significantly faster than initially expected. Minsu is pleased that the date of the entire special operation remains secret. The employee expresses disappointment at the small number of guilds participating in the assault. However, the main character believes the available forces are sufficient, provided the surprise attack is successful. Minsu compares the operation to destroying a hornet's nest to smoke out the target. The scene shifts inside the building to Yanghua. The assault team has captured the entrance and lobby and is advancing to the upper floors of the building. All opponents in the lobby are rated as A-rank threats or lower in strength. Yanghua orders the detainees to be handed over to HMCS agents for further escort. Anyone attempting to escape is to be apprehended. But the assault team found neither drugs nor the main dealers on the building's first floor. This gave the girl pause. One of the criminals panicked and shouted for everyone to leave the club immediately. A dirty man stepped out in front of them. Sejun orders her partner to block the enemy's possible escape routes. Manhwa immediately began to reproach Sejun for his wrong actions during the arrest of the criminals. The criminal boasts to an A-rank mercenary that he has enhanced the Lux drug to dangerous levels. He threatens mortal danger to anyone who tries to get close to his fighter. Manhwa hesitates to touch the drugged enemy. Instead, he asks his comrades for help in dealing with the drugged enemy. Sejun activates the staff and warns of the catastrophic consequences of the man exploding in the room. He immediately uses a freezing technique on the monster. But something goes wrong, and the monster is not completely frozen. The team members watch in horror as the enemy's body begins to swell unnaturally. Sejun orders his group to immediately take up defensive positions in the room, and he asks his comrades to continue their efforts to completely freeze the monster. Manhwa uses the wind and flame technique to suppress the exploding enemy and destroys the monster in front of her. A bandit on the sidelines approvingly evaluates the level of training and reaction of the Korean hunters. He acknowledges with mild surprise that there are worthy opponents among the local fighters. The hooded man introduces Sejun as the master of the Chunghwa guilds, and all the people present here is some of the few S-rank hunters from Korea who have entered the world rankings. The question arises about a possible informant who passed information to the clown from the guild. The guy denies his involvement and notes the absence of his guild in the operation. And the other guy also understands that in this scenario, the clown's plan has failed. Narak is clearly losing. Pandemonium decides not to interfere with the clown's failed operation in Naraka. No such orders were issued. Mr. Kaisa is informed of the clown's latest movements in the club building. The clown tries to urgently evacuate goods through a secret passage in the building. And now, Pandemonium officially announces its withdrawal from the Narak project and the operation. Kaisa concludes that there's no point in staying here any longer. He suggests everyone leave the building before the operation completely fails. Is he abandoning his boss? But the guy states the final defeat of the Akai Kitsune group in this clash. The criminals realize they're facing S-rank hunters and have no chance against them. The hunters express bewilderment at the presence of such powerful opponents and drain their mana. They need to retreat back and unite with other factions. The Akai Kitsune group is enraged by the perceived slights from their enemies. The gang leader calls on his men to attack despite the superiority of the enemy forces. All the other members of the group admired their boss for his courage. The madman threatens death to anyone who tries to interfere with their operation. Sejun is shocked by how fast he is and calls out to Manhwa. Suddenly, the crazy guy is attacked by an attack with strange energy and stops him from hitting the heroine. At this moment, a bearded old man suddenly appears and offers to join the youth fight with a smile. On the upper floors of Narak, criminals are panicking and trying to find an escape route. And there were battles involving some kind of strong energy. One of the bandits experiences such a strong effect from the drug that he loses control. The news that the exit from the first floor is completely blocked comes as a shock to the criminals. The cheating guy suggests breaking the window and trying to escape using flight abilities. A criminal under the influence of Lux is confident in his ability to destroy everyone. But suddenly, a huge purple energy tail rushes among them and strikes the criminals. The girl blocks the path of bandits trying to break through the window openings. Hikari suggests that they surrender without further resistance to avoid casualties. Kumo notices among the criminals individuals who are painfully familiar to him. Hunters recognize the detainees as internationally wanted criminals. They didn't expect to find so many big shots in this operation against the dealers. The girl gives the order to take all the criminals alive for subsequent interrogation. The scene moved to another fight, in which the guy already realized that nothing would work, and he kicked forward straight at the opponents. The unexpected arrival of criminal reinforcements changes the balance of power in the room. The new enemies suggest that their comrades retreat while they hold off the hunters. Hikari recognizes the uniforms of the newly arrived criminals from previous cases. This is the Chondobok Syndicate, led by Daesung, a giant of the Asian criminal underground. The girl now decides to test her new legendary Shikigami in battle, and he summons the snake Kugutsuti, which will attack these bastards. The appearance of the summoned creatures resembles animals from different species and categories. The bandit ironically compares what is happening to a zoo because of the diversity of creatures. The girl explains that the summoned creatures are not animals, and divine spirits from another world. At that moment, some magical tentacles rushed towards the bandit, and some kind of spiritual and energetic explosion occurred. Kumo was delighted to note the significant increase in his partner's strength since their last meeting. but the guy reproaches him for having time to look at her during a fight with an enemy. Kumo feels incredible pressure from the enemy's enhancement technique. The hunter decides to completely block the criminal group's possible routes of approach and repels all people around with his energy. Someone mockingly speaks of the enemy, comparing him to a squeaking rodent. The spirit in the form of a weasel is outraged by such disdainful treatment and insult. The spirit of the snake arouses particular hatred in another bandit, who is ready to destroy it immediately, and the bandit immediately began to run towards the girl with the intention of killing her. Hikari then activates the technique of fully blossoming his legendary spirit, Kagutsuchi. And now technology has become a three-headed snake that is rushing towards the bastard, who closed his eyes and was already preparing to meet death face to face. But suddenly, someone quickly jumps towards him, and he blocked this powerful technology, thereby saving the bandit's life. The criminal turns to his master Chib with trepidation, seeing the seriousness of the situation. Shu notes with surprise the participation of HMCS agents from other countries in this operation. Everyone watches in amazement as Master Chiwu absorbs Kagutsuchi's attack without being harmed. Master Chiwu is annoyed by the annoying ability and is ready to immediately return the attack. And then he shoots the absorbed energy back at the girl, and she flies out the window into the street. The hunters realize that they are faced with a rare counterattack ability from the enemy. Kumo screams in horror as the reflected attack hits his sister's body, but suddenly the guy grabs her out of the air. This is Ming-Shu, who smirks as he chides his partner for trying to escape in the midst of battle. He believes that a fighter must complete any serious confrontation he starts, and Shivu recognizes in Ming-Su a person connected to his past memories. He accuses the boy of killing his own brother during a previous confrontation. Min-Syu remembers the distinctive sunglasses the criminal wore. Now, Hikari is holding his technician. He confirms that the guy with the reflective ability was this man's brother. Master Chivu makes a solemn vow to avenge the death of his own brother. He vows to destroy the offender using all his strength and abilities in battle, even at the cost of his body and his life. But he wants to turn the pathetic protagonist into ashes at any cost. Min-Shu ironically apologizes for interrupting such a dramatic scene between them and grabs his hand. And then he declares that he already knows the ending of the story because he saw all the abilities in advance. At this time, the observer reports to Mr. Kaisa about the prepared escape route through the underground level. Mr. Kaisa does not immediately respond to the message, completely immersed in his thoughts. He watches the golden glow with concern, considering its color an ominous sign. Lord Kaise orders 2 subordinates to remain here and ensure the clown's safety. For now, he absolutely must not be allowed to die. They were already on their way and loading boxes into the elevator. He states that the situation is getting out of control and the fire is spreading quickly. At this time, the dragon, in despair, reproached himself for the extremely dangerous situation that had developed. The boy regretted his decision to follow China and mentally scolded his stupidity. He needed to escape quickly while Chandobok's squad was distracting his attention. The man did not expect that Chinu would recklessly rush into battle and was amazed by the true strength of his opponent. The dragon decided to flee immediately while all the participants in the fight were distracted by each other. Meanwhile, the main character had already defeated the Avenger and, standing on him, said that he was quite resilient. Kumo ran up to them. He quickly went to his sister to ask if she was okay. Hikari said she was now in the protagonist's debt again. His body refused to obey and could no longer withstand the colossal stress. Min-Shu anxiously asked his partner about her condition and thanked her for her assistance. After all, thanks to her, the surgery had been much easier and quicker. She began to talk about a captured criminal from the powerful Chandobok organization. The heroine assumed that an important meeting of criminal elements was taking place in the building. But the most important thing is that no medicine or drug was found during the search. Hunter Leela tried to set up a barrier, but discovered a secret emergency exit. Min-Syu decided to go upstairs and instructed his partner to hold off the fleeing enemies. Chonggu would be here soon. The girl told him to wait. Hikari stopped him and handed him an object with words of gratitude. This artifact was enhanced with mana and obtained during their previous joint mission. The girl admitted that his incredible strength made her reconsider her life. That's why the girl began training with even greater persistence and dedication. And she was especially delighted when people came to her headquarters for help. She really wanted to be useful in this operation, but she still felt unfit. She resolved to work hard to improve herself. Her brother Kumo indignantly asked why she was giving Take Mikazuchi to this man. His partner was furious that the legendary artifact was so easily given to the first person she met. The girl began to vehemently deny the misunderstanding that had arisen regarding her feelings for the guy. She's simply paying her debt, and that's all. she still has a lot to do. In her mind, she continued to deny the possibility of falling in love because of the few lives she had saved. Suddenly, someone called out to her, and turning around, she saw the main character in front of her, who was standing and looking into her eyes. The sudden appearance of Ming-Shu left Hikari extremely surprised. She couldn't understand what was happening, but the main character had already grabbed one of the criminals who was trying to escape from the scene of the battle. The guy threateningly asked where exactly this cowardly man was planning to run away to. The captured man began to desperately insist that he was an ordinary civilian and not awakened. They didn't believe his words and threatened to knock out his teeth for brazen lying and selling drugs. The frightened criminal began to scream loudly and call for help so that they would let him go. Ming-Shu noted with irony the paradox between his fear of death and his trade in a dangerous potion. The guy now offered him a choice between a fatal beating and information about the cure. The frightened man immediately shouted that everything of interest was in the basement. He told about a special elevator for VIPs leading to an underground shelter, the same place where the other people with the drugs went. Min-Soo was clearly not happy about having to go down to the basement to continue the operation. The boy told Jong-gil about strange things happening on the lower levels of the building. His partner asked in surprise about the existence of an underground passage in the building. The scene switched to Sejun and Younghwa. The former stated that Squad 1 had already left, but they urgently needed additional support forces. The girl replied that despite their small numbers, they decided to act while others guarded the main entrance. But seeing something ahead, she stopped and tried to stop Sejun. There were already beaten people lying ahead. An impenetrable barrier of enemies appeared in the hunter's path, completely blocking their further progress. The evidence of extensive carnage clearly indicated that a major clash had recently taken place here. Sejun noticed the opponents, and Yeonhwa also noticed it. They were very strong. He assessed the strength of the enemies as significantly superior to all the criminals he had previously encountered. The experienced fighter warned his comrades that they were facing extremely high-level national raiders. Her partner merely dismissively responded that he should take better care of his own health. Sejun didn't even have time to properly raise his staff. How the enemy's sudden attack caught the group of hunters almost by surprise. Sejun threatened to destroy all the drugs along with the hunters themselves. Such impudence caused an outburst of indignation in the criminal girl. A sudden change in coordinates placed the ranged fighter right in the middle of a close-quarters battle. The enemy's spatial skill completely changed the balance of power in the battle. The fragile archer found himself completely defenseless in the face of an immediate threat, but the bandit didn't succeed. A powerful archer demonstrated that physical strength is more important than distance in close combat, and she hit the bastard hard with her bow and energy, knocking out a couple of his teeth and leaving him in complete shock. The unexpected turn of events caused confusion among those involved in the fight. At that moment, the elevator opened, and even Clown expressed irritation at the chaotic battle that unfolded right on the retreat route. He walked along and sarcastically remarked that only useful team members should be left. Sejun was distracted from the fight and noticed a clown mask, but a momentary loss of concentration cost one of the fighters the advantage in the battle. Yeonghwa also let her guard down, and the blow towards her did not take long to come. He threw her far and hard, slamming her into the wall. The clown thanked the criminals for their help and suggested that Kaisei's order was involved in the matter. The question was raised about the whereabouts of his subordinates and his current solitary position, and the clown joked that while he was clearing out all the boars from Cheondobok, he ended up completely alone and ordered to take the drugs with him. Suddenly, a sharp question was directed at the man who was trying to leave the scene. And finally, the main character entered the room, ready to finish them off right there. A threatening command was given to the group of criminals not to move. And now, they were just looking at each other. The man commented with irritation on the incredible persistence of his opponents. The clown sarcastically congratulated the attackers on their successful assault on his headquarters. He explained that he was very busy and suggested that they be satisfied with the successes they had already achieved. A warning was given not to lose everything due to greed and to disperse peacefully. Both opponents were busy, and Clown suggested that the other one take care of his comrades on the floor. Min-Soo asked in a rage if the clown had done this to them. His opponent stated that he did not understand what was said and that they did not have time for empty talk. And one of his subordinates, with an axe in his hands, attacked the main character. But with his iron fist ability, Soo shot right through his opponent. The green-haired girl was in shock. Her partner Raven was killed with one blow right now. And for the main character, it became completely obvious that this clown was the key figure in this whole situation. The girl advised the clown to retreat at the first opportunity, but the man decided to take on the defense of this place in order to protect the drugs. The The clown took off his jacket and suggested that Ming-Su talk calmly instead of continuing the confrontation. But the main character immediately shot him. The clown dodged and expressed genuine amazement at the speed demonstrated by his opponent. He admitted that while he was confident in his speed, his opponent was also quite fast. He even managed to touch him. But the main character only asked whether the clown was the main supplier. When asked about the reasons for this assumption, they answered that he is the most elusive and talkative here. They threatened to knock out his teeth and demanded information about drug supply channels. The clown responded with mocking doubt that he would cooperate so easily. He admitted with resentment that he had clearly been underestimated during this confrontation, and then he immediately rushed forward towards the main character. And I tried to kick him, but the guy blocked it. And so the clown's blow landed a little higher than he had intended. Su was surprised by the enemy's movement skill, which surpassed even Desu's abilities in speed. The protagonist used the offensive skill Cutting Wind to neutralize the enemy. The protagonist realized that the clown was clearly outmatched. He's no match for him or Des, just a fast rat. The clown noted with bitter irony that even he had been injured in the battle. His rage at the damage he received resulted in a loud, emotional cry. How dare the main character hurt him? And he quickly soared into the air. And then he began to approach with monstrous speed and deal blow after blow to the main character. It even destroyed the walls around. But the clown stopped beating in shock when he heard the line that the main character even found his speech funny. A sarcastic question was asked about who exactly his interlocutor imagines himself to be, and Ming-Shu immediately activated the seal beneath him, and the energy began to disperse throughout the room, freezing everything around and turning it into ice spikes. The clown, in a rage, called his opponent a monster for his inhuman abilities. But Gigi hadn't finished speaking yet, so he appeared behind the clown. The man declared that he too was confident in his speed in the face of a dangerous enemy, and he hit him with such force that slammed the poor clown into the ice. Now the main character landed on the ground opposite the clown encased in ice. Su immediately mentally complained about the annoying complexity and side effects of using teleportation. Sejun had already come to his senses, and the main character suggested staying where he was, because now he would heal him. And then he began to heal his brother, while the green-haired girl watched them. She assessed his inhuman mana power and healing abilities with horror. It became clear that this man posed a threat to the entire Pandemonium organization. She decided that she had to immediately convey this to management, but the main character ordered her not to do anything stupid and to stay in her current position. It became clear that this man was no simple enforcer and might know the source of the drugs. Gigi approached. Nay, and pointing his hand at her, he threatened to kill her if she did not begin to tell the truth about what was happening here. And the clown has already used an extremely dangerous skill associated with the creation of extreme heat. And while the hero was just loading his iron fist to shoot the girl, the clown burst into flames with a mad laugh, breaking free from the ice around him and releasing steam everywhere. The only question that came from the main character was whether these abilities were his true strength in battle. The clown said that since he had already seen this technique, they now had no other choice. In a rage, he suggested that everyone turn to ashes right there on the spot. The girl asked him if he had gone crazy and was planning to burn down the entire area around him, but she immediately noticed with surprise how Ming-Su already had fire energy on her. Gigi mockingly asked why he was so upset over a small scratch, and then he ordered him to cool down a little and immediately changed the energy to ice and released a stream at him like from a fire extinguisher. Immediately, ice spikes formed again, which threw the clown with force into the wall. Ming-Shu commented that his attack only tired the people and wasted their mana. Suddenly, he felt a movement of mana that had already jumped onto his hand with the bracelet, and the clown stated with satisfaction that this time, the main character was caught. The clown loudly demanded that his opponent finally understand the seriousness of the situation. The main character stated with despair that the flame absolutely refused to go out despite all efforts. His opponent gleefully declared that any attempts at resistance were utterly futile. The special, penetrating flame had the ability to attach itself to the target's unique life force. It never goes out after contact with the living spirit of the victim, which is an extremely rare phenomenon. Ming-Shu turned out to be that rare user of the living spirit who wasted his energy recklessly. The clown made a caustic suggestion to turn into ashes along with his beautiful life force, but the guy only clenched his fists tighter and asked, "So what?" He rushed at the clown and defiantly asked what exactly he planned to do in this hopeless situation. They advised him to simply receive an even stronger and hotter slap from this extraordinary flame. Min-Su said he would burn the clown before he himself burned. Isn't that enough? After all, any skill depends on the will of the caster, and after his death, the effect immediately ends. And the main character was already ready to shoot with an iron fist straight into the head of the clown bastard. But the clown fiercely rejected the very possibility of his easy death in this fierce confrontation. The main character thought his regeneration speed had truly matched the rate at which his body was being destroyed by flames. But his mana was depleting at the same catastrophic rate as his body tissue was being destroyed. And the clown understands this. The technique clearly placed enormous strain on the caster, which was crucial to exploit. His opponent easily read all these thoughts and intentions from his facial expressions and movements. The more power he uses, the faster his body will burn in this magical flame. Any further effort beyond this limit would be pure suicide for him. The main character won't even lay a finger on the clown. But Ming-Shu immediately activated the Iron Fist and 2 seals. After returning to Earth, Ming-Shu realized an important limitation of his power. The power limitation, due to the side effects of the interdimensional transition, acts as a protective shield for the body. And his mana, accumulated over 100 years, remains fully preserved in his core. But the methods of application and the structures of spells varied greatly between dimensions. Therefore, until it adapts, the body has established a natural limiter to protect against errors and overloads. And if he needs more power than is allowed, all he can do is detonate his core and remove the limiter by force. The man already sensed a way to overcome this established limitation. But the consequences of such a risky action remained completely unknown. At such a difficult moment, he especially missed the support of his old friend Freya. His opponent Clown still couldn't understand why he was still alive, despite all the attacks. The enemy, in a rage, demanded that he finally die like a cockroach. The girl confirmed Clown's complete loss of sanity in this fight. This can't go on. The ability to force a high-ranking member of Pandemonium to reveal his true nature is too dangerous. There's no time for luxury. She decides Susie is too dangerous. Carrying out Kaisa's orders to keep Clown alive was becoming increasingly difficult. She was looking for a way to resolve the situation with just one smart move right now. But Sejun approached her from behind with a staff and ordered her to immediately stop these stupid actions and remove her hands. The girl said the bespectacled man couldn't even stand up and was giving orders. The guy assessed the situation and realized that the building was already completely surrounded from all possible sides. Most of the key figures of the criminal organization gathered in this very place. All drug suspects have already been detained by the task force. They will soon trace their escape routes. And the girl raised her hands up in despair. And then from the other side, another adversary mockingly addressed investigator Naori with a provocative question. He sadistically inquired about the sensation of burning with life as fuel. The clown reminded her of human nature and the limitations of the body, sarcastically suggesting that she go to her brother and write a will. His regeneration rate was noticeably slowing, indicating that his strength was waning. He didn't have much mana, and he still needed to heal Sejun and Yonghwa. He considered the advisability of removing the limiter in such a critical situation. The potential destruction of the entire building from overload raised serious concerns. Suddenly, a question arose in his head about the reasons for his fear of the destruction of this delicate building. It was the Frey. And then Frey himself decided to do it for him at any cost. What made our protagonist smile was that his inner monster had returned, and he burst out with renewed vigor, frightening everyone around. The clown didn't understand what it was and how it happened. Suddenly, horns and a head appeared from the mana, and Great Lord Frey demanded breakfast after he awoke from sleep. Now the demon himself summoned the seal and spread his aura throughout the area. The clown watched in amazement as his heat technique was absorbed by his opponent. Min-Soo noted with irony that Frey woke up only after all the work was completed. The main character still noted the impeccable sense of timing and asked the clown the name of the technique. I think it was called incandescence. The name of the skill was announced the moment it was activated in battle, and the clown immediately began screaming in pain. And the guy just said that now this battle will truly be to the death. Min-Soo recalled the previous question about the feeling of being on fire with one's own life. He admitted that he was not very good at explaining such complex things. The guy invited him to experience all these sensations for himself, and the last thing the clown managed to shout was the name of his subordinate, Arumu. And then she quietly said the name of her master, Kaise, and remembered his order. She dedicated this attack to her master and the entire Pandemonium organization without exception. Sejun realized with horror that she had transferred the skill's coordinates into her own body. Now she was burning alive, and the clown himself stood there half burnt and pulled out some kind of thing. The enraged enemy promised that they would definitely meet again next time and teleported away. Min-Soo commented on the cowardly escape using a special tool, and Frey said he was quite brazen for someone who had been burned. Min-Soo inquired about Si-jun's condition after such an intense battle. He said everything was fine. The girl's ashes were nearby. His brother noticed a strange creature that was next to them now. The protagonist pointed at him and said that he would explain now. The guy tried to find a suitable explanation for this unusual creature. It seemed to be his guest. But the hungry Lord Predator demanded that he be provided with breakfast immediately. Pandemonium's Antarctic headquarters resembled the aftermath of a hurricane. In the middle of the destroyed hall lay an exhausted blonde man, loudly groaning in pain. Dr. Shutai watched the chaos and pitiful sight with a grin. How the boy had been wounded by his own mana. The boy irritably demanded that the old man stop his smug grin. The enraged blonde stood up and shouted, threatening to kill the doctor. The response was a caustic remark that the screams only confirmed his recovery. The doctor asked pointedly if the clown remembered his very first instructions. He explained that transcendence was a poison, burning the user's body like a fuse. He recalled how he had to stitch up the guy's core to keep it from exploding. Therefore, he strongly recommended using this power extremely sparingly. The half-demon next to him immediately agreed with the doctor. The half-demon Kroll was outraged that such a famous hunter could become so weak and disgraced. Kroll recalled that he heard from Kaise about the failed operation and the beating by the HMCS group. Kroll sarcastically stated that while the boy was resting, Lixian was cleaning up the mess. The boy cut him off abruptly, rudely calling the half-demon a stupid bastard. Dr. Shutai suddenly intervened, declaring his irritation with their squabbles. He demanded they settle their differences outside, noticing their common origins. Shutai noted that people from there have always been prone to senseless conflicts among themselves. Suddenly, Hikatan burst into the room, loudly demanding the whereabouts of Dr. Shutai. He was a second-class demon. Nikawan respectfully greeted the unexpected appearance of Lord Khitan. The arrogant demon contemptuously ordered the human beings to bow to him. Lord Hitan approached the group involved in the failed Lux project. The people accompanying him reported with guilt that the recovery operation had been a complete failure. The demon sarcastically expressed his typical low opinion of people about their abilities. He revealed that Lux's true goal was to create tension among the hunters. The project allowed people to experience the potential hidden within demonic energy. Lord Khitan began explaining the demonic race's great mission in this world. The demon's goal was to enlighten humanity about the true way of using mana. Mastering this energy led to understanding the power of dimensions and control over the gates. The infinite energy of other dimensions could lead the world to incredible progress. But ignorant people started a war by refusing to accept this gift 10 years ago. The Lord bitterly stated that people had never learned to use mana correctly, and therefore they have no right to be responsible for the fate of this planet. If mana escapes, it will harm all dimensions. He stated that demons are responsible for monitoring humanity. It was the demons who were to assume responsibility and control humans. Lord Khitan proclaimed the demons an ancient race, guardians of the dimensional power. In response to the demon's high-flown speech, there was a skeptical grumbling about the absurdity of his statements. The conversation suddenly switched to discussing the artificial gate project as the main topic. It was announced that the upcoming gate would become a vessel for the incarnation of Lord Salasso. Dr. Shutai clarified that this was the incarnation of a second-class demon king. Lord Khitan confirmed this, noting the perfect timing after the S-rank gate's creation. He pointed out the well-known problem of S-rank gates being overrun with monsters without magic stones. It was stated that the Demon King's supreme energy would easily solve this problem after incarnation. The only problem that remains is the monstrous expenditure of mana and sacrifices for interdimensional incarnation. The ritual required a whole team of hunters of at least S-rank of the highest quality. The doctor hastened to reassure Lord Khitan about their readiness. The new artificial S-rank gate would inevitably attract the best hunters like moths to a flame. Lord Hitan justified the inevitable sacrifices as preparation for the demonic race's great goal. A servant of Pandemonium named Fatel recalled the years of preparation for this event. He directly confirmed that all preparations were made specifically for the incarnation of the Demon King. Lord Hitan demanded guarantees that this time nothing could interfere with their plans. At that moment, a red-haired man appeared and approached Lord Hitan. He reported the results of the investigation into the Lux Project incident and the main culprit. The hunter who thwarted their project turned out to be the very same man who stopped the embodiment 10 years ago. And at that moment, Lord Hatan received the shocking news of the man's return from the rift. His interlocutor regretfully confirmed this incredible information. The doctor became indignant at the very possibility of a person independently returning from a dimension. There was some cursing about the terrible timing of such an event. And before leaving, the order was given to continue work on the gate project no matter what. On the way out, the red-haired man asked the demon what they should do. He proposed sending a team of assassins to eliminate the threat. Lord Hatan rejected this proposal, citing the failure of the previous similar operation. And then he turned to the red-haired agent and said that they couldn't just sit there. They needed to contact someone above the VIP level. And a moment later, in another place, Kaise regretfully stated the unpleasant state of affairs on the phone. His interlocutor expressed dissatisfaction with direct contact, citing the risk to both. Kaise acknowledged the urgency of the situation, justifying his direct visit. He asked if his interlocutor remembered the man who defeated the 4 demon kings. Kaise reported the return of that very man and the loss of 2 of his best fighters. He explained the complexity of the situation by the hunter's affiliation with the public organization HMCS. Kaise's interlocutor asked why he should be addressing this issue. Kaise cited a direct order from Lord Hatan and the importance of the upcoming operation. He said that Lord Hatan confirmed the inevitability of Lord Salasso's upcoming incarnation. He ordered the removal of any interference, cutting off limbs from the shadow or the head directly. The primary objective was to ensure complete non-interference with the incarnation process. It became clear that it was this plan that had caused the recent unrest in the hunting world. The agent acknowledged receipt of the order and asked Lord Hatan not to worry about the outcome. He confirmed to Kaise that he would handle his part of the job. This was the mysterious agent known as Count Saint-Germain. The scene suddenly switched to pizza. Freya devoured the hamburger with delight, fully enjoying the process of eating food. Then the demon took up the chicken with the same enthusiasm, rejoicing in his physical body. His rapture reached its peak when he was able to actually chew, tear, and taste. Freya proclaimed that having a real body was the true essence of life. Min Shu watched the scene with utter bewilderment, pondering over the definition of the situation. Sejun described the consequences of exceeding the mana limit, but not as an effect, but as a catastrophe. They all watched the little monster eat a delicious lunch. Sejun said he had seen hunters with summoned creatures, but his case was different. He emphasized that he had never summoned anything like this before and doubted Frey's nature. Yanghwa asked if the creature was sustained by his brother's mana, as when summoned. She compared the creature to a mascot, which immediately provoked a strong reaction. Frey indignantly rejected such a comparison, recalling his status as the Great Predator. He decided to explain the situation personally, calling the people around him fools. He explained the nature of his relationship to Mingshu. They met about 10 years ago and signed a contract. The creature's situation persisted even after their return to Earth. Freya explained that their souls remained bound by the contract after their return to Earth. However, the boy's initially weak strength prevented the demon from gaining physical form. Only after the final battle did Minsu's Dongjong rise to the level of a core. This finally allowed Freya to once again maintain physical embodiment in the world. Yanghwa expressed confusion, having never heard of the possibility of increasing the Dongjong level. Freya proudly stated that this is a basic trait for strong dragons and demons. Sejun modestly replied that the most important thing was that no harm came to his brother. He thanked Freya for the new knowledge, including an understanding of their potential for growth. The boy asked to continue his studies, acknowledging that he had many unexplored areas. Yanghwa supported him. Sejun reminded him of the need to address the aftermath. Minsu resolutely refused the offer to clean up and asked for a ride. Yanghwa suggested that his brother go to the Zhonghua Guild with his sister. Freya reacted with indignation to the suggestion that he be left behind. The scene immediately shifted to the HCMS headquarters. The senior colleague greeted the junior, noticing his unexpected appearance. Minsu was surprised by the tailed beast's early arrival at headquarters after such a task. Usually, after a task of this magnitude, the team worked all night without a break. The guy inquired about the fate of that guy, letting the petty criminals pass. Meanwhile, in another location, a junior colleague reported on Yan Xuan's whereabouts. The prisoner completely refused to communicate, talking only during meals. All seized drugs have already been sent to the forensic department. Minsu ordered that any new information on the case be reported immediately, and then he headed to the interrogation cell to personally deal with the detainee, because after losing all his teeth, the detainee would start talking. The scene immediately moved closer to that very miracle room, from which inhuman cries of intense pain and suffering could be heard. Two colleagues quietly discussed what was happening on the sidelines, deciding not to interfere in the process. Blood splattered across the walls of the cell. Under pressure, the person being interrogated broke down and began to beg for the opportunity to tell everything. He admitted that the drug operation Lux was run by the Ichang Goroboki organization. The detainee revealed the global scope of the organization's activities centered around Daesung. He confirmed that Clown was a major distributor on the black market. The plan involved spreading Lux throughout the region, using Narek as a base. The defendant stated that this was all the information he knew about Daesung's shipments. He swore he didn't know the identities of those behind the drug's global distribution. Min-soo asked a direct question about who exactly this mysterious Daesung was. An explanation followed about Daesung's sudden appearance in the criminal world 10 years ago. He quickly built an organization and seized control of the underground almost instantly, as well as founded a sect using Asura's ability and created a large trading company. This dual identity allowed him to remain in the shadows and undetected. Ming-shu said that was exactly what he wanted to hear. Min-soo decided that this was enough information for now, and turned the interrogation to Clown's identity. The detainee swore that he did not personally know Clown, and met with him only on Daesung's orders. He acknowledged that Daesung had proven to be an extremely capable businessman in his field. The decision was made to deal with this complex situation ourselves. The information was, as usual, useless. Min-soo ordered his companion to rest and eat before meeting Daesung. He only exhaled nervously and heavily. The scene immediately switched. Gigi stood on the roof. The official ceremony recognizing his achievements during the recent project had begun. Min-soo's promotion to semi-special class for his achievements was announced with an official ceremony. Min-soo immediately clutched the document for promotion to the semi-special class tightly. The boy reacted to the new assignment with irritation, realizing that Edward wanted to load him with work. And then he immediately turned around and saw that his conscripts were already right there. It was that grandfather and the other disciple who respectfully responded to their master's challenge by appearing before him. The old man thanked him for the artifact, which had greatly facilitated his covert work. A question was raised about the origin of this rare and somewhat suspicious artifact. Protagonist mentioned his connections to the Black Sky Clan in the context of the investigation and announced a new task for the assembled agents. They were assigned to monitor certain people and report anything suspicious immediately. The old man only asked about the specific target for surveillance in this new assignment, and the protagonist mentioned a problem with information leaks during the last project. So they needed to find the hole and securely plug it. All employees transferred to HMCS from other guilds were subjected to background checks. In desperation, some suggested simply resigning to avoid the complications of the investigation. The investigation narrowed the suspects in the leak to 2 guilds in the committee library. The mention of the heptagram was made, causing surprise and anger among those present. The first suspected guild was called Seriak, and the second was the Kumgang Guild, according to the information received. The source of the information leak was located in one of these 2 organizations, and then the scene shifted. In the main hall of HMCS headquarters, the ceremony for the appointment of new investigators began. The organization expressed gratitude to all those present for their service and efforts. The agents were expected to continue their outstanding work in his new position. The ceremony continued with a mention of the recent incident involving the Forbidden Awakening potion. It was noted that the first successful resolution of this case came from the Korean branch. They not only secured the dangerous potions, but also destroyed the distribution network. The central distribution center was destroyed thanks to the efforts of the Korean team. The capture of key figures in the criminal organization was a major achievement for HMCS. Min-soo of the Korean branch was promoted to the rank of semi-special investigator. There was some dissatisfaction with the appointment of an unknown hunter to a semi-special class. Some saw this as a transitional period and a warning from the president's former faction. Questions arose about the true strength of a hunter absent from the global rankings. It was proclaimed that HMCS investigators were the shield and bullet of humanity. With the advent of the Gate, an era began on Earth where the power of skill became more important than law. And now, for the sake of well-being, They must learn to control and correctly use these forces. The appointment ceremony at HMCS headquarters has officially come to an end. Everyone left the hall and began to disperse. One senior employee shouted in anger about attempts to turn everything upside down. He angrily asked if they knew how much money he had invested to maintain HMCS's reputation. His subordinate reported that some agents were already leaning toward the vice president's side. The enraged man mentioned old Harold Bloom's remarks about Ming Xiu's appointment. The man simply angrily compared their actions to throwing wood into a burning house and demanded active action. The man bitterly recalled his attempts to win the former president's favor. Now he saw the young agents looking at his position, which infuriated him. In a rage, he ordered everyone to go out and find a way to deal with this newcomer. After his subordinates left, he despairingly considered the need to use his trump card, and suddenly he remembered that he already had one such trick up his sleeve. The scene shifted back to the bar. The boss was sitting there and reacted with surprise to the mention of the Pandemonium organization. He thought they had disappeared after the demons migrated to Antarctica and was surprised by their activity. The man expressed confusion about the need to cooperate with demonic forces. He doubted the demons would benefit from such an alliance and asked a direct question about it. He was told that he was not the type of person who usually cared about such details. An irrational world that judges people solely by the strength of their innate skills was deemed important. The guy behind him knew what his boss had done for his career. A Pandemonium representative admitted to knowledge of the shady dealings of the HMCS organization, but they don't care. He explained that Pandemonium values the pure desire to become stronger above all else. His interlocutor was promised an easy path to the chairman's chair in exchange for a few small favors, and the scene switched to the present time with the evil boss. The scene immediately shifted back to the cafe. Someone was looking at the main character's new ID and was happy for him. Edward explained the global influence of HQHMCS, which surpasses any national agency. He proudly declared his rank as the organization's second highest. The rank system included 5 levels, from special to low class, with its corresponding position. A branch manager had a middle class, while a semi-special class received a guest position. Min-Soo recalled with irritation his humiliating situation while working in Korea. He asked about the reason for such a massive internal upheaval within the organization. He was told that such extreme measures were required to fully utilize his power. The conversation was interrupted by a phone call from Jungu with urgent news. Min-Soo immediately promised to return to resolve the issue. He reacted with surprise to what had happened during his short absence. The shocking news arrived of the death of detainee Yan Chui in his cell. The scene immediately moved to that HCMS office. The old man was already nearby. The young man reacted with disbelief to the news that had occurred during his brief absence. He demanded a detailed report of the incident at the pre-trial detention center. The grandfather replied that the preliminary conclusion indicated poisoning, without any traces of entry into the cell. The version of suicide using hidden poison remained the main one, but not the only one. The wolf was waiting near the building, but did not notice anything suspicious before the incident. Min-Soo received prepared reports on 2 suspect guilds for his investigation. The first report concerned the master of the Gumgang Guild, Ri Ji-hwan, with a suspicious past. There were virtually no records of his life before entering the teaching tower, and he had no relatives. After founding the guild, he primarily worked with trading companies on the sea routes. He was described as a ruthless man with a keen understanding of maritime trade routes. Min-Soo inquired about the second suspected guild and its leader, Sori Hong. The guild master of Sori Hong, Li Ye-ji, had a clean background as a typical hunter-healer. Her guild specialized in protection and healing, often working abroad with foreign hunters. Min-Soo decided to personally take over the internal investigation into the information leak at HMCS. He sent Wolf to China to investigate the Qingdao Fu organization, and tasked grandfather with finding the origins of Ri Ji-hwan. The young man commented with irritation on the number of security breaches in the investigative agency. Freya was eating popcorn at the time and loudly demanding that the TV be turned on immediately to watch the breaking news. He demanded with childish irritation that the channel be changed from the boring news to something more interesting. The next moment, the TV presenter announced a breaking news release about an important event. News reported the appearance of the first S-rank gate over the Taebaek mountain range in Gangwon province. The TV channel switched to a live feed with the reporter. The S-rank gate represented a national disaster in its scale and threat. However, the resources inside the gate were commensurate with its scale, which could have been a blessing. The screen showed breaking news about the discovery of an S-rank gate in Gangwon province. The reporter asked about the absence of precedents for gates appearing simultaneously all over the world. High-ranking gates have begun appearing en masse around the world, starting in Korea. The expert was asked directly about his opinion on the current global situation. He recalled that only 20 years had passed since the gates were discovered. Humanity only adapted to the power of mana through the awakening of skills, without understanding the principles. President Choi attended a summit with the leaders of countries where S-rank gates had been established. Actual raids on the gates were scheduled to begin after the summit to coordinate efforts. Minimizing losses while maximizing gains became the primary focus of the upcoming operation. A rapid and decisive response was crucial to the success of the entire mission. The scene immediately shifted to the HMCS Korea office. Everyone was on the phone. Kvost commented ironically on the strange timing of the events. He noted the appearance of an S-rank gate immediately after his transfer to headquarters. The investigation into Yan Chevi's case did not even have time to begin due to new developments. Min-shu expressed suspicion that all these events seemed too perfectly coordinated. His interlocutor suggested that the gates were natural phenomena. The guy reacted with obvious skepticism to the idea of the gate's natural origin. Ming-shu's doubts reminded him of similar thoughts during the Desert Gate incident. Ming-shu considered the possibility that the gate's appearance was not accidental, but deliberate. The guy asked if anything new had emerged in the Jan Chui case, other than the suicide theory. Tail agreed with the need to focus on the S-rank gate, putting other investigations aside. In addition to the S-rank gate, several mid- and low-rank gates have opened in other regions. Minsu inquired about HMCS's participation in the upcoming raid on the S-rank gate. The question about HMCS's participation in the raid was answered vaguely and evasively. Mandatory mobilization orders for the Heptagram and the Hunters Association were expected domestically. Since S-rank gates usually require international cooperation, help may come from abroad. Minsu expressed doubt about President Choi's negotiating skills at the upcoming summit. The summit was held in the main hall of the International Association of Hunters for the first time in history. Given the urgency of the situation and the connection to the gate, such a measure seemed inevitable. Opening multiple high-level gates at the same time could be beneficial if one had magic stones. Someone was discussing new contracts, how to use hunters correctly, and what to do with high-level gates. President Choi was advised to seek as many allies as possible in the current situation. Korea still lacked hunters to safely raid high-level gates. The main problem was the question of possession of the magic stones after the raid's completion. The magic stones were rare minerals mined exclusively within the gates. These stones possessed incredible fuel efficiency and served as the basis for all artifacts. In the modern world, no country would provide its resources without appropriate compensation. One of those present inquired about the start time of an important international meeting. President Choi confirmed the arrival of all participants and their readiness to begin negotiations. The appearance of the Misteltein leader caused obvious surprise among the assembled summit participants. The personal appearance of the leader of Misteltein indicated the extreme seriousness of the situation. Misteltein consisted of 10 of the strongest elite members of the International Hunters Association. This group of elite hunters took control of the core of the association after the gate first appeared. Many hunters dream of joining this group, but even C-rank hunters are rejected. They require superpowers to join. He thought that they had even rejected his application a long time ago. Their leader, wearing an armband, thanked everyone for their prompt arrival despite their busy schedules and workload. Due to the emergency situation, it was proposed to begin the work of the meeting immediately. Everyone immediately took their seats, and the meeting began. It has been reported that 7 S-rank gates have appeared around the world, 1 or 2 per continent. More than 1,300 A-rank gates also appeared all over the planet at the same time. The scale of the disaster clearly exceeded initial estimates and demanded a global response. A direct question was raised about the true effectiveness of any potential international alliance. Summit participants were reminded of numerous areas for potential cooperation. It was noted that cooperation between neighboring countries could prove beneficial. One participant questioned the need for international alliances to resolve the crisis. Joint operations between several nations inevitably gave rise to disputes over resource ownership. Misteltein's representatives suggested focusing on an independent solution to the gate issues. For countries with significantly low hunter populations, conflicts only exacerbated the situation. The International Hunters Association proposed directing aid under its supervision. The question arose about Misteltein's right to set standards for the international community. The diplomat directly accused the association of trying to monopolize the gate's valuable resources. A representative of Misteltein assured that the organization operates solely for the public good. And then, after discussing several points, she stated that in order to achieve peace, they needed to work together. The scene immediately moved to the streets. President Choi commented with irritation on the futility of the time wasted on the summit. His assistant insisted on returning immediately to organize his own raid on the gate. It was decided to bring together the Heptagram, the Hunters Association, and HMCS for joint action. Misteltein's intervention shattered the international alliance, forcing Korea to act on its own. Then one of the henchmen asked, "What about help? And isn't HMCS a detective agency, not a clan of raiders?" They explained that the aid was being sent to countries without local branches of the Hunters Association. A reminder was given about the lack of sufficient S-rank hunters in the country. There was now a semi-special rank HMCS agent in the country to reinforce the operation. A decision was made to act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances and situation. A threat was made to force someone to work until they were completely exhausted and turned to dust. And the main character was already there, next to the portal. The scene shifted. A discussion of the situation was underway at the headquarters of the International Hunters Association of Korea. The reason for the meeting was the appearance of an S-rank gate in Gangwon province. Word came in that the raid would be conducted exclusively by local hunters. Rumors spread among those present about Misteltein's appearance at the conference. Natural doubts arose about the possibility of a successful assault using available hunters. An assertion was made about the Hunters Association's natural right to command the operation. Those present noticed the association's chairman approaching the meeting venue. Kim Eun-ju served as the chairperson of the Korean branch of the International Association. She was asked about any information from the association's international leadership. She replied that such people don't care about their problems. They live in their own little world. And as for Misteltein, they are simply a gathering of highly skilled hunters. The boy asked Kim for the right to command an operation for his hunting association. He wanted to tell her something else, but the girl explained that she had already found out everything in the car on the way. The discussion turned to the two A-rank gates located next to the S-rank one. The assistant confirmed the dangerous proximity of the gate and the need to secure the area. He suggested first sending a reconnaissance team to the S-rank gate. Kim's plan called for a full-scale assault to begin after the raids on the A-rank gates were completed. The assistant agreed that intelligence often determined the success of an operation against an S-rank gate. They came to an agreement, and the assistant agreed to write a detailed report. He also announced the participation of HMCS main branch in the upcoming raid on the gate. Kim asked irritably about the specific representative sent by HMCS headquarters. And the scene suddenly shifted to the gate, where there were already a bunch of organization agents studying the area. The bearded man noted the impressive appearance of the S-rank gate, noticeable even from a considerable distance. The bespectacled agent noted the uniqueness of the situation, which had gathered all the leaders of the Hexagram Guild in one place. Manhwa irritably wondered when the old man would arrive, reminding everyone of the emergency of the situation. Si-jun saw that almost everyone had already gathered. The blue-haired girl immediately noted the missing member of the group, raising questions about the completeness of the squad. Someone noted the participants' early arrival with irony, suggesting selfish motives to take all the goodies. An exchange of barbs began between the participants regarding their motivation and timeliness when it came to money. The girl immediately rejected accusations of mercantilism, recalling the forced nature of mobilization. Blondin commented on the government's decision to hand over control of the operation to the association. It seems the government is doing whatever it wants. The presence of the HMCS investigative agency at the raid raised some eyebrows. The blonde man greeted Ming-Shu loudly and congratulated the guy on his transfer to the main branch. Gigi noted with regret that rumors among them spread too quickly. All the key participants in the upcoming operation had already gathered on the platform in front of the gates. Shortly after, Kim Eun-ju arrived on the scene, announcing the start of the general meeting. The woman introduced herself as the head of the overall command structure for this mission. It was announced that all forces would be divided into 3 separate task forces. Within the restricted government zone, there was 1 S-rank gate and 2 A-rank facilities. Accordingly, the current target was an S-rank reconnaissance pass and a 2-rank A-rank force raid. Assistant Kim Eun-ju began announcing specific assignments to units. The first raid group included the guilds of Kumgang, Sorahan, and HMCS agents. The second raid group consisted of the guilds Empire, Salabai, and White Lion. The third, reconnaissance group, included Changhua, the Infinite Guild, and the International Hunters Association. As previously agreed, each organization could only deploy one platoon. The first group was assigned the Eastern A-rank object, and the second the Western one. The third, Reconnaissance Group, was tasked with studying the main S-rank gates. This distribution left the blonde feeling dissatisfied and like a cleaning chore. Kim Eun-ju retorted that safety was always the priority, and that was the only priority. The manager reassured everyone, stating that there would be no assault unless absolutely necessary. Freya immediately asked the main character about the arrogant Kim Eun-ju. Min replied that he had never met her before. The conversation then turned to Choi Dae-soo, whom the main character accused of wanting to drive them all to their deaths. After the briefing was over, one of the senior hunters, Tail, gave Ming-siu the signal to move towards the eastern gate, and after a couple of moments they were already on their way, when suddenly, the blue-haired girl turned to the main character. He noticed her, but didn't look at her with a very kind gaze. The leader of Sorihan asked the boy directly if he had thought about transferring from HMCS to their guild. Min-soo responded by simply asking a counter-question about whether they even knew each other. The girl noted that in their circles, it was now simply impossible not to know the guy. She began to extol the advantages of her guild, which specialized in healing, offering favorable conditions. Ming-siu's answer was swift and unequivocal. A firm and unambiguous no. The boy dryly replied that he had more important things to do, ending the conversation. The girl said she hadn't expected anything else. At that moment, the scout reported to his master that the entrance to the gate was already visible. As he got closer, Blondie noted that the gate looked large for an A rank, but modest compared to an S rank. The blue-haired girl also noticed the unusual location of the entrance, which was located right on the ground. Without wasting any time, the gray-haired show-off commanded everyone to go inside, declaring the principle that whoever enters first is the owner of the spoils. His subordinates immediately rushed to carry out the order, forgetting that the distribution of trophies usually occurs after the raid. Such haste on the part of competitors only elicited a sarcastic comparison with dogs from the main character from the HMCS group. The captain of the HMCS crew ordered Sorichin to hold formation and follow them, entering from the rear. The Soricon Guild's hunters confirmed receipt of the order and readiness for action. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already plunged into the portal. Inside the gate, the group found themselves in an area resembling a hot tropical forest. Frey was also with them and complained about the heat, demanding cold drinks. The surrounding environment involuntarily reminded Ming-siu of his past experience in the training tower. From the ground, confirmation came from other hunters that the main forces had successfully entered the gate. Reconnaissance on the nearby approaches did not find a single trace of small monsters, which was strange. Chief Sorikon was just about to think that Kumgang's group had already managed to penetrate deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a strange and alarming sound came from the direction of the forest, which attracted everyone's attention. The captain ordered everyone to move quickly toward the sound, and the group began to move forward. Team Kumgang appeared from behind the trees, and their leader asked with a grin what the fuss was all about. They have already managed to establish their marker, claiming rights to this territory and the resources located here, and the blue-haired girl scolded the hunter named R, who suddenly rushed to attack the rare humanoid monster, which caused shock among the allies. They asked him if he had gone crazy, since they were clearly facing a rare and dangerous opponent. She tried to remind Ryu of the cardinal rule of hunting such creatures. The rarer and more humanoid the monster, the more caution one must exercise. Ryu replied sarcastically that he wasn't going to politely ask the monster's name first. He added that they were just A-rank monsters, and there was no need to worry too much. His words provoked a sharp and angry reaction from the girl. Frey calmly identified the creature, noting that it was a minotaur, and he hadn't seen one like that for a long time. The protagonist also mentioned that he had previously only encountered them in the volcanic regions of another world. This particular specimen seemed to him even smaller than those he had seen before. It was suggested that it might be a cub, and a command was given for Huang Jungo's tail to reform its ranks. The hunter didn't understand what the most dangerous place during a hunt was. The answer was short. The most dangerous place is the area where the cub is located. Suddenly, something terrible happened, causing the hunter to curse loudly in surprise. The same strong vibration of the earth that had been felt a few moments earlier was repeated. Someone in a panic began to call for their guildmaster and run away, their voice trembling with growing horror. The cause of the panic was a giant monster that suddenly appeared in front of the group. The pressure from his roar alone was enormous, and small guilds with weak hunters turned out to be useless. The leader of one of the groups, Ryu, shouted at his own people, ordering them to shut up and go on the attack. and then a bunch of hunters from all different sides pounced on the huge Minotaur monster. The girl hunter cursed loudly, not understanding why Ryu had acted so recklessly, because as soon as they came closer, the Minotaur swung his axe, and with one powerful sweeping blow, he incapacitated many fighters and stopped the attack. The girl immediately gave the order to immediately activate the healing field in the square, and the subordinates confirmed the order, quickly covering their wounded comrades. Minsu calmly stated that the line of negligent allies was over, and it was time to act according to plan. HMCS Captain Huang ordered all his men to take up a defensive formation. The front line was ordered to block the axe attacks, and the rear guard was ordered to counter the sound waves. And now the Minotaur was about to strike again with his axe. But he didn't succeed, because now he was held by the energy chains of a couple of dozen agents. Minshu assessed the actions of his allies with a slight smile, finding them quite good. And in a moment, the guy was already a step away from the face of the evil monster and was ready to attack the bastard. The boy cheekily asked the Minotaur what he was staring at with his cow eyes. Mingshu gave a short command to those around him to cover their eyes, and then struck his cool death blow straight into the monster's face. He quietly asked his companion if it was time to use that very ability. The answer was affirmative, allowing him to use the prepared technique. But suddenly the Minotaur started speaking in an unknown language, and the main character asked what the cow was muttering about, demanding a translation. Freya declared that he would translate this gibberish himself with his genius intellect, and it became clear that the monster was growling in pain. The monster began casting a spell, calling for the earth to rise and move. Immediately, a cry rang out that the terrain was changing, turning into a veritable labyrinth. The girl immediately gave a loud command for everyone to be on guard and not to be buried under the stones. Hunter Ryu panicked and asked what was going on, turning his attention to the floor. No one could believe that an A-rank monster was capable of using magic of such magnitude. The Minotaur called the hunters vile insects with disgust, and someone began to call for help in horror. The girl immediately asked a worrying question about Ryu's condition. The situation became critical, as the forward ranks of the defenders were completely defeated. The hunters, in a panic, began to beg their guildmaster for salvation, seeing their imminent death. But at the last moment, someone was able to activate the Iron Fist. It was the main character who was able to block the Minotaur's attack at the last second and save the guild leader and another hunter. He immediately commanded them to switch from defense to attack. The group leader was informed of the enhanced movement skills. Hunters with enhanced skills declared their readiness for decisive action. Huang enthusiastically announced the attack, intending to put all his strength into the strike. However, he expressed doubt whether his power would be enough to defeat such a powerful opponent. Any doubts were dispelled when he unleashed a devastating psychokinetic blast, and it was like a bullet pierced the monster's head, while the protagonist still held his axe down. Soon a triumphant cry rang out, announcing that the target had been successfully hit and defeated. The stone trap had been destroyed. The surviving hunters were in shock. Some thought they had already died and could not come to their senses. The approaching members of HMCS, along with GG, noted with a slight grin that their allies looked completely defeated. The wounded hunter Ryu could only smile wryly in response, unable to find the words to object. The blue girl couldn't believe that the investigative agency had experience in large-scale team battles. An assistant immediately ran up to her and said that the group should regroup before new monsters appeared. The girl agreed with the need, but first to provide assistance to the wounded. Meanwhile, Huang noted that the attack worked even on such a tough skull, which was surprising. This confirmed the theory that the skill's power is highly dependent on support and timing. Suddenly, Mingshu began to leave, which caused a puzzled question about his plans. The man replied that he was only going to quickly reconnoiter the area. Freya asked him if he was going to check out the monster nest, which was a risky undertaking. The guy supported this idea, suggesting that there could be even more dangerous creatures nearby. Mingshu's companion confirmed with expertise that he could see the source of the anomaly in the distance. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a strange object that appeared in his field of vision, but the Fry also saw it and exclaimed in surprise, clearly seeing, "This is another gate!" The scene moved back 3 hours to the moment the reconnaissance team entered the S-rank gate. Then, Yanghua Hunter guessed that the area resembled a volcanic area, but she wasn't sure. The surroundings were so strange that it was impossible to determine the time of day. Kim then decided to quickly scan the area and return, avoiding any surprises. The guilds split up to explore different directions, with Chanhua taking over the southern section. Yanghua then thought of a hunter from the Infinite Guild named Gil, who was always silent, probably because of her verbal command skill. The girl sighed quietly, expressing a desire to work with her master, and not in this group. And when the others heard this, he quickly gave the order to move on, and the group began moving deeper into unknown territory. Quite a lot of time passed, but during all this time, not a single monster was encountered. Group leader Kim asked her subordinate about the results of the inspection of the area, and her assistant, standing in the protective dome, said that yes, there is something. The answer was this: no monsters or magic stones were found within a radius of 20 kilometers. However, the instruments recorded a clear concentration of mana flow in a certain place. This point of concentration turned out to be the center of the local landscape, namely a large volcano. After Kim's inspection, it became clear that there were no special attractions or threats nearby. It was deemed too risky to approach the volcano, so they decided to stay within detection range. Manhwa climbed up to take a look. There didn't seem to be anything interesting, but everyone understood that the volcano was the key anomaly of this place. Suddenly, a boot landed behind her, and Manhwa quickly turned around with her bow at the ready. It was a pity that it was that same silent hunter. The sudden appearance of Hunter Gil behind her slightly frightened the girl. She reported, writing on her notepad, that reconnaissance in the southern direction was completed, and suggested that they begin their return. The girl agreed with the need for a further retreat, and then the hunter began to write something else. And just as she finished, Hunter Kang Yoa was asked about her knowledge regarding the popular hunter Min Siu. The girl confirmed this, but asked the reason for her interlocutor's curiosity. She explained that she had reached her current level thanks to the heroes of the war 10 years ago. Her memory vividly recalled the deeds of her uncle, Choi Dai-su, and Dak Kyum-hoo, but the image of Min Siu was almost erased. Manhwa frowned. This seemed odd given his influence and the way he was literally shaking the country's foundations. It raised the question of how such a prominent figure could have practically vanished from memory in the space of 10 years. Manhwa suggested that it would be better to ask her own master for the answer. Someone immediately ran up to them. The sudden interruption of the communication channel with the base caused panic in one of the hunters, and in a moment, they were already running to the scene of the incident. Following this, something terrifying appeared, causing the hunters to scream in horror. They couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes at that moment. They discovered mountains of corpses, and among them all was the still barely alive Commander Kim, and also the creature, who claimed to have appeared on its own, freeing the hunters from the need to be tracked down. It promised to kill each of them right on the spot, leaving no chance. The creature recalled the complete extermination of more than a dozen high-ranking hunters in the past. It became clear that this was not just a monster, but a representative of a species of a completely different level. Kim looked at him with horror and realized her helplessness in front of a real demon. But Manhwa wasn't going to give up, and quickly ran up to Kim so as not to leave her to die on the ground, and she managed to grab her and pull her away at the last moment. Right after that, an explosion thundered, and then even the silent huntress took off her mask. And she used her special technique on the huge demon, shouting loudly, "Stop!" And surprisingly, this technique actually bound the monster's hands. The creature mockingly assessed the hunter's technique, but suggested demonstrating something more amusing. It simply squeezed the hand and immediately freed itself from the shackles of the silent girl. Gil, the master of the Infinite Guild, was shocked that her word team was broken so easily. The hunters quickly assessed the threat, noting the monster's intelligence and its ability to speak articulately. A loud command from Manhwa was given to not lose sight of the creature's attack trajectory for a second. The monster scornfully promised to make one of the hunters fly like an annoying insect, and the monster brought down a mini meteor shower on them, scattering the hunters across the ground. The group captain swore and ordered to pull back the enemy to save the people. It was decided to gather the survivors and urgently request reinforcements before it was too late. Manhwa had already taken out her bow and shouted furiously at the monster, calling it a despicable lizard. And now 3 fighters were shooting at the monster simultaneously, but they only hit his demonic shield. Silence immediately used another of her tearing techniques, and the demonic bastard's shield immediately shattered. And then a desperate cry rang out, calling on everyone to strike at the monster while they had the chance. And the demon himself was a little shocked by this situation. And then the monster just laughed, declaring that the real fun was just beginning, and the hunters immediately began to be swept away by the demon's strong aura. A frightened female scream sounded in the direction of the huntress Gil, who was in trouble. The creature boasted that it had already torn the victim's mouth apart and was now going to break his arms as well. It commanded its opponent to immediately crumble to dust, leaving no chance. But before the blow stood Manhwa. A new command followed for the entire group to regroup into a defensive formation as quickly as possible. And a huge explosion occurred, probably comparable to an atomic one. The demon was still in complete shock. He couldn't comprehend what kind of creature this was in front of them. This explosion was then caused by Ming Shu, who did not understand how he appeared there, but was already protecting everyone from the demon monster. The scene flashed back 30 minutes to the past, inside the A-rank gate where the other group was located. Ming Shu wondered if the vision before his eyes was an illusion or reality. He suspected that they were witnessing an incredible phenomenon, a gate within another gate. Freya suggested calling it a layered gate, although the nature of the phenomenon remained questionable. The hunter firmly stated that the structure and composition of this object's mana were identical to those of a normal gate. Ryu was already standing behind him and shouted enthusiastically that he had never seen anything like this anomaly in his life. Min Xiu inquired about the whereabouts of the other hunters who had participated in the raid. They told him that Suriken was treating the wounded, and the rest were examining the monster carcasses for trophies. The protagonist suggested leaving the gate and first reporting this strange phenomenon to command. His companion reacted skeptically, seeing no point in retreating, and suggested throwing more people inside. The captain of the HMCS Freya team suddenly appeared and began to scold his subordinates for indiscipline. He announced with an air of importance that he would now pass judgment on their further actions. The captain pointed to two specific hunters and ordered them to enter the strange portal first. He then slapped them on the back of the head, and while they were flying into the portal, one of the chosen hunters, Ryu, indignantly shouted at the captain, calling him a crazy bean. And so the group that entered the anomaly found itself in an area resembling a volcanic terrain. Ryu complained of a dislocated hip and promised to bill the captain for treatment and moral damages. When suddenly the main character heard some scream. Ryu was just wondering where the captain was going when he suddenly started running. And so Min Xiu explained to Kang Yanghua that he heard a familiar cry for help, and so he rushed to help. The girl was surprised and asked how her master ended up in that particular place. Ming Shu retorted that he should be the one asking why he was here and inquired about the gate's connection. The angry demon at this time screamed that someone dared to interrupt his exciting game with the victims. The monster promised to pierce his opponents together and swallow it in one gulp. But the protagonist held his own. Min Shu briefly ordered his companion to support him in the upcoming clash. And so together, they rushed forward, forming a fusion of their powerful energies. So now, all that was left was to guess whether they would be able to defeat the demon's energy. Ryu, who came running at the end of the fight, quietly complained that such actions should have been agreed upon in advance. He wondered why there was a reconnaissance team here at all. He turned to the president of the association, but she was so shocked that she could not utter a word. And then he saw before him a massive battle, full of brutality, aimed at defeating a terrible monster. The hunter expressed utter disappointment and demoralization at the sight of the monster's might. He noted that despite the appearance of Min Xiu, their group had never been considered weak before. And looking at the fight, he realized that the gap in strength was so great that doubts arose as to whether the guy was even human. Kim admitted that she had long felt this insurmountable gap between people and other races. She stated that a being of such power could not be human. It was simply impossible. Even as an S-rank hunter and the association president, she felt completely powerless. The girl thought bitterly about how she could have found herself so helpless at a critical moment. Yu agreed that no matter how hard they fought, no matter how hard they tried, they will not be able to compare with creatures of another race. His companion noted with hope that it was still impossible to know for sure, and there was always a chance, and he tossed her an ampule. The boy suggested that by uncovering the nature of their power, humans might at least be able to approach their level. A smirk appeared on his face. The girl looked at him in shock and began to think about his proposal, and without hesitating for a second, she quickly took the ampule. Meanwhile, Yanghua reported that the monster, despite the blows it had received, began to regenerate on its own. She exclaimed in surprise as she watched this restoration process, and also how the monster deals fatal blows, and the main character miraculously dodges them. Ming Shu explained that this creature was a Balrog, a rare, high-ranking monster. He added that instead of a Danyan, demons from another world have the concept of a core, or core. The Balrog's ability to regenerate is their primary core ability. Yoa immediately asked if this meant that destroying the core would lead to victory over the monster. Ming Shu smiled and asked, "Why destroy it? He can just eat it. The guy suggested that the girl find the location of the core while he distracted the monster. Yoa was at a loss, noting that she had no skills to detect such hidden objects. The Balrog cried out in rage that the annoying insects were swarming around him like pesky flies. Ming-Shu began to explain that skill was only the initial form of mana, and its use depended on will. She needed to think more simply. The core was simply a deep center within Danzan. The girl did just that. He suggested visualizing the ignition of his Wind Hwarang skill to find the core. Concentrating, Yeonhwa found the point of maximum mana concentration within the monster, and she screamed loudly that she had finally found him. Min-Shu praised his student for accurately spotting the target, noting the benefit of her special vision, and Yeonhwa fired their arrow straight into the monster's back. There was a micro-explosion from such energy in one place. The Balrog caught the arrow and was enraged that the insignificant insects dared to aim at his vulnerable spot. The enraged monster declared that this insolence forced him to bear his real weapon. Freya exclaimed with admiration that the Balrog with the sword Balmung was a legend even in the demon world. The hunter continued to examine the blade, especially when the demon swung the sword and commanded it to burn. Yeonhwa shouted the master's name in shock, because now there would be a strong attack, and the demon swung straight towards the main character, who didn't even move. And what the demon saw the next second surprised him greatly. Smoke filled the stage, and Ming-Shu felt a little awkward about his initial fright. Now he blocked the sword with his bare hands, and only skeptically asked where the monster got this obviously fake version of the sword. In his past, Ming-Shu had already celebrated 50 years since entering another world and mentally expressed gratitude for this experience. The guy stated with slight irritation that he always encountered this in a volcanic zone. The man cursed silently as he looked at the same damned sword in his opponent's hands. Even among Balrogs, only those of high rank wield the fiery sword, known in the other world as a Balmung. The Balrog, armed with Balmung, possessed strength comparable to a quasi-dragon class even in the demon world, making it nearly invincible. Ming-Shu noticed that the real Balmung was not as light as it seemed in the monster's hands now. The hunter asked the monster in surprise why it was attacking him, with a crude imitation of the legendary blade. He sent the fake sword back straight into the monster's head, and it groaned as it gave up its breath and began to fall to the ground. Ming-Shu never expected to encounter a monster with a regenerative core on Earth, which is typical only for the depths of dangerous zones of another world. The enraged Balrog gnashed his teeth, addressing the annoying hunters with a silent question and rage. Immediately, fiery red arrows flew at the monster, and he rushed forward, just as 3 arrows pierced his monstrous body. The monster immediately turned back in shock, and he saw Yeonhwa, who was already preparing to release her supercharge, and a couple more warriors behind her. A clear command was given, ordering everyone to immobilize the monster's body at any cost. And then the battlefield began to sparkle from the various magics and powers of the warriors. The fighters immediately reported the successful entrapment of the monster and called for blocking its path with tracking skills. But the Balrog considered it useless. Suddenly, he was bound in chains. The demon fell, but continued to mockingly offer his victims to fight as long as they wanted, eventually declaring the complete invulnerability of his regenerating body. Ming-Shu coldly stated that the monster had already demonstrated its capability sufficiently. The guy announced that it was time for the Balrog to leave the stage. It sounded like a final verdict. He and Frey immediately activated the Predator technique, and a magic circle formed under them. Immediately, some kind of stone flew out of the monster's neck, and he began to wail. But the Fry did not listen to him, and immediately swallowed the core with his monstrous mouth. With obvious pleasure, the little monster absorbed the regenerative core extracted from the body of the defeated monster. Balrog felt shock and disbelief at the last moment that his source of power had been so easily stolen. The man thanked the monster for the meal with a satisfied look, as if he had just finished a regular lunch, and the protagonist immediately activated his destruction technique on the monster. The Balrog even began to howl in pain and despair. But no one cared about the monster's suffering. The hunters watching the battle couldn't believe that this terrible monster had actually been defeated. The mighty Balrog fell dead, its heart gone, and its body fell to the ground as a lifeless lump. Ryu noted with slight irony that in such situations, there is not even time to calmly finish your portion. Luckily, he didn't sense any more monsters inside the gate, which was a small relief. But even for an S-rank gate, everything that was happening seemed wrong and caused a dull alarm. Yeonhwa came over and said that most of the staff were unable to fight, and they should return as soon as possible. The student then asked her master directly how he ended up in this gate and what had happened. Ming-Shu explained that while they were exploring the A-rank gate, they discovered another one inside, and after entering it, they found themselves here. Manhwa incredulously assumed that the A-rank and S-rank gates had somehow connected. Ryu confirmed this absurd fact, adding that the passage disappeared immediately after they arrived here. Without finding a new gate inside this one, they had no way to return to the original A-rank gate. Manhwa immediately had a logical question about the nature of the phenomenon. Duplicate gates or one portal with multiple exits? Ming-Shu guessed that these were different spaces, since the ranks of monsters and the environment in them were different. The only logical explanation seemed to be the intentional connection of the gates by someone from outside, which raised new questions. Ryu developed the idea and said that the very fact of the simultaneous appearance of gates all over the world already indicated their abnormal, artificial origin. Memory immediately turned to the incident with the illegal awakening potion inside the Middle Eastern gate. The empty gates, without mana or monsters, but with a clear structure, were reminiscent of that case, only more developed. The key word describing this gate was precisely designed, which spoke of someone behind it. Min-Soo thought that if the three gates in Gangwon-do were connected, then there was someone's will behind it, which meant they could all be part of a plan. An artificial gate was the most likely hypothesis that explained all the oddities. Manhwa couldn't believe that someone would do such a thing and asked about the possible reasons. The idea seemed absurd to Ryu, creating and linking a gate, violating all known laws of space. The question of who and why hung in the air, devoid of an obvious or even remotely plausible answer. Ryu asked the girl. From a technical standpoint, creating a gate was considered impossible, let alone an empty and useless one. Is that true? The main decision was to destroy these anomalous gates as quickly as possible, without expecting any benefit from them. Min-Shu asked if even a rough map of this strange location had been drawn up. Captain Manhwa answered in the affirmative, confirming the complete absence of magic stones around. However, there was a clear concentration of mana around the volcano, making its inspection mandatory. The heart of the gate was most likely located right there, in the mouth of the volcano, which was their ultimate goal. Min-Soo ordered the evacuation of the wounded, and after the gate was closed, the rest were immediately dealt with. Ryu noted with some irony how the hunter habitually assumed the role of commander. The condition of Detachment A was more or less satisfactory, but problems could arise with Detachment B. Manhwa assured that Sejun went with that group, and the overall goal of all the squads was the same. The girl expressed confidence that the team would cope, since it was unlikely that they would encounter anything worse than a Balrog here. It wasn't that Captain Min didn't trust Sejun, but there was an involuntary worry in his voice for his people. The scene immediately switched to Sejun, his teeth clenched in tension. He stood in front of something huge, and behind him his entire team was visible. Only he remained alive. The scene flashed back 3 hours to Team B, where leader Sejun inquired about the results of the search for the gate's heart. He was informed that the target had not yet been found, but due to the small area of the location, the search would be completed within 3 hours. The absence of magic stones and resistance from the gates gave hope for a quick completion of the operation. Hunters from the Empire noted that empty gates did not require such a large number of people to clear. Sejun politely asked if his group could return first to check the situation outside. The commander replied that it didn't matter, as a single squad could handle an A-rank gate. Another hunter jokingly asked what would happen if, after they left, a whole mountain of magic stones were discovered. This prospect caused a light laugh, after which the decision was made to begin preparations for withdrawal. The command was given to the back hunter to prepare for return, to which he immediately agreed. The entire Imperial detachment was ordered to stop the search and immediately gather at the entrance to the gate. One of the hunters relayed the order to his partner, Byung-guk, to immediately begin retreating to the exit. However, Byung-guk asked them to wait, citing the need to complete a search of a distant area. As he walked forward, he thought irritably about the injustice, because thanks to the rare skill, he had already become a leader. The hunter's thoughts revolved around the fact that his colleague had been one of the weakest during his training. Immediately, his legs began to slip violently and could no longer support him. The guy lost his balance and flew forward, spinning. Then the ice beneath him began to crack, and he fell through. He fell onto the grass quite softly in the lotus position, but his body and head still ached. He decided to quickly look around because he didn't understand where he was. Touching something, he suddenly stood up with a squeal and saw that he was in a clearing among corpses. Suddenly, Byung-guk noticed a body in front of him, which he recognized with fright as the hunter from Kumgang. This caused confusion, as the members of Kumgang were supposed to be in Team A, not here. Suddenly, someone asked how he'd gotten there, to which the stranger replied that he'd arrived much earlier than all of them. Byung-guk overheard the conversation and quickly ducked. Then the question was asked about who, in the opinion of the stranger's partner, released that minotaur here. The stranger confirmed the guess that the monster was a sealed guardian, specially released by someone. He said that even he couldn't have killed so many hunters on his own, so he came to help after the leaders left. He also inquired about the whereabouts of Guildmaster Li Yeji and the plans to destroy Frost Soul. The response was that the healers were too valuable as sacrifices, so she had already been sent ahead. The stranger, with a cold voice, ordered his partner in black to stop chatting and go close the gate. When asked about the clown's whereabouts, the answer was that he had probably moved to Team C. Byung-guk was shaking in fear. Suddenly, someone next to him shook his head with false regret, watching what was happening. It was a demon who discovered the boy and whispered that any cleanup must always be carried out thoroughly, without leaving any witnesses. Immediately, a piercing scream was heard, and two guys turned to look at the time traveler. Immediately, they saw blood all over the floor. With a slight irritation in his voice, Demon stated that his people did not know how to clean properly. Lord Ouroboros' sudden appearance left people in a state of surprise. What was he doing here? Ouroboros reported that the doctor had opened a separate entrance. One of the men in the blue jacket asked if there were now enough victims. Lord Ouroboros answered negatively, reporting the problem that had arisen, the defeat of the Balrog. This news shocked the guy in black, and Ouroboros confirmed that the necromancer was to blame again. The plan to use Gate 3 as a phenomenon point was thwarted by the accumulation of people there, which interfered with stability. For this reason, it was decided to hold the phenomenon in another, second gate. Ouroboros ordered the group to close the first gate, move to the third, and avoid unnecessary actions. The number of victims in the second gate would be more than enough to perform the ritual. After so much research, it was finally possible to present the result, but there were too many obstacles. Ouroboros emphasized that, serving such a high being, they had no right to make the slightest mistake. The boys immediately bowed and said that they would obey in any case. Meanwhile, at the Empire's camp, it was snowing at the gates, and Commander Sejun asked with irritation why the missing person had not yet been found. The hunter who transmitted the order justified himself by saying that Kim Byung-guk was often uncontrollable, but not to such an extent. For the first time, even communication with him did not work, and hunter trackers could not determine his location. Byung-guk's signal had completely disappeared, raising concerns that he might be developing gate trap syndrome. It was proposed to urgently seek help from hunters from other guilds for a joint search. The Empire's leader turned to Master Do Kyung-ho of the Warriors Guild. Do was surprised they hadn't yet left the gate. Sejun apologized and explained the situation with the missing hunter who needed urgent retrieval. Since his own trackers were unable to cope, he asked the warriors to lend them someone to help. Do Kyung-ho readily agreed to help and immediately ordered his men to take care of the matter. His subordinate quickly responded with agreement, and Ado asked Sejun how he was managing this kindergarten. Suddenly, one of the Empire's hunters ran up to the master in panic with disturbing news. The hunter reported that multiple life signals suddenly disappeared, clearly indicating an attack. Do and Sejun immediately tensed up, and the grandfather asked, "Where is the attack being prepared from?" The hunter tracker determined that the attack signal was coming from a depth of about 200 meters underground. But almost immediately, the instruments showed that something huge and fast began to rapidly approach the surface. The distance was shrinking at a breakneck speed, from 150 to 50 meters in an instant. Immediately, the earth exploded and boulders scattered around the area. The guild leaders were the first to come closer and were shocked by what they saw. Other leaders were also shocked by what emerged from underground. The earth heaved up, and from beneath it, with a roar, appeared the monstrous fingers of a giant hand. Panic broke out among the people. Everyone was shouting and asking each other if it was a monster in front of them. Du suggested that it might be someone's hitherto unseen skill or magic. But if it were a living creature, its size and power would seem absolutely impossible for Earth. Suddenly, the hand clenched tightly and even caused a shockwave. And then the lines on the palm of the monstrous hand began to diverge, forming dark cracks. The bespectacled master looked at this in shock and tried to analyze it. Immediately, an endless stream of monsters poured out of these cracks, confirming the hunter's worst fears. The warriors stared at this in horror. Someone even screamed hysterically, but it was impossible to stay in place. The monsters rushed forward, and the warriors began to run away from this delirium. The commander tried to restore order by shouting, calling on everyone to take a fighting stance in the face of the threat. However, the situation quickly descended into uncontrollable chaos and crush. The monster's numbers exceeded the defense's capabilities, and the giant hand sowed panic, paralyzing everyone's will. Guildmaster Empire gave the order to Hunter Shin and his group to break through to the exit for help, and Sejun himself suddenly burst into a scarlet flame with his staff. It seemed he had decided to fight the undead. Hunter Shin nodded and immediately rushed to carry out this critical order. She ran with the others at the moment when Sejun and a couple of other hunters stood up to defend themselves from the maddened monsters. Many people had questions running through their heads about how the empty gates suddenly became the source of an invasion. Someone shouted, worried about the other teams, but their attention was immediately drawn to the new threat. The entrance to the gate, their only path to salvation, began to shrink in size at a catastrophic rate. Desperate cries for help began to be heard from all sides, gradually drowned out by the roar of the monsters. The monsters had already reached the rear, and the command was given to run to the exit, to crawl, just to get out. The girl immediately activated the tamer technique, and purple magic chains flew into the crowd of monsters. The first attack was more than successful. The zombies were immediately chained and neutralized for a safe time. People were ordered not to look back and to escape the trap as quickly as possible, by any means necessary. But a panicked cry came from the crowd. The exit, the gate, continued to narrow inexorably. Eventually they closed, and the heroes found themselves trapped in the dimension, along with a crowd of endless monsters. There was nothing else to do. People started fighting, and a warning was heard that the attackers were dominated by A-rank monsters. The hunters who retained their will to fight tried to organize at least some kind of line of defense. They held on desperately, unsure how much longer this endless stream of creatures would last. Sejun also fought, taking off his jacket. Master Do Kyung-ho stated with a grim smile that the situation had reached an extremely difficult impasse. The monsters continued to erupt from the palm without stopping, as if from a bottomless well. At the same time, the giant hand itself remained completely motionless, like a lifeless mountain. The bespectacled hunter wondered if this gigantic thing could even be considered a monster. The instruments detected an unknown type of energy, similar to mana, inside the cracks on the arm. The concentration was especially strong in the cracks from which the monsters were emerging, which led to the idea that it might not be a monster, but some kind of return gate. Such phenomena have not been observed since the very first appearance of the gate 20 years ago. The idea of a hand-shaped gate seemed so absurd that it was met with denial by some. It was obvious that the source spewing out hordes of monsters had to be blocked at any cost. If you can't get to the root of the problem, you have to attack the breach in reality itself. The ongoing slaughter threatened to completely destroy the detachment long before reinforcements arrived. Master Do Kyung-ho approached the leader of the empire with a request to be lifted up for the decisive blow. The master said that he would end their battle with just one powerful blow. Sejun agreed, and in his thoughts, he noted with bitterness that over the years of peace, hunters had forgotten how to act in real danger. Civilization recovered too easily, leaving society soft and unprepared for threats. Sejun remembered his brother's words about how to truly master power, one must risk one's life. Only by fighting to the brink of death can one harness power and avoid being swept away by it. The guy closed his eyes from the overly powerful magic and shouted that he was ready. The hunters prepared for a powerful counterattack, gathering all their will and the remaining mana. And then Do Kyung-ho charged forward, releasing a huge amount of mana and energy in one blow. And the attack hit right on the hand, in that black portal from which the monsters were crawling. The magic crashed into and literally devoured the giant hand. After the energy ran out, all the consequences of Do's attack became visible. But the hand had no intention of stopping. The very next second, it emitted a monstrous shockwave that threw the master back. The command was given to stand firmly on our feet and prepare for the monstrous impact of the blow. Do Kyung-ho barked at his men to use all their strength in their legs to stay steady. At the moment of impact, space shook, and the palm responded with a colossal release of energy. And then, from the black hole, more and smaller hands began to emerge. Many ugly pairs of hands. And suddenly, instead of a black, bottomless space, a huge eye rolled out from the middle of the hand. There was a moment of silence, and everyone froze, wondering what the hell this was. At this moment, someone was hiding behind a tree. From the scattered cloud of energy and dust, something new, even more frightening, began to emerge. The demon lord's voice, full of awe and pride, whispered that he was now descending into this world. The culmination of the ritual has arrived. the manifestation of the Lord of the Second Kingdom, the demonic king Solarso. The scene shifted back to the S-rank gate where Team C was located, showing a parallel development. Manhwa, surveying the area, noted that she saw no damage to the gate, but was certain it was somewhere nearby. Minsu also noted that the number of hunters in the area seemed to have noticeably decreased. Manhwa explained that most of the soldiers were injured, so more than half had already been evacuated. Minsu replied with slight irritation that he had given such an order himself, and suggested that the girl also leave. Ryu tried to protest that they were one team, but the man rudely interrupted him, telling him to get lost. Manhwa whispered that her master had always been cold, but now his attitude seemed especially harsh. The order was given to continue a cautious search of the surrounding area, but not to go too far. Manhwa accepted the order. But then someone called out to the main character, and he asked what and who wanted from him. Jungu suddenly appeared and said with relief that he had been looking for Minsu everywhere, wondering about his whereabouts. The guy immediately asked why Jungu was here, and if Team A had finished clearing their gate. The man did not answer immediately, his pause and tone indicating the presence of serious problems. He began to explain that after Mingsu's disappearance, it was decided to leave only some of the hunters inside. Jungu himself, together with Master Frosthorn, was busy evacuating the wounded to the exit of the gate. After successfully transporting the victims to the camp, they attempted to return inside the gate. To their horror, they discovered that the passage to the gate had already been completely and irrevocably closed. Minshu reacted sharply to the news, asking about the fate of the hunters remaining inside. Jungu confirmed their worst fears. They were trapped, and communication was impossible. So the group rushed to warn the other teams and stumbled upon the evacuees from Team C. Jungu asked Minsu to first sort out the situation outside, as time was critical. He insisted on an immediate exit, as this gate could also slam shut at any moment. Manhwa anxiously turned to her master, supporting the idea of an urgent evacuation. But Minsu firmly refused, saying that he had to personally verify everything and check the situation. The girl gave the order for all members of Changhua to take roll call and begin an orderly exit. The main character continued on with his friend. Ryu watched the whole situation with a slight smile. He quietly muttered that this was finally starting as planned. Soon a report was received that all members of Team C had safely left the danger zone. The successful return of the hunters was announced, and an order was given to move to the main camp. Manhwa immediately asked the chairperson of the Hunters Association what was going on and what the situation was with the other teams. The girl suggested getting to the base camp first, promising to give an explanation after collecting the data. And now they were already at the base, which was quite noisy. Everyone was running here and there, and the wounded were lying on the ground. An emergency briefing on the current status of the raid began at the camp, with all survivors gathered. Minsu immediately inquired about Sejun's whereabouts, and then moved on to the report on Team A. The chairwoman said that it had become known that there were about 20 people trapped in Team A's gate, excluding the guildmasters. Team C, unlike the others, managed to evacuate completely, and their gate remained open. For now, the report shifted to Team B, which included the Empire, White Lion, and Sarabi guilds. The protagonist's brother was there. With the exception of 4 Empire hunters, the entire B team was trapped inside. Manhwa instantly shouted out in disbelief that 3 guildmasters were trapped in an A-rank gate. According to survivors, the cause was a monster in the shape of a giant hand that appeared inside. The Empire Master sent a group to get help, and it was at that moment that the entrance to the gate suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, many of the hunters couldn't believe what was happening, their faces filled with shock. Manhwa fell to her knees. Thus, the only gates available were Team C's S-rank gates. A situation where a gate would close itself before the raid was completed was unprecedented in known history. Ryu grimly stated that those trapped were effectively swallowed up by another space. The chairwoman immediately explained that humanity's current technologies did not allow the already closed gates to be reopened. Panic broke out among the hunters. People shouted about their masters and comrades who remained trapped. A harsh verdict was delivered. A rescue operation was deemed impossible. All trapped hunters were to be officially declared dead during the mission. The news caused a wave of despair and tears among the members of the affected guilds. However, Minsu abruptly interrupted this pessimistic mood, stating that it was not impossible. He reminded everyone that they were not dealing with an ordinary gate, but with something completely different and artificial. Such a concentration of gates, their spontaneous closing, all this contradicted known laws. The lack of resources and non-standard rank monsters indicated that this gate was a pure trap, created with a specific purpose. Min-soo revealed key information. Inside Team A's gate, he and Master Kungong had found a passage leading to Team C's gate. This led to an important conclusion. The S-rank gate might also have a passage to the space where Team B was stuck. Yungu's hopeful remark suggested the possibility of salvation if this connecting route could be found. But this idea was immediately rejected because it meant sending new people into an unknown trap. The chairperson noted that the motives and capabilities of the creator of this gate remained completely unclear, making any action extremely risky. Another girl raised a reasonable question. What if the rescue team enters and this gate also slams shut, like the previous one? Humanity lacked the technology to control existence itself or close the gates. A sober analysis of the situation led to a difficult but only correct decision: to temporarily abandon salvation. Seeking assistance from an Antarctic base was mentioned as a possible future option. This proposal provoked an immediate and sharp negative reaction from Min-soo. The chairwoman calmly inquired about the reason for such a reaction, since demons possessed much more knowledge in this matter than people. The protagonist retorted that the demons themselves were most likely the creators of this anomaly. The chairwoman noted with mild irritation that demon haters still existed despite the passage of time. She recalled that demons had helped rebuild civilization as atonement for the war they had unleashed. And now the girl asked a rhetorical question about what benefit the demons could now derive from such actions. The protagonist sarcastically stated that one cannot trust the invaders who first attacked and then offered help. Min-soo dryly replied that his counterpart had not participated in that war, but was allowing himself to make loud statements. The association's chairperson, taking advantage of her position, officially announced the abandonment of the rescue operation. She announced her intention to report the situation to senior management for further decisions. The protagonist immediately exhaled and accused her of inaction during the raid. Min-soo said that the chairman could do whatever he saw fit and turn to anywhere. This all really angered the girl, but he intended to carry out the rescue operation in any case, even if he had to act alone. Elsewhere, an unknown source noted that the situation was being brought under control more slowly than expected. The matter was with the international organization, Mistelthane. SS-ranked hunters were inside. Tashanka reported the successful clearing of S-rank gates in South America, but the scale of losses was high. Izanami noted that while the direct damage to the country was minor, the losses among the hunters inside the gate exceeded expectations. Merlin said such losses were natural when faced with an unprecedented phenomenon. Behind them, a red-haired girl questioned this assessment, stating that the loss of hunters on such a scale seemed excessive. The association should have intervened much more actively and decisively. Gandharva said the decline in the number of mid- and high-level hunters worldwide posed a threat to future raids. The conversation immediately took a tense turn, and someone sharply pulled up his colleague Gandharva. St. Herman reproached her for misunderstanding the official position of their international organization. Any further intervention by such a powerful transnational structure would put countries in an awkward position. People instinctively always fear those stronger than themselves. Moreover, with the spread of so-called training towers across the world, the number of new hunters was growing. Tashanka reacted with obvious disapproval to the cynical expression, mass production. Suddenly it was proposed to limit ourselves, for now, to observing the actions of national hunting associations. And only if their support proves insufficient will it be possible to request the rapid deployment of Mistelthane forces. Suddenly, one of those present addressed the assembled group, ordering the messenger to stop. Herman tried to block the way, citing Miss Arya's busy schedule. The messenger stuttered and apologized, but insisted on the urgency of the report he needed to deliver. He reported a request for support from Korea regarding the mysterious closure of the gates and the loss of hunters. The situation was considered extremely serious, and the messenger rushed to report it as quickly as possible. He was coldly told that the information would be passed on and was released without being allowed to participate in the main discussion. Snatching the letter from his hands, Herman angrily escorted the messenger out of the building, and then he immediately tore the papers in his hands into small pieces. After this, the scene moves back to the main characters and their portal. After most of the others had left, Min-soo noticed the unexpected presence of one of his colleagues. A familiar face. Yonghwa agreed that she had expected to see someone else here, but not this particular person. The remaining interlocutor turned out to be Gillian, the master of the Murien Desu Guild. Min-soo asked her if she was Choi Soo-ah's subordinate, and if she had received permission to do so. Gillian explained her visit as a desire to repay a debt she once owed Min-soo. Due to old injuries, she was unable to use spellcasting magic, but her detection skills remained highly advanced. The government adopted a strict non-disclosure and withheld support until the S-rank gates were completely closed. This cautious stance was understandable, given the high-ranking position and the need to prevent panic. But the very fact that her participation in the rescue operation was approved spoke of an understanding of the seriousness of the crisis. Min-soo declared that her presence did not bother him as long as she did not interfere, and ordered them to enter immediately. His men were supposed to guard the gate entrance in their absence. Finally, there they are again. An old man and a moron in a bear costume. Manhwa was surprised to recognize one of the guards as a familiar mascot costume, and Jungwoo called out to them. Min-soo asked if his students had brought what he had asked them to get from Hukchunra. They confirmed that they came straight from there and reported that a woman named Moom-young had tried her best. Manhwa inquired about the nature of the artifacts brought from Hukchunra. The old man began to explain that these objects were capable of forcibly supporting magical phenomena. He explained that in other worlds, such effects were called skill continuations, or support. When applied to a magic circle or the caster, they would forcibly maintain the skill without spending mana. Since this gate was clearly created by someone's mana, it could be considered a type of skill. This gave them at least half a day's safety, preventing the gate from slamming shut suddenly. This only worked if their assumptions and plan proved correct. Freya immediately noted with slight irony that everyone in this situation had their own wonderful plan. Min-soo gave his men at the entrance clear orders to keep an eye on things so that nothing suspicious came near, and then they turned around and went to the portal. The old man wished the master and the whole group to return back safe and sound. The scene shifted to the inside of the S-rank gate, where the main part of the rescue operation began. There was an unusual silence inside, and Jungwoo did not sense the presence of a single monster. Min-soo assigned the tasks. He himself began searching around the site of Team A's previous portal. He ordered his companions to focus on inspecting areas that hadn't been checked previously. The key to finding the passage was supposed to be the flow of mana. The more concentrated it was, the higher the chances. Hunters were told to immediately report any oddities or anomalies in the surrounding area. Soon, the group reached the site of the recent battle, but the surrounding environment seemed suspiciously changed to them. Gillian noted a discrepancy. The traces of the battle were still there, but the Balrog's corpse had disappeared without a trace. She suddenly noticed something and decided to take action. Amidst screams, she quickly pulled Manhwa away from danger by the shoulders. Manhwa screamed, confirming that it definitely wasn't there. There was now bubbling lava in front of them. Gillian immediately decided to use her technique on this strange lava. The man instantly assessed the situation and announced that they had fallen under the influence of an illusion cast on space. The thought that there was someone else in the gate besides them caused alarm among the hunters. The natural question arose about the possibility of simply breaking this illusion by force. Gillian explained that this was difficult, as they were already deep within the trap, and awareness was only the first step. Trying to return to the place where the master was could lead them to a completely different place. All paths had already changed or were leading in the wrong direction due to distorted perception. These techniques related to skills such as spatial and conscious domination. The protagonist and his friend also found themselves in an illusion. The only sure solution was to find the caster maintaining the illusion. And so the protagonist decided to use the rain technique. Suddenly, it started to rain, which was a completely abnormal and strange phenomenon inside the gate. Manhwa suggested that this could also be part of the work of whoever created the illusion. Galleon suggested an alternative theory. Perhaps it was a skill of one of their allies. A thought struck Manhwa, and she exclaimed that she seemed to recognize the nature of this rain. Jungwoo admitted that for a moment, she mistook it for a real shower of arrows and was frightened. Min-soo confirmed that it was indeed a rain of arrows, but the allies saw it as ordinary rain. He loudly suggested to the one hiding to come out voluntarily if he did not want to be pierced through and through. Someone's exclamation of admiration confirmed that Ukusen's suspicions were absolutely correct. It became clear that they were facing a far from ordinary enemy, since he was able to detect them like that. Ukusen turned out to be right, and the one hiding in the illusion was definitely the very person they were looking for. The man in the illusion turned out to be the very hero of the war 10 years ago. The conqueror of the Demon Kings. The name of the legendary hunter who disappeared into another dimension was Mad Dog Ming-soo. One of the opponents admitted that he'd only known the guy by rumor, but his actual presence was astonishing. His partner immediately warned him against letting his guard down, addressing him by the name Jin Do-hwa. Min-soo responded by saying that he also knew something about the people standing in front of him. The guy contemptuously called their organization Pandemonium, a rabble that groveled before demons. Jin Do-hwa noted with a chuckle the sharpness of his vis-a-vis eyes and tongue. He added that the hunter's brain, apparently, was working well, so he suggested getting down to business. Instead of idle talk, he suggested they immediately demonstrate their strength to each other. Ming-ju declared that he didn't care what they wanted by siding with the demons, but as people living on the same planet, they should be ashamed of their actions. Clinging to the stronger side and betraying one's family, that was what he considered true shame. The main character's allies were already approaching from behind. Since ancient times, people like them have always acted in exactly this way, causing only contempt. His final line was that they should be beaten to dust, even on a rainy day. Yeonhwa, observing the unfolding events, became completely convinced of the artificial origin of this gate. She suggested to the master that she and Gillian deal with this enemy on their own, but her companion, looking at the enemy, reacted with great surprise and recognition. Gillian said the name of the serial killer, Jin Do-hwa, with shock. Min-soo asked if this was really the infamous criminal. Jung-gu confirmed that he was the serial killer who had killed many key government officials. It happened in the chaos after the war, and everyone thought he had received a life sentence in a special prison. Jin Do-hwa feigned regret at his partner, claiming he had been recognized immediately. He explained that he had originally planned to simply chase them away with an illusion, but that his plans had changed. The current situation, he said, was even more beneficial to their overall plan. The more victims are trapped, the better for their ritual. He ordered his accomplice, Ukisen, to block all exits from here during this time. Ukisen reluctantly replied that he was working only on orders and had no intention of overworking without pay. Gillian angrily asked Jin Do-hwa how he dared to walk freely after betraying the country and the teacher. He looked closely and recognized in her the quiet girl from the past and noted how much she had grown. But he added that her naive ignorance, apparently, had not changed at all over the years. The description of his SS-rank Hongrang Fan skill, which distorted the illusory world, appeared in the air. Galleon shouted to her crew to calm down, reminding them that everything that was happening was just an illusion. Freya exclaimed greedily that this skill looked very delicious, and he wanted to absorb it. A description of his S-rank ice shield, capable of repelling magical attacks, popped up nearby. Min-soo ordered Yeonhwa to capture Wooksen, who was clearly trying to block the exit of the gate. Jin Do-hwa was surprised to see someone directly counter his illusions with mana. He approached Min-soo, hinting that perhaps their destinies were similarly cursed. Jin Do-hwa recalled that 10 years ago they fought on different fronts, but the hero's fame was loud. However, this hero was thrown into another dimension and quickly forgotten. At the same time, he himself was instantly transformed into a crazed serial killer in the eyes of society. He accused ignorant humanity of erasing facts and distorting them for their own benefit. That is how, according to him, the world rotted from within, only outwardly maintaining the appearance of restoration. Ukisen continued to fight with the two female warriors. With their magic, they almost made a traffic light. Min-soo cut him off abruptly, declaring that he was not going to listen to these excuses. The guy emphasized that he never killed innocents for the sake of his ideals, and did not grovel before demons. Jin Do-hwa retorted that his opponent only knew part of the truth, and that he too did not kill innocents for fun. While Ming-ju was away, the world turned into a slaughterhouse, only pretending to be restored. He asked the main question: would the hunter's straightforward determination change when he learned the whole truth? At least they won't find out this answer here and now, since time has almost been won. With these words, Jin Do-hwa turned to his partner Ukisen, confirming the success of their plan. The character furiously accused Jin Do-hwa of betrayal, not believing what was happening. The illusion began to crumble, and a warning sounded to everyone around to be more careful. She all cracked and gathered into a ring of the serial killer bastard. As he was leaving, Jin Do-hwa promised Mad Dog to meet again next time. Frey noted with annoyance that the tasty skill was slipping away through the time gate. It became obvious that the enemies had been carrying portable gates with them the entire time. The betrayal angered Ukisen, because the exit door had not yet completely closed. He couldn't cope alone, and decided to move in the direction their leader was heading. The girls rushed in pursuit to prevent the escaped enemy from escaping completely, and Yeonhwa, armed with her bow, shot and hit the fleeing bastard right on the spot. He immediately began to choke on blood, and the hole in his body began to glow red. Inside the existing gate, another portal suddenly began to form. This is where Ukisen fell. It appears that the attackers were freely creating connecting passages here. The question remained whether this passage actually led to the place where Sejun was. There was no time to waste, so he ordered the passage to be guarded while the others went forward. He immediately landed in that winter dimension where his brother's entire squad was killed. There was only one path ahead, and Ming-Shu was determined to follow it to the end. They were on the right path, but the surrounding environment gave them vague doubts. Were they already late for the main events? Judging by the surroundings, there was no direct battle here, but rather a methodical retreat. He immediately began to question the wounded hunters about what had happened here. The situation was grave, as all the surviving hunters had serious injuries. The number of wounded was too great to treat each one sequentially. Minshu suggested using a special core to mass heal all the wounded. The Balrog's regeneration core was perfect for this difficult situation. The second core, Revival for Healing skill, has been activated. Immediately, all the corpses around were shrouded in magic like barbed wire. Some people have even already started to rise. Hunter Shen Jisoo came to her senses, feeling a strange weakness and pain throughout her body. Ming-Shu confirmed that the huntress's consciousness had cleared and she could speak. He demanded that she immediately explain the entire situation that had developed here. The endless waves of monsters were becoming increasingly irritating and tiring for the hunters. A warning sounded of an attack from the left, and they'd already lost count of the waves of monsters. In the conditions of continuous combat, they could no longer keep track of how much time had passed. The gates were closed, their strength was waning, and despair was growing among the people. They could be destroyed not only by the monster plague, but also by the gate confinement syndrome. Du continued to fight, although without any hope. He dealt blow after blow to that ill-fated hand. But the giant thug with the eye continued to regenerate. It was pointless to chop down the creatures that regenerated endlessly from the hand. These gates were like someone's stomach, slowly digesting the people who entered them. It became clear that they were dealing with gates that had their own will and consciousness. All the evidence pointed to the gate being an artificial, created structure. Sejun remembered how they all discussed it together, and he realized that his brother's theory seemed to be absolutely correct. Then Sejun confirmed with a grin that his theories had always proven correct. Do Kyung-ho happily greeted Min-Syu, who had finally appeared. Sejun was surprised how Min-Syu had managed to get here in the first place, since the exit had disappeared. A logical question arose. How did Ming-Syu get inside if the exit was closed? The hunter explained that the entire area was a three-layer trap. The attackers possessed cores for creating gate cores and transport routes. Their plan was to isolate the group underground as sacrifices. The idea of isolating and naming the victim left the hunters completely baffled. The main character did not understand where this monster hand came from. His brother explained that the hand beast had suddenly erupted from the ground while they were searching for the gate's heart. Ming-Shu told the wounded hunter to seek treatment first and then speak. Du explained that the eye on his hand was regenerating, and new monsters were constantly emerging from the palm. It was possible to get to the hand, but attacking it directly was pointless. This meant that the core of the monster was located in the place where the hand grew into the ground. The other warriors greeted the master with relief, who had come to save them, and Do asked if the core was the monster's weak point. Ming-Shu confirmed that the creature was drawing power from another dimension through this point. This core could be the key to destroying this entire artificial trap space. Transferring immense power between dimensions always carries great risk. Even Ming-Shu himself, upon returning to his own world, could only use a fraction of his powers. The monster probably compensated for the risk by absorbing the lives of the hunters trapped here. Hearing this, Sejun began to guess the true nature of what they had encountered. He wasn't certain, but it could have been an incredibly powerful being from another world. The involvement of Pandemonium indicated a connection with the demonic race and its higher representatives. The thought of a possible confrontation with the Demon King shocked the hunters. However, this being was different from the fourth Demon King defeated 10 years ago. But regardless of its origin and essence, there was one clear goal. Under no circumstances was this creature allowed to escape into the ordinary world. Min-Syu asked the group if they had enough strength to distract the monster long enough for it to make its way into the tunnel. Do Kyung-ho tried to stop him, reminding him that physical attacks against the monster were futile. Min-Syu was confident in his plan. If the power line was cut, the structure would collapse. Sejun rushed after him, not wanting to let his brother go on a dangerous mission alone. but he fell from weakness, and his other partner called out to the captain in alarm, worried about his condition after his injuries. Min-shu told him not to strain himself and promised to get everyone out of this trap soon. And now, all that was left for Si-jun to do was watch and hope that his brother could save them. Everyone who could rushed into battle alongside the main character, including Master Do with his katana. At this moment, Ming-shu directed the magical currents straight to his feet, which gave him flash speed and the ability to quickly escape from the undead. Soon, he broke away from them and jumped down into the cave. Someone appeared in the depths of the tunnel and said that he was expecting Ming-shu to arrive. With irony in his voice, the clown also noted that he was beginning to get used to this underground place. He expressed surprise that both Wu Kison and, possibly, Jin Do-hwa had made it here. The clown confirmed that he had predicted Ming-shu would discover this place. Min-shu asked if they always worked in pairs and turned his attention to his new friend, who had escaped after a previous heavy defeat. The clown cut him off rudely, declaring that the hunter should have stopped his investigation long ago. It didn't matter whether Ming-shu had been banished to another dimension by his former allies or not. 10 years proved enough for the world to completely change without his intervention. During this time, people had time to deeply study the nature of mana and gates, achieving new results. The artificial gate and the ongoing ritual were presented as the culmination of this research. According to him, humanity had reached its limits, and a new era was now dawning. Any resistance from the likes of Ming-shu was doomed to failure. Ming-shu countered that despite their defeat, his opponent wouldn't stop chattering. He called them weaklings who cling to demons and repeat memorized speeches. The point was that you can't achieve real power just by borrowing it from someone else. The clown admitted that Ming-shu had already learned and understood too much for their plans. His partner immediately ordered Clown to retreat and report everything to Lord Ouroboros, while he himself volunteered to stay. Yu Uto of Pandemonium stated that he would personally deal with this dangerous hunter. He repeated the order for Clown to retreat, leaving Ming-shu to fight him alone. The protagonist was initially indignant, not understanding why the clown should retreat before the fight. But then he gave in, shrugged his shoulders, and agreed that the outcome would have been the same either way. The clown swore quietly at being chased away so quickly, and he clenched his fist in anger. But still, like an obedient boy, he ran away. Yu Uto announced that a real battle between two powerful forces would now begin. He loudly challenged Ming-shu, the conqueror of the fourth Demon King, to a fight. Introducing himself as Yu Uto, the third rank of Pandemonium, he vowed not to run or hide. Min-shu replied dryly that he was not very good at remembering faces. However, after a moment, he still admitted that his opponent's face seemed familiar to him. He recognized him as a hunter from the Frost Soul Guild, where he was hiding under a guise. Yes, it was exactly the same face he had once seen in the ranks of that guild. Ming-shu remarked with disdain that he was now putting on airs after infiltrating the guild under a false name. If he really doesn't intend to run and hide, then it's time to start the fight. Min-shu demanded that his opponent answer the question honestly and without tricks. Yuto then asked in shock if the main character had intentionally broken his own protective shield earlier, and now they were faced with their energies again. The guy demanded to know their true purpose, mentioning drug trafficking and the creation of gates. He was particularly interested in the reason for the murder of the innocent teenager John Min-jun. Hearing that name, Yu Uto realized that this incident had been the trigger. He noted with irritation that all sorts of lowlifes were always causing him problems. Ming-shu ordered him to speak frankly, without prevarication or concealing his true motives. But Yu Uto refused to reveal Pandemonium's goals, stating his unwillingness to do so. He suggested that Min-shu ask Clown, who knows more, about Min-jun after the fight. He swung his sword and put all his energy into it for a killing blow. However, this proposal was made on the condition that Ming-shu himself remained alive at that time. Ming-shu only cursed in response to his opponent's brazen self-confidence. Yu Uto admitted that his opponent possesses quite impressive speed, but the tricks that worked against Small Fry would no longer be enough against him. Ming-shu internally assessed the amount of mana remaining at his disposal. There was critically little of it left, especially after using the core for healing. Unlike regular skills, activating a core consumed all of a Dantian's mana. Even though he'd opened several Dantians equal to the number of cores, the side effects still lingered. Therefore, it was necessary to minimize costs and end the battle with one decisive blow. Yu Uto mockingly asked if this was all his renowned opponent could do. He stated that by tearing Min-shu apart, he would prove his superiority over Jin Do-hwa. The main character then flew into the wall with great force. For him, this would be tantamount to a personal victory over that very Jin Do-hwa. Yu Uto admitted that Pandemonium's ideals about the true power of mana do not interest him. His goal was a lawless world that they would create, where only the strongest would rule. His dream was a society of endless war and total survival of the fittest. Mingshu immediately grabbed his sword with his hand. We've seen this somewhere before. The protagonist was skeptical about this idea, considering it complete nonsense. Immediately, the sword in the bastard's hands began to crack. This surprised him greatly. Gigi said that if he liked the idea of living according to the laws of the wild so much, then he needed to go all the way. The guy suggested that for complete happiness, he turned back and become a naked animal. Blood immediately began to gush from the bastard's mouth, and the villain himself flew into the wall. Gigi added that it is precisely the most empty-headed idiots who dream of generals' epaulets in war. Minshu promised to leave only his chatty mouth alone and to smash everything else to dust. Yu Uto was enraged to see the damage to his legendary blade, Muramasa. He shouted in a rage that his opponent was an ignorant piece of scum. At that moment, someone with long nails and black skin snapped their fingers, and then several black rods flew at Yuto, piercing his body from all sides. A new voice suddenly appeared and praised Mingshu with respectful mockery. The stranger apologized for the rudeness and bad manners of the just-defeated Yu Uto. Freya exclaimed in horror that the figure that had appeared was clearly a demon. Mingshu, unsurprised, stated that he had finally decided to show himself. The demon replied that he had been watching everything that had happened since they had entered here. He stated that due to the necromancer's abilities, their original plan had already failed. Minshu responded by suggesting that if he wanted to fight, they should stop chatting and get straight to the point. The demon replied that he had no intention of fighting, otherwise he wouldn't have killed his own servant. Instead, he came to make Mingshu a concrete and lucrative offer. Part of this offer was to hand over the person who killed Jung Min-jun. In conclusion, he directly asked Mingshu if he would like to join forces with him. The question of a possible alliance was raised again, the demon clearly seeking an answer. He politely but firmly repeated his offer of cooperation. Minshu asked incredulously about handing over the killer, since he was one of their own. Frey cut the demon off abruptly, not believing his words and accusing him of lying. The demon objected that among his kind, as among people, there were different values. Mingshu mockingly asked about the meaning of killing and creating gates if he was so different. He replied that this could be considered the beginning of a plan to summon true power. He acknowledged that the artificial gate's imperfections had led to unforeseen failures. The demon stated that any great success is built on many previous failures and mistakes. He believed that the opportunity to gain such a talented ally was worth any sacrifice. In exchange for the lost summoning, he promised to give Mingshu something much more powerful. But the main character wouldn't listen. Minju responded indignantly that he was clearly being taken for a complete idiot. He could not trust someone who so easily betrayed and killed even his own comrades. The demon stated with theatrical regret that the negotiations had reached a dead end. He stated that Minsu had just rejected the easiest way to solve his problem. The influence of Pandemonium is already deeply rooted in the foundations of society across the planet. Even publicly exposing their organization is no longer capable of fundamentally changing anything. In a world where those in power crave rank and resources, few would refuse the help of demons. As they parted, the demon suggested that Mingshu contact him if he changed his mind. He called himself and his supporters merely guides, messengers of mana. Their sole purpose was to spread the true nature of mana throughout all dimensions. Mingshu cut him off rudely, calling everything he said bright but useless chatter. Frey asked again with surprise and disbelief at the word messengers he had heard. Suddenly, the situation above escalated, and a cry was heard warning of a monster attack. One of the hunters ordered the hunters who were still able to fight to immediately block the passage. The entire space of the gate began to shake, indicating the onset of instability. Seiju noticed this and realized that it seemed to have begun. Du shouted at the demon in rage, asking what he had planned this time. Suddenly after the attack, the eye on the hand began to bleed, and a crack remained, and the monster immediately let out a shrill cry of pain. Unexpectedly, their attacks finally began to damage the giant hand's body. The old master immediately realized that this was their chance, and it could not be missed under any circumstances. The order was given to ignore the small monsters and concentrate all fire on the main target. The other agents shouted that they would deal with the distracting creatures. The red-haired one called on everyone still standing to protect the guildmaster for the final blow, and the old master immediately ordered the monster to die. Gathering the last of their strength, the hunters unleashed a hail of attacks on the monstrous hand, and even after receiving wounds, the giant hand still struck back. Even on the brink of death, the demonic creature continued to desperately resist. Si-jun, who had recovered from his wounds, rushed forward to cover the attackers. Other hunters planned to sever the base of the arm, where it drew its strength, with one powerful blow. They immediately launched two powerful attacks, and they flew straight into the eye of the demonic hand. His blow hit its target, and the arm's structure began to quickly disintegrate. The monsters spawned by the hand began to crumble into dust, one after another, and all the hunters were at the end of their strength, but were glad that they seemed to have succeeded. Si-jun screamed in horror that his brother might still be under the collapsing mass. Du tried to calm him down, saying that a strong guy like his brother would definitely get out on his own. Min-soo himself, climbing out from under the rubble, confirmed that he had coped. Do Kyung-ho turned to Min-soo, noticing the pulsating object in his hand. The heart of the gate. Si-jun was surprised where he'd found it, having searched the entire dungeon himself. Min-soo suggested explaining everything later, and now hurrying to the exit before complete collapse. The rescued hunters were relieved to see the light of the exit and rushed towards it. They congratulated each other on their survival, not believing that the nightmare was finally over. A quick roll call confirmed that all survivors were present. The group began an orderly exit from the collapsing gate, helping the wounded. Si-jun noticed his brother's fatigue, but he brushed it off, saying that there was still a lot of work ahead. Gigi said that he has something to show him. Ming-shu showed the gate's core, on whose surface strange writing was visible. Freya explained that it was the language of demons, and offered to translate the inscription for everyone. The inscription read, "All things shall fall before pandemonium," which was their motto, or threat. Hearing the translation, the hunter froze, fully realizing the scale of the confrontation. Ming-shu grimly confirmed their worst suspicions about their true enemies. Now they knew exactly who they would have to fight in the very near future. Min-soo mentally promised the deceased Min-jin to complete the work he had started. After making sure that no one was left behind, the group finally left the dying gate. Finally jumping into the gate, the guy exhaled, expressing complete psychological fatigue from these anomalies. The moment the last survivor left the gate, Korea's first S-rank invasion was officially eliminated. Journalists immediately began asking questions about rumors of an attack inside and who had devised the rescue plan. The next question concerned the most important thing. Were any mana stones retrieved from the gate? Ming-shu paused, searching for the right words to answer this pressing question. The guy complained of sudden dizziness, feeling very tired after everything he had experienced. That evening, an emergency address to the country's citizens was broadcast on all channels. Kim Eun-jul, director of the Korean branch of the International Hunters Association, appeared on the screen. She reported the successful destruction of 3 gates, one of which was of the rare S rank. It was announced that the quarantine in the mountainous region would soon be lifted and that additional research would be conducted. The director was informed that the full data was still being processed and asked for a loss report. Kim Eun-jul stated that the deceased hunters will receive compensation and will have a state funeral. Next came a crucial question about the scale of the resources found within the S-rank gate. The question was about confirming the quantity of mana stones in the neutralized high-class anomaly. The answer was disappointing. No resources were obtained from within the gate. It was hypothesized that the gates were mutations, so-called derivative gates. All information received will be sent to the association headquarters for global analysis. There was even talk of requesting assistance from a base located in Antarctica. This idea provoked a sharp objection from those gathered around the television, since it was those who created the demonic gates who were offering help. At this point, Min-soo was furiously shouting at the chairman through the screen, not understanding why she was silent about what had happened. The man expressed irritation, feeling he had been dragged into listening to this official nonsense for no reason. Do calmly urged him to calm down, noting that such a problem could not be rushed. The master explained that the pro-demonic faction currently dominates the global elite. Racial discrimination has become an absolute taboo in the modern world. Even the initial public hostility after the war softened during their years of silence. 10 years of non-aggression on their part rendered the demons a distant force for ordinary people. However, during this time, they quietly integrated themselves into the world's key systems, aiding in its restoration. The pirate next to them concluded that the situation was an extremely complex and multi-layered problem. The main character asked in his heart what he should do with all this information. In response, the man decided to first say something important, taking a short conversational pause. With all seriousness, he thanked Ming-Shu for the work he had done at that gate. The guy advised not to worry, as there was a lot of other evidence and witnesses. The man agreed with Do Kyung-ho, admitting that the time for open confrontation had not yet come. Even if there were traitors in the Heptagram Guild, then haste will only harm the matter. It was decided to start with a slow internal cleansing, and only then move on to open combat. The man sincerely did not want his land to be devastated by demonic forces again. The protagonist was surprised by the sudden change in the intentions of his former enemy, who wanted to become supreme. Previously, he wanted to achieve this title at any cost, regardless of the consequences and methods. The scene immediately switched abruptly to a shining horizon. All the heroes were standing in the clearing. In the foreground will be Min-soo, his brother, and Yonghwa. The last one was too joyful on this sunny day. At this time, Gillian stood shyly to the side and watched how the heroes communicated. Now the boy understood that power gained through empty, borrowed strength was unreliable. It was like a throne perched high in the clouds, without any real foundation. After a recent fight with the protagonist and watching his journey to this point, a painful realization came to him. The pirate still wanted to fight, but now his goals and methods had changed. So he decided to prepare the ground for a future decisive confrontation. The goal was to root out known traitors and strengthen his position without succumbing to external pressure. But before that, the man needed to say something very important and personal. With all sincerity, he offered Ming-Shu his deep and belated apologies. The guy wanted to apologize for the 10 years he had to hide after winning. The boy watched this silently, regretting his tacit agreement to erase everything connected to that hero. Perhaps he simply wanted to forget about the existence of a wall he could not overcome. The man admitted that he had taken the easy way out, suggested by others, without even fully realizing it. With utmost sincerity in his voice, he apologized to Ming-Shu for everything that had happened. The guy replied with irritation that these endless apologies were starting to get seriously annoying. Min-Soo countered that the one who should apologize was Yonghwa first, not him. The pirate replied that he planned to meet her separately, and the protagonist turns the conversation to plans. The pirate named informing the Mistle Thane Guild as the first point of his plan. In response, a reasonable question was raised about the possible revenge of the demons whose traces were discovered. Ming-Shu explained that an official statement from the strongest guild would tie their hands. However, a doubt arose. If pandemonium was in the heptagram, then who could guarantee the purity of Mistle Teen? Moreover, according to Do Kyung-ho, there were plenty of ardent adherents of the demonic race there as well. The man agreed that many in the guild maintained close ties with demons, but Mistle Thane's power and influence created a system of mutual control within the guild. An official accusation of demonic ties would make past machinations too visible. The guy warned that when confronting the demons, another major obstacle would arise. This obstacle was the anti-demon state called Sultode. After the war, the anti-demons, like their enemies, were banished to harsh and inhospitable lands. But unlike the demons' Antarctic base, their state is not recognized by the international community. Most people didn't even suspect such a country existed anywhere. The complete absence of diplomatic relations concealed the true state of affairs within. The prevailing opinion among experts was that the anti-demons were under the control of the demons. The pirate explained that anti-demons are either children of mixed marriages or people who have been exposed to concentrated demonic energy for a long time. The guy doubted that such statistics automatically made anti-demons allies of demons. The question then arose: is the mysterious organization IZ connected specifically with the state of Sultode? The pirate replied that he was hearing this name for the first time and knew nothing about them. Do Kyung-ho also confirmed the complete absence of any information about this organization. But if the group IZ really was connected to the anti-demons, that changed things. The stage shifted to a desert-like setting. This meant that this was where key information or even potential allies could be found. But soon the scene shifted back to the city, and the South Korean S-rank gate suddenly disappeared. What happened seemed incredible. Such a powerful object simply vanished into thin air. No one could explain where it had gone. Of all the gates that appeared simultaneously, that anomaly was among the top 10 most powerful. The loss of such an object threatened serious consequences. The astonished interlocutors noted that everything had happened too quickly. They hadn't even had time to deploy Mistyland troops nearby for support. One of those present added that a key role was played by an agent from HMCS headquarters who worked closely with them. This person was part of the vice president's inner circle. The conversation turned to Cargill Huan, who, according to the speakers, was nervous. He'd been demoted in the Hunters Association and then gained real power at HMCS. But since the former official turned out to be connected to the Mistilton faction, the situation became more complicated. He wouldn't simply give up the chairman's seat. Without the involvement of that newcomer, everything would have long since taken a different course. Suddenly, someone remarked that the Korean branch had never worked so efficiently before. Such a prompt resolution was genuinely surprising. One of the men doubted that branch head Kim Un-ju truly possessed the necessary skills. Her reputation suggested otherwise. She was considered an outside appointee. An indignant voice was heard. Why even appoint a supportive hunter to the position of head hunter? She was essentially just a figurehead. The girl shushed her talkative colleague, urging him to keep his voice down. They were afraid their words might reach their boss. However, the assistant told Kim Un-ju to ignore them, but she ignored the gossip and let her subordinates continue chattering. She knew there was some truth to their words. However, the girl also didn't hide her bewilderment. Her request for support had been ignored, and a report had been demanded immediately after the raid. The double standards were irritating. Kim Un-ju asked about Chairman Choi Dae-sung, asking why he had personally attended this report. He alone was able to wear her down. Her assistant immediately reminded him of the chairman's long-held dream, to reach the Elite 10 of Mistletoe. Ever since his days as a hunter, he had worked tirelessly toward this goal. But even frequent public appearances didn't guarantee the desired result. The girl understood that zeal alone wasn't enough. Even so, getting onto the coveted list was incredibly difficult. Competition among the strongest remained fierce. Mistletoe or not, the hunters were ultimately no different from one another. They were united by a common human nature. Even the most powerful weren't gods. The scene shifted to the conference room, with a bottle of water at every seat. Then the stern voice of the blindfolded girl was heard. Such a statement could not be ignored. She asked tensely if this meant that demons were involved in the recent incident with the Korean S-rank gate. She was retorted, reminded of how dangerous such a statement was in these times. Jumping to conclusions could be harmful. The pirate also agreed, but pointed out that the evidence was too clear to be dismissed as coincidence. He was forced to reveal the truth. Pandemonium. The man recalled the traitors who had chosen to serve the demons 10 years ago. Now their traces were surfacing everywhere where incidents occurred. He could have laid out all his findings at the Leadership Council, but he saw a problem with that. Why not pass the information on to Mistletoe first, since they were already allies? The blindfolded listener acknowledged that the decision had been correct. This was not an issue to be dismissed lightly. The threat looming over the world was too grave. The situation did not tolerate frivolity. It could not be ignored. Even after so many years, the fact remained. Those people had betrayed humanity. Their guilt would not be erased by time. Pirate immediately recalled the scandal involving the illegal stimulant drug and the recent reports of artificial gateways. If all these cases are connected, the scale of the problem will be colossal. Urgent intervention was required. This would mean the direct involvement of the demons. Then, Mistletoe would personally send an expedition to the Antarctic base. Her assistant timidly objected, reminding her that cooperation with those forces had helped in the recent incident. But her superior insisted on extreme caution. Until the situation becomes clearer, Mistletoe will continue to collect data on the gates on his own. To avoid panic among the population, she asked that what she had heard not be disclosed to anyone until further notice. They should first wait for their call. Once they have enough irrefutable evidence, then they can act. Only with a solid foundation will they be able to begin an investigation at the Antarctic base. She asked me to trust them for a little while longer and promised that everything would work out. All I had to do was wait a little longer. The scene shifted back to the city. A mocking voice was heard from a completely different place. The red-haired guy confirmed that the enemy was resilient. Despite everything, he was still breathing. Before him stood the weakest member of the Pandemonium, Clown. Now it sounded more like an insulting nickname. Surprisingly, this guy survived, while Ukasin and Yuto died in the operation. An indignant Clown retorted that the mission wasn't his at all. It turned out that Yuto was the one who ordered him to summon Lord Oribas. But the idiot didn't realize that the backup he summoned would kill him. Kaizei said he always thought that reckless dog would soon be thrown out, but he never expected it to be so pathetic. Suddenly, a man approached them. It was Zahn from Pandemonium, and asked the clown if he had just returned from Sultrad. He looked far too relaxed. He was ordered to move faster because the top ranks of Pandemonium were disappearing one after another. Wasting time and men at such a time was unavoidable. The redhead was surprised by the rush. Their superiors were still alive and well. But his interlocutor merely clicked his tongue in irritation. The main problem was identified as Jin Do-hwa, the madman who had been released. The wild dog was of no use, no matter how strong he was. Apparently, this guy had failed the mission again and disappeared without a trace. This latest failure only caused irritation. The clown then asked what exactly was being proposed. The answer was short. Reinforcements were needed. It was time to recruit new members to Pandemonium. The old cadres were no longer up to the task. Zakne asked if there were any specific candidates in mind. He himself said he had such a person in mind. The conversation turned to the great Dae-sung from Northeast Asia. He had no official rank, but on the black market he was considered S-class. This guy was already indirectly involved in the Lux case, so it was expected that he would readily accept the offer. Upon hearing the name, Kaise winced and admitted he hated the guy. It was impossible to communicate normally with him. He was told to stop whining and find another candidate himself, preferably someone with real power in the hunter world. The clown followed up with a follow-up question. Would anyone with an S rank or higher be suitable? Then he volunteered to handle the second recruit himself. This newcomer would be less of a problem than that Dae-sung. He remembered how Kim Eun-ju had broken down that time. The interlocutor reluctantly agreed and added that it would be nice to be useful at least once. This especially applied to the clown. Kaise grinned and asked them to leave the boy alone. He was emotionally traumatized by the series of humiliations. But the answer was rude. Such scum doesn't get injured. Such trash doesn't change. Besides, it's not obedient enough. It seemed that half-breed demoness was to blame for everything. She was the one ruining the whole picture. Zahn decided to personally go to Sultrad next time. He intended to crush them all until they learned their place. Meanwhile, Red wanted to ask about the new batch of interdimensional mana stones. They told him that the person he needed was probably currently at a council of higher demons. He'd have to wait. They added that he promised to present new results of his research. The meeting was held precisely for this purpose. The scene shifted to a laboratory. 5 people were visible. 1 scientist and 5 demons. The demon Hikatan spoke first, surprised to hear about the return gate. There was nothing new in the idea, and the demon girl Ruslana said that the entrance to this world used to work roughly the same way. Monsters appearing while traveling back through dimensions are common. The enormous demon Orobos then gently addressed his beloved and asked her not to worry. Lord Solyaso did not leave them empty-handed. The girl irritably ordered him to be quiet. The demon Tatar suggested first listening to what they were shown. Then they could decide whether Orobos's mistake could be corrected. And then we were finally shown Dr. Shutai, who expressed his sincere honor to be present at this meeting. He called upon the great givers of power, clearly seeking their favor. All the demons shuddered violently at this. Before presenting the new development, the doctor decided to report on the results of his plans. It was necessary to summarize the interim results. He pointed to graphs showing the number of casualties sustained through Operation Artificial Gate. The operation involved replicating existing S-rank gates and infiltrating them with agents. The goal was to sacrifice S-rank hunters who entered the raid zone. This was the plan to summon the Demon King of the Second Circle, Solyaso. As a result, many hunters died, and the perpetrators successfully collected high-quality mana patterns. The plan partially worked. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred at the GX8 gate, which had been prepared for Solyaso's descent. This disrupted the process at the thought form formation stage. Ruslana, the second apostle of the Third Circle, and Hikatan, the first apostle of the First Circle, listened to this with disgruntled expressions. However, Orobos, the first apostle of the Second Demonic Circle, exclaimed that the fact of transmitting mana to the demonic world through artificial gates was already a significant achievement. The demon declared they had proven their case. Their masterpiece would be completed on a grander scale. However, Tatar, the first apostle of the Third Circle, mockingly advised against making him laugh. Such pathos was inappropriate after failure. That's precisely why the failure was so painful. The potential was there, but the results were 0. They built a gate perfectly capable of summoning the Demon King's thought form, but the operation failed due to a lack of power. He also asked about the excessive traces left inside those gates. They couldn't be ignored. Orobas suggested dumping this whole mess on the Jude race, those damned half-breeds. At times like these, those half-wits could be useful. Hikatan said that half-breeds had become too brazen lately, so the current moment was perfect for such a setup. Tatar chided Orobas for not making excuses. The plan's slow execution was a real problem. A shout immediately rang out. Enough! The argument had gone too far. Ruslana countered that no one was suffering more from the failure to summon Lord Solyaso than his own apostle Orobas. Orobas indignantly asked if anyone really thought he wanted to ruin everything. He smiled and placed his hand on his girlfriend. He tried to justify himself by claiming that this failure wasn't his fault. The reasons lay elsewhere. It all happened because of the killer of the fourth Demon King. However, Hikatan wanted to talk about Lux. The results were worse than expected, as progress was slower than planned. Plus, the once useless HMCS organization suddenly began working. Orobas said that if that man had not returned, every stage of their plan would have gone smoothly. Hikatan said the problem was that half-breeds were allowed to roam freely, if it weren't for the information leak from the beast. But Tatar objected, saying it all started with the fourth Demon King's mistake. Instead of finishing off his opponent, he was sent to another dimension. Suddenly, the demon turned to Babylonor, expecting agreement with this point of view. Babylonor, the first apostle of the Demon King's fourth circle, appeared on the screen. In reality, he was just some weak, poor boy. Babylonor countered, his voice trembling, that the fourth king had done everything possible before his death. He didn't want to blame him. He also said that an ordinary person is incapable of altering or controlling the existence of the gate without its help. The hunter's return from the demonic world was completely unpredictable. Tatar nodded reassuringly and said he understood everything. That ended the argument. Orobas also admitted he was curious about the topic. They were still unable to determine what power the boy had used to return from the abyss. He said he'd watched him fight during his last operation, and much had seemed strange. His gaze was riveted on his every movement. It turned out he possessed the power of living souls, a rare but not unique phenomenon. His skills were numerous and refined, but still within the bounds of human capabilities. But the black, glowing energy the boy absorbed from the Balrog's core. It resembled demonic mana, but it didn't match it. It defied logic. Ruslana was shocked. A human absorbing the core? A dark force that wasn't magic? Such a thing seemed completely impossible. A bead of sweat rolled down Babylonor's face, and he quietly said, "Ancient power." He said that in the demonic world, even mentioning it was forbidden. However, it was said that the ancient power also glowed with a black light. If that man had found the ancient records while in the abyss. However, Tatar sharply objected, saying that this was all simply nonsense, since their ancestors had destroyed all traces of such things. Didn't the boy study history? Babylonor was called a lost dog after the death of his fourth king, but they asked him not to ruin everything with nonsense. He should have been grateful that they'd left him in the research lab instead of sending him back to the demon world. All that was required of him was to quietly continue his research alongside the human doctor. The descent of the next Demon King had to be ensured. However, Ruslana stepped forward and asked Tatar not to be so harsh. She approached Babylonor and gently stroked him, telling him he only needed to be patient for a little while. Then, their great lord, Asmodeus, would descend and honor Babylnor's devotion by officially making him his apostle. Then she turned and asked the doctor, was this guy really useful? The doctor assured her that no human could match the demon's wisdom, but Orobas immediately intervened, admitting that Mingshu had clearly learned some new power in another world. Perhaps it was just faking magic, nothing serious. What's important is that the boy had surpassed their human subordinates from Pandemonium. Hikatan asked if he was stronger than the third circle. Orobas wasn't sure, but he noticed that Mingshu played with ordinary S-rank hunters like they were ants. The difference in strength was colossal. Tatar objected that this dirty power would mean nothing when Lord Asmodeus appeared. For now, they should focus on producing higher quality mana patterns through their soldiers. He approached the doctor and asked if the newcomer's tower project remained intact. Shutai confirmed it, but asked for forgiveness. The matter is still under consideration. Security at the towers in each country has been significantly strengthened. The situation with the towers was clearly unnerving. Orobas said those towers were factories for producing victims. Quality soldiers would never emerge from there. But Babelnor said the newbie tower suppresses the natural awakenings, so leaving it untouched is beneficial. But he also noticed that among the hunters who awaken naturally, such unique individuals as the Demon King's killer appeared too often. Orobus advised against causing a fuss out of frustration. Emotions were getting in the way. The next planned operation needed to be carried out carefully. He clapped his hands and ordered the entire team to return to the first step. And then he asked the doctor what new project he was proposing using the return gate. And finally, they got to the really interesting topic for Dr. Shutai. His face broke into a smile, and the scene immediately switched to some futuristic center. We were shown Lord Hikatan ordering Kaisa to go and convey the next plan to the third circle. He emphasized that failure was unacceptable this time. Everyone needed to understand the gravity of the situation, and Kaise understood this. He bowed again and accepted the order and then walked away. At this time, Hikatan analyzed everything that had happened and realized that Ruslana and Tatar from the third circle were becoming more and more brazen every day. The four circles of Demon Kings once balanced the power between the worlds, but that balance has collapsed. Chaos has ensued. Lord Asmodel's third circle. Since then, the third circle has seized the fourth domain, and its faction has grown too powerful. Everyone knew this, but pretended not to. The fate of this planet is now decided by the next true ring of the demonic world. It is there that the main stakes lie. Hikatan refused to end up like Babelnor. Without a master, an apostle becomes powerless. He didn't want that fate. The first Demon King, Kraken, was the first to mention this planet's potential usefulness. It was worth remembering. And then he called out to Kaise and asked, "Is he still here?" Kaise immediately replied, "He is still here." And seeing that his red-haired assistant was still there, Hikatan ordered him to contact Diakon. The demon realized he needed to move his pieces early without waiting for the situation to worsen. Time was of the essence. The scene finally shifted to the protagonist's house. A girl and an old man were playing outside, and a surprised voice noticed that Choi Dae-soo, of all people, actually bowed his head. Sejun asked if he had contacted the main character again since then. Min-soo said he had contacted Misteltein. They told him they'd launch their own secret investigation. So far, it doesn't look like they plan to declare demons their enemies, but Sejun said that when the president of a country comes with evidence in hand, it's impossible to ignore. The protagonist thought, should I contact him anytime soon? Who knows? Min-soo thought they might be ashamed of how much they'd already covered up. Heard that the Antarctic base had volunteered to help with the gate incident. It seems they're preemptively worrying about public opinion, laying the groundwork. They've been helping with raids and reconnaissance in areas where hunters are scarce, and even cleared several A-rank gates. A news item about an Antarctic base that had gone live appeared on the screen. 6 hours ago, 25.5 million views. Remembering what had happened before, the main character thought that since they had already shown their faces, they had decided there was no point in hiding any longer. Now they were acting openly. Sejun immediately said that they'd have to wait, at least until the gate incident was over. When Misteltein announced its official position, then it would be clear. If they acted now, the desperate regions would see it as nothing more than a provocation. So the guy said they'd have to keep their eyes wide open and pretend not to notice all this mess. Sejun began to think further. Choi Dae-soo's apology was one thing, but submitting an official report to Misteltein from above would damage his reputation. An unexpected move, but our hero said that if he had any conscience, he needed to act now, not put it off. Delay would only make matters worse. Finally, Yeonhwa intervened, saying that she had recently contacted him as well. Of course, old resentments won't disappear overnight, but still, he remains her only family, so she still thinks about the possibility of reconciliation. Sejun advised not just talking, but shaking more land or property out of him. Make him pay. Min-soo agreed to drain him dry. Then the girl stood up and said that she understood them, and now they needed to call everyone inside. It was time to have lunch together. Sejun noticed that of all the idiots outside, Sion was the most mature. The door to the house opened immediately. It was Sion, with Freya on her head, reporting to the boss that he had a visitor. The visit was unexpected, and then a blonde man came into them, who immediately noted that the guy had built himself a pretty good shelter. The protagonist thought he looked familiar. Wasn't he the vice president of HMCS? But he still asked, what the hell is he doing here? The guest replied that he had come in person to receive a report on the gates from the Korean branch, and to say thank you, and grab a bite to eat while he's here. He was clearly in a good mood. Gigi thought his silver tongue had become even more slippery. The guy immediately suggested throwing an end-of-year party and having everyone get some food. Minshu asked ironically, "Is this really his house? Maybe he should have asked permission before inviting himself over." He tried to laugh it off, though. Who wouldn't welcome Edward? Only ex-convicts don't like him. At the end, they showed two snowmen. It was the old man and his assistant, Bomko and Gvyakwi, who hid like that. The scene immediately changed. Food was on the table, and Edward asked if they had heard the rumor. The cooperation of the Korean HMCS helped complete the raid in record time. He took a glass of wine and reported that, thanks to this, they receive requests for cooperation from all over the world. But unfortunately, the gate incident continues outside of Korea. In regions with weak hunters, things are dire. International aid is desperately needed, and the death toll continues to rise. The situation remains dire. Min-soo immediately objected. Shouldn't the International Hunters Association have taken care of this? Laughing, the interviewer agreed, but reminded them that they were still human, so even among vulnerable regions, priorities had to be determined. They couldn't save everyone. Their combat power is too small for the scale of the crisis, and many countries have not even seen the deployment of forces yet. And from these places, the first to be pushed aside, obviously. The hint was clear. He said that it would be Sultad. The main character immediately tensed up upon hearing this name. He immediately started asking questions. Was he talking about the land of the half-bloods? Had a gate appeared there too? Edward was surprised that the boy knew about Sultad. The blonde said it wasn't just A rank, but S rank. They were so closed off that they didn't even realize when a gate opened within their own borders. But recently they did send a request for assistance to the HMCS Middle East branch. Manhwa was surprised. Why not the association? Such matters are usually resolved through them. Shion simply ate. After finishing his glass, Edward said the Hunters Association had a long history of ignoring problems. Trust in it had long been lost. The International Hunters Association usually manages the status of the gates and monitors them. However, Sultad is extremely reluctant to allow outsiders into its territory, so cooperation has been minimal. Moreover, they weren't treated as equals from the start. The discrimination was blatant, and with the rest of the world in such chaos, who cares about their problems? Manhwa realized that even if Sultad had asked for help first, he would still have been ignored. Sejun quickly added that the fact that such a place had turned to HMCS for support spoke volumes. They usually kept to themselves. Edward confirmed that this only shows how dire the situation is inside. He didn't have time to continue as the main character immediately volunteered to go there. Min-soo realized that the guest had come all this way only for this question. He had business there anyway, so he agreed to take it on. It wasn't an unnecessary request. Edward immediately thanked him and apologized for disturbing him after such a major incident. Min-soo immediately noticed that the boy was being completely overworked. It would be worth giving him a break. A question arose. Were they really that short of capable people? The scene shifted back to the city, and we could see a huge tower. Two agents stood next to her, discussing how there weren't a single S rank in this stream, and A ranks were practically non-existent. Apparently, talent was truly drying up. They discussed how today's children are overly coddled in hothouse conditions, and is the education in academies even adequate? After all, the youth arrive, receive a rank assessment, and leave without even saying hello. There's no hope for them, and their elders are disrespected. In the old days, the academy was a true school of survival. Back then, seniors were treated differently. At the sight of a senior, they bowed almost to the ground and reported in a loud voice. But then, someone addressed them from behind. Two men approached them and asked if hunters were registered here. The more radical of the two turned to them and asked what these children were doing there. They replied that they had been told to come here for registration and skill assessment. They were rudely told that they needed to leave the training tower first and then come. Did they really think they could just walk in the front door and ask for a hunting license? It doesn't work that way. His colleague immediately wondered out loud how children are raised these days. It's a complete mess. The boys timidly noted that they hadn't attended the Hunter's Academy. Their abilities had awakened spontaneously. Hearing this, the senior hunter couldn't believe it. Did they just open their eyes one day and become awakened? That couldn't happen. But the boys confirmed that that's exactly what happened. Then the elders said that since they were naturally awakened, they needed to show what they were capable of. His companion was surprised again. Natural awakened ones? They hadn't been seen like that for many years. A rarity these days. The first one decided to guess their rank and dismissively called them complete trash. He expected little from them. However, the next moment, the boys were grabbed and lifted into the air. This is exactly what those children did, whom they did not even hope for and considered weaklings. At this moment, the bull panicked and screamed, demanding to be lowered to the ground. His friend's reaction was also violent. He squealed like a girl. Immediately, someone approached Choi Kong-ul from behind and asked him to calm down and not push himself. The situation was getting out of control. After apologizing, the boy admitted he wasn't yet very good at controlling his strength. He lacked experience. The two older men collapsed to the ground. Then he asked his arrogant elders what rank he was. He beat them with one hand. But the scene immediately switched to the deserted Sultad. Demons and half-demons were walking the streets of the city, when suddenly, someone asked about the heart of the gate. One half-demon told another that no one knew how many people had been swallowed by that gate. The losses were enormous. They've been hiding here for over 15 years, holding their breath. The heavens are truly cruel to them. Who would have thought that an S-rank gate would open right in the middle of the city square? The blow was unexpected. Another demon stated that the portal was draining all the mana around the city, so it couldn't be left unattended. Something had to be done. But seeing a pile of injured people lying on the floor, he asked if they were reinforcements from IZ. Help had finally arrived. However, they barely made it back alive. As expected, their combat power was sorely lacking. What should they do? Immediately, they were approached and ordered to return to their posts, everyone except medical personnel. Order had to be maintained. The half-breeds immediately turned to Lady Cersei and asked if there was still an answer to their request for support. Cersei told them that everyone was worried, but asked them not to panic too much. The chieftain was doing everything she could to resolve this crisis. All hope lay with her. The scene immediately moved inside one of the houses, showing an interesting interior. And then the blonde apologized to the two girls sitting in the chair, to that same crow, for dragging her so far because of these problems. But Verona answered her sister that it was probably she who should apologize. She decided to explain how things were going. The girl told me that within IZ, a whole pro-demonic faction had also taken a bunch of people and fled to Antarctica. The betrayal hit hard. They gathered as many reinforcements as they could, excluding those who were away on other missions. But that was their limit. Namir, the leader of Sultoda, replied that everything was fine, as one couldn't rely on others forever. Most problems needed to be solved independently. Finally getting up, the crow said it was time to go. She promised to gather even more reinforcements, but in the meantime, she asked them to make do with those who had already arrived. Before leaving, she decided to ask if they'd sent out a request for help to the people. She was interested in the outside world's reaction. The chief confirmed. The Hunters Association ignored him, as expected. But HMCS promised to contact him soon. To be honest, Namir still didn't know if they would really help. Doubts plagued her. She turned to the girl across from her, but the crow just smiled and told her little sister not to worry. Entering the portal, she left behind only a smile and words about how there are some worthy people among us. Not all of them are the same. After the voice faded, Namir began to doubt what Verona was saying with such certainty. Was it right to reveal the unstable situation in Sultoda to people? From the moment half-breeds appeared in this world, they've always been treading on thin ice, born without understanding why. Twisted by the demonic energy spilled out after the war, the demons treated them like cattle and slaves, and humans shunned them as demonic spies. Since then, they've barely survived in silence, unwanted by anyone. Existence was hard, and if this choice takes away their last refuge, what would happen? The fear of losing everything was enormous. However, suddenly the leader's name was called, and she shuddered. Cersei approached and announced that the Antarctic base had arrived. The news took everyone by surprise. Namir asked in surprise, "Straight from the Antarctic base?" She certainly didn't expect that. The scene immediately moved to another guest room, where the girl met two demons. One of them put his feet up on the table and noticed that the new leader was truly no slouch. She managed to attract the demon's attention. Then Sakun, a low-class demon, the second circle, indignantly asked, "A noble demon comes so far and they don't even run out to bow? Impudence!" He chuckled, asking if they thought it was enough to just stare at them. It wasn't enough. Sakun kicked the vase and shouted, introducing himself as Lord Hikatan's apostle from the second circle, demanding respect. The demon ordered them to kneel and greet them properly, calling half-breeds an inferior race. Namir merely stared at her reflection in the puddle left by the broken vase. Then she broke her silence and asked, Haven't the demons always considered them their shame and trash? She asked. If they're so disgusting, why come here and show off? Here another demon, Dotan, also a low-class second circle demon, joined the conversation and asked, what can such brutes as they do if they don't even know the intentions of the great lords? He then declared that they should weep with gratitude for having sent ambassadors to this dirty sandbox at all. Namir countered that no matter the noble reason, since they had already been exiled, half-breeds had no reason to serve demons. A proud reply. She officially announced that Sultad rejects your envoy's request. The refusal was firm and irrevocable. The demon Sakun was surprised and mockingly asked if they weren't afraid of the consequences. Dotan only shouted indignantly, "What impudence!" He stood before the girl and said that just because these lesser creatures called her chief, she thought so much of herself. But she looked like she could be blown away by a single breath. The demon offered to remind her of her place. He could smash her beautiful, shameless face and kill a couple of children for good measure. Maybe that would set her straight. The girl didn't even bat an eyelid at all these pathetic threats. However, she decided not to stand there and decided to remind everyone that this was the land of half-breeds. A green aura began to swirl in the air. She activated her wave and threw Dotan back, saying that it doesn't matter what kind of demons they are, because if they touch them on this earth, as the leader of the half-breeds and an awakened one, she would not sit idly by and watch. Her eyes were ready for battle. While one demon was still tumbling across the floor, Sakun laughed nervously and admitted she had sharp claws. But was she sure that was wise? They knew, after all, that an S-rank gate had opened in the center of Sultoda Square. The information was unpleasant. The demons had the advantage. Sakun began shouting that a bunch of pathetic, inferior creatures couldn't clear these gates on their own. No one would help the damned half-breeds, not even humans. No matter how strong she is, she won't stand against the entire demonic world. He asked, is the leader of the half-breeds really so stupid that she would put her entire people at risk because of pride? The assistant had already grabbed the sword and shouted indignantly, "How dare he say such a thing?" But Namir ordered Cersei to stop. The demon remarked dismissively that if they were so weak, they should at least know when to obey. He added that they were even lower than livestock. Sakun said it was a mistake to even think these creatures were capable of intelligent conversation. The demon commanded his companion, Dotan, to rise, saying it was time to return. And so, having risen, Sakun grunted with displeasure and said as a parting word that high-ranking demons would visit this place soon. Perhaps even the apostles themselves will come here. Cersei could only glare after the demon bastards. Still, turning around one last time, Sakun advised the half-breeds to be prepared to serve the demons properly by then. They had no choice anyway. He threatened that if they continued in the same spirit, they would be skinned alive in the middle of the square. Cersei stood sweating and worried as she addressed her leader, but Namir turned around with will in her eyes and asked her assistant not to worry. She promised they would find a way out of this mess. There was still hope. Just then, Min-Siu, his fellow assistant, the red-haired girl, and the jeep appeared. The scene changed immediately. As soon as he reached the sandy ground, the guy looked around and noted out loud that this place had not changed at all since his last visit. Huang Zhonggu, having checked the report, immediately objected. According to the documents, they were in a completely different region than the one he had previously been heading to. Min-Siu merely waved his hand, philosophically remarking that all deserts are the same, and then turning to Layla, Huang pointedly asked her, as an investigator, to think everything over again carefully. The girl corrected her interlocutor, asking him to address her simply by her first name from now on. Huang became embarrassed and said he couldn't allow himself such a liberty. Layla immediately reassured him, reminding him that they were all from HMCS, which meant they could communicate without unnecessary ceremony. She explained that Min-Siu was now listed at headquarters, but Hunter Huang from the Korean branch had traveled such a long way without a single complaint. Huang responded sheepishly, assuring her it was nothing out of the ordinary. He added that he was simply doing his job, and that supporting his junior comrade had always been his direct responsibility and main professional duty. Then Layla explained that their mission was to close the C-rank gate in Sultoda, but today they were just on reconnaissance. Huang said he understood everything. Min-Siu then asked Layla when they would arrive, and Huang interrupted the younger man. The young man was surprised, reminding him that Layla herself had asked for the formalities to be waived. And while they were discussing this, the car stopped abruptly, and if the guys hadn't been wearing seatbelts, they would have been thrown out of there. This was done by Layla, who smiled and told them that they had arrived. The red-haired girl got out of the car because she decided to show where they had arrived. Layla pointed to the huge city and said that from here, a 2-hour walk began, and the car could not go any further. Huang was amazed, and the main character asked why they had to walk if their car was perfectly suited for off-road driving. She explained that due to the prolonged terrorist attacks, Sultad has strengthened security, expanding the outer perimeter and banning entry for regular vehicles. Someone immediately approached them from behind and added that from this line, the territory of the half-demons began, and the entire city was surrounded by a powerful protective barrier of the leader, which reliably protected Sultad from uninvited guests. It was at the border that Cersei, commander of the Sultad forces, met them and warmly thanked the HMCS squad for their arrival. Cersei announced that her people would now take over the escort and lead the group deeper into the city. And then, once inside, Huang looked around with interest, thinking to himself that he was finally seeing the famous half-demonic city. The place looked a little old-fashioned, but overall, it resembled a typical Middle Eastern city, without any frightening features. The people passing by on the streets also seemed quite ordinary, and did not stand out in any way from the crowd of ordinary city dwellers. And the main character noticed that despite the fact that they were called half-demons, outwardly these creatures really were no different from people. They had the same eyes, noses, and mouths, and they walked on 2 legs, which was considered a rarity in other worlds. Minsu thought that planets with a single dominant race and culture, like Earth, were extremely rare in the universe, and this was surprising. The rumors that the hunter Ming Shu had once visited another world now found real confirmation in the eyes of his companions. Finally, they arrived, and the entrance to the S-rank gate appeared ahead. A huge, ominous portal that boggled the mind. The gate turned out to be much larger than Layla could have imagined, overwhelming with its colossal size. Moreover, the portal formed right in the middle of Sultad's main square, and Ming Shu warned everyone that if things were left as they were, the magical flow of mana around would be completely crippled. The boy asked if anyone had been hurt when the gate opened, and if there had been any damage. Cersei explained that the portal had appeared in the dead of night, so serious casualties had been avoided, but subsequent assault attempts resulted in many casualties. She transmitted the systematized data collected inside the gate and ordered him to follow the guide to the annex for coordination. Then the woman addressed Minsu personally with special attention. Cersei informed him that the leader wished to see him separately in the audience hall for a private conversation. The scene quickly moves to the palace. Minsu was already sitting in front of the leader, Namir, while everyone else was busy with this. The governor admitted that the appearance of the gate was a disaster for them, and she was genuinely touched by how quickly HMCS responded. On behalf of all the residents of Sultad, she expressed her deepest gratitude for the prompt and much-needed support. HMCS was the only organization to respond to their desperate call for help. If a reward was required, it promised to do everything possible to pay in full. Minsu firmly objected that money was irrelevant and immediately rejected any talk of compensation. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject and asked if they'd heard about the recent illegal drugs being used by the Awakened. He added that it was a series of incidents. Minsu reported that someone known to them was involved in these crimes. The prime suspect was our old acquaintance, the half-demon Ivan. In addition, there was also the half-demon Crow, who led the elite assassin group IZ. She said she knew nothing, but the fact remained that one of her people had committed a murder on orders from Pandemonium. The hunter harshly noted that the half-demons had long presented themselves as mere victims, but these cases led to the suspicion that they were being used. He demanded that in exchange for support, Sultad clearly state his position regarding what had happened. Namir cringed at the conversation. The accusations were serious, and she needed time to think. After a short pause, the ruler asked defiantly whether people had really stopped fighting with demons, or whether it was just a rumor. Ming Shu calmly replied that some people no longer hated demons, but not all. Just like among half-demons, only a few commit evil. The rest are good half-humans. Then Namir finally explained that Ivan was one of those half-demons who joined the Antarctic demon base for profit and openly belonged to the pro-demonic faction. Since her appointment as leader, most of the pro-demonic faction has relocated to the Antarctic base, so details of Ivan's crimes only recently reached her. However, the leader immediately added that Verona was a completely different figure, and her motives were radically different from Ivan's greed. Verona led the IZ, but all her aspirations boiled down to caring for the future of her people. Even though the methods seemed excessive to people, the chief emphasized that it was Verona who first insisted on sending a request for assistance to HMCS, and that this decision was not made lightly. Min-soo directly asked if IZ was some kind of semi-demonic crime syndicate that masqueraded as a noble cause. Namir categorically rejected this assumption, stating that the IZ she knew was never a hobby group or a criminal group. A terrible time came 20 years ago when the gates opened, and the world, choked by chaos, never became the same for all its inhabitants. Under the influence of demonic energy seeping through the gate, many people involuntarily transformed into half-demons, losing their original appearance. Moreover, half-breed babies were being born more and more often. The war between humans and demons became increasingly fierce, and half-demons had no place in this world, forced to hide like sewer rats. But even when despair reached its limit, a shelter was found ready to accept the destitute, half-demonic children and orphans. This place became the IZ shelter, where half-breeds were gathered under one roof, who later became the backbone of the infamous group, bound by a common fate. What he heard made Min-soo ask again in surprise. This meant that EZ's origins lay in an ordinary orphanage and not in the criminal world. Namir nodded and confirmed that the establishment had originally served solely as a shelter for homeless children who had nowhere else to go. When Min-soo inquired about its location, the ruler honestly admitted that she herself did not know where the building stood. All the information she possessed was obtained from half-demons who had spent their childhoods within the walls of that very orphanage. Rumor had it that a mysterious assailant had burned the orphanage to the ground just before the end of the war. After the fire, not a single clue remained. No one knew the orphanage's location, the name of its creator, or the fate of its residents. When she herself transformed into a half-demon, she turned Soltad into a base of operations for the IZ group, which had rallied around Verona. The chief recalled that while discussing the request for assistance to HMCS, she had a remarkable conversation with Crow, who gave a special assignment. The leader of IZ had previously told Min-soo to show a specific photo if he ever became interested in information about the organization and its past. Having finished her story, the chieftain handed over the photograph and invited the hunter to look at the children depicted in it for himself, so that much would become clearer. Having barely glanced at the yellowed photo, the boy shuddered and was taken aback. Minjun, his former student, whom he had been looking for so long, was looking at him from the photograph. In the fire-damaged photograph, one face stood out among the children huddled together. The face of a teenager he knew, and the discovery astounded him. Min-soo always knew that Mujin had no family, but he couldn't even imagine that his roots led to the land of half-demons and that he grew up in such a place. Then he raised his eyes to Namir and asked where Raven was. After all, he urgently had to meet her. The leader explained that Verona was extremely secretive. It was not difficult for her to find the ruler, while it was almost impossible for Namir herself to track her down. Despite the difficulties, the chief promised to do everything possible to contact Crow, and Min-soo took this into account without further reminders. Clearing the gate remained the top priority, so Min-soo put off his inquiries and asked permission to take the photograph for a while to study it later. After some time, standing at the portal, he asked the commander whether the perimeter of the square was truly completely cordoned off, and whether civilians could no longer enter it in order to avoid casualties. Having confirmed this, Layla ordered preparations for the raid. Having studied the latest report on the scenarios in the gates and the risks, it was necessary to plan the operation and minimize losses. A small elite unit will deploy due to the terrorist threat. The main risk is the gate closing. Layla's outer group, consisting of mages and rangers, will block the mana. They plan to block the flow of mana around the gate to stabilize the exit, while Mingju's group would take on the main cleanup inside. Min-soo thanked them for agreeing to take on the most difficult task, promising to repay them handsomely. But Layla replied that it was no problem. Then the main character announced that their squad was entering right now. But Hwang immediately called out to him. Just before entering, a senior comrade noticed that Min-soo should take a look at the new recruits. Young volunteer hunters from the Korean branch. One of them, a stocky young man, cheerfully introduced himself as Choi Kang-gyul from the HMCS mobile unit. The second volunteer, wearing glasses, introduced himself as Han Tae-chi from the systems team. Kang-gyul perked up and declared that dozens of guilds had invited them, but they chose HMCS solely to meet the legendary Elder Min, whom they admired. Min-soo hadn't expected the young people to know about him. The new recruit excitedly recalled that very same sensational live broadcast and admitted that it was this that inspired them to become hunters and look up to him. Min-soo waved it off, noting that it was 100 years ago, but then looked at the elder with doubt. Leading inexperienced youths into the S-rank gate seemed pure madness. The elder explained that the newcomers were, like them, natural awakened beings with immense potential. One had an S-rank skill, the other a unique mythical skill, the subject of interest for many guilds. Hearing that even Heptagram had tried to lure these guys away, Mingshu became intrigued and decided to take them on after all. The little beast Frey also licked his lips, eyeing the new recruits, and murmured predatorily that they looked quite appetizing. Hunter Mingshu introduced himself to the newcomers by name, and they simultaneously shouted out a joyful greeting, clearly flattered by such attention. The protagonist approached the gate and sternly ordered them not to die, ordering them to show right there what their natural gift was capable of, without succumbing to fear. Already inside the desert, Layla commanded her group to take up positions. She ordered synchronization with external personnel and blocking the flow of mana within a kilometer radius to stabilize the exit zone. The operation required prolonged concentration, so Layla warned that everyone needed to remain extremely vigilant and not be distracted for even a moment. She immediately activated her skills, and huge wooden trunks of magic began to appear around. The other 3 members of the squad immediately activated their seals, and water gushed out of the air. And so, immediately after the command, the protective barrier was deployed, cutting off the gate from the outside world. Smiling, Layla called out after the departing Minsu, calling him a semi-special rank, and wished him to return safe and sound. Minsu promised to handle it quickly. Ahwan assured that he was fully counting on Layla. Once inside, the newcomers were immediately struck by the sudden change in temperature. Outside, there was a cool night air, but inside, there was a stifling heat. This was the young men's first raid. They were nervous, but they stuck with their elders. Due to the agency's focus on investigating crimes among hunters, they lacked experience fighting in the gates. Taking a closer look, the boys noticed that the interior landscape was almost no different from what remained outside, and this seemed strange and unnatural. Such similarity was rare for an ordinary gate, but Huang reminded that this particular portal was special, and, judging by intelligence data, seemed to have been copied from a real location. It was at this line, according to locals, that all previous detachments got stuck, unable to advance further due to deadly traps. A surprised voice came from ahead, as something bulky and clearly dangerous came into view, blocking the way. A gigantic antlion pit yawned before them, its colossal size and terrifying appearance making even seasoned hunters tense up and freeze. The newcomers immediately began to describe the monster in shock, barely managing to dodge. And Minsu held his friend Huang, who clearly hadn't managed to dodge. The next moment, Khan caught a suspicious movement out of the corner of his eye and anxiously asked if it was a snake slithering through the thick sand. The view was bleak. Quicksand was all around, and there was absolutely nowhere to step. Any false move threatened to lead to a fall into the abyss. Han then activated Sightlow, a highly sensitive S-rank detector that could read the slightest vibrations, odors, and pain signals from the area. The device showed that all the sand and terrain around them is essentially their nest, and the creature's mana is tightly woven into the soil itself, camouflaging the lair. The predators acted like spiders, detecting prey by vibrations, and as soon as they took a step, the entire pack would instantly become aware of the intrusion. Taking a closer look at the flashing carcass, the main character recognized it as a giant sandworm. The creatures divided endlessly within the nest, hiding the main body, and they could only be destroyed by finding and killing the main individual. Otherwise, they would reappear. After running his gaze over the dunes, Khan noticed that the main body he was looking for was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to call for help, but Huang rejected this idea, reminding them that everyone on the outside counts, and now they just need a solid foundation under their feet. Hanging in the air, Kang Gyul confirmed that it was impossible to float constantly, and jokingly asked if they could blow away all the sand with one powerful gust. Ming Zhu immediately ridiculed his idea as ridiculous and wasteful, because such a trick would only drain all his mana without a guaranteed result. And then he calmly declared that he himself would create the ground under his feet. The next moment, the squad gasped. A sparkling ice road stretched across the scorching desert, and the spectacle was truly fantastic. The light shimmered along the icy path. This is how the main character was able to divide the worms and create a battlefield. The colossal mana output required for such a spell showed the newcomers that their leader's level was simply insane. The man looked around the icy path with satisfaction and briefly praised himself, and without wasting any time, he moved on to the next step. He announced that he would go forward to reconnoiter, and, without waiting for objections, separated from the main group, intending to feel the way personally. His older comrade shouted after him to wait, because if he were to leave alone like that, then they could run into an ambush deep in the nest. Huang simply ran after him along the icy road. But Min-syu was already making his way through the sand. Kang Gyul, who was watching him, noticed that the rumors about Mina were not false. He really was a Spartan. Meanwhile, the boy activated the skill Jechombi, the summoning of an SS-rank goddess whose power changed depending on the invested mana and the intentions of the caster, and the space around them distorted. Enormous whirlwinds quickly captured the worms and began to tear them apart. Seeing the mythical ability manifest, Huang let out a heavy sigh of surprise, and Kang Gyul, unable to contain his emotions, admitted that he had never before given out such power, and felt how differently the force inside the gate worked. His comrade stopped him, saying that he had gotten too carried away, but Kang Gyul was already burning with the desire to catch up with the hero who had gone far ahead. The scene then moved on to our protagonist, who stood and thought that the surrounding landscape seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a silhouette flashed ahead, and when Ming-shu approached, a completely unexpected face appeared in front of him, which made him hesitate for a moment. It was Kim Eun-ju. She stood with a group of her people and looked at the main character in shock, not understanding what he was even doing there. The girl, clearly stunned by the meeting, still asked Ming-shu what he was doing there. Having come to her senses, Kim Eun-ju began to shower her with accusations, saying that such monstrous power and suspicious skills could not be a simple coincidence, and that Min-syu himself was probably behind it. Ming-shu irritably retorted that jumping to such conclusions was foolish, since what lay before them was an obvious multi-layered portal, and they had both just seen its structure with their own eyes. He assumed that the girl had simply found an additional passage in her gate and fallen in here, but the association leaders stated that their gate was a classified S-rank, accessible only to association employees. After a pause, the agent stepped forward and asked where his squad had come from, since the association had not received any reports of a raid in this sector. Min-shu chuckled ironically, noticing that the gate was now suddenly tunnel-type, not layered, and he was asked to give a clear answer. Gigi explained that he was on a mission from HMCS headquarters. The group entered through a gate in the African desert, and then, due to unforeseen circumstances, became separated inside. Kim was outraged, stating that the International Hunters Association monitors and controls absolutely every gate on the planet. She added that the database contained no information about S-rank gates in Africa. Ming-syu countered that they simply ignored half-demon conflict zones, and from the look of the squad, it was clear they'd been here a long time, but still hadn't secured the exit. He mockingly suggested that the squad had wandered here for so long only because they hadn't been able to find a way out. The association leader burst into a scream, declaring that they had merely been delayed during the cleanup and that the stranger had no idea what he was talking about. Someone called out to the branch head, but Ming-shu waved his hand, suggesting that each squad act independently since they were so proud. Adding that he had no time, the guy turned away. One of the association's agents confirmed that too much time had passed, everyone was exhausted to the limit, and further stay threatened to develop gate syndrome. The squad leader sharply dismissed any doubts and ordered an advance, declaring that no one would leave until the heart of the gate was found. Kim Eun-ju bitterly recalled that they had gone through incredible hardships to get to this point, and now it was too late to turn back. However, before she could finish speaking, someone shouted next to them. There were two agents, one of whom had stumbled from fatigue in the shifting sand, and the other was helping him up. Kim urged them on, and another agent reminded them that they didn't have time for conversations and apologies now. It was time to get the trapped guy out quickly. But he looked down more closely and noticed that the sand under his feet, right before his eyes, began to turn into a viscous, sucking liquid. And the very next second, this poor fellow was already being eaten by a sandworm that had burst out of the ground. Everyone around looked at this in horror. They were already lacking strength, and now there was such a problem. And from such fear, everyone immediately rushed away from the terrible monster. Kim immediately ordered everyone to remain calm. Everyone was ordered to take to the air and take up defensive positions to avoid being buried. The earth was already beginning to move. Amidst the general confusion, someone screamed in horror that the ground beneath them was rapidly melting right before their eyes. Kim cursed as she took off. Her abilities weren't working properly because of the monster's fire. No one could figure out what kind of monster it was. It was becoming impossible to stay in the air because mana was leaving at an alarming speed, and strength was rapidly melting away. And then the decisive moment came. The strength of all the agents was exhausted, and the monster began to suck them into its mouth. However, amidst the fire and crumbling sand, Ming-Shu calmly said that he had finally found what he was looking for. He confirmed that he had found the worm's main body, which had been hidden deep in the sand. He immediately launched a flurry of energy needles at it. Having killed the worm and saved a bunch of people, he felt that someone was hiding in the depths, interfering with the progress of the raid and causing mischief. Watching this, Kim remembered that she had just saved an extra combat skill, and she did it precisely for such unforeseen situations and was prepared to use it. She called on the squad to gather their forces and immediately put an end to the monster and set it on fire. Within a moment, there was no trace left of the monster. Only charred pieces. However, Min-Siu warned that attempting to blow up the creature would only lead to its division. Therefore, a completely different approach was necessary. Any brutal attack would cause the worm to disintegrate into many new bodies, worsening an already critical situation. A whole bunch of new creatures immediately appeared in the air. Some agencies, in fear and despair, only covered themselves with their hands, screaming in horror. However, strangely enough, an unusual energy of vortices burst into them, and then she immediately grabbed all the hunters from the association and began to circle around. It was the main group of Huang, Kang, and Han, and when they reached Min-Siu, they were relieved to see that he had made it quite far. They immediately started asking questions, and Min-Siu briefly explained that he'd encountered a detachment of the International Association inside. The portal had 2 entrances, the people were exhausted, and the worm's main body was somewhere nearby. Everyone was surprised the association was there. The Khan asked anxiously about the flames melting the sand. It was sucking out life, not mana. The main character suggested retreating, as the body fragments were dangerous, and there was an intruder lurking in the shadows. But Kim gave a firm refusal. The retreat plan was no good. Memories of the day she felt truly weak flashed through her mind. That day, she received a gift, and having taken that ampule, she promised herself never to be weak again. And now she turned bitterly to Ming-Xiu, envying the abilities he had acquired for nothing. Her words rang with envy of this mysterious power, transcending all else and accessible only to a select few. Obsessed with this thought, she screamed that she too was capable of wielding such might, and released her aura. Khan was amazed at the sight of black mana, and the protagonist activated the shield and ordered everyone to immediately move behind him. A desperate cry rang out as a stream of dark energy engulfed the association branch manager right before the eyes of his subordinates. As the storm grew, Huang stopped the agent and shouted that the entire squad would be sucked into the vortex of destruction, and then a huge explosion thundered, quickly covering the area. And afterward, only dust and wind could touch our heroes. Khan stood with his hand over his face and coughed. When the dust settled a bit, the stunned hunters saw that the entire area had been completely scorched, and they couldn't figure out what it was. Khan was surprised by the power of Lux, which turned out to be far more destructive than the intelligence reports had indicated. The detector was silent. The worm's division had ceased, and the caster had disappeared with the main body, carrying the dangerous substance with it. Ming-Siu concluded grimly. Lux was behind the chaos, and they remained the main threat. He admitted that he had not expected Lux to even penetrate the association, and the first thing he ordered was to deal with the survivors, evacuate the wounded, and check whether the main body of the worm had been destroyed. Along the way, Huang noted that the discovery of illegal drugs in the possession of the association's branch head himself would cause enormous chaos within their ranks. Min-Shu glanced at the prisoners and began counting them one by one, estimating how many were drugged. They were being watched the entire time. Ruslana noted that almost everyone in the squad was A rank or higher. She quipped, "Someone with such pitiful power had somehow assembled a strong group," to which the clown replied arrogantly that he turned out to be stronger than they thought. But Ruslana reminded him that if it hadn't been for that failure in Lux, he wouldn't have been demoted to a simple courier. They discussed an immediate retreat with the doctor, realizing that catching the guy's eye now would be fatal. Then Ruslana decided to have some fun and approached the clown with a joking offer to ask him one question, promising to raise his status in pandemonium. She gave him a riddle about someone who crawls at night and during the day and in the evening, clearly enjoying the confusion it produced in the listener. When the clown hesitantly suggested that the answer was a worm, Ruslana triumphantly declared the answer incorrect, and pointing to the people below, he said that the answer is very simple. It is a person. Then, down below, the protagonist's scanners recorded a rapid increase in the concentration of demonic energy, which began to leak into reality directly from the distorted space. Huang anxiously assumed that one of the sandworms had survived somewhere, but the nature of the demonic energy indicated something far more dangerous. Peering into the gathering darkness, Mingshu didn't understand what he was seeing at first, and then seeing a huge crowd of rats walking one after another, he screamed in shock. Amidst the resulting confusion, Khan asked in amazement whether even rats lived in the desert. Khan sharply pulled him back, reminding him that they were inside the gate, and these were real monsters. And Huang, full of enthusiasm, confidently shouted out that he was able to deal with this little thing on his own. Without the help of his comrades, he activated his A-rank explosion-type telekinesis skill, compressing the air and sending out powerful impulses, and sweeping away the advancing rats in 1 second. However, immediately after using the skill, his confused cry was heard. The rats were fine. The attack didn't work at all, and the realization immediately came that these were no ordinary monsters at all. Looking closely, Khan determined that the creatures looked more like clots of dust, concentrated demonic energy that had been given form by someone else's will. It became obvious that all these hordes were a deliberate summoning, not wild dungeon dwellers crawling out of the sand. The main character then activated his enormous hand. Freya then chuckled to himself, mentally glad that he had managed to absorb Byung-gu's skill earlier, which could now come in very handy. Kang excitedly asked if they should find the main body, like with the worms. Mingshu explained that crushing them was useless. They dispersed instantly and reassembled without causing any harm. The only correct solution in this situation was to find the spellcaster himself, hiding somewhere nearby. In the meantime, he ordered all the creatures to be gathered into one tight group, and ordered one of the fighters to immediately lead the remaining people of the association to a safe place. Minsyu also instructed Zhang to ensure his partner, while also advising him to try to stabilize the form of his telekinesis. At that time, Kang summoned Jechombi, erecting a spiritual barrier in front of the advancing horde to hold back the first wave of the onslaught. Obeying the order, Huang created a high ice wall in front of the squad, and now in front of them was a powerful barrier, cutting off the rats from the people. But the rats didn't lag behind and didn't want to stand still. They started to mutate, and soon a huge toothy monster appeared before them, the second stage of the rat monster. Khan looked at this in shock and shouted that this was, in fact, a pure scam. Immediately, this huge monster moved forward and crashed into their barrier with all its might. After making a couple more of these ramming movements, the monster finally managed to break through their defense. While they were fighting, Ruslana stood by and declared that the mana used by humans was too primitive. She took one rodent in her hands and thought philosophically. If you imagine mana as fire, then human skills are nothing more than primitive flamethrowers in the hands of savages. And then she pompously said that demonic energy is a processed, strengthened, and elevated form of mana, belonging to a higher dimension. The clown silently listened to her speech about how the pathetic organ that people called Dantian was only capable of accumulating mana, but was not able to purify and strengthen it. The demoness explained that it was thanks to the core that her brethren were able to transform mana and use higher skills, called powers or authority, rather than simple abilities. She concluded her thought with a comparison. No matter how widespread a forest fire is, it will never compare in power to the controlled explosion of a nuclear bomb. Just as a person cannot compare to a demon. It is for this reason, according to the demon, that people are destined only to crawl at the feet of higher beings, never being able to rise from their knees. She turned to the clown and described with relish how frustrating and miserable the existence of those condemned to an eternal struggle with insurmountable limits must be. After all, people strive to the point of exhaustion and broken bodies, but never reach true heights due to the limitations of their tiny planet. The difference between them was too great. However, she then changed her tone, stating that Clown was actually lucky to have realized this harsh truth so early in his life. Ruslana offered the boy a deal. If he continued to diligently serve Pandemonium, the demons would gladly show him what lay beyond human understanding. She even promised to upgrade his magic, but suddenly Ming Shu appeared behind them and called her stories nonsense. Ruslana shuddered in surprise and cried out in amazement, unable to believe that an ordinary person dared to interrupt her so brazenly. Finding his precious creations torn to shreds, the demoness furiously asked how he had done this. Minshu shrugged indifferently and replied that he had done nothing special. He had simply walked right through the line of servants. He added mockingly that this whole pack had obligingly huddled together into a single dense mass, which only made his task of destroying them much easier. The boy remarked with disdain that demons were limited and arrogant. He explained that the core wasn't their unique privilege, and in a universe with billions of dimensions, it was foolish to focus on their energy. With icy contempt, Ming-Shu added that it was no wonder that this race was hated wherever they went with their arrogant and limited philosophy. Enraged by the man's insolence, Ruslana burst into a furious scream, calling the main character an impudent scoundrel. Losing her composure, the demoness shouted an order to the clown to immediately provide him with support so that they could crush the offender with their combined efforts. She decided to call more rodents and immediately bit her finger, and as soon as the rats began to appear, Ruslana ordered that not even the bones of the impudent man be left behind. Watching this hysteria, the guy said with disappointment that he expected to hear some great ideology behind their struggle. Recognizing the person behind the demon, Ming-Shu asked reproachfully whether he had really joined Pandemonium for such a paltry and miserable purpose. The traitor's name was announced. It turned out to be Ryu Ji-wan, the leader of the Helm Gang Guild, whose face finally appeared from the clouds of smoke and flame. Ji-wan grimly admitted that he had been found out, his voice a mixture of annoyance and anger at Min-Su's interference. It immediately became clear that it was this man who had introduced the drug Lux into the body of the branch head, Kim Un-ju, poisoning her mind and will. Ryu Ji-wan, breaking into a shout, demanded that Min-Su stop pretending to be a virtuous person and not dare to judge him from the height of his position, and he shouted out the accusation that the mysterious black power used by the guy also came from another dimension, which means that they were both thrown into another world by demons and are essentially the same. Choking with hatred, Ji-wan vowed that he would become stronger at any cost, no matter what it took, and no one would stop him. He shouted that he would surpass Ming-Shu himself and everyone else present, becoming the most powerful being in this damned place. But his tirade was rudely interrupted by the demoness, who barked at him not to get ahead of himself and not to dare act without orders. Otherwise, she would burn him along with the hunter. At this time, Ruslana noticed that it was working and said that she would use her own core to strengthen the clown's flame to turn the insolent man into ashes. In anticipation of glory, she gleefully declared that if she killed the Demon King's killer, Lord Asmodeus himself would make her his first servant. Immediately, a whirlwind of Khan flew towards the main character, inside of which there was a man. It was Han, in his super glasses, who warned Ming-Shu about the movement in his left hand. Immediately, Huang and Kang took action and attacked the demoness. Ruslana immediately felt a burning pain. The people's attack was successful, and the demoness clenched her teeth in rage. And then she flew up into the air and started screaming in pain. Through the noise of the battle, her cry of pain and despair was heard. She called everyone around her fools. The battle was beginning to gain momentum. Those around them noted with horror that the demonic energy in the battle zone was rapidly increasing, and the Khan felt that the girl was increasing the already overwhelming pressure. Ming-Shu noticed that the demon had activated a real core. Freya said that it looked like an ability that increased the number and density of summoned creatures, but noted that it was not to his taste. The pets screamed in panic that if the heat continued to increase at this rate, they would simply fry alive, like pieces of cheese on a hot frying pan. The main character could barely hold the shield, and the demon growled that the pathetic people, writhing like worms, would bitterly regret having dared to provoke her to such rage. With pathos, Ruslana proclaimed that people had the dubious honor of seeing his true form, and began to rapidly transform into something monstrous. Rats kept appearing. A wave of fire from the demonic core surged forward, and Han warned that no one should dare let this flame touch their body, immediately followed by an excited request from Khan, asking if it was possible to build another telekinetic wall. But then Huang noticed how Min-Su rushed forward into the thick of things and frighteningly tried to stop him. Ruslana grinned ominously, asking her opponent if he had gone crazy to be so eager to be torn to pieces alive. Amidst the chaos, the boy turned to Freya, asking if he remembered what exactly he had swallowed some time ago. The little creature happily confirmed that he remembered the thing perfectly well, but he honestly warned me that using it would consume a colossal amount of mana. The main character said it was fine. Min-Shu noted with satisfaction that he was beginning to understand what it was like to truly fight alongside his team, feeling their shoulder. Having made his decision, he activated the second core hidden deep inside, which immediately began to fill everything around with a blinding glow. Having activated the art of revival, the boy unleashed a skill on reality that could turn the tide of battle. The demon, seeing this, screamed in horror, unable to believe that an ordinary person could possess a real core, like that of higher beings. Frey then estimated that he had restored approximately 85% of his otherworldly power, and it was growing with each passing minute. The shocked demon asked in utter bewilderment how a man could not only use the sphere of rebirth, but also control the core of the Balrog, the lord of volcanoes, himself. Mingshu casually replied that in the past he had crushed even stronger creatures, including their own bosses, and rushed forward. He asked with a grin if they, drawing so much power from another dimension, still hadn't realized what exactly they were holding in their hands. The guy advised them to broaden their horizons a little, and a powerful seal opened in his hand. As he finished his attack, he shouted the name of his incinerating skill, calling forth the bitter wind of late autumn, which struck the enemies with inexorable force. Ruslana found herself under fire, and she screamed in panic, begging the main character not to come closer, but her pleas were drowned out by the roar of crumbling reality. The main character's impact caused an explosion. The scene immediately shifted to a laboratory full of all kinds of devices, and then to the screens, which showed the consequences of the main character's blow and Ruslana's last seconds. Dr. Shutai sat on the floor in shock. It finally dawned on him. In front of him was the very same killer of the Demon King of the Fourth Circle. He realized that even Lady Ruslana had revealed her core in this battle, and Babelnor suggested that they temporarily retreat to the base before it was too late. Shutai muttered through his teeth that they had been so close to success with the return gate, but an unfortunate setback had set them back again. At this time, the weak demon looked at the screen and smiled, feeling the ancient power. When everything died down, we saw the main character cowering on the field, the clown bending over to the ground, and Ruslana in purple fire. Mingshu coughed up blood and admitted to himself that he could barely move, as using the core always carried enormous risks and side effects. However, Frey noticed that this time there were almost no consequences left, although the first core was still just a little short of being fully opened. After analyzing what happened, someone on the side realized the true nature of his new abilities. The black mana and core work on the same principle as those of demons, drawing power from another dimension, but the source remains his own. The defeated clown croaked that Mingshu, while feigning nobility, ultimately turned out to be just like them, using forbidden powers. But Mingshu objected sternly, refusing to stand in the same row with them, and explained that even the same knife could be used for cooking or for killing, and only the choice determined the essence of the owner. Then he told the clown that being used to the point of exhaustion was no great honor, and asked if strength was really all that mattered to someone who was simply lucky enough to have a skill. And then the clown added with envy that the lucky man probably never realized what it was like to have nothing, and how the very possibility of choosing a weapon in one's hands is a huge and rare privilege. Finally, Jiwan shouted at Mingshu to watch carefully, as he had sworn that, no matter what, he would definitely reach the very top. Frey said he was clearly running away, but Mingshu calmly noted that he wouldn't get far anyway, and his senior comrade and newcomers immediately rushed to him. Having barely reached him, the elder excitedly inquired about his condition, to which Mingshu honestly admitted that he was a little tired and asked to be carried. At that moment, the newcomers arrived and reported that the location of the gate's heart had finally been recorded by the detectors. Mingshu praised them for their excellent work, and then Han pointed in that direction. A laboratory appeared before them, one that definitely hadn't been there before, and her sudden appearance caused a wave of surprised exclamations. After looking around, Mingshu concluded that she had been hidden intentionally, and had only appeared after the owners fled. He immediately wanted to go inside. A few moments later, they were already inside, behind a reinforced door. There were clear signs of a hasty evacuation everywhere, indicating that the staff had left the premises in a terrible hurry. The newcomers were amazed at how it was even possible to install something like this inside an active gate. It became clear to Khan that they had been closely watched the entire time, but that all valuable materials had been prudently removed during their escape. But then Huang noticed something important in the corner and pointed there. There lay the long-awaited heart of the gate, and the scene suddenly shifted back to the demon base in Antarctica. The chief demon Orobos entered the room and demanded to know what was going on here. He saw the demons, and Dr. Shutai haltingly admitted that there were serious problems at the testing site. He told that human hunters, who should not be there, had invaded through the entrance of Sultod, and Babelnor said that the killer of the Demon King of the Fourth Circle was with them. According to him, the clown retreated, carrying Lady Ruslana away, but she had practically no chance of survival. Dr. Shutai confirmed that it appeared that Ms. Ruslana would not survive the injuries. Then Orobas approached the bed of his burnt, mad lover, and he lifted the girl up to assess her condition, and then in a cold voice ordered that her core be removed and throw the useless body into the materials warehouse like trash. Dr. Shutai stuttered that he would do just that. Assessing the damage, the clown Orobas muttered that he would tear the enemy to pieces, no matter what the cost. He swore to tear off that damn Mingshu limb by limb, no matter what the obstacles. The scene quickly changed, and everyone emerged from the portal. Layla, the group commander, came on the scene and reported directly to HMCS headquarters. She officially stated that as of now, the S-rank gate in Saltoda has been completely cleared and closed. The mana reaction in the area completely disappeared, and the threat was over. All the residents around rejoiced. After hearing the report, Huang noted with relief that it was all over, and Min-Su said that the initiation for the newcomers had been quite impressive. Chieftain Namir immediately approached Min-Su and warmly thanked her for her hard work, admitting that she hadn't even expected the problem to be resolved so quickly. Min-Su politely declined the personal thanks and asked to be forwarded to the entire HMCS organization. The chief then inquired about the strangers, stating that she had never seen them before. Receiving the answer that they were already inside, Cersei objected in amazement because the perimeter security was completely hermetically sealed. She insisted that no one other than Min-Su's squad had entered Sultod, and that there was some misunderstanding here. Then the boy explained that the gate had a second entrance, which caused a storm of amazement and incomprehension in the chief. Min-Su suggested that they discuss all the details inside, as information had come up that she needed to know. Inside the mansion, they discussed the possibility of demons creating artificial gates. Namir's thoughts immediately connected the recent increase in gate frequency with this new data. Then the protagonist asked her point blank if demons often visited Sultod. The question made the chieftain visibly tense, but Ming-Shu didn't press the issue. He immediately reassured her, stating that this was not an interrogation. The necessary information had already been obtained, and the very request for help excluded collusion with the enemy. However, the guy firmly added that the time had come to clearly define his position in this conflict. Once the enemies have begun to so openly demonstrate their ambitions and plans of conquest, there is no time to waste. It became clear how much they would exploit the half-demon lands, which had not had proper protection until now. The leader became thoughtful and began to talk about the times that came after the end of the war. She asked Ming-Shu if he realized that demons had a significant hand in rebuilding the ruined civilization. She admitted that she stood right in the middle and personally observed how they slowly penetrated these lands. According to her, even during the war, people became enchanted by the new forces and became accustomed to the idea of power. As mana spread, the authorities attempted to monopolize its power. This brought them into close contact with demons, leading to the construction of the tower and the transformation of Earth into a world dependent on mana and gates. In this turbulent world, humans created global associations to maintain order. However, the formation of these structures failed to completely eliminate the influence of demons. The leader added bitterly that even the organization to which Min-Su belongs is no exception to this rule. She reminded them of her status as the leader of the half-demons, caught between humans and enemies. Her primary task remained to consider their vulnerability and ensure the safety of the people at all costs. Namir asked doubtfully if he was truly capable of driving demons from the planet, and whether he could guarantee a dignified status for half-breeds after that. Ming-Shu firmly replied that it was entirely possible, but only on condition of receiving powerful and unconditional support from Sultad himself. Having heard the condition, the chieftain resolutely agreed. She formally promised that from now on, they would share all information they received. The leader assured that Sultad never forgets his own debts and knows how to repay for assistance provided. The scene immediately transitioned to night. A caravan of cars was moving through the desert, and Layla remembered what she had already heard from Vice Chairman Edward about the connection between the appearance of artificial gates and the activity of demons. But she had no idea that their corrupting influence had managed to penetrate so deeply, even into the closed territory of half-breeds, as if they had been preparing for this for a very long time. The girl then asked if Hunter Min was trying to find decisive evidence through Sultad to fully expose the true nature of demons to the world. In response, Ming-Shu shook his head, indicating there was no longer any need to seek the truth. After all, they had already encountered demons directly within this gate. He explained that the possibility of hidden contacts between Sultad and people could not be ruled out, and that the demons themselves would no longer intentionally leak unnecessary information. Now that everything's secret has become clear, instead of searching for traitors, they will certainly throw all their efforts into expanding their influence and making loud political statements. Meanwhile, in the shadows, they will continue to quietly spread their destructive ideology among the most influential and greedy members of humanity. Their ultimate goal was to turn these people into obedient puppets whose strings could be pulled at the most opportune moment. Then Layla noticed that in an era where skill rank determined absolutely everything, there was no temptation stronger than the enticing promise of making someone much stronger. She wondered out loud how the International Hunters Association would now cope with the death of the director of the Korean branch. Min noted that the alarm bell had already rung so loudly for them that only a deaf person could fail to hear it. The guy expressed hope that they would now conduct the investigation and internal cleansing of their own ranks independently, without outside direction. Having reached another city, Layla anxiously asked if Gigi was okay, and if he really intended to go on alone. Min-soo confirmed and instructed Layla to finish compiling the report along with the others, and safely escort the people back to Korea, reporting the incident to the association as is, without embellishment. He added that he himself urgently needed to go straight to the organization's headquarters and have a serious talk with Edward in person. Layla understood everything, asked him not to worry about the rear and to calmly set off on his journey, while calling him a special rank of the association. Then the guy said with feeling that this time he owed her a lot. But the girl just waved it off, noting that they were just a team. Nevertheless, the guy once again firmly promised that he would certainly repay this debt in full, no matter what it cost him. He turned around and walked towards his car, and Layla wished him to take care of himself. Along the way, Ming-shu reflected that the demons had, in fact, already practically seized control of the planet, having penetrated all the key structures. He also recalled Namir's words about how people have long been fascinated by new energy sources and have become accustomed to them. Their tentacles extended to the very top, to the International Hunters Association and the Heptagram Organization. On top of all this, traces of research were discovered, related to the use and even creation of gates themselves for exploring other dimensions. Judging by how brazenly these demonic bastards began to act openly, the situation was rapidly escalating. Their research was probably approaching its final stage, since they were no longer shy about openly setting up their laboratories in such places. At this rate, the world risked sliding into a full-scale war that would engulf the entire planet. The guy began to ask himself the main question: what is the true, ultimate goal of those who are behind the scenes of all this chaos? Then he took out a photograph and asked his faithful disciple Minjun, asking how long ago he had noticed this detail. The discussion was about the IZ shelter, which was completely destroyed by unknown persons immediately after their return. Min-shu made a firm decision that they would begin their excavations and search for the truth from this mysterious and tragic place. He drew a clear line. The current work is one thing, and personal revenge for the past is a completely separate matter, which he does not intend to abandon. Having made his decision, the guy was about to turn towards the airport to immediately fly to headquarters. But at that moment, an unknown person, hiding in his car, suddenly attacked him. He threw a rag over it and dryly informed it that, unfortunately, it would not be possible to do this now. Meanwhile, events were transferred 3 days ago, straight to the secret base of the Pandemonium organization. While there, Emo approached Kroll, asking if he had heard the latest news about their allies' failure. He reported that according to the available data, Clown had been turned into expendable research material, and Kroll, with undisguised mockery, asked if there was any sense in this. Emo just snorted derisively, assuming that Kroll was being inappropriately soft just because he and Clown came from the same orphanage. Kroll flushed, sharply denying, and noticed that he was clearly enjoying the tragic situation that had developed. But their squabble was rudely interrupted by the doctor's shout, ordering them to calm down. Shutai noted with irritation that such behavior gave half-demons a bad reputation. The disputant indignantly asked the old man what he had done to deserve such reproaches. Then the doctor pressed him and asked if Kroll really didn't realize that the leadership was already considering Sultad's possible connection with people, and then he advised them to be more careful if they wanted to survive in the new world. Kroll then reminded them that the leaky gates were full of holes, and therefore no one could guarantee that strangers hadn't entered through some breach in the perimeter. The doctor was offended, but the emo advised the doctor not to strain himself, dismissively noting that even if that were the case, a bunch of half-breeds were not capable of causing any real harm. He said that in Sultoda there was not a single worthy person except that girl, and, hitting Kroll on the shoulder, he added that those pathetic crumbs that were of any use had already been bought out long ago and were working for them. As expected, these scum posed absolutely no real threat to their great cause. However, in response to this, the doctor's argument was heard that times had changed, and Lord Orobaz was furious because of the recent death of Lady Ruslana. Soft methods were a thing of the past. Now they would act faster and more decisively. Despite the Lord's fury and the abrupt changes, an unexpectedly calm and tranquil atmosphere reigned. The silence was explained simply. The entire human race was at stake, and they needed time. The process required precision, otherwise anyone would suffer the same fate as the clown, becoming material for experiments. The research was essentially complete. Now it was just testing and experimentation. They just needed time to finish stabilizing and perfect the result. The biggest problem, as usual, remained that same damned variable that always messed up all their long-term plans. This unpredictable variable was Minsu again. Kroll gritted his teeth. The hunter eliminated key figures in Pandemonium one by one. The leadership's composure was merely feigned. It became clear that his powers had long since exceeded the capabilities of a mere hunter. Even S-rank fighters were toys to him. It became clear to Emo why they had spent 10 years trying to erase his memory. He had killed not only countless demons, but the Demon King himself. The doctor began to shout that he was a mutant, that he was more than just a nuisance, and that if he was not neutralized as soon as possible, he was quite capable of bringing down all their schemes to their very foundations. Apparently, all this reasoning led to a specific logical conclusion, and Kroll said that they simply needed to come up with a way to neutralize the enemy. The decision was immediate, and the emo thought about all the options. Suddenly, the memory of the mustachioed man flashed into his head. This was his hidden trump card, and he suggested, to begin with, simply and effectively cutting off his legs, depriving him of mobility and initiative. The scene immediately moved to the city port. Evening. The mustachioed agent figured the operation wouldn't require much effort. Maybe 3 boxes would be enough. Someone immediately called out to him. Special Agent Juan. Then Juan told the new arrival that he had asked to be called boss in public, but the agent in glasses said it was urgent. It turned out that the visitor belonged to very important persons from Pandemonium, which made his words much more weighty and significant. Juan even opened his mouth, and in the next scene he even dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Someone important was calling him. He greeted Cargill Juan, noting that they had not seen each other for quite some time. When asked directly what the purpose of the visit was, Emo asked to remember their last conversation and said that the perfect moment for action had finally arrived. The plan was voiced very directly and boldly. They were to begin preparations for the kidnapping of Minshu himself. Huang was horrified by such impudence and exclaimed that Mingshu was still a public official, and asking him to do such a thing was sheer madness. Emo asked him not to worry, assuring him that no one was forcing him to get his hands dirty, as the necessary organizations were already prepared and waiting for the go-ahead. All that was required of Juan himself was to track the target's movements and transmit this information to the executors, which was an order of magnitude simpler. Juan indignantly reminded him that the guest had previously boasted that he could handle it on his own, but was now cowardly shifting all the risks solely onto him. Emo immediately changed his tone to a threatening one, reminding him of Juan's grandiose plans to become chairman and of that very cheap drug Lux, which he regularly purchased. Emo chuckled and said that they were the ones who supplied the drugs, so Juan had been firmly on their hook for a long time. He added mockingly that, judging by the turnover, the official was making a tidy profit from the scheme. The guest mockingly asked if Juan was having a good time. Finding himself cornered, Juan gave in and reluctantly agreed to carry out the assignment, grudgingly accepting the inevitable. He immediately called out to his faithful assistant Brandon to immediately give him the appropriate order. Juan ordered Brandon to organize covert surveillance of Mingxiu's movements, and this had to be done as quietly and unnoticed as possible. And the scene immediately moved to some abandoned dark warehouse. There also lay Minsu, tied up and kidnapped, unconscious. However, Frey was conscious, waking up as if from a long sleep, and then he began to beat the main character, forcing him to wake up, because the pet was incredibly hungry. The main character immediately opened his eyes and, in shock, asked where they were. Frey sarcastically remarked that Ming-Shu had fallen asleep without even really knowing where he was heading, and was sprawled out carefree like an obedient dog. Then Ming-Shu tore the rope with one movement and said that he was quite curious. Curiosity was to find out the identity of the impudent man who dared to oppose him and follow his trail from behind. The boy honestly admitted he was terribly tired and saw nothing wrong with resting while the enemy was already falling into his hands. Frey sarcastically asked if the kidnapper had become his personal chauffeur, driving him around while he slept. The little animal added indignantly that the hunter had been snoring shamelessly the entire time they crossed passes and forded rivers. The boy lazily admitted, surprised, that he'd slept much longer than he'd thought. Through his sleep, he thought intensely about who exactly could have organized the kidnapping, because demons would never have acted so crudely and so blatantly brazenly. Suddenly, Frey's ears perked up and warned that someone was approaching them, causing Ming-Shu to instantly shake off the last of her sleep and tense up. The doors to the warehouse began to open, and finally, a ray of light came inside, eating away the darkness. The stranger, appearing before the captive, noted that Ming-Shu had finally woken up and come to his senses after a long journey. Finally, the light completely illuminated the room and blinded the guy, and the stranger said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then a guy in a red kimono with a dragon and his two minions in blue appeared in front of the main character. It turned out to be Dae-sung, or Xiaolong, who finally greeted his master. After such an unexpected meeting, an awkward silence fell on the warehouse. Min-Shu, having seen the impudent man's face, sighed tiredly and disappointedly. He immediately frankly admitted that he could not bring himself to call this meeting joyful. Dae-sung noted that such a greeting could hardly be called good manners, but the master himself had never been one to care about the rules of etiquette. Min-Shu sharply cut the insolent man off, declaring that allowing his people to be kidnapped was not the kind of insolence he had been teaching the brat all these years, training him. Xiaolong retorted, saying that after 10 years, the teacher had not changed at all, but he himself, the disrespectful student, had unfortunately become completely different. He admitted that everything his mentor had once taught him had helped him a little at the beginning of his journey, but nothing more. But so much has changed in the world over the years that even the old memories of training have faded considerably and lost their former sharpness. The changes had affected everything around him, and his own position in the new hierarchy of the world was now also completely different from before. The only thing that remained unshakable all this time was that very great goal that forced him to move forward and not look back. Immediately, his foot landed on the protagonist's shoulder and pressed him even harder into the ground. And this goal, for which he lived in his last years, was nothing other than victory over Ming-Shu. Ming-Shu, putting two and two together, asked directly whether his former protege was the mysterious great sage that was rumored. Dae-sung proudly confirmed his guess, calling him master again and acknowledging the correctness of his assumption. He said that even after his teacher's disappearance, he did not give up training, continuing his endlessly long and difficult path to the heights of martial arts. The era that had arrived, he said, was a time where brute military force became the equivalent of any earthly wealth and influence. In this world, moral principles and ancient traditions had lost all meaning. In a cruel place where the winner took everything, he tirelessly tempered and devoured himself, striving for an unattainable ideal of strength. This continued until he united the criminal underworld, gaining absolute power over its darkest depths. Thus, he became a great sage and the leader of Chon-dobok. He declared that this was his name now, and he had risen to a height that Ming-Shu would never be able to reach again. The great sage declared that the days of languishing in the master's shadow were a thing of the past, and the protagonist demanded that this protracted chatter cease. Min-Shu, ignoring the pompous speech, asked a single question: whether his presumptuous student had entered into an alliance with the demonic organization Pandemonium. Dae-sung noted with bitterness that this ingrained habit of his former mentor to look down on everyone with constant disdain had not gone away. He shouted angrily that Ming-Shu's arrogance was still exactly the same and kicked him hard. And the guy really wasn't lying. His strength was impressive, and he simply slammed the main character into the wall. Losing his patience, Xiaolong ordered Ming-Shu to immediately rise to his feet, ready to begin their long-awaited and extremely brutal duel. He promised to break that arrogant nose to make it perfectly clear that someone like Ming-Shu could no longer and had no right to be called his teacher. Lightning flashed. Ming-Shu stood up and ignored the threat, irritably remarking that the person being asked a question should first answer it. He repeated it with emphasis, demanding that Xiaolong answer, in essence, whether he had entered into an alliance with Pandemonium, and the main character rushed forward. Daesung was a little confused at the time. Apparently, he wasn't entirely aware of our hero's powers. Immediately, their energies collided at one point when their fists touched. Lightning struck all around. The hunter demanded an answer as quickly as possible, because his entire future fate depended directly on the content of this answer. Minshu coldly explained that based on what he heard, he would decide whether to allow the insolent student to continue living or to kill him on the spot. Right there at the site of their fight, a huge explosion occurred, and Daesung's henchmen even had to cover themselves with their hands. They panicked and screamed for urgent reinforcements for their boss. However, the great sage remained unharmed and barked to his people that he would tear anyone to pieces who would dare interfere in this fight, and demanded that they not dare to contradict. Daesung simply went crazy. He admitted that he had been waiting for this very moment since the very day when he first felt on his own skin the monstrous, insurmountable abyss in their strength. Daesung immediately began to cast the technique of the equal to the heaven's great sage, causing sacred awe and horror. At that moment, he activated the SS-rank skill, the legendary spirit of the Monkey King, which strengthened his entire body with legendary power to use advanced techniques. Watching this madness, Mingshu quietly remarked that this bastard had completely lost his mind. But in the end, not paying attention to the transformation, he continued to insist on his own, demanding from his former student a direct answer to the question asked. Daesung then stated that if Minsu was so eager to get an answer, then so be it, he would get it, but with one single condition. Only if the former master can defeat him in this duel. Without wasting a second, Xiaolong attacked the protagonist, causing an explosion that Mingshu barely dodged. Then he used the Monkey King's 12 clone technique, and the space was filled with many identical figures. He mockingly warned the master that he would greatly regret it if he considered these incarnations to be banal shadows and did not take the threat seriously. Mingshu dismissively remarked that his student had only produced a multitude of new, cheap, and useless tricks over the years. The great sage gave a clear order to his numerous copies to tear Mingshu into pieces. However, the main character was not going to give up so easily, and the seal appeared under him again. In response, a lightning strike command thundered, which instantly dispersed some of the attacking illusions. Daesung immediately used another technique, summoning a spear, and sending this weapon named Rui to the main character. As he attacked Mingshu with the weapon, he suddenly realized, with a dubious feeling, that the steel might have just pierced another clever fake. He immediately turned to his spear and forced it to fly back and shrink. Mingshu, emerging from the shadows and maintaining his grip, noted with icy calm that his student had always had an amazing and phenomenal memory. But he immediately added that, despite all his talents, he always suffered from fatal predictability and a complete inability to adapt to the new combat conditions. All he could do was cower under the force of the gentleman's aura. And so Mingshu created a huge hypercharge that instantly sent his former student straight into the wall. With a heavy sigh, Mingshu called him by his old name Luan, adding regretfully that, despite all his efforts, he remained absolutely the same and an impenetrable fool. Xiaolong flew into an uncontrollable rage and screamed, and then he said that he forbade anyone from ever again pronouncing this name, which he hated, out loud. Now all he could do was shout with rage and hatred at the calm Minsu. The scene faded into the past. Even as a child, he'd learned a cruel truth. Even if you're born without everything, fate will still find something to take from you, leaving only emptiness in your soul. The war between demons and humans mercilessly took his parents away from him, turning him into an orphan, forced to wander through a ruined world, and the world itself, in which he desperately tried to survive, fighting for every crumb, eventually took away from him even the miserable corner that served as his home. When poverty reached the last thing he had left, and took away his only younger sister, the reality became unbearable. It was at that moment, at the very bottom of despair, that something in his mind changed irrevocably, and he made a final, fateful decision. Since life continued to take everything from him, even in his immobility, he vowed to become strong, even if it meant throwing his former self into the trash. In response to this ardent plea, Mingshu coldly snapped that he did not want to see some rude and uncouth boy among his students. But the boy continued to desperately beg, almost falling to his knees and with tears in his eyes, asking to help him become stronger at any cost. He painfully admitted that he had failed to protect his parents or his sister, and that he no longer wanted to lose anyone dear to him. Then the main character, having softened a little, asked the boy standing in front of him his real name. The young man asked to be called Xiaolong, and that is how they met. Returning to reality, he explained that the former weakling inside him must be completely destroyed and forgotten in order to achieve absolute power in the future. Immediately after his explanation, Xiaolong activated the Monkey King technique and furiously shouted the name of his weapon, Ruyi. Immediately, this living spear pierced a couple of walls in the ceiling in an attempt to reach the main character. Mingshu noticed with obvious disappointment that Xiaolong remained the same fool, throwing tantrums over such a superficial and insignificant name. In response to this, Xiaolong cried out bitterly that someone who was born strong by nature would never be given the ability to understand his thorny path. He continued, asking if Mingshu knew how many times he had to discard his own essence just to shed the shell of weakness, and how much painful, bone-grinding asceticism he endured. Torturing himself day after day for the sake of a grain of power was beyond counting. The teacher sharply cut short his pathos, declaring that he simply found it funny to hear about asceticism, and skeptically asked whether everything his former student had been doing recently could really be called serious training. Hiding behind the ridiculous title of Great Sage, he merely traded the evil with demons, hiding behind a loud name from the harsh reality. With growing rage, Mingshu asked if Xiaolong knew what those bastards had done to Mingjun. The guy continued that his close friend, almost a brother, was brutally killed, and whether Xiaolong would be able to stand before this fact with pride. Immediately, the battle intensified again, and an explosion occurred in the building. Now the scene moved back to an aerial view of the building, where it was pouring rain while the building was burning. And here in the middle of all this stood Xiaolong, who in response accused Mingshu himself of hypocrisy, declaring that he was the one who dared to loudly talk about someone else's death. He asked reproachfully whether Mingshu himself had shown up for the funeral of the man he was now protecting. Then Xiaolong shouted out that it was Mingshu's instructions that had turned the boy into a target. After all, it was Mingshu who ordered them to constantly doubt demons and test any power. The more powerful, the more thoroughly. It was because of these words from the missing teacher that the deceased set out in search of the truth and met his death there. A weak fool, through his own foolish will, dug too deep where he shouldn't have, and as a result, lost his own priceless life. Xiaolong concluded that he needed to cast aside his petty attachments and repeated his master's advice not to trust anyone, especially demons. He proclaimed that he would never be the same again and vowed with his current transformed self to surpass his former mentor in everything. His ultimate goal was to stand on that very peak from which he could take everything from others while remaining in absolute safety. With this cry from the soul, he activated the Great Sage, Equal to Heaven, Victorious Buddha technique, opening his third Dantian. Freya commented curiously from afar on the complete opening of the Dantian, noting that he had never seen such a thing in an earthling, comparing it to a certain Van Dasu. But at the same time, the main character also noted a positive aspect. At least this guy did not use drugs to achieve this effect. Xiaolong proudly offered Mingshu the chance to witness the pinnacle of mastery, the complete opening of the Dantians, a limit the teacher had never achieved. He boasted that he was now capable of opening all Dantians simultaneously. His output power now boldly surpassed Mistletoe, and in his opinion, no amount of life force would help his opponent withstand such a devastating blow. But still, remembering the old debt, he decided to show leniency and give Mingshu a parting gift as a final act of respect from a disciple. A huge charge of incredibly powerful energy struck the main character directly in the chest, and now the battlefield simply turned into hell. The figures became invisible. It was as if they had fallen into the mouth of a volcano. However, after the teacher's monstrous blow, it was Xiaolong who crumpled, wheezing so loudly it felt like his insides were about to spill out. But it still wasn't enough. Mingshu appeared from the portal behind him and, with a hint of approval, acknowledged that he had managed to learn a thing or two over the years. And for this unexpected persistence and willpower, the former mentor decided to spare Xiaolong's despicable life, giving him a second chance. The master immediately released a huge amount of dark energy in the form of a claw into his student's chest. Xiaolong, feeling the incredible power, realized with horror and amazement that Mingshu had just used true demonic power against him. At that very moment, Freya noted with satisfaction to himself that the first core had successfully opened, and all the side effects had finally completely disappeared. Out loud, the guy added dismissively that he had mastered the discovery of all the Dantians about 90 years ago, and Xiaolong was simply too lazy. He mockingly asked how one could be so proud of such a trifle, and seriously think that this would be enough to defeat a master like the heavens, because his sister would be very ashamed of him now. The defeated Xiaolong, lying on the ground, in impotent rage, asked what the hell Ming-Shu had just done to him. The main character immediately opened another portal, and having passed through it, he was already a centimeter away from Xiaolong, and, grabbing him, said that it was time for him to stop whining. Watching this, Xiaolong was shocked and assumed that this was not just teleportation, but the actual folding of space at the will of the hunter. Ming-Shu reminded that Xiaolong, like no one else, should have known the simple truth from the very beginning of their acquaintance. The blow landed squarely in his face. This truth was that more than anything else in the world, he hated precisely such impudent and uncouth boors as the former student standing before him. Absorbing the blows, the former student realized that his current level of strength was not at all a question of the notorious speed of movement or reaction. No matter how hard Xiaolong tried to react and counter the lightning attacks, it was all in vain in the face of the teacher's absolute might. The very fabric of the surrounding dimension obediently submitted to the will of Ming-Shu, distorting and dominating the pathetic attempts at resistance. Xiaolong had no escape from punishment. After all, the main character was catching up with him anyway. And this time, it was the same. Ming-Shu kicked his former student, sending him flying back a couple dozen meters. Having softened a little after the destruction was over, the man said that whatever the real reason, he apologized for disappearing so suddenly. But he explained that all of this was the result of his own difficult and thorny path to return. Suddenly, a golden circle appeared under Xiaolong. After all, now, after everything that had happened, the hunter admitted with obvious relief that his student had not fallen so low as to conspire with the demons. So, as a true mentor, he decided to re-educate the arrogant brat using the old tried-and-true method of applying a little harsh but loving discipline. At the end of his fiery speech, the guy calmly added that exactly 50 more hard blows would be enough for this scoundrel to completely correct himself. The scene moved back to a panoramic view of the pier and showed a landscape in pouring rain. On the cold ground in front of the main character, the defeated Xiaolong lay motionless. Then he raised his head and gave a clear order to kill him. Ming-Shu, however, strongly objected to the murder of his own student, and Freya mockingly reproached him for hypocrisy after he himself had brought the guy to such a state. Not wanting to waste time on empty bickering, Xiaolong angrily clenched his fist and sternly warned GG not to dare to misinterpret his words. Lying under the endless rain, Xiaolong stated that in the past, he had originally entered the training with only one goal: to obtain its power and make it his own. In the end, the former student coldly drew a line under his years of study, bluntly declaring to his mentor that all his efforts and lessons had been a complete failure. So he concluded that there was absolutely nothing left between them that was truly worth preserving. Trying to explain something to his student, Ming-Shu noted with bitterness that the 10 years that had passed in this world had turned into a century of severe trials for him in another dimension. Having been thrown into a completely unfamiliar dimension for a long 100 years, he asked a rhetorical question about what kind of monstrous mental state one had to have to survive such endless torture. Amidst the chaos of battle and blinding flashes of power, Ming-Shu confessed to the monstrous price of survival, claiming that he had deliberately allowed all his memories and emotions to be erased in order to save his life. Min-Su Long explained what helped him survive his long exile and return home. He firmly stated that during those difficult times, his only saving grace was his family and devoted students. The main character noted that for him, those long 100 years were not at all useless or painful, but on the contrary, they became the very force that allowed him to move on. Despite the disagreements and grievances, the man extended his hand in a sign of reconciliation and promised that he was ready to give the errant student one last chance to correct himself. Standing in the pouring rain, the mentor called the boy lying on the ground by his old name, Luan, which was already his third name, and confidently suggested that he finish all his business here and return to Korea. The young man in the red kimono, still wet and lying on the cold ground, was silent at first, and then he sharply and categorically responded with a firm refusal to such a generous invitation from his former teacher. Losing his last patience, Ming-Shu first hit Lun hard on the head, leaving a bump. He angrily repeated the question and forced him to choose between returning and dying. but Luan sarcastically called this ultimatum an open threat. Trying to get through to the stubborn man, Ming-Shu asked him a serious question about whether he considered his current level of strength to be the limit of his capabilities. Grinning, Gigi asked whether someone who had trained for only a measly 10 years could seriously believe that he had reached the very top. With his head down, he calmly called the desire for power normal, but emphasized that without a good and righteous goal, it loses its true meaning. Pointing to the 3 people running towards them in the rain, Min-Soo asked what was so impressive about a force that was only used to run gangs, drug trafficking, and making dirty money. Returning to the past, Ming-Shu explained that he had become stronger solely for the sake of returning, and had always believed that humans were capable of surpassing demons. He solemnly vowed that from now on, he would become stronger for the sake of Minjin, and for the sake of the entire world to which he so desperately and persistently sought to return. Continuing his speech, he rhetorically asked why one should learn to run fast if all one's efforts would ultimately lead to jumping into a garbage pit. Standing in front of his student, Ming-Soo said that his student still had a very long and difficult path to go. The guy lying in the puddle noted with a grin that it was his mentor who was the strangest person in this situation. In an attempt to justify his cynicism, Daesung stated that humans have always been driven solely by desires, and the desire for monopoly for the sake of their nature. He added with resentment and bitterness that even the organization his former teacher served was no better and suffered from the same vices. And then he directly asked Min-Soo if he knew who exactly hired Daesung to kidnap and kill him. It was a high-ranking official within the HMCS structure, and one of the key power brokers named Kagil Wan. Luan noted with disappointment that even if the state structure was completely rotten in the pursuit of profit, it was extremely difficult for the common man to influence anything. Scratching the back of his head, Ming-Shu answered himself with firm determination that in such a situation, all he could do was carry out a total purge of the rotten ranks. Remembering the gloomy building of the shelter, the man bitterly realized what exactly his dead comrade Minjun had been trying to dig up. Reflecting on the sinister true purpose of the mysterious organization, he came to the conclusion that there was no end to this complex and confusing matter. Suddenly, it dawned on Ming-Soo that Kaggle Huang was the weak point and the main breach in the structure of the entire HMCS organization. Min-Soo immediately announced that he had already come up with a plan of action and asked not to tell anyone, asking if Luan would help. The guy in red clothes looked up at the hunter and with a heavy sigh and irony asked if he had any choice at all. The mentor immediately turned around and made it clear that he agreed to give him just 1 month for preparation. Already heading away from the scene of the conflict, Ming-Shu ordered Luan to settle all his problems within the specified time and be sure to return back. Suddenly, after taking a couple of steps, the main character turned around and added that his old friend Sijun was very worried about his fate. Left alone in the empty warehouse, Xiaolong thought for a long time. Then he rolled over onto his back and lay down, exhaling heavily and tiredly, recognizing that an extremely long and difficult road lies ahead of him. At this time, the rain finally stopped and the sun shone on his face. The scene suddenly switched to another location, back to the Antarctic base. We were shown our old friend Kai's, who was talking to someone on the phone and asked if the other person had lost contact. On the other side of the line, the same Kaggle Huang with a thick mustache excitedly admitted that they had sent a group of Chan Dobok on a mission. But since then, there has been no news of them. He announced the incident with the group and the start of the operation, adding that Min-Soo's whereabouts were unknown, and Kaise anxiously asked for details. Kaggle reported fresh information about Daesung, the leader of the Chan Dobok faction, adding in his report that 10 years ago he was part of Min-Soo's entourage. At that time, he already had subordinates around him. Upon hearing the alarming news, Kaise ordered the informant to forget about past failures and immediately report the latest news, to which he received consent. After hanging up, Kaise said that Kagil was simply useless trash and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Dr. Shutai, standing behind him, asked his colleague if it had really all been a complete failure. Kaise calmly explained that any underground work required a colossal amount of time, but the doctor only chuckled, considering these words an empty excuse. Suddenly, they both turned to the voice that said that this way of thinking and acting is absolutely typical for all people without exception. Arobus, who entered, called people stupid creatures without adequate judgment, ready to blindly rush into the fire, and the doctor immediately greeted the Lord. The demon, dressed in a white robe with large black wings, said that the place of an ordinary person is only as raw material. Arobus pressed the button and a bright blue glow appeared, indicating that preparations for something had already begun. In a cold, blue glowing vessel floated two girls, whose bodies had already been actively used for horrific experiments. Kais noticed with horror that these were the remains of Lady Ruslana and the head of the association branch, wondering where the bodies had been found. The doctor standing nearby chuckled maliciously, and he noted that the clown had done an excellent job before his death, and thanks to this sacrifice, completely unexpected results began to appear. At that moment, he loudly and solemnly declared that the gate connecting the worlds had finally been created for the descent of the Demon King. Before the situation changed dramatically, a quiet whisper of the demon was heard, addressed to the loved one, asking him to wait for him. Orobos reached out to his dead Ruslana and said that the real cataclysms and upheavals for this world were just beginning. The scene changed abruptly. In his luxurious office, Desu sat in a formal suit, and the man who entered began an official report to the president on the situation with the S-rank gates on the planet. He clarified that all S-rank gates in Asia, Europe, and South America had been destroyed, and there were less than 5 such gates left open in the entire world. The document stated that there were no mineable resources inside the portals, so the hunters focused on finding the gate's heart. In addition, it was reported that raids in the remaining points were proceeding quite successfully, and the hunters were demonstrating high levels of coordination. A Korean official added that their swift cleanups have become a model for other countries to follow. Picking up the work tablet, Desu noticed that they themselves had a number of problems that needed to be solved. The man opened a folder of papers, admitting to having multiple local headaches. It contained an urgent message from HMCS headquarters. The transfer dossier contained clues regarding the true identity of the clown, the entity from the junkyard who was implicated in the Nabaka incident and the Gangwon Gate. All indications were that he was the missing Ryu Ji-won. Some experts speculated that he was connected to the insane organization Pandemonium. A rather pitiful true face for the strongest second-generation rookie. He also wondered if they'd let this go. Would it affect the reputation of the top Korean guilds? The official simply stood there silently. Daesu noted that due to the disappearance of the boss, the Gumgang Guild was about to disband, and immediately began looking for a candidate for the vacant position in Heptagram. This was a great chance to increase his influence over the organization, and the scene shifted to the protagonist's guild office. The situation escalated to the point where Mingshu stood there until someone shouted at him to repeat what he had just said. It was Edward, he shouted in shock, and asked the protagonist again. Is he leaving the HCMS organization? He recalled that Mingshu had gone missing for a long time after the incident in Sultoda, and now he had suddenly returned with a ridiculous speech. Edward suggested that he had burned out from recent overwork, but Mingshu confidently countered that his resignation had nothing to do with that. As he sat down in the chair, he stated bluntly that his true intention was to begin moving down his own path, becoming more independent. Sitting facing Edward, Mingshu suddenly changed the conversation and asked him directly if he had ever heard of a shelter called IZ. Hearing the unfamiliar name, the fair-haired man thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and carefully asked the name again, trying to remember something. He shared information that this organization grew out of a place where half-breed children who suffered in the war were kept. But Mingshu revealed that the orphanage survived and thrived thanks to the demon's support, maintaining secret contact with them. This implied their extensive knowledge. He also confirmed that his murdered student also came from this orphanage, and this required investigation. Mingshu seriously noted that the pro-demon faction had become a dangerous trend, and the IZ organization had the influence to change world opinion. Listening to such reasoning, Edward noted with bewilderment that such news only made it more difficult to understand the situation. However, the blonde was left wondering how Mingshu had decided to leave in the midst of such complex matters, since there was no better organization for investigating such delicate issues. Edward categorically denied any involvement with the pro-demonic faction and declared his intention to support the main character in everything. But Mingshu interrupted him. To prove his point, the protagonist pointed to a recent incident and stated that Chan Do-bok's group had been hired to eliminate it. This surprised the blonde. He coldly informed them that the customer was an influential figure from the organization's operations department, Kegel Wan himself, who stood importantly with his arms folded across his chest. The blonde man asked again what he had heard from Mingshu with an expression of extreme surprise. However, all the evidence collected by Mingshu was insignificant and could not allow him to bring down the official himself. He added that there was currently quite a fierce rivalry between Edward and the former chairman's faction, No one would believe what he said would be on their side. Min-soo, slightly lowering his head, admitted to his interlocutor that this was not the only reason for leaving, and directly mentioned that the head of the Korean branch of the International Association had in his possession the banned drug Lux. He also asked if HMCS and Mistelthane were safe, and the screen showed a blue-haired Kim Yoon-ju in front of faceless shadows. In the Narok case, classified HMCS data was leaked everywhere, but the possibility of demonic infiltration into the system only made it easier to track. Ming-shu made it clear that as long as he was officially a member of this organization, it would be easier for the demons to keep track of him. To this, Edward asked him with great bewilderment whether he really intended to deal with this alone. In response, Ming-shu confidently stated that in this case, it would be easier for him to create his own guild, which greatly surprised Edward. The protagonist stated that a place in the heptagram had conveniently become vacant, and he intended to try to become the head of the new guild. The guy put his ID card on the table, expressing his sincere gratitude to his interlocutor for the help and support provided. Edward dryly noted that he never liked wearing a forced collar and being completely dependent on someone else. He called his friend a mad dog and honestly admitted that he would miss his company. Having assured him of his absolutely unconditional support, Edward promised to use all the power at his disposal to help him. Min-soo advised his interlocutor to focus on strengthening his position in the organization and getting rid of all the rats standing behind him. Gigi seriously noted that the scale of the next potential conflict is unknown, and they are clearly on shaky ground. Edward realized with no small surprise at that moment that he was indeed preparing for a full-scale war with the demons. Min-soo admitted with a sigh that he wanted to avoid a new war at any cost, but firmly noted that the demons had prepared much more thoroughly than it seemed. And this, in turn, meant that their own side had to be prepared in a correspondingly serious manner. The scene changed. A loud scream, filled with utter bewilderment at what had just happened, rang out from the HCMS building in the background. Jong-gu tearfully tried to comprehend this sudden news. He exclaimed how many achievements had been accumulated over the course of his entire career. And now this unexpected outcome. Ming-shu cheerfully called him to follow him, noting that he was completely in vain, whining too much over trifles. Freya said the same. The guy dryly announced to his colleagues that he was going to take with him all the newcomers who had unconditionally followed him to this place. Indignantly, Jong-gu loudly called those guys traitors, and Freya had already decided to devour them all single-handedly. Min-soo calmly confirmed that his colleagues Yo-hwa and Chu Ha-min had also expressed a desire to join him. Min-soo noted that the guild needed a couple more people, although he told Si-jun to stay put for now, since he already led a huge guild. With a heavy sigh, Jong-gu admitted that he'd always known this would happen. He added that he couldn't believe he was leaving so suddenly, modestly noting his uselessness in this team. Jong-gu said that it was an honor for him to fight side by side with Hunter Min. Patting him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, Ming-shu reassured him that he was much more useful than he thought. Even after leaving the place, the man continued to address him as a younger comrade. Having jokingly reminded him that he was still his henchman, the guy turned around and confidently walked on. He added that now the interlocutor should come running at his first call, and if things get too difficult, he can always leave and join his guild. Jong-gu quickly called out to his departing comrade, asking him to at least wait a little and listen. Wanting to find out at least something before the final parting, Jong-gu asked what the new guild would be called. Min-shu chuckled thoughtfully in response to this question, slightly pausing his confident step for a moment. The answer was the name of the new guild, which sounded extremely simple and bold. The Guild of Mad Dogs. The next shot cuts to a private bar at HMCS headquarters in the United Kingdom. Inside the bar, the conversation turned to Kajal Wan, whom Edward called a complete scoundrel, and asked if he really intended to carry out his plan. He indignantly declared that, despite all of Kagel's ambitions for the chairman's chair, he had no right to touch his people. The man at the table coldly remarked that this official had been rotten from the start, and that his action had surprised no one. Edward clutched his head and pointed out that there were many people in the organization behind him, so grabbing him would be reckless, adding that there were plenty of pro-demonic factions on Wan's side. As the situation escalated to the limit, his interlocutor suggested going all in and bringing everything to light all at once. The blonde asked in surprise if his comrade was planning to bring to light both the demons and Kagil Wan himself at the same time. The man noted that the association's ban on mentioning pandemonium to avoid conflict had outlived its usefulness, and with the S-rank gates closed, It was time to act decisively. Layla's report on the Sultota case mentioned that the association manager had the illegal drug Lux in his possession and consumed it before he died in the explosion. The man added that the drug Lux remained the most sought-after and dangerous substance in the underground world, despite all the bans. Although the mysterious clown at the center of the network had disappeared, the embers of his plot had spread throughout society and reached the branch manager himself. In the hunter's opinion, a man as greedy for money as Kaggle Juan would never miss out on his profit in the illegal trade. The man reasoned logically. If Juan and the demons were connected, catching one would expose the entire network, and an early bait would allow the case to be closed faster and without unnecessary losses. Edward asked in shock about the bait. And then the hunter smiled and spoke about people united only by greed and thirst for profit. It was obvious to him that such unions, based solely on self-interest, were doomed to fall apart due to the internal greed of the participants. Meanwhile, Kaggle Huang, sitting in the car, looked extremely agitated and tense. He learned that the vice chairman was calling an emergency press conference. Already dressed in a suit, he learned from his assistant that the vice president was also preparing a live broadcast, which made him very angry. Juan noted with anger that this impudent bastard had decided to completely ignore all established bureaucratic procedures. The cameras were already rolling in the room, and an emergency press conference was underway, led by the vice chairman of HMCS head office. Standing behind the podium, Vice Chairman Edward gravely told those present that humanity was currently facing a new global threat. The sudden and massive outbreak of S-rank gates across the world was gradually ending, but alarming consequences were not long in coming. During the purge, many hunters were sacrificed, creating a dangerous void in the global security structure. Taking advantage of the resulting gap, greedy individuals began actively distributing illegal drugs, which gradually eroded the foundations of the world. The vice president showed the crowd a small glass vial, stating that this particular illegal drug was known as Lux. According to him, one dose of this substance increased the strength of the awakened one more than tenfold, but the price of such power was the rapid destruction of the body. Continuing his speech, the blond man moved on to shocking details. One of those who abused the drug was the branch manager, who died during the crisis with the S-rank gate. The people gathered in the hall and around the television, including representatives of Mistel Thane, listened to the revealing speech with bated breath. Two participants let out surprised exclamations when information was revealed about the involvement of the Hunters Association's leadership. Edward noted that the closed S-rank gates were structurally different from normal ones. They did not contain mana, but they were connected to other dimensions and contained laboratories, indicating an artificial origin. The top of Mistel Thane, along with the girl with the headband, watched the events unfold with serious faces. The result of a comprehensive investigation was an official statement. The involvement of a secret group called Pandemonium was fully confirmed. Upon hearing this name, the journalists present in the room were loudly surprised, and they asked again whether they meant the same forbidden organization that was popular during the war. The vice chairman firmly backed up his words with evidence, clarifying that he was talking about demon worshippers from the time of the war, reminding them that people are the rightful masters of the planet, and placing on his organization the responsibility for identifying and eliminating the true causes of human suffering. A call was made from the stage for all global structures and the Antarctic base to immediately join the investigation into the Pandemonium and Lux cases. After the press conference ended, his entourage advised him to immediately head to the association to continue the investigation. However, this plan of action provoked a violent reaction from someone present, accompanied by shouts that the vice chairman had apparently lost his mind. An angry Kaggle Huang vehemently stated that the vice chairman had no authority to divulge such information and expressed outrage that the reputation of the Antarctic base was being dragged through the mud by a crazy group. Edward, maintaining an outward calm, listened to the cries of how he was accused of scandals and how they said that even Misteltein still remained silent. At that moment, an official announcement was made in the room, loudly announcing the name of a special hunter of a special rank, Kaggle Huan. The law enforcement officers who approached the man announced his immediate arrest on charges of illegal sale of the banned drug Luck. The agents forcibly detained Huan, regardless of his status, leaving the hunter in complete shock from the sudden arrest. He angrily demanded an explanation from those who had detained him for their actions, challenging them to ask if they had any evidence. In response to his angry tirade, Edward said that all the agents arrested in this case, including his personal secretaries, had already testified against him. Hearing that all the evidence had long been collected, Juan panicked and was immediately informed that there were so many crimes that the investigators did not know where to begin. In dire straits, Keigo Juan turned in desperation to his ally and assistant, fearing that Brandon had betrayed him. Totally unwilling to give in, the suspect laughed loudly and unnaturally, trying to convince everyone that he was not so easily broken by such accusations. When Ming-Shu came into view, Huang continued to insist that he couldn't be taken down, but the guy immediately suggested adding another crime to the list. Min-Su showed the flash drive to those present with a slight grin, stating that it contained information about assassination attempts on agents from an anonymous source. Noticing the unexpected appearance of the main character, Kaggle Huan was literally dumbfounded and in extreme shock, loudly exclaimed his full name. The guy advised him not to even try to pretend and act like he didn't know, since the investigation had all the details of the calls and transfers. As Huan was being forcibly taken away, he began to protest loudly and shout, and Ming Shu, with a good-natured smile, wished him a safe journey. Edward, exchanging glances with his comrade, honestly admitted that he was surprised how he managed to obtain real evidence instead of the supposed circumstantial evidence. The man responded evasively that calling his own source simply an anonymous informant would be a rather serious exaggeration. A moment later, the protagonist noted with a sense of satisfaction that his own students, despite everything, they proved to be quite capable and handled the difficult task well. So Sang-Long left the role of Daesung and his kimono behind forever. The scene smoothly shifted to a dark and cold corridor of a prison facility, where a sign hung on the wall indicating maximum security cells. Kagyo Huan, already within the walls of the detention center, grabbed the phone in a panic and began desperately and repeatedly trying to call someone. In response, the interlocutor expressed indignant surprise at the use of this line of communication, but Huan rudely barked into the receiver that in such a situation, worrying about formalities was inappropriate. Huan reminded him of the press conference that had taken place around the world, and sternly warned that from that moment on, the entire planet's attention would be focused on them. Realizing his doom, Huan resorted to threats, reminding them of the colossal amount of incriminating evidence at his disposal. Finding himself cornered, the man desperately screamed that he categorically refused to go down alone and would definitely drag everyone down with him. Saint Herman of Millstein stood there, having listened to the end of this unpleasant conversation, and in the end, he hung up the challenge in disgust and angrily called Huan an extremely annoying bastard. Following an urgent press conference held by HMCS, a real stir erupted around the world. All the shocking details about the direct attack on demons, potions, and artificial gates came out, but pandemonium still remained the main target. Several figures in white robes knelt before the enormous banner of the secret Pandemonium group. 20 years ago, in the midst of the Great War, this infamous sect resurfaced from the memory of a generation. Despite the situation, the International Mistletoe Hunters Association has yet to issue an official statement. However, the mysterious Antarctic base suddenly decided to act independently. The demonic delegation began mobilizing at Gate A2 at the airport. Journalists immediately surrounded its representatives, demanding Hikatan's official position on the HMCS statement. The reporters did not let up and continued to question the demonic delegation about the specific position of the Antarctic base. Hikatan stood before journalists and expressed deep regret about the current situation. The horned demon passionately convinced those gathered that they had overcome the torments of war and had not caused any harm to people. A demonic representative stated that the Pandemonium organization was created by humans and had no connection to their race, bitterly noting that their attempts at coexistence were now viewed with the deepest suspicion, and noted that being suspected of inciting conflict was extremely humiliating and destructive. At another headquarters, a man holding a newspaper made the grim observation that if things continued as they were, the world would be completely split in two. In the Daesu Hall, a woman and a man discussed the growing gap between the pro-demon factions and the anti-demon forces, noting that choosing a side in this struggle was extremely difficult. It has been suggested that the Hunters Association is remaining silent only because it is fully aware of the corruption. In response, a woman remarked that their absolute silence actually proved that they were supporting the demons. Desu pointed out that regardless of which side the groups take, the situation will remain dangerous, and stated that a period of chaos and upheaval is inevitably approaching the world. While the country was in chaos, another event was unfolding on the territory of the new guild. A white flag with a black profile of a dog was flying there. Standing against the wall, Ming Shu smiled with satisfaction as he announced the official founding of the Mad Dog Guild. Jonggu noted that in all of history, the master was the only one to enter the heptagram at its founding. For the leader himself, this was a mere trifle. Manhwa stated that the Diamond Guild's position was vacant and that their hunter ranking was unattainable by any other guild. Jonggu explained that the S-rank master from Azure Blossom personally handed over her post and joined their new guild. Jonggu noticed that some strong players, such as the White Lion Ace, were secretly pulling strings for their success. He also noted that newcomers with legendary skills have joined the guild, and Jonggu himself resigned from his government post. Freya complained that Jonggu had followed him to the very end and was already beginning to irritate him slightly. Then the White Lion approached them and raised the topic of the guild leader's brother and asked what exactly had happened to him. Thinking back to Sejun, Mingxiu noted that his guild, the Empire, was simply too massive and difficult to manage. He noted that Sejun had not found a successor, so Mingxiu proposed an alliance, and then Sejun felt abandoned. It was decided that in order to join the Mad Dog Guild, the size of the new structure had to be quite manageable. Sejun hinted at the need for independence, calling the current situation useless, and bitterly added that his cold brother was only using him for convenience. The older brother reproached the spoiled youth, asking if he had gone crazy, insulting him to his face. Manhwa stood up for Sejun, comparing him to the junior member who delayed even the creation of the guild for an entire month. Jonggu looked around in surprise, wondering if someone else had come, but Mingxiu said it was the devil himself, and so he introduced the dark-haired boy standing at the door to the assembled group as the youngest member of the guild, named Luan. Luan, looking irritated and scratching his neck, insisted on stopping this circus with the youngest. Manhwa glared angrily and pushed him hard, asking how he could look him in the eyes after all his dark deeds. Luan collapsed on the grass. Manhwa was beating him for the Cheondobok group and the attempt on the master's life. And Sejun remembered the escape to China and the loss of communication, also joining in the beating. Standing nearby, Jonggu, having heard about Cheondobok, asked Mingxiu with some surprise whether that man was the famous Great Sage. As the girl held Luan in her grip, Mingxiu couldn't help but confirm that this was technically true. During a conversation about the fate of the group, an assurance was given that with the elimination of the leader, the gang would disband on its own. Luan calmly explained that he had returned all the organization's available funds to the state treasury without any apologies. The guy noted that that path turned out to be a dead end, and he simply cleared it in order to achieve the desired peak of martial arts. A mocking question came from those present. Why was he pretending to be tough if he had just been beaten up by his own teacher? Then the White Wolf was greatly shocked to learn that the founder of Asura, his former mentor Manhwa, now looked completely different. The bespectacled newcomer respectfully addressed the guild leader, intending to ask him an extremely important and pressing question. The assembled recruits openly declared that they had joined the Mad Dog Guild solely for the sake of Mingxiu's identity. A very reasonable question was asked about the purpose for which such strong people were gathered. And what do they want to do if these are not just regular raids? Mingxiu, with a slight smile, explained to the crowd that the building would serve as an emergency command center. The main goal of the new guild was clearly stated, and the demonic forces were named as the enemy. Mingxiu remembered with his horns that during the entire decade while he was away, his enemies had been diligently weaving their webs of conspiracy. During the conversation, the tragic topic of the death of his student, who sacrificed himself in an attempt to uncover this insidious plan, came up. The main threats to be combated were said to be the illegal drug Lux and artificial gates. Those gathered came to the unanimous conclusion that, regardless of the demon's true intentions, this would not end well for humanity. The guild members unanimously declared their firm determination to stop the demons and thwart their sinister plans. It was noted that the world is now under the complete control of a pro-demonic faction. A warning was issued. Aggression could divide humanity, so careful preparation is needed. The protagonist also said that they would be sent to the remaining S-rank gates to collect all the evidence left by the enemy. Smiling, Mingxiu reasonably noted that in order to strike the first blow, it was necessary to secure a compelling and justifiable justification. The frame showed a snow-covered secret base, next to which was a helipad. There was a loud thud against the table in the darkness, followed by a disappointed exclamation that they were constantly in the way. The demon Tatar, standing nearby in a white suit, coldly remarked that the main preparations had long since been completed. The conversation continued, and it was noted that the experimental prototype was in its final stages, and the overall plan was going smoothly. Demon suggested cleverly exploiting current public opinion to divide his enemies and allies, and then they turned to him. Three figures in black robes bowed low before the great demons, expressing their deepest respect to them. Tatar immediately smiled and whispered that the time had finally come for everyone to take action. This was followed by a reference to the final portal necessary for the successful implementation of this grandiose plan. A daring mission to eliminate the top hunters was announced. Hooded figures mysteriously appeared on the scene, their faces concealed, ready for the dangerous mission. The scene shifted smoothly to an office building, which turned out to be the Japanese regional office of HMCS. A scream was heard inside. Hikari, the general manager of the Japanese branch, asked with great surprise that Hunter Min had left HMCS. On the laptop screen, Layla confirmed that he had opened his guild in Korea. However, Hikari, with bitterness and inner anguish, declared that she did not believe he was leaving, did not believe that he had abandoned her. Then she corrected herself and noticed that the man had too easily given up the responsibility that came with his semi-special rank. Layla chuckled softly and added that he would have much more freedom in a private guild, and Min-soo, despite its creation, was still trying to finish the business with the gate. Hikari nodded in understanding and calmed down, noting to herself that the incident with the gate was almost completely resolved. While Kumo waited by the door, Hikari ended the call, asking for updates. Layla agreed and wished her luck with the investigation. Kumo politely reminded Hikari that a meeting with representatives of the Hunters Association would soon begin, and they should head to the hotel. The girl accepted this. Left completely alone in the office, Hikari sighed heavily, thinking about an excuse to call Min-soo again. The scene changed. The hotel's luxurious lobby greeted guests with its marble columns, where those arriving for the association meeting were already crowded. Sighing, Hikari was still racking her brains over the excuse for calling Min-soo and expressed her indignation at the visit, but her partner reassured her, noting that the association's arrogance was nothing new. Kumo mentioned with a glint in his eye that Lady Izanami of Mistletoe would be personally attending the meeting, and he would ask her for an autograph. But Hikari smirked and called him a dog chasing after someone else's power. They soon reached the door and stared in confusion at the handshakes of three men in suits in the hall. Hikari stepped forward and asked them pointedly what was going on. And upon noticing the branch manager, one of them began to sheepishly explain why they were all crowded together. The man explained that this was Lady Izanami's room, but she might have overslept due to the change of belts, and the time for the meeting had already arrived. Hikari sarcastically suggested breaking down the door to wake the sleeping woman, and Kumo looked at her with slight bewilderment. The security guard warned that the woman was sensitive, so breaking down the door was not an option. The men apologized and asked to reschedule the meeting, fearing they would be fired for forcibly opening the door. Hearing these excuses, Hikari stated that she had tried her best to be polite, but her patience had run out. The angry girl loudly ordered everyone present to immediately step aside and clear the way to the door. Demanding VIP treatment, she ignored the warnings and knocked. Loudly declaring that they were investigators, Hikari flung the door open and saw with horror the girl lying unconscious on the floor. Hikari screamed in shock. The shocked girl's startled cry broke the silence as she recognized the recumbent figure of Lady Izanami. A sudden incident interrupted the meeting, moving the plot to the Mad Dog Guild headquarters in South Korea. Gathered around the table, the guild members discussed the successful raid and the fact that the series of incidents involving S-rank gates was coming to an end. However, the participants were disappointed to discover that, despite their efforts, they had failed to gain anything useful from the raid. Freya angrily shouted at them to get going. Noting the mission's ease, the newcomer rejoiced at the simple gate. But the men wearily explained that the monsters inside were incredibly powerful, and the empty portal didn't even contain mana stones. During the conversation, Manhwa expressed the opinion that their opponents, having realized their visibility, are now feverishly covering all their tracks. Glasses noticed that by the time they returned from Sultad, about 70% of the gates had already been cleared. It was observed that the International Association had taken the lead in most countries, leaving them with little to do. Min-soo mused that even if there were traces left somewhere, the association might have already removed them out of vengeance. Frey confirmed this. Jonggu asked whether it was worth formally requesting data from the association. White Lion doubted it would be successful, as they were afraid of demons and walked on eggshells. Sitting at the table, Min-soo thought about the possibility of directly contacting the head of the organization, bypassing the bureaucratic chain. Speaking about the secret organization Mistletoe, Glasses explained that their leader, Arya, is known for her secrecy and only appears at world summits. The audience concluded they needed to find contacts to contact them. A tense silence fell over the room, as everyone pondered the complexity of the task. And suddenly Luan appeared from the side and with a slight grin noted that only HMCS or demonic bases could contact her. And holding the tray, he smiled and said that it was a pity that the teacher left the organization. Kang Yonghua rudely ordered the newcomer to hurry up with the tea and not to show off. Irritating the newcomer, he asked Kang Yonghua to be gentle with him. Suddenly, Ming Xu realized that he hadn't contacted his old comrade Edward for quite some time. He was asked directly whether he intended to meet with the head of Mistletoe Aria. The scene shifted to the association headquarters. Min Su said on the phone that he would be happy to go, but there were obstacles. He was busy with Huang's case, and a new major incident occurred. Noticing the strict security measures, the guy stated that civilian hunters had no chance of getting access. The interlocutor offered assistance from an investigator heading to the association, assuring him that it would be a familiar face. At that moment, a loud, joyful cry came from behind, greeting Hunter Mina. It was Hikari. Turning around, Minsu saw her and calmly noted that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Hikari happily noted that he hadn't changed, and asked if he missed the comforts of HMCS. Minsu chuckled derisively and confirmed that he did miss his old job a little. Hikari showed her guest pass and invited him in from the entrance to the establishment. The man followed her silently, but he paused briefly to gaze at the cityscape before stepping over the threshold. Once inside, Hikari informed him that the leader of Aria was not currently in place, apologizing for the forced delay. The woman optimistically added that they would still be able to obtain all the necessary documents. The guy asked what brought her to the association, given that circumstances had developed this way. Hikari was silent for a moment, her lips parted. She then pointed out that it was impossible to release information without the appropriate investigative powers. The chibi version of the girl suddenly suggested having dinner together after finishing their business, and Minsu chuckled in surprise. The next stop on their route was the extensive archives of the International Hunters Association. The library employee pointed to the files on S-rank gate incidents and warned that after work, they needed to leave their pass at the reception desk. The archivist left the room, leaving Ming Xu alone with the countless cabinets. The boy noted with disappointment that the leader could be forgotten. They wouldn't even be shown a regular member of Mistletoe. Frey asked sarcastically why he was always an outcast. Frey suggested that the reason lay in his nasty character, to which the man rudely told him to shut up. Min Xu mentioned that his request had been ignored. He reached up to the high shelf for the folder he needed, trying to find anything useful. After finishing watching, Ming Xu stated with disgust that all of this was just a waste of time. The archive space was suddenly illuminated by a bright blue glow, distorting reality. A woman dressed in a long robe with a slight smile on her face emerged from the magical haze. Min Xu turned around, recognizing Raven and greeting her briefly. The girl's smile widened. Min Xu calmly remarked that she had made a long but completely useless trip, turning to her. Raven responded to this with a smile, saying that meeting him in person was not entirely in vain. She admitted that she had heard about his search from Namir, and immediately guessed that he was looking for her. Minsu confirmed that he had several important questions for her. He got down to business, claiming to know about the IZ orphanage she ran. He showed an old photograph, adding that his favorite student was from there, and demanded an honest answer. The man looked at her with absolute seriousness, his gaze never leaving her. The boy accused her of involvement. Minjin was killed by Black Mama of Vestia on orders from Pandemonium. Vestia was the organization Raven controlled. The protagonist stated that perhaps she was only managing affairs at the time and did not know the details, but her friendship with Minjun changed everything. Pointing to his ability to read magic, Raven insisted that there was not a drop of lies in her previous words. However, she frankly admitted that growing up together in the orphanage doesn't necessarily make all the orphans brothers. Voron recalled that during the war, the orphanage was full of orphans, and it was impossible to remember them all. Raven explained that IZ only took half-demons, so there were fewer human children, and their names were erased from memory. She couldn't remember them all. However, Minjun's name seemed vaguely familiar to her, but she could only briefly encounter him in the corridor. Pointing out the human origins of Ming Xu and the disciple, she remarked that they didn't even know how many people had betrayed the half-demons. A first-generation hunter like Ming Xu harbored a hostility toward mages that surpassed all others. Raven said he might be a hero to humans, but his relationship with half-demons remained a mystery. Even if Namir expressed a desire to unite, that didn't guarantee trust in Min Xu himself. Memories surfaced in his mind. She bitterly noted that all this time they had been surviving as best they could. According to her, many dangerous terrorists and criminals were among the graduates of the IZ shelter. The girl asked doubtfully how she could trust him if admitting the past would become their Achilles heel. Minshu tried to pause, but she immediately continued the conversation, and she suggested that he try to convince her himself, choosing his own course of action. A haze began to form around her again. Raven added that the leader, Arya, is currently avoiding contact with both sides and is officially gone. And before leaving, she informed Ming-Su that the woman was in the conference room on the 7th floor right now. The scene shifted upstairs. At the office table, untouched teacups and stacks of papers remained in silence. A woman with a bandage and a light suit sat in a chair by the window and looked out at the night city. Hearing of his visit, she noted with slight surprise that he had come such a long way. The girl saw Ming-Zhu at the door and confirmed that she had heard about his exceptionalism, but had no idea about this level. Leader Arya, sitting in a chair, gestured for Hunter Ming-Siu to enter the room. The woman added that she had heard about his search, but a cup of tea stood between them on the table. Arya explained that she was forced to avoid meeting him because of her situation. Min-Shu asked ironically, was she really not human enough for her position? She replied that if he had checked her materials, he would have realized that demons were conquering the world under the guise of peace. Ming-Shu sat down at the table and pointed out their insolence, which was growing with each passing day. He remarked that, while controlling the gate, one couldn't remain ambiguous forever. The girl acknowledged that as a human being, he has a duty to protect the planet, but added a significant but. Arya pointed out that a major war would inevitably claim innocent lives. She confirmed the demons' movements, but their contribution to the restoration complicated the response. She added that other civilizations were forcing them to seek coexistence. The nature of the gates and the mana was unknown, so she wanted to prevent another war at any cost. Ming-Shu rightly pointed out that aren't people the ones who invade? He explained that he was not asking her to fight, but only to share evidence and rationale. Min-Shu added that it would be them who would lead the fight, not her. In conversation, she clarified that she does not support demons unconditionally. But if you divide friends and enemies by type, the world will be broken into pieces. Leader Arya noted that defining everything by a single characteristic was a dangerous ideology, as the gates brought both suffering and power. Therefore, she intends to observe, analyze, and state a position after the discussion. Arya continued that this way they would be able to correctly identify the real threat. Min-Shu, propping up his cheek, said thoughtfully that he accepted this approach. He noted that she would eventually announce her position after narrowing her goals, but chided her that if that were the case, she should not have ignored Saltord's request for assistance. A shadow of excitement crossed Arya's face when she heard this remark. The guy continued, saying he didn't deny her words, but that peace alone wouldn't save anything. The man folded his arms and said that now was not the time to stand idly by. Arya looked down and honestly admitted that she had no excuse for this. She shuddered and muttered that the man might be right in his judgment. A memory flashed through her mind of Izanami, a member of Mistletoe, lying dead in a pool of blood. Arya noted with horror that this clearly indicated an information leak from within. If even Mistletoe is untrustworthy, then perhaps outside help is needed. She asked if he would like to receive classified data on the S-rank gate incident. The woman suggested that they go together to the internal archive and make a copy. Ming-Shu had already stood up and headed towards the exit, ready to follow her, and the other girl already thoughtfully touched the cup, remembering the name Jung Min-jun. She admitted to herself that she finally remembered that familiar name. Holding the cup in her hands, she silently reflected on the past. In the darkness, the thought flashed that she had heard this name somewhere before. A few months ago in the Raven residence, her quiet voice was heard calling for Ryu. Raven looked back and asked if that was Ryu Ji-hwan standing before her. He, looking exhausted, replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Raven wondered why he, who had been to the Antarctic base, was in the desert near Salt Ord. She froze, waiting for an answer, but he asked her to simply listen. Ryu explained that he was merely a pawn whose usefulness had been exhausted. He wanted to leave at least something for the IZ family before he left. The man warned that the gate incident would soon end, and a plan to assassinate the ranking hunters would begin. Raven turned pale and pressed her hand to her lips upon hearing this news. He ordered her and all the valuable people from IZ to lie low and hide. With that, he turned and walked into the darkness, leaving her alone. But a shout rang out, demanding that Ryu wait at least a moment. Raven anxiously asked if he was planning to return to base and begged him not to leave. She insisted that if he had outlived his usefulness, that was only reason to return. The voice rang out again, quietly and insistently urging Ji-won to return. Ryu saw Minjun behind her, and Raven begged him never to return to that place again. Ryu noticed with a slight smile that she was saying exactly the same words as someone else. The white-haired man looked over his shoulder, smiling, and noticed that she sounded exactly like Jung Minjun. The scene shifted to a small raven, where it was explained that half-demons are creatures that are neither human nor demon. They are either humans consumed by demonic energy or born from mixed unions. The half-demons created by this world have always been rejected by both sides, as shown by the example of the children. Their life was a denial of existence itself, which drove them to cling to life even more desperately. As a result, they lived a strange, exceptional life under the sole label of half-demon. They built the House of Sultad, but the external oppression continued. Thanks to her innate skills, Voron became Mikhail's successor, determined to reshape the reality of half-demons. But even this became an empty title, shamefully clinging to a false existence. A sharp cry from the meeting stated that they must, of course, side with the demons. In the IZ shelter, robed figures discussed the rapidly growing demonic propaganda. The hunt for the ranked hunters became a warning. It was time to finally choose a side. The man sitting with a bandage on his cheek remarked that if Sultod hadn't made a stupid choice in the first place and said that he would kill that damned human hunter himself. They objected to him that he had never been to a demon base, which is why he was saying such things, because people never confront demons. Another, dismissively, stated that they were only low-ranking members, not key figures of pandemonium like Kroll, and therefore knew nothing. The hooded man stated that no matter how powerful the demons were, humans still remained the overwhelming majority. The interlocutor agreed that, although they were a minority, some demons were friendly towards them. One of them sarcastically asked if the plan was to hold hands with weaklings and die together. Another girl countered that all that would remain would be to be cattle for the demons for the rest of their lives. Those seated around the round table continued their tense discussion, unable to reach a consensus. The crows were already getting headaches from it. The blonde with pigtails, with her hands behind her head, lazily asked what Raven herself thought was right. Raven admitted that no one knew the right answer, and even within this tiny group, there was no agreement. She added that humans and demons are probably ultimately the same. And having said this, she folded her hands and resolutely prepared to do it. Raven folded her hands in a prayerful gesture and joyfully said that now it was everyone for themselves. She noted that regardless of the side chosen, divided opinions will not allow the course of events to be changed. If you blindly follow your own people and die, both sides will feel cheated. She advised thinking things through and choosing a way to avoid regret. Raven smirked, stating that she would, as always, bet on the side with the better odds. The scene shifted back to the archives, where Ming-Siu stood by the shelves with files. He chuckled thoughtfully, looking at the open folder of documents. The boy was checking to see if there had been any similar incidents with inflated casualties at other S-rank gates, similar to Gangwon-do. Frey wondered aloud if those eyed monsters had appeared in other places as well. Ming-Siu noted that wasn't quite true. Most of the problems were gates suddenly closing. People either fell into other terminal gates. The protagonist began to suspect that the main purpose of the incident was to lure the hunters into the nearest gate. He wondered what the meaning and ultimate goal of this plan was. Frey assumed that they were trying to reduce the number of awakened people, but then there would be no need for a terminal gate. They could simply slam the door shut as soon as the hunters entered, like a hellish fly trap. If the goal was to lure as many hunters as possible, they wouldn't have created a global gate crisis, but would have filled it with fake resources. Min-Siu noted that the research complexes located inside the gates had also disappeared without a trace. Frey countered that this didn't look like the work of a resource-hungry conglomerate, as even in Gangwon-do, there were high-value targets. Thinking about it, the man suggested that the gate's true purpose might have been to serve as passages. The young man suggested that the entire incident was an experiment to transfer the ranker's mana through the embedded gates to another dimension. Ming-Siu wondered if this strange experiment had ultimately been successful for the demons. He came to the frightening conclusion that then it would become possible to transfer something from another dimension into their world. Frey, agitated, declared that these demonic bastards were clearly trying to smuggle something from their world here. The little companion panicked and exclaimed that everything was obvious, and they wanted to summon the Demon King himself. Ming-Shu countered that the Demon King of the Fourth Circle had already come through the gate 20 years ago. The boy skeptically noted that going so far to summon another king would be strange. At the most intense moment of reflection, a cry was heard in the silence, calling the main character. It was an archive employee who awkwardly reminded them that their shift was almost over. The wait dragged on in the spacious, empty hall, where there were lonely chairs next to the reception desk. The purple-haired girl stood in the hallway, screaming in panic that Min was very late. Seeing him, Hikari was indignant that only a madman could sit in the archive until closing time, to which Min-Soo apologized for the confusion in time zones. As punishment, the girl declared that Hunter Min was paying for dinner today and asked if he understood this. Min-Soo was surprised that they would have dinner, and hearing this, Hikari was surprised, because they had already agreed in advance to eat together after a long separation. The girl confidently announced that she had already made a table reservation, and all he had to do was follow her. The modern interior of the private bar greeted them with silence, empty counters, and a convenient staircase to the second floor. Sitting at the table, Hikari asked her interlocutor directly about his recent meeting with Chief Arya. When asked how he managed to do this, Ming-Shu simply replied that he was lucky and got everything he wanted. The guy thanked his companion for the company, noting that she looked very busy all day. Hikari shrugged sheepishly and looked away, modestly remarking that it wasn't worth mentioning. And then she got down to business, saying that she was speaking with Edward's permission and revealing the reason for her visit. She reported that recently there had been a series of extremely suspicious deaths among high-ranking hunters. The girl added that one of the victims was even the hunter Izanami, a member of the Mistil Tain organization, which caused a shock. Min-Shu was surprised to hear the name. Hikari asked him to keep his voice down for secrecy's sake. It was precisely that incident that had heightened the association's security. She added that the headquarters and all regional branches had been mobilized to conduct a thorough investigation. She paused and noted that she was not asking for help, as Min-Soo was no longer in HMCS, but she reminded him that the fame of his strength had already thundered throughout the world. With this in mind, Hikari asked Min-Soo to be extremely careful, to which the guy suggested contacting him at any time. Hikari sighed and wearily noted that his passion for sticking his nose into everything remained unchanged. Getting ready to quickly leave the establishment, the girl loudly announced that she had to go, citing planned business. As she left, she sternly warned him twice to watch his back and be careful. Min-Soo nodded briefly in response and calmly wished his friend a safe journey home. Left alone, the boy thought about the murders, and Freya suggested that the demons were beginning to stir again. The man decided that he needed to contact Edward immediately to get more precise information. As he was about to leave, he heard the voice of an employee who politely asked him to stay for a moment. The employee explained that he had been asked to deliver a note from a guest who had just left the restaurant. Min-Soo took the folded piece of paper in his hands and asked again with bewilderment, referring to some kind of note. His eyes instantly widened in shock when he saw what was written on the piece of paper he received. On the small sheet of paper was a detailed map with the mark Shelter IZ, indicating the way. The scene changed, and there was a sharp screech of brakes, and a large car came to an abrupt stop right at the side of the road. A moment later, a foot, shod in a heavy boot, confidently stepped onto the ground. Against the backdrop of a golden sunset, Manhwa stood in an open field, speaking words that seemed unfinished. She touched her chin thoughtfully, beginning to suspect that they had once again made a mistake with the route. Luan noted the lack of signs and communication in the wilderness. Sejun sighed heavily. The impassable roads had made him very sick in the car. Min-Soo, holding a tattered map, concentrated on checking landmarks and insisting that the desired target must be somewhere nearby. Noticing a small village below the hill, Luan immediately suggested that the mentor go there and question the local residents. The guy thought for a moment, assessing the situation from different angles, and then they moved towards the settlement. A resident of a remote village asked the arriving strangers in surprise why they had come so far and inquired whether they were looking for some kind of shelter. The bald old man in glasses listened attentively to the unexpected guests and asked again if he had understood correctly that they were interested in a place called IZ. The elderly man began to reminisce about the past, noting that during the brutal war, this village was completely filled with refugees from all around. A local resident added that many homes then sheltered the unfortunate orphans, but many years have passed since the end of the bloodshed. A villager, with a hint of sadness in his voice, told the group that the young people had long since left the area, and all the orphanages had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, a fire had decimated all the natural resources, turning the area into a desert. After listening to the old man, the boy decided to ask the old-timer in which area the refugees had settled in those troubled times. The elderly man sadly suggested that the fire had left only ruins. Pointing to the northern hill in the distance, he said the place he was looking for was right behind it. Mingshu and his companions bowed in unison, sincerely thanking them for their assistance, and the old man warned them of the dangers along the way. They moved forward. As the search party gradually moved away, two silent, hooded figures appeared on the skyline. A wicked grin, full of ugly scars, distorted the face of one of the enemies for a second, securely hidden under the white cloth. The scene shifted. The arid landscape, covered with sparse bushes, slowly sank into twilight. Sejun looked around the wasteland carefully and said doubtfully that, judging by everything, a fire had indeed taken place. Manhwa realized with horror that everything had burned to the ground. The group stood there, confused, unable to find shelter in the endless, charred wasteland with no landmarks. Minju walked ahead and firmly stated that whoever gave them the coordinates could not have done so without a good reason. Having looked around carefully, Luan suddenly noticed that the soil around him had recently been disturbed by someone. Turning to his companions, Luan stopped and said this. But then someone asked him what exactly they were looking for in this godforsaken place. The guy turned around sharply and with obvious suspicion asked the old man who had come up behind him. Hadn't he been watching them all this time? But apparently he was mistaken. The stranger's bare feet, clad in dirty and torn clothes, stepped silently onto the cold, dead ground, strewn with ash. A rotten face with empty eye sockets suddenly appeared in front of them, and the creature attacked and hysterically screamed a question about what exactly they were looking for here. Mingshu immediately grabbed Luan by the shoulder and asked with slight indignation why he was simply standing there like a pillar and not moving. A pale hand suddenly appeared from under the rubble of the collapsed building. Charred creatures with completely empty eyes began to slowly rise from the ruins to surround the arriving travelers from all sides. Manhwa, noticing one of the monsters among them, exclaimed in amazement and recognized him as a real ghoul. An evil laugh instantly spread across the ashes when the enemy realized that the guy's own brother stood before him. The figures in white robes noted with a grin that the blood really did not lie, because their faces were so similar. The protagonist immediately recognized the bastard before him, loudly calling him Ivan, a heartless lover of corpses. Two hooded strangers stood brazenly amidst the zombie army. Minshu asked the man sarcastically if he had spared him only so that he would come to die himself. Manhwa was shocked by the necromancer, and Luan was furious that this bastard brutally killed a civilian. Ivan calmly stroked the corpse's head and declared that he was obliged to silence anyone with a long tongue. A gleeful voice added that if they had not come here, this unfortunate villager could have lived a little longer. Mingshu coldly reminded his enemy that he had spared him only because of Raven's personal and persistent request. The protagonist cast a stern glance at his enemy and firmly warned that there would be no mercy from him a second time. The enemy quickly realized that only Raven could have given them the coordinates of this place and called her a talkative creature. The scarred man took a small bottle from his bosom and, uncorking it, took a sip and thought about how to cruelly take revenge on the traitor. Ivan, with a wild and bloodthirsty cry that he would cut off his head and deliver it to Raven, sent his mindless monsters to attack. Sejun, seeing the monsters suddenly approaching, screamed loudly in panic, desperately turning to his older brother. Manhwa desperately fired a glowing arrow, loudly calling for her mentor's help in the midst of the battle. A man in a black mask immediately intercepted the group, mockingly asking if they were planning to flee the battlefield. The mask maker realized that the surrounding land was completely saturated with demonic energy. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield as the enemy shouted insults at the weaklings in rage. The necromancer's voice rang through the air, promising revenge for past humiliation. At his evil behest, the risen ghouls, in a frenzied rush, rushed at the squad from all sides. Ivan, his face distorted, vowed to demonstrate power on a completely different level. Raising his hand with a dark grin, the white-robed figure began to summon an aura of pure and merciless death. From the darkness, a spectral being claimed power from a higher dimension. The necromancer claimed its might beyond the mortal world and ordered it to consume the aliens. The death mark opened, spawning ghouls from their powers. Mingshu turned his head with slight bewilderment, thinking about the possible involvement of the mysterious Raven in this incident. Standing straight and confident before his opponent, he cast a quick glance at his fallen foe, wondering about the meaning of his existence. Screaming in frenzy, the necromancer ordered the ghouls to capture the scoundrel alive. Ming-Shu stood calmly amidst the horde, while the enraged enemy declared that only he would take his life. The main character immediately asked the younger one to deal with them. Instantly, a flash of golden light cut through the air, piercing through one of the creatures raised from the dead. Luan, bowing his head respectfully to the leader's order, quickly entered the fray with his weapon. Ivan appreciated the technique they had demonstrated and contemptuously dismissed all the weaklings who had been with them before. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he angrily asked his partner, Vikital, why he hadn't been able to deal with the small fry. A powerful explosion thundered right behind him. Manhwa gracefully leaped into the air, drawing her glowing bow for a precise and devastating return shot. Sejun suddenly threw his hands forward, creating a powerful magical barrier around himself to protect the group. Vikatawala was suddenly overcome with panic as he realized that the attackers were not just terrorists, but S-rank hunters. Ivan ordered him to urgently take even more of the drug Lux, despite the complete destruction of his body. They had a doctor, but Minsu was already next to Ivan, asking if he had gotten distracted at the most inopportune moment. A huge red eye reflected the protagonist preparing to strike, challenging and asking if once was not enough. Power flared up around the enemy again, as Ming-Shu promised to demonstrate his superiority once again. The protagonist raised his fist with energy and declared that his life was already flashing before his eyes. After some time, Luan bent over, exhaled, and realized that this substance was the notorious Lux. He noted that this weapon was superior to all previous prototypes. The battle was over, and the defeated enemies in white robes lay lifeless on the ground. Sejun admitted that the opponents had proven much stronger than he'd initially expected. Manhwa, crouching down, remarks that if they'd been hunters, they would have reached S-rank. After crushing one of the ampules, Min-Syu noted with disappointment how pathetic it was to rely on such dubious drugs. He added that they lose their minds and rush into battle without even looking at their opponent, which leads to their early death. Standing over the white-haired man's body, Ming-Syu kicked him and told him to stop pretending to be dead and get back on his feet immediately. The defeated enemy opened his eyes with difficulty and forced out a weak laugh, full of pain and helplessness. In utter despair, he bitterly blamed the humans, declaring that to them, half-demons had been nothing but empty air from the start. His partner lay motionless. A dire warning was sounded that their time to rule the planet was coming to a fatal end. The wounded necromancer croaked that all preparations were already completed, and now nothing could stop their plan. The white-haired man let out a death rattle, coughing up blood. The crippled enemy lay on the floor, broken and shattered, having lost the last remnants of his former strength. Sejun was confused, as the possession technique hadn't worked, and he suspected suicide. Meanwhile, Luan noticed the smell. Min-Syu, looking at the remains, confidently concluded that the terrible smell was only a consequence of consuming the cursed Lux. Ming-Shu gloomily stated that the deceased's body had turned into a spore oozing demonic energy, and the possession technique was no longer useful. Manhwa bitterly noted that her enemies had made a mistake in trusting such a dangerous drug. Standing next to her mentor, Luan wondered how they had gotten here in the first place. Sejun, kneeling next to the body, surmised with horror that the enemy had learned of their arrival in advance and had set up an ambush. Ming-Shu squatted down, shook his head, and explained that when it came to Raven, the enemies themselves called her a traitor. While examining the ruins, the man concluded that the enemy had a completely different reason for appearing in this place, other than an ambush. Rising, Min-Syu ordered the group to continue searching and remain vigilant in case there were any survivors or stragglers. The squad members agreed and immediately dispersed across the area. Little Frey began to complain loudly, hungry, demanding to go home immediately and eat. Ming-Syu, tired of his companion's chatter, sharply asked him to be quiet. Kang Yonghwa called out loudly to her comrades. Noticing something important in the destroyed building, approaching the sign and looking around carefully, he confidently stated that this was where the IZ shelter had once been located. Looking around the empty area, Luan was disappointed to find that nothing remained of the old building except for traces. Yonghwa sighed heavily, noting that if this was all there was, then their long journey to find these coordinates had been completely useless. Sejun, walking next to his brother, hesitantly suggested that they simply turn around and go back. Min-Syu objected, noting that if there were only ashes here, there would be no point in hiding the place for so long. He pointed out that the enemies were clearly guarding something important, and Raven wouldn't just give them the coordinates. He immediately bent down, placed his hands on the ground, and activated the technique that showed the paths of mana. Ghostly blue footprints began to appear over the ruins, leading in an unknown direction. A ghostly figure in a long robe appeared for a moment, and just as suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a glowing trail. It was Raven. The traces of magic suddenly ended right on the bare ground, causing confusion among the observers. Sejun guessed that the entrance might have been cleverly concealed using some kind of magical technique. He resolutely extended his hand forward and concentrated a powerful charge of energy to destroy the invisible barrier. The command for the lightning rays technique rang out in the air, and the ground began to glow brightly. Under the influence of light, the hidden hatch opened slightly, and everyone saw the entrance to an underground bunker. Min-soo, without a moment's hesitation, confidently commanded the group to go inside immediately. It was dark inside the bunker, and dusty boxes and forgotten things were visible on the shelves. The man concluded that the shelter had been built during the war as an organization warehouse. However, the building's condition indicated that it had been kept in good order until recently. On one of the shelves lay an old photograph of a man, likely the former director of the orphanage. A group of children could also be seen in the photo. Luan noticed that the photo showed an unregistered awakened who had distinguished himself on the battlefield, and thoughtfully noted that someone who possessed the skill of concealing space was a true master of disguise. It was said that the director founded this orphanage after one of his own children turned into a half-demon. As he looked at the old photograph, Ming-shu quietly repeated to himself that he had encountered a true master of concealment. Kang Yonghwa's face lit up. In his hands was a folder containing the history of the IZ orphanage. Inside were the transaction books for demons and the Lux drug, as well as a contract for shady operations from the Antarctic base. Sejun, looking through the records, came to the conclusion that all major terrorist attacks after the war were connected with demons. Freya threw the photo away in disappointment, saying that it only contained pictures of some children, and Min-soo complained about the dust in the room. Ming-shu, looking at the file Freya was holding, irritably demanded that he give it to him. Picking up an old photo frame, the man realized that it depicted children who lived in the orphanage. The photo showed children from all over the world, clearly affected by demonic energy. Familiar faces. Along with the photographs, there was a folded sheet of paper in the folder, which turned out to be someone's letter. Min-soo carefully unfolded the letter and began to carefully read what was written on it. In one of the photographs, he recognized a familiar face, a boy with glasses, his own student. The scene moved back 8 years to the building of the Institute of Ancient History. A loud shout was heard from outside the building as someone shouted the name of Ryu Ji-hwan, who was standing there. Ji-hwan was standing with a cigarette in his hand, and then Min-jun came up and asked with a grin what he had been doing lately. The white-haired guy, noticing the approaching interlocutor, blew out smoke and easily replied that he was just working hard to earn a living. Min-jun looked at him and said seriously that he had recently heard that IZ had sent many of its people to the Antarctic base. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked if his friend had gone over to the demon side, and noted that people didn't value half-demons at all. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Ji-hwan added that those lucky enough to be born with a human appearance are in a privileged position. The bespectacled Jung Min-jun asked in confusion, but Ji-hwan dryly noted that he had blended in well with human society. Ryu warned his friend that if you decided to lecture him, he should remember one very important thing. With a bitter smile, Ji-hwan said that the director of the orphanage was killed by a very ordinary person. The scene shifted to the past. A heavy boot landed on the ground, and someone's voice confidently declared that they had finally found their lair. Torches flared up, and a crowd of angry people began shouting insults at the traitors who had sided with the demons. The angry crowd demanded that all the half-demons be brought out, blaming them for leaving their village without help. In the confusion, someone shouted a demand to stop the violence against children, and also asked who exactly had given away this shelter. The young black-haired demon girl, clutching the younger ones to her in fear, whispered for them to sit quietly and admitted that she was very afraid. One of the elders, turning to a girl named Raven, asked her to listen carefully to the upcoming plan. The director explained that he would cover them until they got out of the range of his skill, and then Raven would have to hide everyone herself. Gathering his courage, he suggested leaving the village and heading to Sultad, where the half-demons had founded their own settlement. He promised that they would stay there for now, and he would settle all the affairs here as quickly as possible and then join them. The girl didn't want to let the director go, but the director said that the IZ shelter was his responsibility and it needed to be protected. And with a sad smile, he called Voron his most precious daughter. And then he left, while the crows screamed loudly for him not to leave. Soon he went out into the streets, and an angry crowd pointed torches at the director in order to take and kill him. Raven realized that her mission had begun, and she gathered all the remaining children and, trying to organize an escape, shouted loudly for the younger children to move first. Young Ji-won, shaking the grief-stricken Minjun by the shoulder, tried to bring him back to his senses, but he only helplessly asked, why? Kneeling on the wooden floor, the white-haired boy heard his friend ask why they were attacking the orphanage and what they had done wrong. Ji-won dryly replied that the reason was simply that the attackers were stronger. After all, people and demons are the same. The strong always take what they want. Minjun, wiping away tears, raised his head, and Ryu promised that when he grew up, he would definitely become stronger than these cowardly people, and added that no matter what, he would surpass in strength anyone who dared to harm them. Old words flashed through my memory. The white-haired youth had sworn back then that he would definitely protect everyone without exception. Minjun, rereading the old letters, couldn't help but remind himself of what Ji-won had said in the past. Taking a pen in hand, the man in glasses wrote that he now looked at the situation completely differently than before. You explained that people attacked not out of superiority, but out of fear of those who were different from them, and fear of losing their home. Even if these people were half demons who had fallen victim to demonic energy, they were still persecuted. Minjun emphasized that this was the reason he set out on this dangerous journey. His goal was to uncover the source of this new power, as he did not want to give up his place to more powerful beings. The man admitted that he was shocked when he learned about Ji-won's work with the Antarctic base, but immediately realized that it was a great opportunity. While searching for his teacher's whereabouts, he came across evidence that demons were conducting suspicious activities under the guise of restoring civilization. Everything seemed so strange that he hacked the server of one of the laboratories and discovered an incredible amount of compromising data there. Minjun came to the harsh conclusion that demons had no intention of coexisting with humans. According to the information received, they are preparing a new, full-scale invasion of the planet. In a letter to Ji-won, he recalled that he always spoke about the impossibility of trusting either people or demons. However, according to Minjun, he and his entire family always trusted Ryu, no matter what. Even after Ji-won left with cold words, Minjun believed that he simply didn't want to harm his work. The man asked if Ji-won had anything left that he wanted to protect, if he would lend him his strength. Having tracked down the IP address, Minjun attached the coordinates of the enemy's suspected laboratory to the letter. If we can extract data from this place, it will be possible to change public opinion overnight, despite the power of the pro-demonic faction. Minjun added that he didn't want their home taken away from them again. He left an envelope, asking Ji-won to leave his reply in the same place, and assured him that he would be waiting. Min-shu, after carefully reading the letter, finally understood the true background of all the past events. Kang Yonghwa, shocked by the realization, exclaimed that Minjun was not only Ryu Ji-won's sworn brother, but was also a half-demon himself. Sejun explained that children of mixed marriages, or those afflicted by mana, are considered half-demons, but their appearance and manifestations of power vary greatly. He sadly admitted that they simply had never realized this before. Luan, after analyzing the circumstances, came to the conclusion that the killer of Jungmin-jun was most likely Ryu Ji-hwan himself, who has covered his face with a theatrical mask since that moment, is the very person to whom that very letter that was found was addressed. Little Freya sarcastically suggested that someone might have gotten ahead of them and made the first move. But Ming-shu realized that if Ryu had discovered it before them, the letter would have disappeared long ago. Sejun came to the conclusion that it was Minjun's awareness of all the circumstances that became the spark that set off the chain of tragic events. Ming-shu realized that it seemed he had revealed the demonic spawn's plans too early. Therefore, the order for its elimination came from a representative who was above the VIPs themselves. At this moment, all the disparate facts finally came together to form a single, clear, and absolutely understandable picture. Then the protagonist suggested to his comrades to set out immediately and properly punish all the enemies involved. Min-soo stated that their main goal was to get what Minjun was looking for. The scene shifted again to a huge Antarctic complex with powerful antennas and an F-505 base. Inside, Dr. Shutai announced that after studying the gates capable of carrying colossal energy, the key to the perfect release of that power had been found. It turned out that this very opportunity to unleash colossal power had been literally right next to them the entire time. Hikatan entered the room. The horned demon burst into loud, malicious laughter and declared with genuine triumph that he had known about it all along. Pointing to the unconscious body, he proudly announced that by fusing Ruslana's demonic energy with the human shell, an ideal vessel had been created. But Babelnor, with some hesitation, acknowledged the successful result, but emphasized that the Demon King would still descend through the physical human shell. He also noted that there were still not enough victims to fully infuse the Demon King's consciousness and powers into the chosen body. Hikatan dismissively remarked that they could simply gather more fools hooked on the drug Lux, since they were all nothing more than ordinary human victims. Dr. Shutai said that the main problem was that the intervention of the world government turned out to be a much more serious obstacle than was originally expected. The enraged demon exclaimed that Ouroboros wasn't collecting sacrifices and demanded an explanation. He decided to personally go and find him, to sort things out and speed up the process. Babonor stopped him and noted with horror that Ruslana's body had become an empty shell, and hesitantly mentioned Tatar's permission, but hesitated, pointing out the problems. He admitted that Ouroboros didn't know the truth yet, but if he found out about everything, he would definitely go into a complete frenzy. Hikatan unleashed his fury not only on Ouroboros, but also on the arrogant servants of the Third Circle, as well as on all humans, blaming them for the failure of Lady Solace's descent. Hikatan announced that demons and humans alike would kneel before the descent of the Demon King Kraken. Eerie red eyes appeared in the murky dark liquid, heralding the awakening of a colossal dark entity. Noticing the denouement, Hikatan said with relief that finally all the events began to develop exactly as fate had predetermined. A solemn voice announced the imminent descent and appearance of the very first Demon King. In the center of the crimson haze, a gigantic horned head appeared, personifying the might of the coming Lord of Darkness. The scene changed again. The man in boots exhaled heavily, looking at another corpse, and wondered rhetorically how many times this had happened before. The man turned to his colleagues, Layla and Liu Ren, asking if they had yet managed to identify all the high-class hunters who had died under mysterious circumstances. The information gathered indicated that the deceased were Wang Wei, an A-rank hunter, and Lucas, an S-rank hunter affiliated with the association. Layla stood among them. Upon hearing of the death of an S-rank hunter, who was also a member of the association itself, the man experienced great shock and utter amazement. Instead of the usual mysterious deaths, these were planned murders. First a member of Mesteltein, and now, as it turns out, a hunt for rankers that had been dismissed as mere rumors. The murders followed one after another, almost simultaneously. And, as the chairman suspected, the man linked it to anomalies at the Antarctic base. Local officials found the theory of a demon cult's revival utterly insane, noting that international investigators were saying strange things. Someone's voice asked if this was connected with the activities of the new chairman, who was known for his habit of constantly fighting with everyone around him. St. Herman, an SS-rank hunter, along with Tashunka, an S-rank hunter, arrived at the scene, causing a puzzled cry regarding Mestiltine. When asked about the reason for the appearance of the Hunting Association headquarters at the scene of the crime, the direct answer was about the investigation of the latest murders. Representatives explained that they sent out formal notice in advance because they believed HMCS was already facing numerous internal problems. In response to a puzzled question, the name of Kagil Huan was mentioned, as well as information about his suicide in a pretrial detention cell. The news of Kagil Huan's suicide shocked those present, causing them to look at each other in complete confusion. The shocked man noted that this information was classified and only available to senior HMCS officials, and he couldn't understand how they could have obtained it. St. Herman noted the timing was suspicious, as HMCS had publicized the Pandemonium and Lux incidents, after which the prime suspect suddenly committed suicide. He emphasized that Kagil Huan had many trump cards, and considered his death strange given the theory about his connection with the Antarctic base. The young man recalled that this man had long been building his influence through bribery and corruption. Judging by the evidence, there was no reason for him to take his own life before the trial. He noted that something like this should not have happened in the specialized agency HMCS, and suggested that Kagil Huan's death was violent. The agents thought they were blaming HMCS for this, but were told to calm down, noting that this was simply an examination of all options in light of the power struggle. St. Herman concluded that in the current circumstances, it is better to act with certainty than to regret something later. He concluded by stating that their main goal now is to ensure the safety of hunters in the face of the increasing number of ranker killings. It was thus announced that further investigation would be placed under the supervision of a hunting association, namely the Mestiltine organization. At the end of the conversation, Herman politely thanked those present for the promised cooperation in the course of further actions. The faces of the investigators present reflected noticeable fatigue and slight bewilderment. Tashunka remained silent, only glancing briefly at the agents. The scene shifted to a London airport business lounge for a secret meeting. There, the shocking news of Kajulwan's death was announced. Min-soo spoke with Edward, who said that the poisoning looked like suicide, but that the responsibility for what happened fell entirely on the organization. The protagonist inquired about what exactly the surveillance cameras were showing. Freya was munching on a cookie. Edward said there were no signs of forced entry, and that the prisoner himself had covered the cell after taking off his shirt. Min-soo doubted his colleagues' conclusions and wondered how confident they were in the suicide theory. Edward had no retort. He said Mistiltine had requested control over the investigation, citing a conflict of interest. Min-soo was surprised because the public pressure was so strong that opponents were ready to take any measures. The guy came to the logical conclusion that the murder was organized by demons or their secret patrons. Edward completely shared Ming-soo's opinion about what had happened. Before his arrest, Kaggle threatened to assemble a team of top lawyers and clearly had no intention of dying. But the investigative team had no clues leading to the true mastermind behind the murder. Edward assumed that there was someone with a legendary skill, capable of faking suicide. In realizing that action must be taken quickly, Min-soo decided to remind everyone to prepare the necessary things. He was given fake passes to attend a scientific seminar on mana technologies. After the peace treaty, the seminar was held every 2 years for mana researchers. Such events offered a rare chance to visit the base, so they were in demand. Lately, the base has become much more suspicious of outsiders, so they only issued 4 passes. Min-soo decided that a small team would be sufficient for preliminary reconnaissance. In case of unforeseen circumstances, Edward suggested contacting the conference organizers. Min-soo stood up and suggested that Kaggle Hwang's killer could move freely around the HMCS area. In addition, there was the possibility of a real spy being introduced into the organization's staff. And turning to leave, he assumed that the enemies would be closely monitoring the progress of the investigation. The warning about possible enemy surveillance was heeded. Edward wished Ming-soo a safe return from his dangerous mission, and so the group took to the skies on board an airplane, heading towards the distant icy continent. Soon the day arrives for the seminar on mana technologies at the Antarctic base. The intense cold made itself felt immediately, chilling the arrivals to the bone. Despite the severe frost, the satellite urged people to remain vigilant and not forget about the main goal. The man noticed that there was a research center of an advanced race on this territory. The base was considered the cradle of advanced mana technology, and the theses were proposed to be turned into firewood. Noticing the elderly man, the group suddenly became quiet and switched to a whisper so as not to attract attention. This elderly scientist's passion for research was truly incredible. The mustachioed participant in the operation reported to the master that the detachment had finally arrived at the location. The young researchers admired the quality of the artifacts, and the young man asked his companions not to call him a master due to strict secrecy. The young mission participant was surprised that the artifact completely changed appearance and likely contained the ability to suppress or dominate. The mustachioed interlocutor warned that the artifact only lasts for 24 hours and stops working once removed from the body. The green-haired expeditionary noted that he had a stealth skill if the mission failed. The main character replied that there were mana sensors all over the base, so it was best to use it only in extreme cases. Min-soo reminded the group before the start that the primary objective of today's operation was purely reconnaissance. A request was made to maintain maximum silence, and one of the squad members agreed. Sejun made an ironic comment, as he heard it from the man who always caused the biggest scandals. The protagonist abruptly cut off all unnecessary conversation, sternly ordering the participants to maintain their cover and stay in character. Gathering together, the squad confidently advanced through the snowy terrain, beginning the infiltration operation.